I'm not. I'm standing still, looking at it. And I look at a cloud, and it's moving. And I think to myself, that cloud is moving. I'm not moving. I'm standing still. That cloud is moving. And I look up even further. I see the moon. I go, well, the moon's moving. I'm not moving. I'm standing still, and that moon is moving. So what is it about our reality that tells us that the Earth is moving? Is that also another thing that's brainwashing me?
Yeah,
Reality trying to trick me?
that authority figure told them early on that was the case, to not trust their senses and the things they experience on a daily basis. As long as you heard the story enough times that you're spinning out of control and that water bends, you'll believe it while actively ignoring the reality that you don't experience those things.
There you go. Daz, got something for you, mate.
Oh, that is beautiful. Yeah. Yeah.
You should play that every time someone gives
triggered.
kudos. Every time someone gives kudos to Matthew Learns, you should play that.
Oh, shit. I'll tell you what I am hanging for. Brenda to drop in.
Do you have Homer Simpson's dope?
Dude,
I'll tell you, if that happens, the whole floor is gonna get owned.
That's out of pocket.
Do you have Homer Simpson's dope? Dope.
No, I don't have. I probably do have it somewhere. There was a dope sound, but I don't have it on my collection.
Well, greetings, everybody. I have one question, guys. Hello. I found out like flat Earth could actually, like space could actually exist on the flat Earth model, along the flat Earth model, like some sort of space, right? Like waters.
That's
so
one
basically,
thing we don't have to,
hold on.
Yeah, that's one thing we don't have to speculate about, because in reality we have water that lays level, and we don't have to wonder about what keeps it in. But we understand that
Because it could be like there could be something above us, right? What is above us? Like we don't know. We just don't know. We can speculate it, but there is something above us. So I wouldn't say space is fake, but I would say that the vision of space we have is fake. Like, I mean, we think of space as this thing like planets, interplanetary rules and shit. We think of like, black holes.
You're talking about a lot of things in the sky.
Talk about, a lot of things in the sky, basically. But like we like who, like I laugh when I see those experts, like experts say that Mars has, or like blue, or Newton, like whatever neutron star has this much amount of diamonds raining per day on the second day of Thursday, let's say, like of their Thursday, because like they don't celebrate, because those Plutonians, they don't celebrate a day like us,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. At least you don't appeal to authority and believe what someone else is telling you without looking into it at all. I mean, you may believe what you believe, but at least you acknowledge that you're not a blind believer.
Yeah, like I don't believe. I believe that the surface where we stand on, like the known continents, flat as fuck. Can't deny it. It's flat as fuck. But the shape of the whole Earth, it could be half a globe. For all we know, it could be half a globe. And here we go. Yeah, globers. Here we go. We
Yeah,
halfway
that's what
satisfied.
we don't have to speculate
We
because
don't
we
know.
have those measurements that prove that it was flat. So we don't have a half a globe measurements. We don't have any curve measurements at all. We just have flat measurements.
Exactly. So it could be half a globe.
No, it can't be.
And we live on the flat surface. Could be. Could be a unicorn. Could be a cloud. When you see a cloud up in the sky, what shape does it have? Shapeless.
Did we measure unicorn
Doesn't
shapes
have
on
any
the
shape.
surface? We can't. That would be preposterous, sir. You're talking
No, no.
about
Yeah, but
ignoring this.
what do you consider as Earth? So, like, we have to here, like, make like the assessment. What do we consider as Earth? Do we consider the whole thing or just the surface where we stand on?
Yeah, we have that part we
If you
measured,
consider the whole,
and we have the knowledge that 71% of the earth is water, and we understand the properties of water and how it lays flat and takes the shape of its container.
but only the Earth we explored though, like because they don't allow us to go up beyond the ice wall, beyond the what is it, 160 latitude, I think.
Yeah, that would be speculation. I know it's Sunday, but we don't have to do that when we have this measurement of flat. We've traversed it, it's plotted. We don't have to speculate on what's past it when we have these measurements right here.
Mhm. No, I agree, but I agree it's flat. But like, I like to wander off with my mind sometimes and imagine like what weird stuff God created. Like, what weird thing? Like, I believe it's like an eye. The shape of the eye when you reverse it, when you put the inner part of the eye. That's the
Sunday,
firmament,
it's
right?
Sunday. I believe we aren't supposed to know everything.
Well, in a way, we are not supposed. I believe we are not supposed, but we are capable to know more and more. But not everything. Nobody knows everything. Only God knows everything.
Your perspective,
Yes.
your link in your bio is dead.
Probably have
Activate
to
it.
fix it. Have to fix it again, I guess. But it's my YouTube. It's my YouTube. I don't have much videos on it, but because usually I come from Telegram and I have like a longer history on Telegram. I just woke up. Just woke up in my tent because I live in a tent. I dwell in a tent like our Lord Jesus. Also, he lived in a tent.
It's not the Christ's name.
It's nice. Hmm? It's nice to dwell in a tent.
Yeah, I love outdoors. Most people don't get enough fresh air.
Yeah, people are like, oh, but no, I'm scared of like outdoors and stuff. Like, wow. Why are people afraid of trees? Why are people afraid of animals? I don't get it. Like, the animals, the trees, they live accordingly to the law of nature, and simple as like the natural laws, right? They don't bother you just because. They don't bother you for money, for like, I mean, they're not gonna rob you anymore. So they might steal your food. Wow. Wow. A seagull stole my sandwich. Oh my God. Like, it's over. No, like, animals, they don't mind having people around them
Yeah,
because they know that, like,
systematically we've been trained to reject any type of nature, whether we
yeah,
know we
like,
have been or not.
we built this fake world and where we live in now, like, and if you're not part of this fake world, you're considered like me, for example. Look, I quitted money. I don't use money anymore. I live in a tent. I use public kitchens and stuff like to eat, and I live without money. Just simple as. And honestly, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad thing. A bad thing.
I agree.
Like when you live moneyless, when you quit money, like you just stop caring about those earthly things, and you start to care about more about the wisdom. Because wisdom, you might or knowledge, your knowledge, you might bring in in the afterlife, but like no, you do bring, because like water keeps memory, right? Your memory, it's your knowledge in a way. So like you're made 70% out of water, like the planet 70% out of water. So like, I mean, planet, like plane, whatever, whatever we live on, like whatever shape or thing we live on, which is flat on the surface, but it's all coded out there. It's all God's creation, like. But no, you have to follow money. You have to have a big car. You need to have like a big car. No, you need to have 3 cars, and then you need to have what else? Like besides 3 cars. So yeah, you have to have like 1 billion euro in your bank account just to be considered like valuable in today's world.
Yeah, my family's pretty much been
If you
poor
don't have,
forever. When I stopped caring about money, that's when it started flowing abundantly.
but look, like literally, like people are like, but no, how much money do you have? Are you working? How can you live for free? I mean, you just gotta like, well, in certain things you gotta lower your standards. Yeah, like I can't afford to have like a private chauffeur, but so I need like public transport. But like, oh, can I not bend the knee? Like, I mean, I actually live a better quality life than most people. Like,
Yeah, I want to get there soon. Like a homestead, my whole family, gardens and such.
literally. Like, no, I'm sorry, was fingering my girlfriend a bit.
Yeah, we
You
don't have
wanna
to do
you
that.
wanna
We don't
see
have
my
to do that.
girlfriend?
Are you married? You married?
We don't care what you're doing in your spare time.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, yeah. I tried to take it back.
What the fuck was that? That was out of nowhere.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to be human. choose not to, I might choose to boot you if someone else doesn't get you first.
No, I was, like,
You have
Camera
to cut
off.
your camera
Thank
off.
you.
You have to turn your camera off.
Camera off.
hold on.
Thank you.
You see which girlfriend I'm talking about.
Yeah. Try not to be provocative, or they're gonna kick you out the room. We're talking about flat Earth. Are you a flat earther? Right? You're a flat earther.
Yes. Sometimes, you wander off with a thought. You feel the passions in a way, like,
You have a garden.
garden.
Yeah, fruits,
I,
vegetables, herbs.
well, not really now, but I have a garden, yeah. I live in a forest, I mean.
Oh, okay. So no, yeah. What stuff grows naturally around you?
Not a lot, honestly, just berries and like, but it's only summer and mushrooms. Oh, like a lot of mushrooms grows.
You're in the same spot, or do you travel a lot?
Same spot, like most of the time.
Where?
Ireland.
In the mountains?
I'm in the mountains, yeah, it's so cool, honestly, like,
It shouldn't heat up to about June, right?
there's no wild, like, the most dangerous thing out here in the mountains is literally me, like, human. Like,
When does it start heating up around there?
it started now. Started actually, like, I notice it by the clothing I wear. Like
Does
when
it
I have
doesn't
to
it go
wear.
back and does it go back and forth until like June?
No, not really. Like, I mean, it can get cold, or coldish, but not that coldish. Not that cold as it was like when December when I came.
Yeah, I know it's a difference, but when I was there around May, it was like ice cold. Like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know. May it's pretty cold here.
Oh
Not
shit,
gonna
like
lie.
15 years ago. Damn. But what'd you say?
This May I was cold. Yeah, not gonna lie. Mm. It's not bad though. Even the cold is healthy, like it's good for the blood and all, good for the circulation.
I understand the fiat. Do you like trade or keep precious metals like gold and silver?
Nope, not really. Like I quitted any currency. I just like don't use currency anymore. I prepare for myself for like what's gonna happen in 2 years, where like complete world will collapse. So I'm just preparing myself for that case scenario, like my skill set and stuff. I mean, I can go and hunt for my food. I can prepare like a shelter. I can survive. I can jam my guitar honestly in front of a campfire. Like people tell me like, oh, but you have to think about the future, your life, have kids, like have family, and I'm like, wow, wow, when the
That's
whole world will
understandable. I
fall.
have a question though. If you were walking through the forest and you stepped on a super sharp stick and it cut you halfway through your thigh, the halfway point, what would you do?
I would try to stitch me up, but like, I mean, in that case, like I'm fucked. Like it's doomed. I'm doomed.
Do you read a lot?
I read, yeah, sometimes, mostly the Bible. I
Oh,
mostly play on. I mostly play
Is it
on.
in between the? No, sorry, I'm gonna stop.
you could touch up on those survivor skills, bro. Those survival skills, they're pretty important.
Yeah, I know. This is why I prepared.
You know how to wrap a tourniquet, purify your water, find your way around if you get lost.
I know how to do those things, but the thing is, what I don't know is how to reproduce with myself. That's the thing I don't know. So, well, I can't. I won't be able to bring forth the species in a case of like in that case, I'm not gonna be able to bring forth the species. So yes.
War broke out and you had to go to Scotland. Well, which way would you go?
In the woods. I would go in the woods. In the woods, find like in the deeper woods, find like a place hidden, store my things there, make a shelter there, and then just wander. Like go out. Stuck
But
dead.
you
Okay.
have to get to Scotland. How would you do it?
How well I can't. I would have to overtake a massive ship. I would have to either commit aviatic theft or nautic theft.
No, just walk me through it. Like orientation wise, you're in the woods. You don't have a compass. What would you do?
uh, Nothing. What is it to be done? Like you have to provide food. If you don't have food, how do you provide food? Take long sharp stick, make a long sharp hard stick, and go out and see. Oh wow, wild pig. Let's get an animal hungry to attack enough to attack me. Okay,
Oh, I
the
see.
wild
I
boar
see.
attacks you.
I see.
Just
I
fight.
was just trying to say that if you believe all these things you believe in, shit's gonna hit the fan in a year or two. I'm just saying maybe you should focus on these things, brush up on your survival skills, so your map reading. So when things do hit the fan, like you say they will, you'll be more prepared.
Yeah, I can read them up. I can read them up. I can do things like this. It's not as hard.
Dude, if you don't use money, how do you pay for your internet?
But I don't. This is the thing. I
If you
don't
live in
pay
a
for
tent,
it.
how do you charge your phone if you live in a tent?
I have solar power banks and that I charge also in the city. So then also how well my mom honestly pays for my internet,
Ah,
which is, which is not a law. It's like what, €20
So you
per
don't use your
month.
money, you're using your mum.
Indeed.
My kind of, but it's not
but you have a
using
portable
because
charger. You have a solar powered charger, is it right?
yeah,
Oh, fair enough.
like this
Now, are
thing.
you in the
Hold on.
same spot every night, or do you move around?
Oh, same spot every night. This like
Say again, you were breaking up.
solar power. No, I basically live on one spot. Like I dwell.
Go to the same spot every night
Yes,
in the mountains in
yes,
Ireland.
yes, yes.
A nuke lands next to you about 100 yards. Your walkie-talkie says get to Scotland. What would you do? Which way would you go? How would you get to Scotland?
What you mean in my nuke spot? I don't want to go to Scotland in that case.
Yeah, no, a bomb went off next to you. Ireland's destroyed. How would you get to Scotland? Which way would you go? How would you find your way there?
First thing I would go for it's like total isolation from from humans, for like about a year, and then when everything calms down, I would say,
Oh, it
well,
hurts my
now I
head.
go to my native land.
Hurts my IQ. Oh, okay, cool.
I'd go to my native land, to my homeland. In that case scenario, I'd embark to a journey to my homeland.
I'm facing north and I'm in Ireland. Which way do I go to your homeland?
I don't know where you are. You have to go
I'm in
towards the south.
Ireland. I'm facing north anywhere in Ireland. Which way do I go to your homeland? Is it in
South.
Ireland?
South. Croatia.
Oh,
The
Croatia. Okay.
Balkans. The most toxic place on earth. The Balkans.
Okay. You're riding your horse to Croatia from Ireland, and you hear on your horse radio
Nah,
that Croatia has been blown
I'm
up.
not.
How
Do they
would
have
you,
guns?
and you
Do they
have
have
to
guns in
go to
Croatia?
Scotland? How would you get to Scotland?
I wouldn't go to Scotland. Like, why would I go to Scotland
Yeah, it's a
in that
hypothetical.
case?
It's a hypothetical.
Hypothetical. Well, it's kind of like me getting a girlfriend. Honestly, this hypothetical scenario. Honestly, it's
Oh, so you can't
like
find your
so.
way around if all the power went out, if you had to navigate?
I could. Yeah. All I need is like a world map, like a world accurate map, and get a ship, few sextants, and go,
But all
go
that
back.
stuff burned up in a horse traveling bomb fire. You don't have
Look,
any of
there's
those
no
things.
way
All
I
you
can
know is
say
that you're traveling south to Croatia from Ireland, and now you have to get to Scotland. What do you do?
I go to Scotland.
How? You're traveling south to Croatia. Which way would you go? You have no GPS. What would you do?
I just turn around. The opposite of south is north, so I can't miss on that. Now,
How
which
long
north
would you
am
go
I
north?
going?
Would you
I
just go
will
north?
just go north. Read the
Not
signs.
west or east a little bit?
I mean, first of all, I would have to fucking steal a massive ship to reach that destination.
Yeah,
Like,
no, you
steal
have a
a.
magical water powered horse. You don't have to worry about that. Would you go northeast or northwest?
What do you mean magical water powered horse? That's called a ship.
Yeah, you don't
With
need the ship. You have a magical water power. Transportation is irrelevant, is what I'm trying to say.
well, it's not irrelevant because the way of like if I steal a car, I'm not gonna have like a full on GPS orientation
Yeah,
set
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. And the
It's still a
hypothetical that
massive
I'm
air.
leading you through, you have no GPS. You're on a magical water powered horse, and you're
Well,
traveling to Croatia. You hear that Croatia is destroyed, and you have to get to Scotland. What would you do? How would you find your way to Scotland?
but I would still go back to Croatia to find the ruins. Honestly, even in
Like
the
playing
ruins,
pretend with the kid.
I'd go for the ruins. Not gonna
Yeah, I
lie.
hand you the teacup, and you started eating it like spaghetti.
Hold on, let
I
me just.
digress. I was just joking. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how would you find your way around if you were lost. Like you're in Ireland and you have to get to Scotland. Which way would you go?
I would go north.
For how
Would you?
long? And which at what point would you go east or west? You have no map. Do you have a general knowledge of your country? Do you know where things are? Do you know where America is right now? From
Kind of.
in relation to where you are?
Kind of.
Is that north, south, east or west?
Depends. Now I
One
am
time, but
facing.
it's so frustrating.
Now I'm facing. Yeah, I'm facing northeast. More north than east, but northeast.
So you're
I
facing the general direction of Scotland?
kind of general. So yeah, just move forward. Hold on, hold on. Let me see if this is getting me high. Actually, I have a device. I have this vape device, and it has like THC stuff, and it's getting me high. Honestly, so good.
Yeah, we don't do drugs
And that's I gotta
unless it's
go.
legal.
Was
You
pleasure
got a
meeting you.
card for it.
Oh, well, see you guys.
Bye bye.
God
Battery ran out.
Yeah, I swear I'm just killing time every time. It's all jokes.
Morning, guys. Where were you trying to get him to go, Ranger?
Nowhere at all.
What were you trying to get him to understand directions or something?
I just wanted to see if he would do any self-evaluation. It wasn't really flat Earth related. I just wanted to see if he knew anything about anything.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, he lives off the grid, but his mum pays his internet so he can come onto Discord and brag about how he lives off the grid.
Off the
What do you
grid with a
mean?
vape.
With a vape, yeah.
No, flat earthers will get it. They'll relate.
Anything worthwhile lately?
Yeah, somebody drop a cash app in the chat. What do you think would be the reaction if Donald Trump came out and said the earth is flat and we need to do something about it?
We brace ourselves for the influx of stupidity that's going to land in this room.
I'd say it's a psyop just to try and make us look bad.
Man, it is very odd, and it's definitely can get twisted in some off-topic discussion, you know, but doesn't negate the fact that it's a crazy world, isn't it? The very fact that we're here lets everyone is a testimony of how crazy this world is. Why do we have to be here in this type of server? Right? It's a crazy ass world. Information out there. Mainly, what are lies, right? I mean, you can't get away from it. I don't think they are going to say the world is a plane. I don't think it's going to be an admission, personally. I think they'll just keep moving it, adding to it.
Yeah, I see them being super ignorant and just focusing on how many soldiers they have, how many people or they have to combat the people that believe the opposite.
Here's my prediction. AI is going to get wind of every argument that we have, every solid argument that we have. Now, I've thought this through. There's no way to fake. There's no way to fake. And this is the good news. Level and plumb. You can't AI or get funded messages or any kind of scientific anything that can challenge that. That's rock solid. So we'll never lose things like that. But, man, I'll bet very soon AI begins deep fake with showing curvature, right? Videos. So here's Elon real recently. You know what he wants to do? He wants to live stream Fort Knox, opening the vault door, as if the commander-in-chief has no access to the Fort Knox, right? Supposedly hasn't been audited here in the United States since the 40s. No one has authority to look in this vault of the Treasury of the taxpayers, supposedly. So here's Elon. He got asked, hey, what about that? Let's check out the Fort Knox and see if our gold's still there. He's like, oh, yeah, almost forgot. What we're wanting to do is maybe live stream. First thing I'm thinking is complete deep fake. Shiny gold, just like watching the capsule dive into the water, and there's the dolphins. This iconic view of what the public has in their mind they want to see, which, by the way, that capsule in the water with the dolphins thing has been used before. Like the dolphins know, right? So deep fake AI, all the public needs to see is that mental advertisement, that mental image. And their job is done as far as the pipers of the video, right? Their job is done. We have provided the video evidence to the public, and the public nods. That's good enough for me. Why would they lie about this footage? Here's all your gold, people. You see it glistening and stacked up in beautiful bars and shining. Here's us opening the vault door, right? Just like you want to see it in your mind. Here's all your gold. That place has probably been raped since the 30s, right? Yeah, just saying. That's why I say this is a little bit off topic. But if we're talking about like where this is really headed from the pipers who got us here to begin with, I don't think they're going to change. I don't think there's going to be an admittance from the country saying, oh, yeah, we lied to you. You know, gravity's not a pulling force, it's a pushing. We lied to you. It's not a globe, it's a plane. uh, you know, whatever. I don't think they're going to come out and say, hey, you guys are right. So,
Right on
No,
my
but sorry, I
right
was
on
going
my.
to say, but they might say, but you can think of it as
right, right. You can think of it. Yeah, that's kind of the way they word it. Yeah.
Sorry, we clashed there, Ranger. Go ahead, mate.
Oh, you good? It was nonsense. My wife's sister said she wants to sit on your lap and light your cigars, Rado.
Well,
Holy shit.
I'm open for a date.
Rado's got this voice that was the narrator, the narration of some old show, and I can't fucking put my finger on it. It was like Daniel Boone or something like that, like from back in the heydays. And Rado's got the exact same fucking voice, man. I swear. There's this old show I remember from when I was a kid. I just can't put my finger on it.
I was told yesterday about doing the Western voiceovers. Do I really sound Western?
Kinda,
Do I
yeah,
have an
like it's like that.
Okay.
Yeah, like you can just hear you narrating something, like over the top of some old show like that, like Bonanza or something.
Yeah, we call it
You're
country.
old.
Yeah, like a country twang.
Hmm. Well, I am in the South, but I've never really noticed much of my own accent, I guess.
Well, women love the accent. Australian women do. Anyway,
Yeah, it's kind
they're
of
working.
like just on the where this is going thing. I mean, you see what Jaron's doing. He's
What's
morphed
that?
into he's kind of some sort of hybrid thing, right? He's not really making a stance one way or the other. It's very vague. In other words, he dances around, right? He's
Seems
not
He has
on
an
the.
identity
influence.
crisis. Yeah.
Well, he's widening it. Right? I mean, so he's kind of saying, yeah, the measure's flat, but we know it's a globe because everything works within the math. Plus, we saw the sun and this and that. I mean, the whole thing can absolutely be orchestrated. Is my first, you know, read, but not pointing a finger of judgment. There's not enough information, but something weird is happening. But just like as more and more people understand this, what would the response be from the people who brought us this message, the globe message? What would the response be? I don't know if it would be a flat out, this has been wrong. What you say is right now. Seems like it'd be still fuzzy, right? Some aspects are measurably flat kind of thing. Not actually saying, kind of like what Jaron's doing, right? That'd be my prediction. If the pipers of the message had to concede some things because the people are just not allowing it anymore, just the concession to the point of what the people aren't allowing. But other than that, if they allow more, then the pipers will still pipe it. That's my prediction. Kind of Jaron is moving into he's, as far as I know, which I don't know much about what Jaron's saying. This is kind of what I've been hearing because I haven't checked it out myself. But, he's still saying, from what I understand, that The Earth still measures flat, but it's a globe. So, what does that say? That's why I was saying it kind of sounds like where Jaron is going to go next is this whole Lindsay Harris style.
Yeah, I think you called it. I see it as them promoting the division, not coming to any concessions or admittance to the Earth being flat, just um, counting on people fighting over it and never having to concede.
The people do the work for them. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
that's why I see it as like what you said with Jaron. It has to be like some outside influence, these standing contradictions that didn't even surfaced months ago. Like it's sounding weird, like something happened in between that point and this point, and it's kind of obvious. And I don't watch any of the videos, so I mean, you can tell, like you can spot it first if you watch a video from a couple of years ago and a video from after the TFE. You can notice the difference. You notice the difference.
What, in what Jaron's saying, you mean?
Yeah, he goes from being sure to stating standing contradictions and then pushing forward. It's like real strange. And it was someone here who mentioned it and prompted me to go watch the video. So yeah, I wouldn't have known about it, but you can pretty much tell and you can identify these tactics by these people. You don't need to speculate if you're honest and you believe what you're saying, or even if you're convinced by what you're saying, you wouldn't have to resort to such tactics.
The ears that hear all this TFE thing, it's funny how they have, I mean, who's Jaron anyway? Who's he supposed to be? As far as the way that the globe is looked at and the respect of the lab coats, the scientists, right? Jaron is not one, but people are exalting his information as if he were one. If the shoe were on the other foot and it was this side of the plane saying, we're going to send we're going to send QE and, maybe Nathan or something to go do something. One of the first things that would be challenged is these guys aren't scientists. These guys have no authority. So whatever they find out is null, really, would be my guess on how they'd be treated if they were going to go experiment or do something that showed the plane, right? Some hands on action. They'd get dismissed, would be my guess, because they're not of authority, right?
Yeah, you mean
It's a
by the
double.
narrative or from the people as a whole?
Yeah, the people viewing it. It's a double standard kind of thing, right? They put so much credibility if it comes from the scientist, without question, it must be real. But I'm just saying, Jaron's not one of those. But he's getting treated, his word is getting treated like one, as if this is solid proof about TFE, when in fact his character is, very questionable.
Yeah, I feel like they want that kind of chaos. That's the stuff they revel in and the stuff they would rather have most of. You have people confused and fighting amongst each other that will never figure it out.
Yeah, man. Division's the name of the game. You get those pockets going of division, the people do the work for you. They fight it out. All the pipers need is the megaphone. The generals aren't actually fighting the war, are they? Right? That kind of thing.
Absolutely not. They're in the AC telling the other guys what to do. and they aren't even telling the guys what to do.
Yeah. I don't know if it's loyalty necessarily or just self defense in some way, like a protection that you don't want to admit something's wrong, that you know, or that what you believed in is wrong, because it's so comforting to have those things. And I guess it's uncomfortable if you feel like you've lost them or if you have to start over. So this fight, but you see how people not only continue on with the exact rhetoric of the globe, but they'll make stuff up on their own just to protect it, doing the work for the message.
Yeah,
They'll make stuff up. Yeah, go ahead.
that's what I was going to say. I feel like it's a combination of them because they had the indoctrination, and then they have the feelings incorporated. Don't be different. Don't be the odd man out. And then you have their own imagination based off of those things they learned through those years and how they formed their own opinions. So these people are reacting in strange ways to the subject because it's that deep. Most people would rather not know nothing about a subject. They feel like they know everything about a subject.
Amidst all that and all the things that this is up against, it's it's nice when people come in here and they leave thinking about it, or they leave and they have understood something that they didn't before. That's happening.
Oh yeah, it definitely seems like it's happening more. But it used to be these guys would have the conversation and then the next day ignore all of those things because they're trying to confirm their narrative, what they believe, and their bias because they don't want to be the odd man out. Like I said the first time, it's like
Yeah. Yep. Up against that too, man. It's not just the info, it's a psychological, it's a sociological aspect we're up against too. Getting people to leave the comfort of the herd, so to speak. This isn't a comfortable place to be, and you can't really be reckless with the info because it's like Sabina Hassenpfeffer or whatever her name is. She's basically laying it out. Okay. I mean, if she's real, she's supposedly in academia, right? So she's university level. So she represents this tier, this class of people and this class of mindset. She's basically telling you, yeah, we get funded for these ideas, right? And these are the scientists' bread and butter to come up with these ideas, whether they're factual or not, to present these theories that get funded, right? And basically, she's saying you either get on board with this or you can pick up cans on the side of the road. That's from her mouth with the picking up cans thing, right? So basically, she's saying you get in the game or you're going to be unemployed. You can be a loser like these flat earthers and not be in the academic game of money, right? And all this fun science and money. If the money were not there, it'd be a whole different set of information. If there was zero money, oh yeah, think of all the stuff that would not be said from
yeah,
scientists.
they need
Yeah,
that fear factor. That's the the engine of the whole operation. They need the fear factor, fear of being left out, fear of being wrong, fear of consequences, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, consequence of leaving the herd, of the majority's thought, you know? And then they try to kind of belittle anything outside of that. So this information here, for example, will be archaic, right? That's a belittling of this information. This is the old information of what old dumb people used to think before we were smarter as a civilization. And now we're bright, brilliant minds that look into the stars for, right, the next bit of intelligence. And we're not confined to those old archaic beliefs of level and plumb type of thing. So they've given us a bad rep. And that's how we have to start this whole thing, with that reputation. But
Yeah,
it's getting some respect these days.
that's why on this side I don't hold any of the outbursts or reactions or mannerisms against anybody on this side, at least for people that know, because I understand, people have their days, their things going on, but this subject gets really, 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 really serious when you have people who just won't get it, come back and insult and try to discredit you and have people lose their jobs. Like, that shit doesn't happen on the other side. It's crazy. They don't fight like this against anything else.
What's funny is, with all that stacked against us, when the globe representatives get in the ring, man, they fold and collapse. They go down quick. They're bringing nothing. That's what's so funny about it. That's what's so ironically humorous about the whole thing, to me. With all that backing, with all that time, with all the stuff, right? All the video of space and all this stuff, right? It just collapses so fast when they actually put the gloves on. Yeah, I love it.
You got those layers of not just I was wrong. You got I was wrong and proven wrong by this guy. And no, I don't like it. He's wrong. The subjects change. We start appealing to other people and what they say, and it gets messy. Either you start insulting people or you rinse and repeat like you didn't learn anything.
The one guy last night that was in here, very had next to no info, but very pompous with his attitude, kind of mocking everyone in here. And he had one picture where he thought he saw a curve in the water, a hump, right? It's just so pompous about it. There's going to be more and more of this kind of thing, I think. Pictures and video, like I'm saying, that are but what we're looking at here, when people come in pompous like that, they bring in one picture. That's a standard for them of evidence. And they can hold to that if they want to, if they think that's good enough. And that's all they need. I mean, what can you do about that? There's going to be those types that aren't really requiring a lot of evidence to say we're on the globe and this is good enough to see something like that, a photo that's been doctored or what have you. Because the fact is, there's not going to be any water doing that. So something has to be up for water to be doing that. Either the photo is edited or there's movement in the water, but you know, we're going to see more and more. We can rely on north, plumb, level, and water. Those things will never change in reality. But we're going to be seeing how they might change. They might start showing us crooked plums. Who knows? You know?
Dude, they're already there with crooked plums. It's in their surveying manuals. They say it's gravitational deflection.
Yeah, there's that. There is that. They're never going to really be able to hang them and show it unless they've manipulated it somehow, like the Cavendish crap, some sort of parlor trick, you know.
What's also interesting is they're hanging on the same claims from like 5 years ago. They've got their meme stack and they just rotate through them. There's nothing new that they've ever brought in the past few years to this.
That's what's humorous.
Yeah, and I
To
think
me.
part of it is they're afraid to because they think that what they're relying on, because it's older, has been through more due diligence. They're afraid to bring new claims.
We should be overwhelmed if we were incorrect. We should be digging out of our own graves here if we were incorrect. But that's not the case.
Yeah, the joke is that these anti-flatties come in here to share old beliefs, and we're here to give them new ideas.
Yeah, well, actually, to be more accurate, we're reclaiming older ideas that have never changed. In fact, you know, have been linear through since men have understood these aspects, concepts, put the mind to creating a mimic tool like plumb and level. How long has that been around? Before the sextant. Yeah. So these aren't new things we're bringing. The new art is from the globe. Yeah, it's definitely a reclamation. Not letting them rob it and mock it. Like the kind of stuff they try to do with a triangle. How basic and fundamental is a triangle? Look what they try to do to that poor thing. Yeah, we need some heroes, guys. Some defenders here.
It's gotten so bad where they say, yeah, the triangle has straight sides, but the space-time fabric that the triangle is embedded in is curved. So you can never tell.
And the translation to that is a triangle is subjective. A triangle is subjective, is the translation. Is that true? No. It's very rigid, isn't it? Yeah. Very strict, very narrow what a triangle is, and ipso facto dictates exactly what a triangle is not as well. That's really just kind of a small example of what we're doing here, isn't it? preserving something. I guess when it comes down to it.
I mean, yeah, listen to the mental derangement, right? They say science never proves things, and science proves Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Well, it's good. We've led into a statement like that, even to break down, all right, well, what is science? That's a good call on our part. I think breaking down science, what the word means, and like a triangle, what it's not, what it doesn't mean. These are good boundaries to point out. Be right back, gents.
You could argue that science is everything, really, isn't it? You could literally pick any example of anything and claim that's science, like art.
Right. What's
It's a very
happened is a
loose
lot of
term, isn't
artists
it?
called pseudoscientists have tried to change the definition of what science entails.
Mhm. Yeah. But it's like art in the way that you can just throw a bucket of paint on the floor and say that's art. You know, you can kind of say anything is science in the same manner. So it doesn't even umbrella a group of words, does it? It's literally, it doesn't really have a meaning.
You can say anything, but whether it's truthful or not, that's another question.
How about another one? They say, no, so relativity, right? Relativity claims not a single absolute reference frame. They're all relative to each other. And at the same time, the Globers claim that relativity proves without a doubt that the Earth is in motion around the sun. You know, we don't need to bring positive claims to the table when we can just sit back in our chairs and point out all the contradictions that the Globies bring. Like, we can't even get to making positive claims yet because we haven't gotten through all the contradictions of the globe.
Well said. That's just brilliant, mate. Unreal. They made the rod for their own back, didn't they?
Right. And what's funny is like we invoke their own sources as hostile witnesses of ours to demonstrate how bereft of logic and any kind of rational consistency their side is. And they don't understand. They don't understand that that's what we're doing. They'll shoot back and say, oh, so you trust NASA as a source now. You trust that as a source now. And we say, no, we don't. We're just showing that your own sources disagree with what you're saying. So get your story straight, folks. The circular logic. Omnivore in here bringing reciprocal zenith angles, right, as proof of the globe. I mean, isn't it funny how their own literature says that Earth is a lumpy geoid, and therefore the Earth isn't conformal to the ideal WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. It's got undulations due to the uneven distribution of mass and gravity. Therefore, plumb lines are going to be off. You won't be able to measure reliably any reciprocal zeniths that are ideally conformal to the reference ellipsoid. And yet that's what they bring. Everybody from like Omnivore to Jesse Path of Light and all these hobbyist surveyors keep showing us time and time again perfect, absolute globe conformal curvature. Why is that? Well, because they're using a reference ellipsoid and they're fitting data to it. And their own literature says don't do that because Earth is not this perfectly smooth reference ellipsoid. They're going to be flat parts for miles. They're going to be concave parts for miles in places, especially the kind of locations that they present their surveying data from. So their own techniques say use this reference geoid model in conjunction with WGS84 in order to adjust your theodolite readings to the geoid, because you have curving plumb lines and you have deflecting plumb lines. But they skip over that part. I think the math is really too hard. So it's like, you want to impress me with a curvature claim. Don't show me this bricked nonsense with Jesse Path of Light's perfectly ideal WGS84 conformal observations that have been cherry-picked. Go through the process of doing geoidal corrections, like you should, because you're claiming to doing geodesy. Do the whole thing. Then I'll be more impressed, and then we can talk about the problems from there. I mean, this is like some amateur showing me their stupid, messed up, amateurish science fair project, and saying, "See, this is absolute professional quality, high level sophistication proof of the globe," and it's just some like claptrap rattle trap that they got with a freaking pegboard on a hobby table. And it's clear that they have a very rudimentary understanding of what they themselves are dealing with. And they think that they're educating us. Yeah, no, I'm not impressed with these reciprocal zenith angle claims that lack any process that's conformal to standards of geodetic surveying. Like your own globers who are familiar with these concepts in geodesy would reject your claims because you didn't do it right. So why don't you go do it right and then come back to us? But they don't have anything. It's why they keep showing us this data from 5-6 years ago without any updates. They don't have anything. And what's madness is the same people bring up the same claims and are defeated with the same arguments and come back the next day with the same claims as if it never happened. In fact, I've watched them get soundly defeated by our panel here, bugger off in embarrassment, and then land in another server like Earth Awakenings, and then continue on with the same presentation there from the top.
You know what's sad too is it's all this is getting referenced. Like if you ask AI about reciprocal zenith angles, if you don't specify that it must use only like university level sources, it'll give you all this stuff from Bislin and Jesse Kozlowski and all them guys on YouTube and shit, and it'll be talking about it as if it's a matter of fact that this is how you measure Earth curvature and is the most direct way to do it. And it's disgusting.
It is. Dude, it is. I just encountered that this morning. I was interacting with AI, and it brings up flatearth.ws and Walter Bislin's, like you said. as primary references and the only references. And I'm thinking, okay, this used to never be the case. Who's been behind Perplexity? Who's been behind ChatGPT juicing the sources by giving extra weighted credibility to these things? Because that could not happen through logic and evidence. And yeah, you have to coach ChatGPT and say, no, I want authoritative references. You can spend time with it, right, and point out the logical flaws in these flatearth.ws memes. That's pretty trivial. But, barring that, so you don't waste time, you got to coach the AI and say, look, I'm not interested in your meme proofs, AI. Give me something more authoritative and more in depth. And when you do that, it says, oh, yes, I'm sorry. I should have looked at my own sources with more, with a more skeptical eye. You asked for more sophisticated, more credible, verifiable academic resources. I'm so sorry. Let's go search for some more. And then what does it do? It embeds more flatearth.ws in there.
Exactly. Like I've had it reference, like the whole like Pontchartrain thing. There's this one article out there that I found that's from an academic saying, guys, this is not good, man. This is not. Yeah, the Earth's a sphere, mate, but you're not going to find out by looking at this. And it doesn't get referenced by AI. It's sad.
Other things too, like it'll run through the claims, right? It'll present you latitude and
You broke up there.
Hold on. All right, so it'll show you like latitude and longitude along with the globe claim, and I'll say stop using a spherical reference ellipsoid, and it says I'm not using one. I'm like, well, but that's latitude and longitude. It goes, oh, you're right. Sorry. And the importance of getting away from that is to avoiding the affirming the consequent fallacy, which is everywhere. It's like, show me proof of this, that this distance is curved, and then they'll reference the locations between that distance using latitude and longitude and say, see, it curves because we're using latitude and longitude. Like, that's not quite a measured distance, is it? You just plugged in two coordinates in a lat-long system and then calculated the distance based off of the geodesic of that.
Just like, naughty, I see you.
Yeah, I'm so sick of it. Like the circular reasoning is embedded within AI, and the AI itself seems to be unable to see it.
Unable to or programmed not to.
Right. Because you think it would be
Yo, is that the
primed.
real Jordan BPG?
You think it'd be primed with all the, with logic, right?
Oh my god, why is the Flat Earth channel always the one with the highest people in? Like, do you guys actually care about this shit?
Well, the people who visit us do.
What?
Yeah, we're popular because everybody wants to talk to us, dude. I mean,
why would anybody want to talk to you guys about Flat Earth?
It's the most interesting topic in the server.
A better response. Why are you here talking to us? Answer your own question.
I'm just asking you guys, like, do you like this is like the least interesting topic to talk. There's so many other topics. Even
right, well, that's your opinion. It's not the shared opinion of everybody who's made us popular.
so you feel you feel proud because is this like your channel?
Well, yeah, I mean, we put the time and effort in. Shouldn't we feel proud of putting the time and effort in and what we've achieved as the most popular channel in the politics
Sure.
server? I mean, come on.
Sure, yes, you can, but it's just about the topic that is a little bit.
Yeah, but how you feel about it is your subjective opinion. You obviously don't share the same opinion as all the people that came in and made
No,
us popular.
absolutely, but do you actually believe in flat Earth?
Dude, you're in the
Well-
Flat Earth channel. What do you think?
That's kind of a dumb question to ask, honestly, right?
Like-
you come
like-
into a channel full of
Like,
flat
is it like
earthers
for
and say,
comedy? If it's like for comedy, then then I respect it.
Yeah, no, answer him directly. Absolutely not. We know it is, and you know nothing, and we can prove it right now.
You know what's comedy, bro? You think you live on a spinning space pear, right? Where it rains diamonds on Uranus, and scientists talk about hairy black holes and sideways glass
Who
rain.
gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, and one
Yeah,
day we'll maybe have a
If it's
hotel on
round,
Mars.
pussy tastes the same. Women are
Yeah,
still
we
as
don't keep it.
beautiful as they
Keep it.
are.
Keep it
know,
not provocative. We're going to keep it
having-
grown up and intellectually honest. We don't have to descend into chaos, insults, and womanizer.
Yeah, bro needs to come back when CB's around.
I had to mute you, dude. I had to mute that guy. Like,
Yeah.
I
was just about to click the button and it's like, shit, someone else beat me. No, we're not flat earthers. We just all like hanging out in here. Fucking clown.
I don't think any of you are Flat Earthers.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your purpose in here today?
yeah. Would it upset you to learn that we are?
No, I mean, if you were Flat Earthers, that'd be great, because so am I. But the thing is, I don't think any of you actually are Flat Earthers.
Yeah, would it upset you to find out that we were?
Okay, tell me why you think the Earth is flat then.
It's measured flat.
Yeah, water at rest is level and is used as a horizontal reference plane everywhere on Earth.
Okay, that checks out. That's true. All right,
Yeah,
so tell me.
fundamental properties of nature, no thinking necessary. It proves it. We know it.
Okay, I have one last
This is
question
why
for
we
you
don't
to
need a
prove it.
model, right? We don't need a model because we can benchmark our claim to reality in nature instead of a model.
Actually, you kind of do need a model if you're going to prove it.
No, I told you why we don't need one. Now, why don't you address that if you
You
disagree?
just said that. But
So
yeah,
you've just proven to us that you're not a flat earther.
no,
saying
I am
that.
I am a flat earther. Most flat earthers who
Okay.
come in here, you just mute them. And
Okay.
the fact
You
you're
said that
talking
you
over
need a
me,
model.
Okay.
the fact you're talking over me means you're scared of being found
You
out. that you're
just
not a flat
said
earther.
that we need a model. That's
You
a
do need
fail.
you do need a model. Yes.
No, I told you
No,
why we don't need a model. Can you repeat back to me
The
what
Earth
I
is
said so I know
the
you
Earth is
understood
a
me?
fucking dome. The Earth is a dome.
No, dude, can
It's a
you
dome.
listen? All right, I'm going to repeat myself because apparently you don't like to listen. I said the reason why we don't need a model is because we reference nature itself as a horizontal reference plane. It's not that we are hand waving dismissing this. The justification is we don't need one because nature offers the true reference. Water at rest is level.
Yeah, so buddy, if you want to have a good faith conversation, right, a back and forth, we're more than happy to. But if you want to act like a troll, right, and just whine, then we're just going to treat you like one.
Okay, so I don't think you're trying to have an actual discussion because it's just a dog pile. You talk over me and then you mute people and use your bot power. So it's not really a discussion, is it?
Not going to work
I
out.
think you know that.
If you do that, it's not going to work out for you. You could just leave right now, right? Or you can have a good faith conversation, right? If you just want to whine, you're not going to stay here. It's very simple. We don't care, right? We get trolls coming in here all day long, right? We're not looking to talk to trolls, right? So if you want to ask a question, right, and have a good back and forth about it without whining about flat earthers, right, then let's give it another try. Right? Do you have any globe evidence or do you have any questions for the flat earthers in the panel?
We'll take your silence as a no. Thank you.
These people have their ideas about flat earthers in their mind when they get in here. Have a few sentences
Dude, you're
of
not a flat
dialect
earther. You're a
exchange.
fucking
Shut up, I'm
grifter
talking.
and a liar and a
Shut up.
hell beast.
Shut up. A few sentences of dialogue back and forth, and then they descend into knowing nothing or nuh-uh.
Well,
Oh
at
my
least I'm
God.
not disappointed. I got to see him spiral out. I got 4 minutes and I'm sitting there going, come on, I need a spiral out. Just one spurg, that's all I need. And we got...
We might have one.
Oh, lucky me.
I guarantee
Yeah.
you a lot of people come in today.
Why is that? Any specific reason?
I just went word of mouth, share, friend, and family crazy. Yeah, pretty much everyone I know is flat earthers. They don't know about these apps. So a bunch of people might come in that are skeptics, flat earthers, globe earthers, don't care, maybe care, bored. You know the usual.
Yep.
Bring it on. Let's go. You got model earthers telling us now that we're not real flat earthers. It's just rich, man.
Yeah, we immediately identified that it didn't make any sense what he was saying. So he's obviously not a flat earther, or he's just confused.
No, he's just a troll. As soon as he said we needed a model, insta-fail. He was sprung.
His wig fell off.
We'll just put it out the back with the rest of them.
We're going to need a bigger box.
Yeah, the instant go to, you need a model to prove reality is like the biggest own goal fail that they could do, and they come in here and do that. It exposes the fact that they don't really know what models are, how to use them. They would know what one looked like if they actually showed one. And then it shows that they are bereft of reason. Because if you're benchmarking reality claims to something that's not real for proof that your reality claim is something that's real, you're doing it backwards.
Yeah,
The model being the not real thing.
Yeah, didn't mean to interrupt. Just simply circular reasoning. They're using a thing that they haven't proven to prove the thing that they haven't proven yet.
That's right. And even acknowledging that models are imperfect representations, they're descriptions of what could be happening. They're benchmarking a reality claim to that, to something that's already understood to be less than real. I don't understand, like, why is this such a hard concept to grasp, that models aren't reality? I mean, if you want to prove something, you're going to have to obtain evidence empirically, and then you're going to have to form a logical deductive syllogism using that evidence. That is the crown jewel of proof. And if the globe was that simple to prove, then let's see it. Let's see you do that. Let's see you grab us the empirical evidence, not the modeled evidence. And then let's see you justify your explanation with a deductive syllogism.
Right. And me being
your options are modus tollens and modus ponens.
Yeah. And me being able to utilize a water level doesn't require me to have understood or explained how, eclipses work or seasons or any of that garbage, right?
That's right. That's right. And chances are they can't explain eclipses. Right? I mean, have you seen that one video that's been going around the last few years? It's like a guy with short hair. He's in front of like a solar system. He's pointing to it. Why eclipses are wrong or something. And he goes through all like the different 14, 15 vectors of motion that they claim has to be calculated in order to produce eclipse predictions, which end up inevitably, failing in some case anyway, due to the lack of observable geometry, the syzygy alignment in many cases of the bodies. It's a pretty good video. And it's not done by a flat earther or anything like that. It's just the guy showing, hey, look, eclipses are freaking weird, guys. Check this out. You've got like precession and nutation, and you've got all these like wobbles and motions and things like that. Chances are the globies that come in and make their claims about eclipses don't know anything about all those motions, which go into them and their claim in the first place. So then you can say, all right, Globey, why don't we stick with something more fundamental? Let's talk about T-Dub's water level. No, not that. We want to stay on eclipses, guys.
Right.
I've been asking a bunch of globe earthers recently, do you think it would be possible to trick a group of people into thinking they went to space, right, but they never actually left the Earth? Right. Yesterday I asked Matthew Learns, I asked Mushkane, right? They're all like, no way, that would be impossible. Right, but there's a TV show called Space Cadets made back in 2005 where they tricked like 10 people or something like that legitimately into thinking they went to space. It was just a prank.
Yeah, and what was Matthew's response? Well, that could all just be scripted. They may not have, they're just acting like they didn't know.
Yeah, he hadn't seen it when he said that, right? And you can watch the show, right? These are just random people, right? They're not professional actors. You can tell when people are acting and faking it, right? These people were blown away, when they thought that they saw the Earth from space, from their little capsule that was kind of rocking around on hydraulics. But yeah, it was very expensive. They put a lot of money into it, to trick them. They had all these training sessions with fake professionals, and pretty hilarious watch, actually. Links in the side chat there if anyone wants to check it out. But if they can do that, right, on a few $1 million budget or whatever it was back in 2005, imagine what they could do with a $25 billion budget. Very easy to trick people, right? They had a few plants in with the people that got tricked, and the plants were saying during it, they were like, oh my god, these people will just believe anything that these so-called professionals tell them about space.
Yeah, strategy wins games. These people have us confused by layers and narratives, and it's kind of hard to break through, especially when you don't want to. And people will settle for what makes sense to them, and even if it doesn't make sense, they'll fight tooth and nail for it and have no idea what they're talking about. And that's the funniest thing to me, because why would you defend something that you don't understand, find out you don't understand it, get embarrassed about not understanding it, and then persist? Extremely strange.
Extremely strange. It's the ego, isn't it?
Right, and then they call us cult members.
This whole thing never used to happen when, they all come in here, they're talking about, oh, where's your model, right? That never used to happen right? This
That's
is
right.
all due. These idiots, they think about, like, they hear about flat Earth, they go on YouTube, they do a search, they watch Simon Dan, Professor Dave, right? They fall for their straw man bullshit, and then they see our channel, they come in, and they get destroyed, right? And they all say
Yeah.
the same shit with the model thing.
Yep, that's absolutely true. It's a new phenomenon. It really is, the model thing. And then yeah, I mean, you can go in and check them out. I've done this. I've seen it. They do say this all the time. Simon, Dan, Professor Dave, they all say it. And they don't even have a model. If you want to ruin a flurf, just ask them, "Show me your model," and you win.
Show us your model. That's like the ultimate insult. Just show me your model. I'll give you a model, you little shit.
Well, it's annoying the way they do it as well. They say, well, this doesn't work on the flat Earth model, right? And you're like, well, we don't have a model. And they're like, oh, you don't have a model? It's like,
got you, Flurf. Yeah.
And
Yep.
you, Sporadic, you pointed this out this morning for me, or yesterday, I think it was, the amount of Mars stuff that they've all been referring to lately.
Yes. It's weird.
Wow.
Isn't it weird? It's like they all get a software patch overnight. and then they show up here and you know, they show us their new software patch.
I think it's been 3 in the last week have brought up the Martian atmosphere.
Yeah, you've noticed that too. The Martian atmosphere claim. Seemingly unconnected people who don't know each other coming in at different times throughout the past week. Well, Mars lost its atmosphere and, you know, due to magnetic gravity. Oh.
Yep.
Like their claim is incoherent. I mean, which means it probably didn't come from them because they're all repeating the same incoherent claim. It came from somebody they trust. Somebody that they trust.
317 uploaded.
Yep, they got their software patch from a trusted source.
Yep, a Borg upgrade.
They added McToon to the repository. Yep, I mean, I remember once when McToon said that there are 3 horizons for the next like 2 months. It was, there are 3 horizons in the Black Swan image, guys. Like, and that's all we heard from people because McToon said it.
I'm glad McToon never said to do something dangerous. Holy shit. Ah, it cracks me up when you hear him come here and quote McToon, Simon Dan, Professor Dave. Who's that other one that I... was it Creaky Blinder? He's a fucking idiot. Oh, man. They come in here and it's like, yep, I've just got me Professor Dave book and I'm going to go and towel up some flat earthers. How come you can't see both sides of the moon if the earth's flat? Fuck it. If the earth was flat, you'd be able to do this. Shame we can't program a bot that as soon as someone says if the earth's flat, just insta-mutes them. Anyways, that's just me thinking. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. I shall leave you all in peace. Have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I shall catch you tomorrow. Peace, guys.
All right. Yeah, good night.
Catch you later, man.
Cheers, mate.
Seems like you just said that an hour ago.
Yeah, he said 4 minutes about an hour ago. Oh, it does actually. No, I know what you mean, Flat Earth Ranger. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. I was like, didn't he just say that a few hours ago?
Yeah, I thought it was me. I've been up for over 48 hours now.
Yeah, no, I noticed that happens. I'm like, shit. How long I've been on here for? I swear he just said that.
That was yesterday when he went to bed.
Yesterday was a good day in politics and religion server. Like we had like 3, 4, maybe 5 people in a row come in just complete good faith, no ego, right? Being respectful, asking questions, asking for links to videos, and just like having like good faith conversations. It's very rare in this particular politics server. It's not as rare in the politics and religion server, but when does that really ever happen in this server?
Never.
Not very often. Almost never.
Yeah. We've gone through everybody, so we're experiencing the retreads.
I'm just glad you were there to be the global whisperer again, because like after that dude started off the bat was saying, "Well, what's objective reality?" You know, I was just like, "Nah, see ya, can't do this." DJ, take over.
I was glad you shut that shit down. You were like, "Yeah, buddy, I've zoned out already." But yeah, no, they were good guys.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. There's been a lot of that lately, and everyone who's Agent Smiths are going to be Agent Smiths, and we're going to either have an influx or they're going to push that more of that division. Like I was in a grocery store yesterday or the day before yesterday, and I had Discord playing loud, and then she said, "Did they just say flat Earth?" And they didn't even flat Earth wasn't even mentioned. It was like about horizontal and the nature of the Earth and talking about NASA or something. But the girl said, Are they talking about flat Earth?" And she knew about it, and she said, "Yeah, everybody's on that now. Everybody knows the Earth is flat now." So I feel because more people are hearing about it, it'll be more people coming in, and a bigger push against it at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw a poll a little while back, and it was from a lady on X. She has like 30,000 followers, never posts anything about flat Earth whatsoever, right? But she does have good videos, right? That flat earthers would kind of be into. But she did a poll, right? Is the Earth flat or a globe? And 10,000 people voted, right? It came in 67% flat versus globe.
Wow.
But, oh man, I hate to do this. There's this they do this psychology study where, if you're able to see the votes and, consensus people alter their answer based off of other people. And when it comes to this subject in this day and age, yeah, most people would like to be different, but most people would not like to be wrong and different and be singled out for it. So I believe most people would, either be trolling or actually feel, like they're different, so they would choose the different answer. It's kind of psychological, so it's kind of, you can't pinpoint it or you can't say definitively, but you have to factor these things in. So
Oh yeah, I'm sure that happens in some of the votes, but it's still an interesting result.
oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Here's the poll in the side chat there.
Was the lady who conducted the poll shocked at the result?
I didn't ask her.
Yeah, I thought she was like more biased towards flat Earth. I'm not. I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can look her up on Twitter. I had a good scroll through her posts. There was nothing about flat Earth I could find except for this.
Maybe she's like, oh crap, 60% of my fans are these freaking moron flat earthers. Ugh.
Or she's the weird one, the popular one with the following, making people choose her point of view. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I've seen a lot of polls where people in their audience, right, are like talking about flat Earth. They're like, no one believes in that. I'm going to do a poll on the spot right now just to prove to you that most people think it's a globe, right? And every time I see that kind of thing happen, they get shocked, right? Way more flat Earth votes come in than they expect.
Yeah, didn't InfoWars do one and it was like 34% or something?
Oh, yeah. Yep. That was a ton of votes, too.
Yeah, that was the one that I feel like was affected by influence, where they had it live and people, and the way they were talking about the subject, people change their mind or choose a certain way in that moment. So, I guess I don't mean to be,
I notice more and more people are calling bullshit on NASA as well, even if they don't subscribe to like flat Earth, right? They're saying that NASA is definitely suspect.
Yeah, that's why I see a systematic shift from it being about NASA, and more about the individual with a bunch of money and such. So, strange tactics are going to keep coming out of left field, and then it seems like they don't care about the reaction as long as there's that chaos. We can't have everybody talking about flat Earth. Let's throw in some left fielders. Let's throw in some wrenches, and let's throw these spike strips out, and inadvertently, defer people, get the popular people talking about it, and all these factors. We have to remember.
All these CGI moon landings by private space companies, I think, has been opening people's eyes. The latest one, even the mainstream, like all the fans are like, dude, that's CGI. Like normies are no, like what you were saying, DJ, earlier. What was it called? The Blue Ghost landing that they did, that company out of Texas, I think. And they showed like some 4K supposed live stream of the moon rotating underneath, and it looks like Terragen. Looks like that app Terragen, the free version.
Deep down, even these anti-flat earthers know that the moon landing footage and right, a lot of this footage is just ridiculous. That's why they don't use it in these debates. We're the only ones that use the moon landing footage in these debates. We're like, look how ridiculous this looks, right? They never come in here and they're like, look, I've got this video proof. How can you debunk it? They don't do that because they know it looks ridiculous. Right, and I noticed that more and more recently, right? They're not using, right, like Tesla, not Tesla, SpaceX, right? They put those people up in the capsule apparently, and the Globers did not use that, right? Because it just looked laughable. It looked like a freaking mannequin or something like this. And then the other day they did that apparent pole-to-pole circumnavigation, right? Haven't heard a peep about it from the Globers.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're scared. They're scared. They know that their side does not provide the support they need. Remember that that mannequin, the take my strong hand guy popping up out of there, the pimp hand thing going on? It looks like a total mannequin. You know that guy? That guy is a billionaire and is now the new NASA director.
What?
Yeah. His name is like Isaiah Schmulenstein or something.
Mm.
He's a billionaire who went to like the Air Force Academy, and he collects private fighter jets from around the world for fun. And he decided to become a private astronaut. And he started his own space company. and then he was selected by whatever it was, SpaceX or freaking Blue, whatever Origin. I forgot which one that was. And that was supposedly him that popped up out of the hatch, silhouetted against Earth with the freaking broken T-Rex arm, wobbling around, and then going back in his hole like a freaking groundhog afterwards. That guy was handpicked by the Trump administration to be the next NASA director, and he's there now. That I wish I had his name off the top of my head, but it was freaking unbelievable, dude.
Wow. Oh, here we go. I found that video. Take my strong hand.
Yeah, look up that guy. What's his name? I can't search right now.
Oh yeah, 1 second. Did you say NASA director?
Yeah.
It says here Janet Petra. Sounds like a woman.
No, gosh, what am I? Was he not selected then? Billionaire astronaut NASA director. Jared Isaacman. That was his name, Jared Isaacman. SpaceX. I'm sorry, I was able to hop on real quick. So anyway, that guy in the silhouette, that's him. Take my strong hand guy. That's that guy. Dang. He's younger than me. His story is just like something out of a Tartaria fiction novel. His life story is one of these unbelievable, like, Elon Musk initiatives. Born in New Jersey, attended public school there, offered a full-time technician at this place. He attended Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, worldwide campus, graduated with a bachelor's degree in professional aeronautics. Then he founded a retail payment processing company called United Bank Card. Generated $11 billion in revenue from 60,000 merchants. Whatever. Oh, processed $11 billion a year. 300 million revenue company. Remained CEO, sold it off. Founded Draken International to train armed forces pilots. He's flight qualified in multiple military jet aircraft. So I guess he didn't go to Air Force Academy. Setting world records for circumnavigating the globe. Like, it just goes on and on. The story gets taller and taller.
What the accomplishments?
Yeah.
Dude's Forrest Gump.
December 4th, he was nominated by Trump to serve as the 15th administrator of NASA, becoming the first ever nominee to be picked by a president-elect. His official nomination was made on Trump's inauguration. Yeah, so one of the things I didn't see here called out, but it's probably in here, like how he collects all these fighter jets from around the world just for fun. Like, where did this guy get this money? You're telling me that when he was like 18, he founded a credit card company and sells it for like hundreds of millions of dollars a few years later? How does that happen? Seriously? Like, you know, I get it. Some people step in holy dog shit, but this guy walks on it every day. U.S. fintech billionaire Jared Isaacman peeks out to space from a hatch structure called the Skywalker during the first private spacewalk performed by the crew of SpaceX's Polaris Dawn.
Move over, Elon.
So it's almost like they tried to turn this guy into another hero, and it didn't quite happen. At least maybe not yet. You know, they're trying to prime a story here. They got this guy, you know, billionaire playboy dude, loves space, loves doing everything space. He's got all this credibility, and everybody supposedly knows him and loves him. And then he does a high-profile private spacewalk mission, the first. They try to pump up his repertoire with that, saying, look, this is first private spacewalk guy. Like, he should be famous. Like, you know, kids should be talking about him in public schools 30 years from now. Kind of famous. And then they go to nominate him for NASA administrator, and nobody really cares. Nobody cares. Like, oh crap, we invested all this into this guy and nobody cares? Crap. So it might have been a failed narrative op. You know, and it's not like this would be the only one. Like they fail on crafting narratives all the time. I do wonder if we are at some kind of inflection point of growth and awareness of this topic in our community and outside, because when we start seeing normies question the CGI crap that's being put out by the so-called private space industry, I mean, we can take some responsibility for that, I'm sure. I mean, so did he get the nomination? It sounded like somebody else did. You're saying a woman was now nominated or is now serving as the administrator? I think it's funny his name is Jared Taylor Isaacman. Like, isn't there some right-wing racist dude named Jared Taylor?
That couldn't possibly be him at the hatch there. He'd never be able to get those ears in the helmet.
I know, right? Look at that. I mean, those ears would cause so much atmospheric drag at that altitude too. It'd slow down the capsule.
Hey, now, haven't you seen Dumbo?
You know, it's funny, like this guy, like he just checks all the boxes. His ears make him look like he's made for flight. It's funny, like you have all these other narratives that fit the same mold. The guy, the crypto scammer whose name was Bankman. I mean, for a while there was like some sex scandal or something, and that guy's name was like Waynell Sexton, or that girl, that reporter. She was reporting on some sex crime. Her name was Waynell Sexton.
For real?
There's going to be a
They're
troll.
just seeing if we're paying attention, if anyone's paying attention.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like the people who are behind this are saying, all right, these dumb idiots are supposed to catch on by now. They're supposed to get it. Why aren't they getting it? We can't make it more obvious than this, guys. Wow, seriously, it looks like NASA's going to scrap the new moon rocket design. Remember the new moon rocket they built for the is it the Artemis mission? And they're eventually going to put people in it and go to the moon, they say. And they repurposed some elements from was it the space shuttle program? They said. If you all remember that, but it looks like that whole endeavor is now going to be chopped and scrapped. Interesting.
It's kind of like they don't want you to keep track of all the stories as long as they push out the date far enough and add on multiple stories, and we'll forget about it. No one's keeping track.
Yo, Viking.
Yo, you in here, Viking? Yeah, is there a mod here? Somebody I know is trying to join VC. Always learning.
Yeah, what's the problem? They can't join.
Say again?
Oh, hang on.
Oh, you coming in solo, teed up?
So, what's the problem? Can they not join?
I can't hear a word of that.
Am I not coming through?
Yeah, it's super low.
I can hear you all right, T Dub.
Oh, there it is. Everybody's coming in.
Okay. Yeah. Is he having trouble getting in?
Good morning.
Hello.
Usually when I get a house, I like to come on the roof in the morning, you know, breathe the fresh air in and such. But I just bought this house a couple of months ago, and the police came to check on me because I'm sitting on my roof.
Good to know you've moved to a caring neighbourhood.
Oh yeah, I feel really safe.
Did they go on their way and leave you be?
No, he's still sitting there. told him I was seeing how hot it was for my garden while simultaneously getting some fresh air. Yeah, just doing stuff on my property. That's all. Okay, teed up. Any mods here?
Yeah, what's up, man?
You see that always learning guy? That's a guy trying to get into Discord, have a discussion.
I mean, we don't really have any control over whether they can or can't get in unless they've already been banned before.
He's new to
Might have,
Discord. He's new to Discord.
he probably has to have like the phone verification. That can be a thing, or sometimes like the two-factor 2FA. Are they trying to join this particular server, or are they already joined the server?
Yeah, he's trying to join this particular server. I'm gonna contact him again.
So what if you guys are wrong? Can we speculate on that? Huh?
They say, what if we're wrong? Did I hear that right? Hello. Thought I heard somebody say, what if we are wrong? Are you still here? Did leave already?
Yeah, he just said that and left.
Okay. What if we are wrong, Dawes? What about it?
I don't really entertain that thought because I know Earth's flat.
Yeah, to me, it's like you're telling water that its behavior is wrong, you know? You're telling nature that it's wrong. You know, we're just observing nature and accepting it as it presents itself, generally speaking, right? So you're telling nature it's wrong. So, I don't know.
It's like you got to lie to yourself, tell yourself you're wrong.
There's been many times this past 10 or so years I've been investigating this that I wished I was wrong, but everything kept reinforcing the fact that this globe thing is a lie. So, I've had this icon for 10 years. I've had no reason to change it as far as I can tell. Even circling suns or whatever else, you know.
It is what it is, mate. Just live your life.
There you go. I mean, either accept reality or you believe fantasy stories. And at least for me personally, I'm done believing fantasy stories, you know. I mean, the stories are cool, but that's all they are, just stories. Simple to say, but reality just is what it is. It's not our fault. We're just here to point out that this whole globe story is just that, a story. Anyway. Take a quick look through the panel here to see if there's any possible heliocentric believers in here. Don't see any obvious ones. Looks like a bunch of reality acceptors as far as I can tell. Let's see who I don't know. Pure Rigger, are you there? Is your mic working? Can you talk? Who else? 420, don't know you. You think you're on a spinning globe, zipping around through nothing? Yes, no, maybe. It's been Dead Air Dave. I'll shut up now.
Not true. The 10 Commandments prohibit bearing false witness against your neighbor. Okay. We finally. That's.
Holy shit! I know.
Here, I'm gonna play his clip about when he's talking about it's okay to lie. If you guys want to hear it.
Oh, I know you guys got him good there, but if you listen to the whole thing, he already explained what he's talking about.
Yeah, Rob, you don't need to interrupt. Be quiet while the clip's playing.
So please, I beg you, we have to stop claiming that the 10 Commandments prohibit lying. That's not true. The 10 Commandments prohibit bearing false witness against your neighbor. Okay. We finally get to my conclusion on the matter of lying and deception, and that is this. After carefully looking at both sides of the debate, and after taking a very deep dive into everything I could possibly find in Scripture regarding lying and deception, I have come to the conclusion that neither lying nor deception are inherently immoral.
Is that true or false, Rob?
Oh, you're not going to play the rest of it?
No, what you just said right there. Is that true or false?
It's true.
It's
100%.
true? Okay,
Yeah,
so
I can prove
now
it
we
too.
know where you
I
stand.
can prove it.
I can prove that you, by your own words, you believe that deception and lying are not immoral.
Yeah, under certain circumstances. If you let it play out, and let me explain it. Yeah, it depends. Now, what he was talking about is in situations where you're trying to save someone's life, or someone is in danger, or crime's been committed. You wouldn't lie to protect them people. You know what I'm saying, if someone's coming, if your wife's running down the street, and some guy's chasing her, and she runs in the house, and the guy goes, "Hey, you see that woman running? I'm going to kill her. Where's she at?" You wouldn't go, "Oh, she's in the house in the kitchen or in the basement." You know what I'm saying? You'd just be like, "I don't know where she's at," or beat the guy's ass, whichever one you want. But I'm saying those are times when lying would be applicable to not being immoral, because you're actually doing the moral thing. You're saving someone's life. God was not going to put you in hell for a little white lie like that. He's going to say, "I understand, my son. You had to do what you had to do." And that's what he's talking about.
But if those situations are in the Bible, how come he said he went through the Bible and didn't find those situations?
No,
then
that's
you
right.
wonder
No,
why people
he,
look into
no,
his past.
no, but he actually, if you listen to him, he said he went on both sides and looked at both sides, and he came to his own conclusion. So he's not saying that this is the conclusion to be end all be all. This is saying that this is just Will Duffy's conclusion, his opinion. You don't have to agree with the guy. There's a lot of things you guys don't agree with each other, anyways. So no one agrees with everybody. I mean, I actually agree with the guy to an extent. I mean, I'm not gonna if I know someone murdered somebody, I'm about to go to jail for something I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, there's times where lying is not even immoral. It's necessary for self-preservation.
And meanwhile, he's got all these complaints as a professional financial advisor.
Well, that's a whole other story, man.
He's related. And then he starts at church, and then he says this shit, and then he starts offering free trips to Antarctica. And you think it's a little weird that we would look into his record?
I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird.
You actually said that. You said, it's a little weird. You look into these guys. Why don't you look into your own guys? No, it's weird.
Well, no, I only find it weird. Hold on, I only find it weird if you don't look into your own so-called leaders. I know you guys are gonna say we don't have leaders, but you guys know damn. I know who. Come on, don't be a bunch of owls, dude. You guys know who? The fucking big names.
Okay, who?
The big names.
Name them. Name them. Name who?
I'm not gonna,
who?
I know where this is gonna go. If I start naming names, you're gonna be like, we're gonna go through each name. You guys know who the heads of the
let's go through it. Who? Rob, who?
All those guys are on that panel, dude.
Which panel?
The one at the Flat Earth Roundtable a couple days ago, dude. Had all the heads of the 5 families, dude.
Yeah, we don't agree with any of them.
What are you talking about?
I know you guys don't agree with it because you guys have your own
Flat Earth Roundtable.
Yeah, what
it was like
when Nathan was here for 1 hour.
No, you got Joe Hanvey and Dirth up there and Sargent and all the other guys.
They don't know
Who the hell are those guys?
They don't know anything about. They're not even on the surface.
Who are those guys? Mark Sargent's your godfather, dude. He created you guys.
How is he?
Come on, man! Don't claim like you guys are your own shit. You guys started off your own shit. You guys,
you guys come in here.
You guys ran with someone else's
away
shit, which is
from us.
respectable. I know, of course they do. You guys have
stay away from us, dude.
I know it's a different
I don't
tribe.
want anything to do with them.
Yeah, Rob, you're fucked up, dude.
It's the same people, different tribe. It's all it is.
They don't.
No, I don't want anything to do with those people.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you
It's
don't.
a red herring.
Yeah, they don't know who we are, and I don't know. And they both vice versa. I don't give a shit. You are into the celebrity gossip, TMZ, BuzzFeed.
No, I'm into who has the most subscribers and the most.
Why?
Those guys have way more because those guys are the ones that are representing the fucking flat Earth.
Go talk to them.
No, they're not.
They're true earthers.
If they were true earthers, they wouldn't be flat earthers.
They're not representing any of us. That we have the largest channel on this. We have the largest server on the server.
Well, on a Discord server, yeah, I got you, man. It's the same people every day, though.
Yeah, we're the most popular one on this server.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, I know. I'll give you. Yeah, you get your kudos for that. Slap on the back. Yeah,
it's not kudos. It's just showing that this conversation's important to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. But for some reason, which you won't explain or take questions on, you guys keep trying to shut the conversation down with lies, intimidation, harassment, all kinds of crazy shit that doesn't work. It hasn't worked since Denver. Why do you think suddenly, like years later, people are going to be like, oh, I guess the globalists are kind of crazy. Maybe I should stop talking about flat Earth. All you've done is embolden the conversation.
Well, yeah, because I guess we are our own greatest enemy because we just can't stop arguing with you guys. But yeah, like I said, that makes everything go. Like, it's all about keeping the fucking
globe was real. If the globe was real,
donations rolling in.
Yeah, if the globe was real, you would be able to use any of the explanations in the globe model to explain all disagreements. But you can't even use your own model. That's what's breathtaking. You want me to accept a model that you unilaterally reject.
No, because the bottom line is if it's proven to be a flat, you guys would think it would be a globe the next day.
What?
If the Earth
So
was
how
proven
come
to be
you guys are constantly throwing Mark Sargent?
Tomorrow,
Rob,
the
you
globe
guys.
the next day.
If it's a popularity contest, right, you guys should all be backing up everything Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but all you guys do is throw him under the bus, yet he's the most popular science educator in the whole world.
No one throws him under the bus. He's just not available. He's just a
fuck
normal
off.
dude. Listen, basically right now, it's a frat house. It's a hangout. You guys all know each other for years now, so I understand. no one's just gonna leave each other and shit and just say, "Oh, it's over, go home." We got friends now. So you guys are gonna keep talking about it, but the more
What are you
shit comes out,
talking about?
and eventually we're gonna have commercial space flight in the next 5 years here, and it'll be over.
Future faking, yeah. Just believe in the future.
It's always 5 years.
So now,
now.
if we have, so you're telling me if millions of people go to space, millions of people have done it, you're still not gonna believe it.
Future faking.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. How about if you go to space? Will you believe it then?
Why would I have to believe anything?
Exactly.
I don't like to believe things.
You ask me, hey, I can offer you the thing. You ain't gotta believe nothing, but believe me.
I don't like to have beliefs. I like to have knowledge.
Okay, fine. Then that's why you go to space. Would you go to space?
No.
Why would I have to go to space? Like that? Yeah, it's like what, a vacuum?
There's
I
no
don't think that
space to
exists.
go to. Do you want to go? How about Rob? Let me flip the question back on you. Do you want to go to Narnia?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, go do it then.
Well, I don't know how to get there. You know how to get there?
Violate all natural law and like just bust through the the warp. Through what? The
Yeah, I know, but is there a company? Is there someone that can send me there? Like multiple companies around the world that all?
Yeah, Duffy will do it for you.
Oh, okay. So now we're just living in unicorn. You want to make sure? There's no one.
He said
there's no way to go to Narnia. There's no comparison.
He's okay to lie to you. So let's say, hey, tell him you'll give him like how much. You just said. We'll do this. Is what we'll do. The perfect experiment. The final experiment. So it'll cost you like $1 million.
Space.
It'll cost you $1 million to get to low orbit. Tell Duffy you'll pay him a quarter of that, like $200,000.
I'm not telling Duffy anything. I don't know Duffy.
To bring it to Narnia, and he'll do it.
Yeah.
Yo, let's start a company called Wardrobe X. Wardrobe X will bring you to Narnia.
This is what happens when you guys really can't go any further, man. You just start doing this. You know damn well there's multiple companies will take you to space. Multiple governments go to space all the time.
No one's been to space, Rob.
You use some Nathan Oakley lie and violate some kind of natural law.
No one's been to space. No one's been to space, Rob.
No one's been to space ever?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. Good. All right. Cool. I mean, if you guys believe that, man,
you don't need flat Earth for that. If you want to talk about the Apollo program, the Apollo program is unilaterally rejected by multiple people that believe the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you got Bart Sabel. Go talk to Bart Sabel. He hates flat earthers more than you do.
It's Bart Sobrel.
Yeah, whatever his name is. Go tell him that.
Yeah, whatever his name is, but I'm gonna use him. That's what I'm saying, dude. You guys are like children, dude. You can't be serious when you say things like that.
Why do you care about that?
Because it just shows your character as a person, as a man.
Okay. So then you care about that. Why?
Why do I care about the character of a man I was trying to speak to about facts of life and reality?
Yeah, why would you care about that? I don't
know. This is an exemplary example of why. Listen to this guy.
What you can do,
like an idiot.
What you could do is just wave your magic wand this way instead of that way and just fix your fucked up worldview and moral compass.
Okay. I have a fucked up worldview.
Yeah, you say like somehow there's something wrong with me for why you can't talk to me. No, that's you. You're the problem.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I talk to people all day long.
Yeah, okay,
so if you're the only one that seems to have an issue,
don't talk to people. You talk at people all day long. You don't talk to people.
Really?
Yeah. You talk at people all day long.
Yeah, all day. I'll just at people. Yeah,
man. I'm in here sneaking too. I sneak around, dude. Listen to you.
Yeah, and what do I say?
Bad things, dude.
So this morning when I talked to that guy, like Tech, and when he came in here and asked me like why the lie and everything, that was just me talking at him. It wasn't a functioning normal conversation.
No,
it wasn't.
You're always preachy, dude. You're always preachy.
You waved your magic wand left to right. What you got to do is bounce it up and down 3 times and then tap it on your head.
Okay.
Just whatever magic trick you're trying to do here, you're not fooling anyone.
I'm not doing magic. Why are you confused?
We already know that you will lie, and you've got no problems with lying. So now that you're exposed, then what do you think is going to happen?
I don't even know what you're talking about. So how can I know what's going to happen?
You're a liar.
Okay, what I lie about now?
And you've got no problem lying about it. Like just today, I talked. You said I just preach at people all day. Bold-faced liar.
Yeah. You talk to people. No, you talk to people.
Not even like an hour ago, or maybe it's an hour and a half ago. I talked to a dude about sci-fi, Deep Space Nine, and about the nature of humanity, about sci-fi propaganda, about NASA, about Black Ops, about military spending, all of it functionally normal. You would say that didn't happen at all. It never happened. It didn't happen. It didn't happen at all. You heard it, and then somehow just waved your magic wand.
I don't have a magic wand, bro. I don't have a magic wand.
And just did a bold-faced lie.
No.
Just completely bold-faced.
I can only go by what I experienced.
You got no problem doing it.
You're doing it now.
You got no problem lying. You got no problem lying.
You got no problem proving me right.
People will know you're lying. They got
You're critting right now. You would talk way more than me.
They got receipts in hand that demonstrate you lie, and you just lie again.
Prove my point.
You'll just lie again.
I don't know. You should say it again. It'd probably be true. It'd probably be true.
Yeah, all you do is lie, and you've defended why you do that.
Never lied one time. I don't need to lie. No, I can.
You just lied right now.
So much better.
You said all I do is preach at people and talk at people.
You do. What do you think you're doing right now for the past 5 minutes?
Not even an hour ago or an hour and a half ago.
Not even 5 minutes ago. You've been on the same sentence, same shit. So who's doing it? You're doing it. You don't even know you're doing it. That's a sign of insanity. Therefore, you are insane. You need help. Some medication.
Of what? For what?
For this condition you have, where you just like to hear yourself. Where you like to hear yourself talk so much that you just won't shut the fuck up ever.
What's that for then?
I don't know. I don't have that.
You don't know.
I'm sure
now you don't know. So you knew.
Well, I know you. Well, I know you knew. It's obvious.
You pretended like you knew. You pretended like you knew, so you're lying. Then when you finally got exposed, you just lied again.
Yeah, not lying.
It's right there. You just got caught in the lie.
Okay. I'm saying you're insanity. A bold-faced lie.
Just straight up bold-faced lie.
Also, you're also listening to Crit so well, you say shit over him while he's talking. That's hilarious.
Oh, I know. He's not doing the same thing to me.
So just vent, Rob. This space is as long as I have a word in it.
You're the one venting.
This space will be open for you to just vent and freak out as hard as you want.
I don't want this place is mine. This ain't my space, bro. I'm not trying to come here to.
Okay, well,
I'm not trying to be the center of anything, bro.
Well, fuck off. No one's gonna care.
Well, I don't want to. If that's the option, I don't.
Which one do you want to do? Do you want to get?
Well, I don't want to fuck off.
Inside your own worldview.
Forcing me to choose.
Yeah, the only thing that happens.
Multiple choice bullshit.
Yeah, the only thing that happens inside your own worldview is that people just preach at you. So is that what you want or what you don't want?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
One thing I don't want is I hate people who fucking live like that multiple choices. If you like the multiple choices,
we'll just try to find some sort of expression to pin you down to some kind of idea that we can test. I
have an idea,
experiment. Dude. Okay, what do you want? Say exactly what you want.
Well, what do I want? Oh, shit. I want to be the man who fucking frees flat Earth.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, I know.
Because you're a bold-faced liar.
At least I dream big.
No one's going to believe a bold-faced liar.
No, they believe
real. If you wanted to do that, you'd have to start by being honest about your position to begin with.
Of course you're going to call me a liar. I'm against you, so why would you say that?
You confessed to it.
Okay, sure, buddy. Whatever you say, man.
For you. The article is like how to debate a flat earther. They said the first thing you do is you build trust. The proof for the globe requires extreme levels of trust in people and authority. So if you lie and if you deceive, you're going to destroy any credibility you have. So that's what you've done. You've destroyed your own credibility, and it's going to be a painful process to build it back again. There you go. There's a link. How to debate a flat earther. This is from the experts in the globe. The globe are telling you exactly what to do.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
Stop doing what you're doing. That's what they're telling you. You're doing it the wrong way.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Well, guess what, dude? I don't need a book.
Okay, well, good.
I write my own book. I write my own book.
Yeah,
I write my
you're
own
saying
book.
no thanks to the experts. I can use your logic.
There's experts on debating flat earthers. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
they're the
You're
experts.
just talking out your ass, bro. You're talking out your asshole, dude. It stinks, bro. It stinks so bad. It's making me throw up, dude.
Well, there you go. Now you know why.
Yeah,
you got exactly what you wanted.
You
for
literally,
exactly the reason
you
wanted
literally
it for.
think you're some like arrow guy, dude. Like,
okay, why do you care?
Made up these low level fills because you have sway over people. I don't like that.
So you don't like something that you're also part of.
Hey, I'm part of the fucking liberation.
Dude, you ain't
I'm
part
not
of
part
shit.
of the problem.
You're part of the deception.
Well, of course you're gonna say that. Of course, I know the liars, the deception, the sleep. Man, I was calling sheep before you even been to the farm.
Yeah,
I left the farm a long time ago. Of course you wouldn't, because you're a fake fucking conspiracy guy. You're a fake truther.
Okay, so what?
You're just
So
a
why do you
fucking flat
care?
earth loon bin.
Why do you care?
Because your guys ruined conspiracy. You ruined
Okay,
everything.
so someone's doing something that has nothing to do with you, and you're all kind of worked up about that.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have nothing to do with me. It's got everything to do with everything, dude. You just don't see it because you just have your own fucking priorities and your own fucking what you want to do, your own plan, which is cool, man. You want to be famous on the internet.
Listen to this
You want to
shit.
be famous on the internet.
This guy could be on the phone calling his senators or MPs. Oh, how come you're not helping the homeless? How come you're not letting nonviolent drug offenders out of jail? You could be doing so many different things. Instead, you're in here bitching about Crit. You're hilarious, bro.
Because you're more of a threat than those guys, dude.
Look at that. A threat now.
Yeah.
You're hilarious. You know why you're so hilarious, brother?
Spreads like the
you know why
plague.
you're so hilarious? Because I do all of those things I just mentioned and spend time in here to share the truth.
That's cool,
you do
man.
none of that shit.
Share
and
the
you come in
truth.
here and spread bullshit.
Yeah, share the truth. If you think the flat Earth is flat, that's not truth. Why don't you guys ever go to Congress? Bring this shit up to Congress. Mention
Why?
it.
Why would I care to do that?
Oh, I don't know exactly why. That's so telling, dude. That answer is just so telling. I don't think you think it doesn't do what you think it does.
Rob,
It's very
you're
telling.
starting to spaz out again. Relax.
Okay, yeah.
Why do you think I should do something you won't do yourself?
Earth is
Because I'm not the one who thinks the Earth is flat. Why would I look at the Earth thing?
Yeah, why do you care if someone thinks something that you don't think?
I just go by what you guys tell me you believe.
Okay, who told you shit?
Okay. Oh, you've told me many times. the Earth
About
is
what?
flat.
What did I tell you about?
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, there, which is what? Adjective noun or noun noun?
No, I don't know. Even know what you got.
See, you don't even know. You don't even know what's being discussed. I
don't know what you guys call it. I don't know what you
would
guys
say
call
it's
it.
the
You know
word
these things.
adjective.
You
What's
cut
an
me off.
adjective? What does an adjective do?
What do you guys use it as?
No, what do you hear? This is about you. We're troubleshooting the Rob Noxious.
No, it's not about me. You guys are the ones claiming the flat Earth.
You won't talk to Duffy, and you want to talk here, and you don't want to talk here at the same time.
How am I going to talk to Duffy? He's big time, dude. I'm a little guy. I'm a small.
Yeah, you could tell him like, hey, you can be like the liar.
How would I tell him? How do I even
He
get
could
a
be
hold
the
of him?
vice liar. He could be president liar, and you could be vice president liar.
I don't think the guy has a phone like Commissioner Gordon.
You could tell him, hey, I heard your Sermon on the Mount about how important it is to spread lies and deception.
Yeah.
And he
That's
could
not
be
what I
like,
said, though. You
let
guys
me
is
come
crazy
teach you,
bullshit.
my young Padawan, about the art of the lie.
Whatever.
And how you can spread the truth through nothing but lies.
Yeah, you already lost when you lie about it. You just make no sense, dude. And this isn't an interpretation. It's straight up lying. It's not about interpreting his words. That's why he only played that little. He only played a couple seconds of the clip. He didn't play the full clip. Will show you that.
And that's the best part. A lot of these
explained it.
anti-flat earthers think that religious people are telling lies. They're all in on it. So now you've got one in hand. You've got one in hand confessing that it's okay to lie. You should.
I don't care. What does that have to do with the shape of the fucking planet, bro?
Because this is your boy who supposedly was going to take.
It's not my boy, dude. It's not my boy.
Yeah,
I don't know the guy.
That was your first comment. Hey, how come you don't get Duffy in here? He's a liar. That's why.
Very cool. He's a liar about what?
Blatant. This is one of the rules in here. Blatant.
Okay. He wasn't lying about going to Antarctica. That's for sure. That's how I'm worried.
He didn't
lie about that. He didn't lie about going to Antarctica. That's all.
Yeah. So why would it care if he goes to Antarctica or not?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying you're trying to run so bad.
Yeah, what does that matter? He went to Antarctica.
Because it proves the shape of the Earth. Because it proves the shape of the planet.
How does going someplace?
Celestial observation. The sun's not setting.
Okay, that's the sky.
Hold on, because at the same time, in the North Pole it was dark. Remember that?
How about the ground?
I'm sorry, Crit. Remember, Crit. At the same time, it was dark in the North Pole. It was dark in the North Pole.
The sky. What about the ground?
Yeah, sky proves the fucking shape of the planet, buddy.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So flat's the shape. Flat's back to its shape now.
I don't know what do you guys.
What's the word flat? The word flat.
I use a globe. Flat can mean a lot of different things.
You can do whatever you want to do. No one cares, Rob. You could right now. You could fuck off and never come back.
It's a globe.
No one would care.
Yeah, you guys would be happy though. I wouldn't like that.
What you think? I wouldn't matter at all.
I know you would be
doing math, dude, before you come in this chat.
What?
I said I'd be happy if you quit doing meth before you came in the chat, dude. You're fucking hyped up, dude. Chill.
Hell yeah, I like that. No, don't do meth, man. Don't do meth. This is me naturally.
So instead of going and living your life, you'd rather come in here and try to piss us off. Interesting.
Yeah, but he can't do it because we know that he's lying. Why would
these guys are pissed? No, Crit, you're not pissed, but these guys are pissed. They want to tear me apart. If I was a dog, dude, they'd be tearing me apart.
Dude, no one's gonna care one way or the other.
Why do you care if we share your delusion, dude? Why do you even care?
Because Crit cares about time and creating content. So I understand.
I want to know why you care.
But these guys, whatever.
Why do you care?
Because man, because I think it's a detriment to society and civilization to have ignorant people just procreating and walking the earth every day doing earthly things.
Well, you atheists don't procreate, so you don't even have skin in the game. So what do you?
I have created twice, so I'm good on that aspect. Yeah.
Dude, juicing against the wall, the bathroom shower isn't procreating.
Oh, I know. Well, he's one that grew legs, so pretty sure they're.
You got kids? You got children?
Maybe I don't know. I don't know, man.
Yeah. So the answer is no.
I learned my lesson about telling people too much stuff.
And that's the thing. The atheists want to tell all the theists that are procreating and will have children and will continue on what to do, even though they ain't going to be around and they're not going to have any kids that are going to be around. That's fucking crazy. You're just a bunch of fucking narcissists, self-absorbed assholes.
That has nothing to do with that at all. That makes no sense. Nothing we want to do. The bottom line is people just, like I said, you want to live in idiocracy? You want to live in idiocracy? That was a movie. It's not supposed to be a documentary.
Hold on. There's a new visitor in the room.
He called us an idiot, and he said you can prove the shape of the earth with the sky, which is impossible because it's an inductive inference, and you can't prove things with inductive inferences, which means you're a retard.
Yeah, sorry to interject, gentlemen. There was a young lady that entered the room. I think she wants to ask something. If Rob Noxious could keep his mouth shut for a second, please. Young lady, you said hello. Go ahead. Oh, maybe she's shy, guys. The argument kept going. Nobody heard her. Sorry. Go ahead, I guess.
Yeah.
Rob Noxious, you're a douche.
I just want to know how looking at not the thing proves the thing, dude. So I'm going to look at not the earth to prove the earth. Tell us how that works exactly.
Oh, and
yes, sir. I'm going to learn how that works.
And now,
is that my cue? I'm sorry. Is that my cue? I'm sorry. I'm up.
Yeah, that's your cue. Your cue is to tell us how you prove the thing by looking at not the thing.
Yeah. So the thing in the sky, which we call the sun. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Not the thing.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'm gonna go through it. I don't want to be interrupted. Let's get through it quick, man. It'll be like maybe a minute. So the bottom line is this: if the sun is doing something above your head, and you're at a place on Earth, okay, and it does this around your head, it does a 360 around your head. The only shape you can project that on and explain it while still having sun in places like South Africa, Michigan, where I'm at, even far up as anywhere south of the 60-degree north line, they will have sun too. So the whole side of the planet, including Antarctica, because it's got 24 hours sun, has to be able to be explained on a model. We can do that in my garage and explain it simply on a flat 2D map that you guys plan to have, the AE or whatever you want to bring up, whatever one you bring up. You can never show me that sun going around Union Glacier and have sun anywhere else. So therefore, it's just over, dude.
Okay, so are you done? So no map in existence shows the path of the sun. None. So it's not even possible. No one does it, but somehow the Gleason's map has to do it. I don't even know why. I mean, whip up a Mercator map, show me the path of the sun on a Mercator map. You can't, because it's stupid to even talk about it. Secondly, you said, hey, you can do this with a globe. Well, how come they don't use the globe to predict the 24-hour sun in the first place? Can you tell us that one? So Duffy and you guys, you clowns, did not check to say, hey, how do we predict the 24-hour sun in the first place? Well, they don't use a globe, dude. They use something called the equation of time, which has nothing to do with the surface, has to only do with the observer and where the sun is and what time of year it is, where the sun is relative to the celestial equator. That's it. It doesn't matter what you're on. So how it proves anything is beyond me, because you don't even have a model that actually predicts it.
Well, I do, and I can even in my
you don't. I just told you.
Okay, hold on. Well, let me reply.
I want you to post. No, you just claimed you did. I want you to post.
I just posted one. I just did. I'm already ahead of you, bro. Just relax. You call me spazzed out. Are you smoking meth? Did you get in my stash? Did you get in my stash? Stay out of my meth. You promise?
What is that? What is that?
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. What is it? What is it in chat? Looks like a model of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica around the globe to me. That's what it looks like to me.
So
maybe my eyes are broken. Are my eyes broken?
Yeah, no. Your brain is broken. How did they predict that? What was the mathematics they? What was the mathematics they used?
Oh, I don't know. Gotta go look it up.
Was there a globe? I'm asking. Was there a globe in the mathematics? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's a globe on the screen. Yep.
No, in the mathematics from which they predicted this.
It's not a prediction.
It's not a prediction. Then what are we doing here?
That's not a prediction. That's showing you exactly what. That's showing you what it did. It didn't predict it. It's showing you a working model of what it does. It's not predicted. It happens.
A model of how was the model created from what?
By our globe. You take a globe and you shine light at it and say, "Oh, well, how's the light shining here in fucking Newfoundland and shining all the way down in Antarctica?" Okay, well let's triangulate and calculate the sunlight and the rays coming from the sun onto the face of the planet and it's tilted. So there you go. How you got to calculate something when you don't even know how to fucking use a calculator?
Dude,
you don't even know how to use a calculator. This guy's talking about calculations, dude.
Listen, retard, that's just an animation. I can make an animation of anything, dude.
It's just an animation. Okay, then make one. Then make one that shows me a 24 hours glacier.
Wow,
it's already been done.
Exactly.
Brian
you can't do it.
Did that shit months and months ago.
Who?
Brian Lenke.
Oh my God, are you serious, dude?
Well, you said make an animation. Anybody can make an animation that shows anything you fucking want.
A working one that works. You can't. I can draw a unicorn. It doesn't make it real.
Yeah, exactly. So this animation doesn't mean anything because this animation wasn't made from anything. So the data, if they used any data, the model they used was not a globe model. Fucktard.
It's observable data. You can call a guy in Newfoundland, and it'll be light the same time as it's light in Antarctica south of them. So how you can explain that on a fucking flat Earth? At the same time, have Australia and something.
Yeah, you're trying to run away from the fact that this is not even a globe prediction. What you just showed.
It's not a prediction. It's a model of what happens in reality.
Okay, nobody made the measurements of those locations, so just stop, dude.
Are you out of your mind? They measured everything. They know how to measure things.
They measured all the spots on that animation. The entire Terminator. Shut up, dude.
Yes. You could. They know where the sun goes. They know where the light hits the Earth. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We know where the light
the
hits the
entire
earth.
Terminator line, dude. You're a retard, dude. This is epic.
Okay, sure, buddy. Sure.
You're
They know
epically
where the light
stupid.
hits the earth. They know where the light hits the earth, dude.
Yeah, you want to know how they know? Want to know how they know? Want to know how they know? They have something called the equation of time, and there's no globe in it.
Cool, buddy.
So when you go to time and date, when you go to time and date or SunCalc, that's what they use. U.S. Naval Observatory.
Okay,
that's
retard.
what it uses. It doesn't use the globe. You just think it does because you're a fucking fundy zealot.
I know, fundy zealot. Dude, you believe the earth is flat, dude. You'll never have any credibility anywhere in life. You guys are like lepers, dude. You act like you guys are some far above people.
Relax, Rob.
We don't believe. No, he's insulting me, dude.
Bro.
He's insulting me.
Relax.
No.
Okay.
You're a fundy zealot, dude. You think because you have
I'm
an
not
idea
a
in your
zealot,
head.
dude.
Yeah, you freaking out. Number one, you are. Number two, you think this is why you're a fundy zealot because you think all predictions involve a globe when they don't. There's no globe.
What are you talking about? You can't make one prediction of anything. You can't make one prediction. You never made a prediction in your life. You never done any astronomy or astrology or anything like that.
I predicted
You're just
that you were
making it up. You're just talking about it.
Who the fuck does
Anything.
astrology?
I don't know. Do something. You've never done anything. You're just recanting what you heard someone else say.
What's your sign, bro?
Yeah, does astrology measure the Earth?
I was told earlier, dude.
What a
Zodiac
fucking
sign.
Rob,
Zodiac signs and calendars. Zodiac signs and calendars. I was told that earlier. So again,
You're the one who just brought up
you guys are in the same room and not even on the same page, and yet you want people to believe you.
Rob, which way is Earth? Is Earth up or down?
No, so no one asked anybody to believe us. And you say I done nothing. I've gone out and done my own observations. So you're talking like you're the one who lives on a computer screen, not me.
Okay. I have a boat, bro. I've been on the Great Lakes. I live on Lake fucking Huron, Lake Michigan. I go to the Great Lakes. I've been out close so far you can't see land.
All that flat water. Yeah, we know.
It's not flat water, dude.
Yeah, fucking bullshit. So tell us how they measured all the spots on that cartoon once again to predict things.
This guy thinks if he goes to the middle of the lake and he can't see land, he's on the top of the ball, on the top of the hump of the water.
That's hilarious.
No, the fact that you guys
You're hilarious. You're hilarious, man.
No, you guys think the Earth's so small that that there is a hump or a top out there. That's what I'm saying. Your brains can't comprehend.
No, that's what you
We think that. We think that. Are you serious, Rob?
Yes.
You guys keep telling us the boat's disappearing bottom up because it's going over the curve. Complete that circle, dipshit.
Exactly, because you're not understanding perspective and how far you're really
There
seeing
is
what
no
you're seeing.
perspective on your globe.
Shut the fuck up.
There's no perspective on your globe. This is what I'm
No.
saying. You guys are going against all science that's already been established. And you have no idea.
Science, category error. Category error. Category error. You just called it globe science. Category error. Category error. You just called it globe science. You're fucking retarded. You're fucking
There's no
retarded.
globe science. There's no globe science. There's no such thing as globe science. It's a catchphrase.
No shit.
Okay, oh, it's a catchphrase now. That's excellent. Fucking A.
Yeah, it is. It makes no sense. Globe science is science. It doesn't care if you're a globe, a square, a fucking queer, whatever the fuck you want to be.
You would have had to have fucking measured that, right? So if it's a fucking ball, dude, you can't see. Oh,
Yeah,
you
measured it.
deny fucking science, right? You can't come at us like we deny fucking science because we're like Earth is not a fucking shape. You fucking
It's been
idiot.
measured for like 2,000 years.
Who measured it, Numpy?
Oh, come on, man. We're not going to go back to 2016, 17 bullshit, dude. You know
Who measured it, Numpy?
Same arguments every day. Don't you guys see what you guys do every day? The same arguments.
Yeah, same arguments that you can't defeat. Same fucking arguments that you can't
We're arguing about we're arguing about Aristophanes and shit. This is crazy.
You're the
man.
one who brought him up like he did something, but you can't even defend it. None of you guys can defend it. It's been measured for 2,000 years. Okay, defend it. You can't.
Yeah, we've already defended it. It's been proven. It's been repeatable. We repeat it every year. Tons of people do. Everybody. People with educations in lives.
Just nebulous magic science guy does it, right?
No, it doesn't take a magic. It doesn't take a wizard. You don't need a cane or a spell. You can get together with your friend. And now with technology, it's even easier because you can have a guy who lives in Michigan call a guy in Atlanta. He puts his stick in the ground. You put your stick in the ground in a field, high noon. Hey, I measured this. What'd you measure up there in Detroit? I measured this. Thanks a lot, dude. Now we have information. That's about as easy as you're going to get, but you guys will never do that ever.
But then what? You're going to put it into a formula.
Then what do I do? Then I won't go to
and then what? So the thing you're trying to hide is your presuppositions. That's what you're trying to hide.
Presupposition. You don't know what that word means. You just
the presupposition that the rays are striking parallel, and that the sun is fucking at near infinite distance away, dude.
Okay, that's been proven too.
Presupposition.
The sun infinite distance away. You just say these words that like you heard. You try to put them together.
No,
it sounds like better than the next guy.
No, it's in the listen. You just quoted science. It's in the peer-reviewed literature that it's a presupposition. That Eratosthenes
and who's peer reviewed?
The University of Illinois Urbane. I'll post it in the chat. I know you won't read it, but I'll post it in the chat.
I love it. You guys really think you're smart?
Yeah. You're so cope, dude. Cope. Talk about us with your cope, dude. So it's well known that Eratosthenes had presuppositions. You know how we know? Because the Chinese, they presuppose the Earth was flat, and they come up with different values at the same time in the same year.
Wow.
Weird, huh?
No, it's not weird. It's not true.
They have fragments of Chinese. They call them the Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth.
I know.
Listen to that cope. He said, no, it's just not true.
So we can sit here and say it's been measured flat for 2,000 years. Why don't we get to say that?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you? But it's not true.
Because that measurement is inconclusive. It supports multiple.
Okay, then do it. Then do the Chinese one. Then do the Chinese measurement.
Because there's underlying presuppositions that you can't prove.
Oh my God.
So the measurement is inconclusive. But you guys are such zealots. You'll take even inconclusive evidence as proof.
Cool. So when are you going to do the Chinese measurement? Why don't you do that one? Can you do it? Can you do the Chinese measurement and prove it? Because we can do the Eratosthenes one.
Yeah, so I'll post a video in the chat, dude, where dude proved the sphere is a table.
No, I want you to prove through the Chinese Eratosthenes experiment how there's flat. That's a real simple thing.
No,
I can show you right now that over 78,000 kids, over 78,000. I'm not presupposing anything.
Yes, you are.
You sound silly, man.
You are.
You're the one. You literally stated that the Chinese Eratosthenes measures a flat Earth. Show me the fucking Chinese Eratosthenes, and then just recreate it. Recreate it. You can't do it.
Okay, dude. You have to presuppose the surface the sticks are on. Yes or no?
No, you don't have to presuppose anything. The numbers you get at the end are going to be the numbers you get.
So check this out. We got two sticks. The sticks are a meter tall. I measured the shadow length on the two sticks. They're 1,000 kilometers apart. Now what? What do I do next? I got my measurements. Now what do I do?
You tell me. You're the one. You're the one that you said.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're a retard, dude.
No, let me answer. Let me fucking answer. You're the one that said Eratosthenes is wrong. Why are you telling me how to do it? Why are you asking me how to do it? You're the one that said he's wrong. You should know.
I didn't say he's wrong. That's a straw man. I said his result is inconclusive.
Inconclusive. It's been repeated for thousands of years.
No, the presupposition, dude. That's an underlying assumption.
There's no presupposition, dude. It works.
Then what do I do after I measure the sticks?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I got my height of my stick. I got the fucking length of the shadow. Now I calculate the angle of the shadow. I know the distance between the sticks. Now what? What do I plug those numbers into?
You know damn well what you got to plug them into, bro.
No, yeah, exactly. You presuppose flat Earth sphere. Yeah, I know exactly what you do.
Oh, flat Earth sphere. Wow. Okay.
No, flat or sphere. You presuppose the surface the sticks are on. You presuppose
even if we did presuppose it, but even if we did presuppose it, and we came out, let's say we did flat Earth work first. We presuppose a flat Earth. Oh, it didn't work. We presuppose a globe. Oh, it works.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't matter what you presuppose.
How can it not work?
Because it doesn't work. If you do Eratosthenes with more than if you do Eratosthenes at a certain distance, it will not work on a flat plane.
Okay, what distance does it stop working? How many sticks does it stop working at?
No, the further you get, the better. But I'm saying you can replicate it.
The further you get, it's better.
Because if you're only a couple miles away, because if you're only a couple miles away, you're not far enough. You can get inconclusive results that would work on a flat plane. See, we don't lie. We tell the truth. You can make it work on a flat Earth bullshit, but as soon as you spread them out or add a third column or a third stick, it destroys it because it proves that the fucking sun rays are coming down at the angle they're coming. You can't fucking get away from it. Undeniable.
How far?
How far what?
How far do the sticks got to be to wait until it disproves a flat Earth?
Oh, like, what was it, like 25 or something percent? And so it's like you can go 700 miles.
I want the distance
from here to Atlanta. 700 miles works.
You just like throwing shit against the wall, aren't you?
Well, you asked me for a number. I gave you a number. They say I'm throwing shit.
Yeah, well, you made a claim. You said, "Hey, this is."
Sorry, I'm fast. I should have thought about it. If I thought about it, I'd be stupid though.
It's an actual prediction, right? So you're predicting if the Earth.
It's not a prediction. It's fact.
Okay, so post the fact, dude. Really? You that's why I'm asking you for the numbers, how far. But you're claiming it's a fact, which implies someone actually did it, which they didn't. Yeah. You're just talking out your ass, dude.
Okay, so by now. Okay, so by now.
Dude.
I know, but I'm going to answer your question right now. I know what you're I'm going to say by now, you have been in this long enough to see hundreds, if not thousands, of Eratosthenes experiments replicated in the real world.
No.
Oh, then you did.
No,
then you are a cultist. Then you are a cultist, man. You're not even trying to find the truth.
You said thousands. You said thousands?
You want other people to find the truth for you and then fucking preach to you about the truth. That's your problem. You're a follower.
You said thousands. Post 3 in the chat. 3.
You're just a follower, dude.
3.
You're just a rage, bro.
Just 3, dude. Just 3.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen 2, so post 3.
I know, because 3 will make it. No, I want 4. Maybe lucky 5. There's no amount of evidence is going to change your mind.
Yeah,
you have to change your mind.
Go harder. You just lied and you know it. Thousands. You just made that shit up, dude.
Okay, sure.
You literally just made it up.
Well, if I did, I'm good.
And even the ones that were done, no one ever did the calculation to whether they're on the flat Earth or not. No one ever did that. Okay. So you're still talking out your ass doubly so.
Well, science is always about disproving things, so that's how you figure out what's correct. So they disprove the flat Earth, and that helped to prove the globe. That's how it worked.
You can't tell me how it disproved the flat Earth. That's really funny.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. So what's the point? I tried you all the time.
You can't tell me because there's no information in your to tell me.
Is it that, or is it because you don't want to hear it? Is it that I'm not telling
you're making shit. You're telling me what you believe to be true, but you don't have any evidence that it is
I
true.
don't work on beliefs. I told you at the beginning. I don't believe in Jehovah. I don't believe in Buddha. I don't believe in anything like that.
So post your data.
I believe on real life people doing shit.
Post your data.
That's how you prove it to me.
So
we know lies and deception are okay. We got you.
I know. Hollywood blue screens and shit.
You don't go on beliefs. Post the facts. Put them in the chat. You're not making it up, dude. It actually happened in real life. Go post it in the chat, dude. You said there's thousands. I asked for 3. You should easily be able to do that. You also said they calculated for a flat Earth. You also made the prediction that it would be impossible on a flat Earth, but you can't substantiate what the actual prediction would be on how far apart the sticks would have to be to it would falsify a flat Earth. So, like, you're just talking out your ass. You're just
Actually, I heard you said it. Actually, I did exactly that. You didn't listen to me. I said 700 miles apart. The experiment will work perfectly. You can do it. That's like Detroit to Atlanta. That's based on people who have done it at that distance.
Okay, what was the
show me those? Show me those.
What was the difference between the flat Earth value, the expected flat Earth value, and the measured value? Yeah, talking out your ass, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like seriously.
I know. I'm the one talking out my ass.
You're a compulsive liar, dude.
Mm-hmm. Of course you're gonna say that.
No, you demonstrated it. You're not
compulsive. You're actually a pathological. You're a pathological.
So your response is no, you. I know you are, but what am I? Anything else in your bag of tricks?
I learned from the best.
Shut up. What a waste. Anybody want to know what a globe zealot looks like and sounds like? That's it, right there.
Yep, that's it. Perfect example.
Literally just making shit up, one after the other. Thinks what he believes to be true is true and was done in real life because he believes it a lot. Like the more you believe it, the more real it is.
Yep, Dunning-Kruger.
So now let it go. And then what? And then what do you do? Oh, that was great.
Dude, I just only came in here to listen too, man. So I'm like mobile and I'm like, I'm just going to listen. I'm bored. And I heard that wanker.
Our Euclidean trigonometry man is here, and he's an even bigger wanker, if you ask me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's less than useless.
Aww. I mean, he's come up with some good globe proofs. What can I say?
I think Fat Man Can is still triggered that he wasn't able to ban me that one day.
It's true, Flatman.
Oh, he ended up banned. It just wasn't that day.
Did I?
He's been banned a lot, so.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to know.
Yeah, the boys are back in town.
What's up, Brett?
Hello, Brett. I was defending you earlier in Gem Pandas, by the way. I was defending you.
Dude, they are so conspiratard. They'll use that now as part of the conspiracy. Like somehow, like there's all these recordings out there. I've recorded people without their consent on a server that's live streamed, for fuck's sake. And people are using these videos out of context to spread Flat Earth lies. Where? Who? When? Like, what YouTube channel? Where? Like, holy shit, dude. Like, how? Like, how do they get there? Like, what happened to the mind that would cause someone to go that far cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
You should just hit them with the use any answer you want.
That's what they're doing. They're not listening. They're not. You can tell them I'm not recording, and that's proof that you are recording. Because you're a liar. Okay, so I am recording. Well, that's proof you're recording too. I remain silent. I'm not giving you any answer at all. That's proof you're recording too.
Wait, is Gem Panda server is that not live streamed?
Yeah, it's live streamed.
And they're having hissy fit over people recording?
No proof, yeah. Like, no proof that I recorded. Because they declared.
I think you're unbanned though now.
Yeah,
You're just gaslighting the crit, dude.
They said I was unbanned, but I went to join, I was still banned. Then they said, they put a ticket in to get me unbanned. Only Gem could unban me. Then I messaged Gem, I go, am I unbanned? And then he just blocked me. So I'm like, huh? Like, what the fuck?
Crit is too powerful for Gem Panda.
No, the whole. I told them exactly what I was going to do. Jem met months ago. Jem messaged me. He said, "You need to like." I'm paraphrasing. He's go, but you need to change what you're doing. I go, "What am I doing?" You're purposely triggering people and purposely, causing them to get angry. I go, "How? How am I doing that?" No answer given. I go, dude, I don't engage with people. I wait for them to tag me or ping me. I'm not out there asking people questions. I'm just like in the server. I post the news. If someone responds to me, I talk to them. I go, I'm not out. They're talking to me. And if they don't want to talk to me, they can just not talk to me. He goes, yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work for us. That's going to be, that's whatever, right? I go, fine. This is what I'll do. I'm not going to do anything at all. I'll sit in the server. I won't post anything. I won't say anything. I won't respond to anybody. Be completely AFK. I said, on the flat earth, this will still be triggering. Doing nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. And then every once in a while, I would be disconnected or I would get kicked and I would rejoin and whatnot. So I said to him, hey, what's going on? He goes like, well, I'm not going to talk to you because I got relatives over, I take your bullshit elsewhere. I'm like, fine, whatever. So then I just, kept going, joining the server, going AFK. And then one day I'm banned. I'm like, what happened? Oh, yeah, since you're recording and that's against the server rules. I'm like, really? Why? Why is that against the server rules? Does anyone know? Would it be against the server rules to record?
I don't know. I can look at the server rules and see.
I don't think I've ever read server rules anywhere ever.
Yeah, well, I mean, the channel is live. The server is live streamed. So would it be against the server rules to post a live stream or to record, even to record a live stream? This goes back to that. There used to be a guy called the Retard of Gems, who was.
It looks like the third rule says.
They added.
Yeah, it says it looks like all recorded content remains the property of the server owner. Recording and rebroadcast is strictly by permission of the server owner only.
Okay, did I rebroadcast anything? Say if I did record, they just wave a magic wand. Where's the recordings?
And it looks like this was uploaded last month on the 22nd. So
like
it's
after
very
they banned me. They
Yeah.
retroactively banned me for a rule they just made up.
Yeah.
So that's the best part because there was a guy on there that was an anti-flat earther called the Retard of Gems. And what he was doing was he was recording people on Gems, then showing like, hey, look at these retards. This is why there's flat earthers, because there's a bunch of flat earthers, anti-flat earthers who are even more retarded than flat earthers are. They're like his whole thing was, look how retarded these flat earthers are. And then calling them, basically, calling the people of Gems like a flat earth server. And then Gem got really pissed about that, because he wanted it to be kind of a safe space for a globalist event and act retarded for whatever reason. And then that was me. That was me. They're dead set. That was me. And I'm like, how is it me? And they finally figured out who it was. And they're like, oh no, it's not Crit after all. But they didn't really change. They really didn't change their perception or their claims. They just doubled down. Well, it's got to be Crit anyway, even though it's not Crit, because reasons. You're like, yeah, whatever, dude. See, you can't deal with someone completely irrational. Like, they're so irrational and so illogical that I told them, I go, I'm going to be on this server and I'll tell the story. You want flat earthers to come to your server? I'll tell them exactly what to expect. Completely unhinged, irrational behavior makes wide, vacuous claims without any form or function. That's what to expect. And then they'll just ban you and mute you without any reason. Just make it up. They'll just make it up.
Correct. The Gem Panda server is a honeypot. That's why the title is Flat Earth Debate and more.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a honeypot for, like, I search Flat Earth on Google, Flat Earth Discord. And this is back in the day when they created it, right? Now, we probably, like, the 24/7 probably comes up now. But back in the day, they would come up, right? And then you have a flat earther like, oh, check this out, this flat earth server. And then you end up with a bunch of fucking psycho Glovers. Right? So we had a kid one time come into the VC over in 24/7. He was 19 years old. He didn't know anything about flat earth. He was like from Turkey or something. He went over there and he thought it was a flat earth server. And they abused him so bad when he got into our server, the kid was literally crying, not figuratively, crying. They like fucking fucked with him hard. So, point being is that, I mean, maybe it's a safe space now, but it wasn't created for that purpose. It was created to fucking abuse people. It was created as like a torture chamber for fucking, oh, flat earth, don't even think about it, and we're going to torture you if you even fucking think about it. And if you're in there, people like you, right, like being reasonable, knowing how those guys act, they can't do their fucking dogpiling on people.
By a safe space for them. They need some spot where they can just spaz out over flat Earth, where they're not challenged, where they can't be challenged. Like their worldview, they think they have the superior moral worldview, and they decide who's right and who's wrong.
Dude, I last time I was in there, never going there again. I had 2 people trying to dox me. This is all in the same chat. I'm the only one in the chat. 2 of them were trying to dox me, asking questions like about me personally, like where I live and like what I do for a job and like if I have kids, like all this shit for personal information. Then I'm like debating 3 of them at the same time, and then 5 of them are just like nonstop insulting me, calling me stupid, calling me retarded, don't procreate, all that crap. So I got 8 people in the chat just basically like abusing me nonstop. I was trying to debate the 3. I still did, and I was like ignoring the rest of them. But I'm just saying is like, say you're new, like I'm jaded, so I'm not new to the topic. Imagine like a newbie, like a newbie flat earther that's just like curious, just goes in there and they encounter that, dude. It's gonna be fucking traumatizing. And that was their MO back in the day, was to just like abuse flat earthers so that like they would go, hey, fuck, dude, I don't want nothing to do with this topic, man. This is savage, right?
Yeah, that's the way they get. That's their version of debate. Like you look at the upside down clown world. In
they don't want there to be a debate. They don't want there to be a debate. They don't want this topic discussed at all.
It happened to me when
They want it to vanish, disappear, go away.
It happened to me, like you just said it, because I got to that server the first time as being a server for Flat Earth. And there was the guy with like Chris in his picture, Demon Sant and something like that. There was Rob Noxious, and there was another guy with the mountain and the shadow of the mountain on the clouds. He's known to come here sometimes to argue with the guys. And they tried that to block me and stop me from posting evidences and talking or arguing in the text chat too. They didn't even try to argue with me, but they wanted to just found him out, mute me and start yelling, and no one will understand anything. No one will hear me or hear them. When I went to the text chat, there was some 3 or 4 people there. Every time you post anything, they will just post a response telling you, "Thank you for proving the glow." What the heck? The same exact response they post it every time when you post anything in the site in the text chat.
Yes, this shows that their worldview is deeply illogical, deeply contradictory. They make a server to discuss a topic that they don't want to discuss. That alone should be enough for them to snap out of it. Do you realize you made a server called Debate Flat Earth and More, and all you do is talk about Flat Earth as your only proof it shouldn't be talked about? and you want to debate, but you never make a claim at all. Like, you couldn't get more contradictory if they tried. They said, how about this? Can you show me a bigger contradiction than that?
Yeah, they do it in theological circles too. Atheists running up in Christian rooms, saving the world from Christianity. So hilarious. It's the same thing as Globies running up in flat earth.
You're not heretic. Well, I don't know why you've got his name.
What? Dude, I've been on this server a lot longer than him. Okay, I was here first. Check the date. And my heretic is spelled right, just for the record.
Yeah, there's multiple heretics on multiple different servers. Get over it, Brett. What the fuck's wrong with you? Get triggered over a user nick. What the hell?
Yeah, well, I was expecting Heretic's voice, and then, it was very disappointing that it was someone else's.
Well, there it is. Your expectations are fucked up.
I found a sippy cup once, and I was like, ooh, bam, orange juice. And I grabbed it and I started drinking it. It wasn't orange juice, bro. It was Lipton friggin' chicken broth. Scared the piss out of me. Anyway, as I was saying, I think it's very strange that Globies would be running up in an environment that they think is ridiculous and not worth their time, but then dedicating every moment of their blood, sweat, and tears to it. I think it's strange.
It is quite odd, too, that they could use their globe model to explain the disagreement, but they can't do that either.
What model, please?
Yeah, they can't present a model of any kind.
Well, in their conceptual, not the functionally normal conceptual model, like in their worldview, like a picture or a map or whatever.
What the heck are you talking about, Craig? Just model for me a sphere with the 4-dimensional shit around it, please. I want to see a model of that, just in my mind. I want to imagine a sphere with some 4-dimensional shit around it.
Google that real quick for you.
Yeah, I want to see a model of a 3-dimensional thing.
Yeah, I'll go Google that for you. I'll get right on that.
Hello, Necros.
Google can see 4-dimensional objects. Bizarre.
Said hi,
I don't get why space-time is such like a contentious thing. Like, it doesn't even have anything to do with like heliocentrism generally, like in the sense that you don't have to have a heliocentric model for space-time.
Yeah, how about this? If I look in my backyard, can I see my front yard?
No.
So if I've got a 2 cars parked in my front yard, will I see them by looking in my backyard?
Probably not. No.
But yet you can see Mercury and Venus in your backyard? You can't see a problem with that?
No. I actually did the thing you were talking about. I used Space Engine, which uses like heliocentric model with how the moon and the sun like move through the solar system and the Earth. And I predicted a time where there would be a near full moon. It was like 98% full. And it was around. Yeah.
You picked a crescent moon at night. You showed Venus and Mercury at night.
I was asked. You asked me for like a moon. I mean, I can.
Well, the moon one's it's easy to do, just easy to demonstrate. This is not possible. Then you got Mercury and Venus just slam dunks it.
But I did it with the model.
You had Venus, and like Neptune and Saturn, all in the sky at the same time. Not possible, dude.
Why not?
Those are your backyard and your front yard.
You realize that if they're in front of you, like if Venus is in front of the Earth in relation to the Sun, and the
so which way would you see the sun or not?
And the outer planets just in relation to where like Venus is in the Sun.
Which way is that?
Towards the inner solar system.
So you're looking towards the sun or away from the sun?
Towards the sun.
And that would be daytime or nighttime?
I'm saying towards the sun as in where like the bodies are like moving around. Like
so
we're not talking about
if you're
physically
looking towards
at the sun.
Is that daytime or nighttime?
We're not talking about physically looking at the sun. We're talking about in relation to where the planets are.
So if you're looking at Venus, is that towards the sun or away from the sun?
Is Venus towards the sun? No. What? I'm talking about where they are in relation to each other, not where they are physically like in the sky, man.
Yeah, would Venus ever be behind you? Or would Venus always be in front?
Well, the Earth rotates, so this is why like I'm trying to explain one like frame of reference to you, but you keep on confusing with other things.
Okay, no, he's not. Which direction do you see Venus?
What is this even supposed to mean? I don't get it.
It's very simple. It's a very simple question.
Which direction do you see Venus? What is that supposed to mean?
Which direction do you see Venus? Yeah, just follow along. It's very simple. Which direction do you see Venus rising, or which direction do you see Venus?
Just completely broken question. Does not follow.
You just can't answer.
Yeah, this is why you guys should never invoke the sky to begin with. As soon as you start talking about the sky, now you have egg on your face because you should have used all the observations of the sky.
No, Venus isn't always directly between the Earth and the Sun. Like they orbit, they go around. So at certain times of the year, it's not directly between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't orbit anything. So when it's becoming nighttime, it's dusk, and the sun is already set. What direction do you see Venus?
Where am I? Like
you're in North America.
What time of the year?
Yeah, there's so many variables.
This
you don't even realize how retarded your question.
Right now, this time of the year.
Right now, this time of year, you'll have to go on time and date.
In North America, yeah.
What latitude and longitude? Doesn't matter.
Whatever.
It's going to change.
North America. Doesn't matter anywhere on North America.
Really? North America is about 4,500 kilometers long, so I'm pretty sure it would matter where you are.
So just tell me what direction.
Your question is broken.
Okay, just where are you? Where are you?
Make a better question.
Generally speaking, where are you? Within like a 1,000-mile radius, where are you?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, great. So what direction after sunset do you see Venus from Pennsylvania?
What direction do I see it? From where?
From where you're at, Pennsylvania.
I would have to look it up on time and date.
No one knows this off the top of their head.
You don't look up at the sky? You don't look up at the night sky very much?
The answer is 13.7 degrees at the moment in this current time.
Yeah, what direction?
Inclination of 10 degrees.
What
I'm
direction
reading this, by the way, off
what
like
direction from Pennsylvania?
I mean, this is from Greenwich Mean Time, UK.
He can't answer the question, so I'll answer for him. So I'm in California, and after the sun is set, you see Venus in the night sky. Here's the thing you couldn't answer. What direction? West. And you see it lighting up. I'm looking at it.
Oh, you're talking like east and west. Right, okay.
I'm looking west. The sun's already set. So where is the sun in relationship to Venus then?
You're looking at Venus from like further away from where Venus is, right? So you're going to have like it can be illuminated without you seeing the sun as well.
No, but you're saying it's to the west because that's towards the direction of the sun. Is that your point? Because that's where the sun's set to the west, so Venus is over in that direction, which is what you would expect.
Just figure it out. It's not possible on your globe.
But it is. Like you can look at models of this.
It's not. Yeah, show us the model.
All right, buy space engine on Steam. I don't know.
Models, that's your evidence. Reality because models, dude.
Do you want me to stream Space Engine for you and show you on there exactly how this works?
No,
dude,
flat Earth.
That is a model. That's literally a simulation.
No, you're mistaken. Okay, so it's not a simulation, a dynamic simulation of forces. They just download JPL's freaking ephemeris or another ephemeris, and they just load it into the program. That's it. And those models that they use, JPL and all those are kinematic models where there's no forces or anything like that in it. So there's like tons of models to predict what we're going to see in the sky. It's not exclusive to the heliocentric model.
We were specifically asked questions about the heliocentric model.
Well,
so that's
no,
why
I think it was specifically that it wasn't saying that it's true because the model says so. I think it was to say that the other guy said it's not possible on a globe, and so if you can simulate it, then it becomes possible.
Yes, it's not a question of whether it's a accurate model or reality or whatever, if the Earth is a globe or not. It was just a question about the heliocentric model and if it works in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, which it does. I think we've established.
Well, from what I heard, their contention was, how can the sun be illuminating Venus if the sun is in front of Venus, basically?
Well, no, the sun would be.
It's either Venus is going to be beside or in front or in back of the sun. It's behind it, you're not going to be able to see it. If it's right in front of it, you just either see a transit, but you're not going to see. You're going to be on the shadow side, so you're not going to see it illuminated. So that was the question.
Right. So it would illuminate enough of Venus where you can still see it, though.
And it would illuminate in the direction you're looking if the sun's behind it.
No, but the sun isn't directly behind it. The sun's at an angle to it.
How do you know this?
Well, from these models.
You've rotated this. The moon, the Earth is supposedly rotated away from the sun,
well,
and the sun is.
The Earth doesn't go away.
So the sun is on the opposite side of Venus.
All right. So let's imagine. I mean, we've all got taught this model in like.
Oh, now we're gonna go with imagine.
Yeah, but I mean, because if you can imagine how this works with this model, then surely you can understand.
Why don't you just show the model where you don't have? Show me the model where you don't have to imagine it.
What, you want me to take you into space?
No, I want the model you're supposedly using that I don't have to imagine. The model will predict it exactly.
Okay, so I mean, the thing is, you asked me to show you a model. We're in voice chat, so like I can. Do you want me to
yeah, so just drop drop the model. Just drop the model in the side chat. Yeah, you must have a model. Yeah, you keep claiming a model. So,
but you know these exist. Like, this is the heliocentric model that everyone else on the Earth, of you guys understand.
Post the fucking globe Earth model in the tech chat.
See, that's the problem, right? So there's the conceptual model, right? Oh, this little diagram with the frickin' 9 planets and the sun in it. That model, which is like the quote-unquote explanation. But then there's the actual model, right?
That's what I'm going to pose.
The mathematics, right? The mathematics that, like... So I just got done arguing about this with fucking I can't remember with Rob Noxious, okay? So they don't use, for instance, when the sun rises and sets and where it is in the sky, they don't use a globe model to actually predict when that happens. If you look at the mathematics, there's no globe in the mathematics where they're saying, hey, we're going to calculate where this person is on the surface of a globe and where is the sun in relation to them, and so what angle. Like, they don't calculate any of that shit.
Yeah. There's no reference to a plane, not a globe. That's true.
Say that again?
There is no reference to a globe. Just all the measurement is reference to a plane.
Yes,
up and down and everything that you have, whatsoever you just put your finger on, all of that has a reference to a plane and the ground, the sea level, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
This thing shows it pretty well. So I'll put this inside for you guys.
Well, the point was that I'm making is that you say, hey, everybody knows the heliocentric model. Yeah, the conceptual model. As far as the mathematics, which predicts, hey, where's Venus right now? Nobody knows those mathematics. Like, who knows that?
No, people do. I don't. It's called that's optical physics and
and body simulators.
Yeah, it's not like a generally
it's Keplerian orbital. It's Keplerian orbital elements. That's the model, and they use that. But there's no like dynamic forces in
the
there.
general thing is orbital physics. It's not. Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, there's no dynamic force. It's not really physics because there's no physical forces in it, right? So what they do is
just not a physical force.
That's just a lot.
They don't calculate the inertia. They don't need masses. They don't need any of that shit. It's because they can predict where it's going to be based upon where it was. Right? They follow patterns.
But you still need the forces to know where the acceleration.
No, they're kinematic models, dude.
For n-body, you have to know the forces involved to know where the objects are going to be going.
No, you don't. And I'm going to tell you why you don't. Because you don't. And I'll tell you why. Because this is how Newton came up with the universal law of gravitation in the first place.
N-body.
It's a feature of an ellipse.
Newton didn't use n-body.
Oh no, dude, you're missing the point. Okay.
No, you're missing the point. You made a claim that's just not true.
Okay, so
Newton derived his gravitation formula from Kepler's laws, right?
How many n-body simulations have you made before?
Okay, who cares?
Let
me ask you.
You use n-body, and this guy says.
The next person that interrupts you gets fucking muted. The next person after that gets banned. Okay, so really simple.
Oh, because you don't know.
Are you using the force? So now you're going to interrupt me. So, are you using the force of gravity? Are you using the... No, well, I'm going to walk you through it, dude, because you're a retard. So, are you using the force of gravity?
An n-body? Yeah.
Okay, so does the force of gravity fall off inversely proportional to the square of distance?
Yep.
Okay, that's a property of an ellipse, that if the force points at one of the foci of the ellipses, that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Yeah,
see, it's a kinematic model. Okay? It's kinematic. This is how Newton came up with the theory of gravity in the fucking first place. You don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about n-body. Get on with it, man. Get to the program. We're talking about n-body.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, and the forces aren't really forces. They're fictitious. It is just a feature of the geometry. There is no dynamics. It is kinematics.
So the forces don't dynamically change with distance? Is that your claim?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What? Can you answer my question?
The period. They calculate the period, dude.
The period? What is the orbital period? What? All right. How am I going to know where I'm going with just the orbital period? Can you tell me that?
What do you mean where you're going? You'll know where you are. You'll know where you are. Listen, depending on where you calculate the orbital. You have d time equals 0, right? So on the orbital period, depending on what time you're at, you'll know how far you are down in the ellipse, right? From the sides of the ellipse, you can know if you have a priori value for mass. You can know how fast you're going, right? You can know what it is just from how much time has elapsed, because there's only one place you can be on that ellipse path at that time.
And how do I do it computationally, though? Like with n-body?
You want me to program it for you right now? Is that it?
Well, I have. I don't know if you have.
I'm asking you, do you want me to program it for you right now?
Oh, sure,
it's a kinematic model, and there's no way you can get out of it. Okay, it's kinematic.
You still haven't explained how n-body...
You can It's kinematic.
You just said orbital period?
Okay, so I'm sick of your deflection. What's the difference between a kinematic model and a dynamic model?
Kinematic models don't use any of the forces, like they don't have any forces applied to them. They just use the motions of the objects, like regardless of the forces. Okay. Dynamics use the forces involved.
Okay. But the forces, the so-called forces, are actually not actually forces. Because the force you're using, gravity, is actually a geometric relationship, which makes it kinematic.
Okay, so your contention with it is because you don't like gravity and think it's just fictitious force?
Yeah, so you're going to stop me. I mean, now you're muted, so bye-bye.
I feel like that guy who had
why are you guys such slime bot? Why some
I don't know. He wasn't doing anything that was slimy.
I've made formula that will give you the acceleration formula for the kinematic equation.
Oh yeah, I'm really confused as to how that guy was slimy. He was just answering your questions, but it seemed like he didn't.
Because he just straw man what I said, dude.
No,
he said because I don't like gravity. No, he said so because you like gravity. When did I say it had something to do with my feelings about gravity?
But I said that he just asked, he seemed to be just being.
He didn't address Andy. He didn't address what I said. He talked about how I felt about gravity. which is not the topic.
Yeah.
He didn't address the fact. It's a fact. It's not my opinion. This is how Newton came up with gravity in the first place.
But I'm not talking
about. It's a fact that if you're in a hold on, dude. So it's a fact that if you're in an elliptical orbit, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance to the foci of that orbit. Okay? It's a geometric relationship. It has nothing to do with any forces. This is how, Newton came up with it, and then it became, quote unquote, dynamic. But the only dynamic gravity is the acceleration of gravity on Earth. The orbital, quote unquote, gravity is not an actual dynamic model. It's kinematic. They've tried to pretend it's dynamic. This isn't my opinion, dude. This isn't my opinion. This is known in science. You can go watch 3 Brown, 1 Blue. They did a whole fucking series episode on it. There's also Feynman's Lost Lecture. You can go watch that where he goes through it. This isn't my opinion.
No, that's fine. But all I was saying is that, like, I was quite interested in what you guys were saying. I don't think that anything he was saying was too bad. I'm just giving my opinion that I don't think he's fair that you muted him, and I would be quite interested to hear what you two were discussing.
Too bad.
Yeah, well,
too bad.
You should learn not to bring him back in. You know?
Well, it just seems like he was very knowledgeable in this, way more than I am. I mean,
stop concern trolling.
You know, what you can do, they have a server dedicated to debunking flat Earth that they consider themselves to be gangsters, like online virtual gangsters. They call them the Globe Gangsters. So you can go to their server and hear all about how much they hate flat earthers and how flat earthers shouldn't be allowed to exist because they don't like gravity or whatever sort of meth-fueled crack, ramped up, low, high caloric, low nutrient diet thing they're on about. So if you really want, if you really, because it's relevant, because if you really wanted to talk to them, you know exactly where to find them.
No, I wanted him to talk to you because he seemed quite knowledgeable about something that you're discussing.
Well, he should have straw man.
Yeah, that's the only reason you think he's knowledgeable is because you're ignorant. Sorry to say.
But wouldn't listen.
You're incapable. You're not capable of evaluating his knowledge. That's the problem.
No, I understand physics. Don't know much about.
Just because he says n-body a few times, he's got you hypnotized. Like his.
But you're not even letting the conversation happen. It seemed.
Because he straw man me, and I don't deal with dishonest people. Why would I do that?
Okay.
Listen, I brought up a valid issue. Instead, he wanted to deflect to how I feel about gravity, as if he tried to make it appear as if what I was saying was subjective based upon some feeling I had about gravity, when it's not even my idea.
I don't think he's super
I'm just parroting physicists. I'm parroting physicists.
That's fine.
I'm not. This isn't my opinion, but he tried to turn it into shit, dude.
Yeah, but I don't think he's super strongly inserting that.
Why did he try to do that? Why did he try to do that, Andy?
Well, why didn't you?
Why did he try to do that, Andy? Why did he try to do that, Andy?
He's still here. Why didn't you ask him?
Why did he try to do that, Andy? You're going to join him in about 2 seconds. Yeah.
Because he's a slime ball.
Yeah.
He's a gangster. He's a global gangster.
And he's trying to white knight for a piece of trash. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny, dude. You guys just try to hand wave away bad behavior. There was no reason to say that. He just didn't want to admit, yes, it's a kinematic model, dude. There's no shame in that. But you guys want to play pretend that you have some dynamic heliocentric model because it makes y'all feel better or something.
Yeah,
I know why you do it. Because you want to play pretend that Space Engine is a physics simulation.
When you think about what he said, he wasn't disagreeing with you, Indio, but with the people who considered that gravity is not a force, but that's a curvature and that four-dimensional space and time. So meaning that he were disagreeing with Einstein himself, for example. So he said, literally, it's not just, let's say that Indio, okay, I don't love that gravity that you're talking about. Okay, but Einstein too. So you're disagreeing with that. So because he couldn't respond, he didn't have any real response to what Indio was saying. So he said some nonsense that he didn't even take the time to process the information that he was trying to speak, which is the love or no love to that gravity from Indio. Indio is not the axe of that topic in the matter, because he just repeated what happened really way before he was born, even. It's not him loving or not loving the gravity. It's what happened, really.
I mean, generally what you look at here, too, is a lot of them get moderated to the same way they moderate flat earthers. So they make it seem like, oh, well, we want to talk about flat earthers. Well, why did you mute all of them when they came to your server? Why delete other comments? Huh. Now that you formed a straight up echo chamber, now you want to somehow get out of that and then just repeat your same mantra once you leave? I mean, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Just go back to your safe space echo chamber and enjoy the rest of your life. And just do whatever the fuck you do during the day, which I don't care about. Just whatever you do, no thank you. Do it over there and as far away from me as possible. It's the same advice your parents told you when you were growing up and they gave them a tablet, said, leave us alone, just go sit over there and play in the tablet. That's now now the rest of humanity's got to deal with it. These like tablet kids who annoyed the fuck out of their parents, and their parents got sick of their shit, and now that's what we're left with. We're left with a bunch of kids who are just annoying, insufferable twats.
Everyone in this chat room is under arrest by the retard police. Get on your knees. Stop breathing. Okay?
So what? Why are the police retarded? Oh, he's gone. Huh.
I bet he's going through every chat room saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Good call.
Pay attention to my...
Gets a quick shot when they can, on their way.
Call your mom.
Is that the attention you're after? You like that, Crit?
I'm not talking to a grown man named Fiddlebone, so.
He just
like, if they want attention, just call their mom. I'm sure their mom is just dying to hear from them. We haven't heard from little Billy since the last time he called and asked for some money.
Don't be so sure, Crit. Are you sure their mom wants to hear from them?
Maybe not, yeah. That might be kind of cruel. They'd be like, who the fuck gave you that idea it was okay to call us?
We gave you money last time so you'd go away.
Answer the phone like, shit, now I gotta move again.
How'd you get our number? How'd you get our number? We changed.
Wow, cool chat you guys got here.
Yeah, it's top G.
Very interesting stuff, I gotta say.
Maybe you should hang around. You might learn something.
Well, I was here to collect some rewards and some challenges. Trying to platinum Flat Earth.
You're not doing a very good job.
No. Well, I mean, the last mute I got, I mean, that was the last challenge. I'm complete now.
You said you wanted attention. You didn't say you wanted to be muted.
Yeah, but I mean, it was reverse psychology.
Let's not reverse psychology because you're lucky I didn't boot you out. Because that's the maximum attention.
I already got the boot out challenge, so you
How
could
are
do
you
that,
still
but I already
here?
have that one. Go ahead, do it again. This isn't reverse psychology.
You'd like to be kicked out, yeah?
No, I definitely don't.
Well, watch what you wish for, because the last dumbass that asked to be kicked out got expunged straight away.
No, please.
Yes. I'm not lying to you. The last person that asked me... Shut up and listen.
No. Please.
Shut up and listen, or you'll be muted.
Please don't kick me. Please.
The last person that asked me to kick them out got expunged sub 5 seconds. So, if you don't want to play that game, keep your yapper shut.
Well, like I said, I definitely don't want to get kicked, so please don't. And this isn't reverse psychology.
Even on this server, if you tell one of the moderators, "Hey, will you ban me?" they will.
Well, like I said, I don't want to get banned. That's the thing.
What do you want?
Well, I want to stay. I want to collect my challenges. I definitely don't want to get banned.
You want attention?
Yeah. Give me attention, Crit. How was your day today, Crit?
Give him a cuddle, Crit.
Yeah,
you do anything interesting?
Not yet.
Not yet. What do you mean not yet? It's 2:50 almost.
Well,
yeah, I mean it's
talking to you
on the Monday.
Yeah, 2:50 on a Monday. We're hours into the week and nothing exciting happened.
Yeah, I had a couple things exciting.
Oh, there you go. You said you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, but it's nothing like that to call, to
call it out. This is the forum for that. Tell us something exciting that happened to you this week. No? Nothing? Now, just so we're clear, muting me doesn't count as excitement. So before you use that one, I just want to make that real clear. You hear me, Crit?
What do you think I mute you? Where did that come from?
Well, I'm just saying in general. You know?
Muting is more exciting than listening to you.
Yeah, but we're trying to hear Crit, not me.
Who's we?
Well, everyone here. What do you mean?
Who's everyone? How many people are in the head?
Well, I don't know. Maybe about 30, 40 people.
And they all think the same thing?
Well, they all want to hear about your week. I know that for sure.
Because why?
Because that's why we're here. It's the topic of discussion at this point.
Based on what?
Based on me declaring it so.
Just declare? Just say declare.
Well, I declared it to be the topic, not just the word declare.
Okay, so based on what?
Based on me declaring it so.
So just circular, just straight up circular logic.
Well, if you want to think of it that way, sure.
Your week has started off so boring you have to hear about other people's. It's only Monday, dude.
Try to crack all of that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get some inspiration for my week.
Pathetic.
Well, help me out. I wish I had like the days of yore where we could see the mod mails where they would complain about the Flat Earth channel. I got muted. Okay, it's a guest channel. But they're not being fair. It's a guest channel. Well, I don't know what guest channel means. It means they run the channel how they see fit.
Yeah, Andy, we'll unmute you if you talk about the topic. Your fucking social commentary, we don't give a shit about. Go start your own fucking channel and complain there. Oh, I'm mute. Yeah, okay, you said fine.
Hey. I'll keep out of the meta social commentary.
Just don't know why you guys have to white knight for.
I don't know who that guy is. I didn't mean to white knight. I was just anyway. I won't go back over it. I said what I said.
I offered you a solution. You didn't want to take it.
Which one was that? Sorry.
Why not just go to their echo chamber and hear them squawk about how they hate flat earthers all day, and how much flat earthers don't like gravity? You know, all the random bullshit, completely vacuous comments. They can't even define it. You'd be like, okay, if I don't like gravity, can you tell me what it is? So at least I know what I don't like too.
But that's really not. Yeah, I mean that's really not what I'm seeking out.
What if I just told you, like we're talking back and forth, and I'm like, okay, that's it, Andy. You don't like blah, and you're like, what? Well, what does that have to do with anything? And you don't even know what I'm talking about. Like, can you define what blah is? Like, yeah, it's something you don't like. Therefore, you can't do this conversation because you're just don't.
So this is really the elephant in the room, really, Andy, is that you don't white knight for flat earthers. You don't, when fucking retards come in this chat, say the N-word and say all sorts of other shit, troll. You never go, hey guys, stop doing that. Okay, so you're a little disingenuous, and that's why we're not taking you seriously.
Yeah.
You don't really care about this dude. You don't really care if he's muted. It's a fucking act.
I don't think it's an act. As I said, and I really do want to leave this topic because I think we've been through it, but I just thought that conversation was interesting between two people. Like, I have no idea about what you guys.
It isn't because nobody's going to know what the fuck we're talking about. Well, just nobody's going to understand what we're talking about. And no one's going to be able to evaluate who's telling the truth or who's not telling the truth. But that wasn't why I pulled the plug on it. Pulled the plug on it is because he decided that he wasn't going to actually address the issues. He wanted to frickin' do some bullshit about fucking my feelings. To try and muddy the water as if it was like my fucking feelings about gravity that was making me say something. I'll talk about gravity all day. I have no problem with it. You know why? Because you can't get to observable reality to Earth's a ball. You can't get to, I dropped something, it fell to the ground, therefore Earth's a ball. You can't link big G to little g, other than conceptually. This isn't my opinion. This is well known in the philosophy of science. I didn't come up with this shit. A lot of shit, I tell you, is actually in the literature, in the academic literature. It's not something Indio on the Flat Earth server made up. It's the stuff academia says. Because there are academics that do the foundations of physics, the foundations of science, that do the philosophy of science, and actually analyze the logical foundations of the profession. And they bring up these issues. It's not just me.
All right, so I'm correct here. You're saying that like the gravity, when you look at it from a relativity basis, is only conceptual and can't be measured. If that's correct.
No. What we observe. No. Okay. So there's this idea that gravity, that there's this thing called gravity, and it would form matter into balls. Right? That's why everybody argues about it, right? That's the idea. Gravity forms matter into balls. Yeah, there's actually there's no empirical evidence for that. No one's ever observed gravity forming things into balls.
Because we've only been looking into space and watching that process take place for a short amount of time, we've never seen that full process go through.
Okay, yeah, but it's still not empirically. It's not empirical, right? It's an idea. It's imagining that's how it could have happened.
Can we not observe it over different stages and then sort of come up with a process?
Well, no one's observed that either.
But I said over different stages, not throughout the full process.
Yeah, I guess hypothetically you could, but that would be you have to make a bunch of logical jumps. But even if you had a bunch of no one's observed that either.
But here's from and I'm not going to pretend I'm any expert in this. I'm not.
The protoplanetary disk model is pretty much rejected at this point. So that was the model of how planets formed when I was a kid. It was called the protoplanetary disk model. Like there was a big swirling bunch of gas, a spiral flat frickin' solar system, and eventually that shit coalesced into planets, gas giants, solid ones, whatever, right? And those become like quote unquote solar systems. Okay, none of that crap's ever been observed.
Yeah, throughout the whole process though, it wouldn't have been because it takes a really long time. And
yeah, but that still makes it not empirical, right? It's guesswork.
Yeah, but you said it's been disproven, but it's not been observed.
No one. All I'm saying is, I didn't say disproven. You guys always say shit.
Disregarded.
They don't take it. I guess there's problems with the protoplanetary disk model, and it's really not. How do I describe it? They know it's wrong, and they don't say it's wrong, but they also don't promote it, right? So they don't run around saying, protoplanetary disk model. Like if you see like astronomers giving a talk, they won't talk about the protoplanetary disk model anymore, of planet formation. They just don't talk about it because they know it's wrong, but like they don't have an alternative hypothesis, so they just don't mention it. They'll talk about other shit. Right? I'm an astronomer. They say give a talk at my high school. I know the protoplanetary disk model's flawed. So when I go there, I'll talk about fucking black holes and not that, right? I'll talk about something else. So, kind of how it is, right? But they've known it's been wrong for like a decade or so, maybe more than that. That there's problems because they've tried to run this in simulation and supercomputers and it doesn't work. They've tried to run planetary formation in supercomputers and that don't work. So they don't even have a physics model that predicts the formation of planets. So you don't have empirical evidence. You don't have a physics model. You can't do it in a lab. So that's why I have no problem talking about gravity because it doesn't mean anything. The only thing, prove gravity. Oh, drop something. Well, how do you even get from I see something in the sky and we have this theory called the universal law of gravitation and somehow that has something to do with drop something? Like, it's logically the entire thing, the entire idea, from top to bottom, is flawed. They can't say gravity is the cause of the effect. They can't. It's just everybody knows that there's a huge problem with the quote unquote gravity. Everybody knows it.
All right. There's
right. Okay, emergent quantum gravity. Why are they even coming up with that shit? Why do they want to make a new theory of gravity called emergent quantum gravity?
From what I know, science does often correct itself with more accurate models if it finds one to be more correct than the previous. And I don't know about emergent quantum gravity.
There's phenomenon that they observed that don't fit within the conceptual theory, the conceptual hypothesis.
Yeah,
that's why there's dark matter. That's why there's dark energy. That's why there's all these placeholder ideas because everybody knows it's broken. Everybody.
Right. There's a lot of everybody claims and everybody knows. I know that, within the scientific consensus, dark matter and stuff like that isn't always...
No, they don't even believe in that shit anymore, dude. That's unless... it's not...
there's a new...
called the lambda...
There's a new model that possibly disproves that. That's what I was going to get on.
No. Well, no, because the model doesn't... It's called the lambda dark matter. It's called the lambda CDM model, right? So it's the lambda dark matter model of the universe, Big Bang model. So
that it's possibly due to the expansion rather than.
But they know it's wrong because they've compared. So they get distance measurements. They use different things, right? They use Type 1A supernovas and what's the other one? It might be Cepheid variables. And they compare the distance measurements between the two, and they don't match up. And the more precise they do the measurements for each one, the further apart they get. So, like, it's not like it's the precision of the instrument. When they get a more precise instrument, they observe that the distances that they're calculating are get even further apart. So they match less with more measurements. They don't match more. So they know that there's a problem. And this is like a fundamental thing to the whole idea. So to come in here in this form and say, yeah, gravity proves the Earth's a globe, when gravity is the flimsiest fucking thing in modern physics, that's really, it's hard to swallow, dude. It's like, I have no problem talking about gravity. I don't think gravity, its existence or non-existence, proves or even evidence for Earth being a ball. So why would I go, oh, I don't like it? I have not, it's not like or dislike. I don't give a fuck about it. Because it doesn't prove what these guys think it proves.
So there's been a lot of claims there, though, and I would just like to get a bit more information on some of them. I mean, you said the scientists no longer believe in the Earth-forming gravity model, but I can't really. I don't know.
No, I didn't say Earth-forming gravity model.
Sorry,
they don't believe in the Lambda CDM Big Bang model of gravity.
No. This was way before Lambda CDM when we're talking about the protoplanetary disk model. Again, you've gone through a lot of different claims. I'm just trying to sort of track back and.
Yeah, that's because it's a mess. That's the point.
Right. But there was a lot of claims that they don't talk about it anymore or anything.
I didn't even bring up general relativity. They don't talk about the protoplanetary disk model anymore. I don't hear them talking about it. I watch mainstream shit, dude. I don't just huddle in the fucking flat Earth side. I watch mainstream physicists and the people with PhDs give talks at the Royal Institute and fucking in front of universities and all sorts of shit. I haven't heard them bring up the protoplanetary disk model in fucking 3 decades.
But there's still a lot of information on that. I mean, again, I'm no scientist.
Yeah, if you look up how planets form, you'll probably get a bunch of shit on that. But it's hardly what you would call settled science. They don't know.
Right, but if I look in, say, Google Scholar for protoplanetary disk model, there's still a lot of scientific studies being published on that. It's not like it's just something that's completely different.
Well, I didn't say they weren't. It didn't mean they stopped researching it.
Okay. You said they stopped talking about it, though.
Okay, so, yeah, publicly.
Right.
What they talk about amongst it, what physicists say in public and what they say amongst themselves, two different things.
Yeah, I mean, we've both got a fairly anecdotal view of what our individual, you've not seen everything and every physicist, and neither have I. But from what I have seen, I've seen them, documentaries, stuff like this, podcasts.
I don't, so
I've seen them talk.
What I'm comparing is a physicist gives a public talk in front of laymen versus a physicist gives a public talk at a physics conference. Right? So how they talk, their manner of speak, the certainty of their words, it's a way different, right? So in front of other physicists, they have a lot of qualifying words, right? They'll say things like, the data seems to indicate, or this is consistent with, or this correlates. But then when they get onto the public side, they'll just straight up say, we know this, we know that, this causes this causes that, right? They'll say it matter-of-factly, whereas when they're in front of other physicists, because the other physicists know the actual situation, they have to use qualifying words that these statements of certainty aren't going to fucking fly.
Do you think the possibility for that, though, is just that, to a certain extent, they are being more correct with their colleagues because physics is always saying, the evidence shows this and this is what we currently understand and everything like that. But
yeah. It depends. It kind of depends on the physicist. You know what I mean? Some talk more shit than others.
That seems very explainable, though, is what I'm saying. I would expect them to talk that way. I would expect them to speak more accurately with colleagues in those matters when they're just giving, general public talks. Because if you...
they rely on public funding, so they have to appear to sound more certain and, Then when they're talking, like they're not paying for each other's fucking work, right? Public's paying for their work, so they got to sell it to the public. They don't have to sell it to each other.
I think it's 100% public funded. A lot of it's through university funding and stuff as well, which is paid through fees. Private funding as well funds some experiments. I know there's an element of public funding to it, but I don't think it's all of it.
The point is, a lot of people that come into this chat, right, they've seen the public presentations of physicists, and they parrot them, and they make the same declarations of certainty. But then when you look into the actual literature or what physicists say to each other or philosophy of science, they're not claiming that level of certainty. They do a lot of mea culpas where they're just like, we're not sure. The evidence seems to indicate, or this fits observation, but they're not saying that this theory is true or not true, or that they proved anything. Only freaking fundy zealots say that they're proving shit. And like, that's why, like, they come in and they say, gravity, like, how do you know there's a ball? Gravity. As if that's an answer. They don't know anything about, like, any of it. Like, everything I just described to you, the problems of gravity, they don't know anything about any of that. So how could a flimsy-ass fucking hypothetical prove the Earth's a ball when you can't even prove the hypothetical?
Okay, so, I mean, firstly, I don't agree that they do a lot of mea culpas. I don't think that what they're doing here when they say that...
I probably watched a lot more. Listen, you don't have to take my word for it, but I've watched a lot of fucking physicists talk over the last 20 fucking years, and they're fucking... Dude, they literally say shit like, we lie to children. Like...
Right, so they simply, yeah, I mean, when you was a child, you were taught some scientific principles that when you got older, you realize aren't quite true. That happens, but when you, I'm assuming this is what you're referring to here, because they massively simplify it down to a point where it's just like the actual complexity of the whole scientific thing is not worth teaching to a child, so you teach them a very simplistic view. Is that what you're referring to when they say we lie to children?
Yeah, but they come here and parrot the same thing. Facts.
Yeah, so you realize
which seems to be the overall point.
CB's got exactly what I'm saying. They come and parrot the same facts in the quote unquote facts, right? So they're not actual facts. So depending on the level at which they stop like learning, right? Some people they'll just try and learn shit their whole life. Some people stop when they get out of university. Some people stop when they get out of high school. Some people stop when they're fucking in 7th grade, right? But like whatever things they thought were facts at that time, they carry that on for the rest of their life. So you have people that come in this chat and they stop, learning, So think about it like this: they're teaching you. So there's like videos on YouTube where like explain gravity at 5 different levels of education. Explain the elementary school level. Explain the high school level. Explain the undergrad level.
Yeah.
Right. So depending on where you stop is what you're going to believe it is. Right. So say I stop learning as an undergrad. I stopped learning anything about frickin' gravity, the Earth, everything. I stop at that level. Now I'm going to think that all that shit, whatever I knew then, is the truth because I never made it to the PhD level of frickin' explanation. So I'm going to be sitting in here yelling at flat earthers that that what I'm saying is 100% fact. And what didn't you finish 5th grade because they told them a watered down version of the so-called theory, but wasn't the actual theory. You understand what I'm saying? So they lie instead because it's too complex for the level they're at. But that complexity is necessary to even have any validity to the theory in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about people coming here with those low complexity views, I get that it's right to correct them on what they are. The big confusion and where I really don't get where this is going though is all these scientists that you quote who have these different views, but you disagree with all of them on this ultimately, right?
What do you mean disagree with them? They don't know anything.
They don't know any. I mean, this is where I really start to get confused. What do you mean by they don't know anything?
They don't know because they've done this same process. say I'm a scientist, right? And I'm gonna take physics. And I'm gonna specialize in ballistics. This is an actual thing that's happened. So I know we had an actual PhD, he had a PhD in physics, come into the Discord. Now he has a PhD in physics, but his specialty's in ballistics. So we start talking to him about this topic. He don't know fucking anything, and he sounds like he just got out of high school. You know why? Because in high school is when he stopped paying attention to this topic. He said, "Oh, Earth's a globe, that's all settled. I don't have to learn anything else." And he went on to learn other shit, right? Or an engineer or anything, right? So they don't know people. I mean, people, even though they have a high level of education, are not educated on this topic.
On the Earth being round or flat.
How it was come up with? Who invented it? Like any of it? They don't know about any of it.
Right, but assuming, just assuming for the second that the Earth is round and that the flat Earth, it is incorrect, then wouldn't it make sense that they're not taught about it?
How would they? What do you mean?
Well, why would you teach someone something that is incorrect? So if we work on the assumption that
they all believe it, they're all teaching each other the same thing, dude.
No, but like you understand my point. Like you're saying they're not taught these.
No, it's tradition. It's tradition. They're all teaching each other. Look, dude, it's tradition.
But you get the idea.
Why is the United States like a Christian nation, right? Because there was Christians here when the country started, and it's been a tradition to grow up Christian, and they teach their kids to be Christian, and they have kids and teach them to be Christian. That doesn't mean that the Christian religion's the true religion, because everybody fucking believed it.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean,
but you asked why they teach incorrect things. You just agree they teach incorrect things to children, dude. It's kind of the same thing.
No, I said they teach. No, my entire point there though was that they teach simplistic ideas to children, which you could interpret as correct. Yeah, there you go. But saying the Earth is a globe isn't a simplistic view of the Earth being flat. The two can be simplified to different things.
Okay, if we lassoed some PhD and dragged them in here and just a random PhD in physics, or you think of the profession. What profession do you think would know the Earth is a globe?
Just to give you some context, I don't have a PhD. I have a master's degree.
I'm not asking you. This is a hypothetical.
I'm not far from it. But what? Okay, so someone who would know anyone.
Grab the blocks. No, Daddy, we're gonna grab the blocks.
Don't use those.
Like what
Well, I want to know if we just grab a random person, right? We don't want to grab a random person on the street. We want to grab one of these people that you think would know, right? We want to grab one of them. And what do you think that they would present for evidence? They'd say Eratosthenes. They'd say ships over the horizon. They'd say the fucking lunar eclipse. They'd say climb a fucking tree. They'd say all the same stupid shit that everybody else says. They wouldn't say anything fucking different. You know how I know this? Because I talk to these people.
Exactly. They never bring up. They never bring up anything like Shoemaker Levy, right?
What's that?
Exactly. Exactly. You said, you said the globe's not just simplistic. It is, because that's all they bring is this simplistic stuff, the basic stuff. That's all they know. No one gets into what Tito just brought up.
Well, like the deep physics of it, and
yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, what's the geoid?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not going to pretend
and if I brought anybody in here, so when they do geodetic surveying, right, the thing that's supposed to measure this globe, they don't just use the globe, right? They use 3 different models, right? They have a geoid, they have a reference ellipsoid, and they have the celestial sphere, and they combine these 3. They actually have a telluride, which is a whole nother fucking thing, which I'm not going to get into. Yeah, it's a fucking shit sandwich, dude. Minus the bread. There's not even any bread to this shit sandwich. But the point is they construct, a geodetic survey constructs a globe out of concepts. You go make measurements, right, in the real world, but then you have to do this geoid thing, right? So the The geoid is like, if you had the sea, right, the sea level, and you could see where it went underneath the land, right, that level. That's the geoid. It's the equipotential surface of gravity. So if you got a gravitometer and went anywhere on Earth and you measured 9.8 meters per second squared, that's that elevation, right? Wherever that you measured that would be the geoid surface. But the thing is, that's not the same distance from that's not the quote unquote same distance from the center.
Yeah.
So that's one. But then there's the other one. The other one's the reference ellipsoid. So that's an abstract, idealized mathematical shape but these two surfaces don't coincide with each other, so they're different. So they construct the globe out of this. Do you think that any fucking physicist knows about any of that shit?
I think if it's not their body of study, they
But these are actual. But this is what would be actual measurements of the Earth itself, right? That would show that it's a globe or flat, right? This is what they use. So they wouldn't even know about the fundamental methods of even determining how it was a globe. They'd be like, ships go over the horizon, look at the fucking eclipse, climb a tree. I can fucking, if I watch the sunset and sit up, I'll see it set again. These fucking stupid arguments.
Can I just ask?
None of them are, but these are not scientific arguments.
Okay, so.
Do you think that's a scientific argument?
No, but it's.
Do a sit up at sunrise? Doing sit ups at sunset is a fucking scientific test.
No, but is it not a fair, like, observational sense data question to say when I see the sun go down over there and then come back over there, and when I see, everything within the sky rotate around me in a way that would make perfect sense of me being within this model that we currently understand?
That presupposes some things that you know how things should look. So we have an expectation of how things should look, but often that's wrong.
Right, but let's say we, again, because we're going back to this model thing. So let's say, like, we put ourselves in this model where we are on a globe and we imagine this,
We imagine, guys.
Okay, I'll stay away from the word imagine because but let's say we presuppose that we're on, this theory, this model that I said of the universe around us and all these stars, and then the solar system that we're in and these planets in these certain places, and then the sun as well. And then let's model ourselves being on a ball that rotates, once every 24 hours. And let's then say, here's what we're going to see. And then we see exactly that. Is that not around that?
No, we don't. You just believe that. There's another instance of you just believe that observation matches the model, and it just don't. It just don't.
So you're saying, like, that doesn't match then. So if we was to get this model, that is very different to what I know and understand.
Didn't you hear me bring up the geoid? It exists because they don't match.
No, I get that the fact that the geoid, if you was to put a perfect, maybe not perfect sphere, but like perfect spheroid around, that would match the gravitational data you measure from around the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No. The geoid is created. It's not an actual measurement of anything. It's a model, and it's a model of how far different the celestial sphere is from the physical surface of the Earth. So think about it like this: there's supposed to be, because of where I am on the Earth. Okay, I'm at some latitude and longitude, and there's supposed to be a star directly over my head at zenith. And so I do the measurement. I take an asymptote light, look through the telescope. It looks straight up, and there's no star there. That star is off by a degree. Now, how could that star be off by a degree?
I mean, it's a theoretical reason. You'd have to actually do that, and I need to be there to try to be like.
Well, we know it happens. It's not. This isn't theoretical. We know this happens. This is why the geoid.
I mean, the degree.
They've literally known since the 1400s.
The degree is like.
Yeah, I'm just 0.01 degrees. I don't care what the value is unimportant. The value is unimportant. So we know that it doesn't align. They've known this, it doesn't align since the 1400s. This is why the geoid was created, because you can say, well,
man, shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Wow. Zenith isn't zenith. You say, my plumb line is tilted, right? Gravity doesn't point down, it points sideways. So when I level the instrument, I'm tilted, but the star really is above my spot, but I don't see it there in the theodolite because the level indicator, even though it says level, I'm not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Okay, so these are the kind of constructions that they have to make. It doesn't match perfectly. There's shitloads of band-aids. There's band-aids and ad hoc.
In all of those
no, these are ad hoc though. They're ad hoc.
Are they ad hoc though? Because it seems
like they are.
Firstly, is flat Earth not on its basis ad hoc? From what I understand.
No.
How would it go out to the beach, observe it flat? How was that ad hoc? Like, what was ad hoc about that?
Because a lot of your different explanations don't work on one continuous model. And again, I'm generalizing it.
Neither do you. Don't even like. What are you saying? See, this is the shit that irritates the fuck out of me, dude. You have a belief that there is a continuous fucking globe model that exists, and on the other hand, there's some fucking Frankenstein flat Earth bullshit. No, your shit's Frankenstein, bro. The reason you don't think it's Frankenstein is only because you believe it to be true, not because you went out and said, hey, the globe predicts this. Let's go check the data and make sure that's accurate. That's not the situation, Andy. I hate to tell you. You just think that any observation I make is going to match all this shit, and you just believe that. The difference between globers and flat earthers is that we went and checked, dude. You guys didn't. That's the difference.
Sucks.
And I assume the videos and stuff I've seen of when flat earthers have had checked and then they're wrong.
Such as
it's fake.
Such as
I Google. There's videos.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah, give us an example.
Okay.
Obviously. So wait, what were you referring to when you brought it up? You have to go look up the thing you brought up.
There's the one when the guy has the two panels with holes in it and shines a light through it, and they're at a distance there, and he's like, if you're at this height, we would expect to see the light come through here, and he's like, oh, we can't, and then
walk us through how that's a proof for the globe. Then, if it's a failed flat Earth test, go ahead.
Right, because if there's curvature within the Earth, then he would have to hold the light up higher for it to shine through.
Really?
Presumably. That's Again, I can
walk us through
the video. You wanted me to do that?
We've all heard of it, dude.
I'm sure you have. Yeah, I don't doubt it. That's why I'm like,
why you would think that that's proof for the globe, or how can you walk us through how that's curvature there?
Yeah, because if you have curvature, if you had a complete flat Earth, then these two things.
Did you really just post that shit, dude? Are you kidding me, dude? Are you serious?
I'm sure this is very basic shit. You guys have been here, and you've got many reasons why you just think this is silly, and you've heard it many times, right?
Actually looked into that?
Let me ask you questions about it. What you know about this? Did he use a flashlight or a laser? Did he use a flashlight or a laser?
Flashlight, I think.
Okay. Could that have ever possibly worked?
Yeah, you could see. You're still going to get the photons coming from the flashlight from a distance. I get they're going to go out.
No, there's something. No, because there's something called diffraction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So every time light passes through a slit, an aperture, a hole, spreads out again. Couldn't possibly work. You could never align these. Okay, and so here's the funny part, is that the globe prediction is that they're 18 feet under the horizon. So when Jaron takes the flashlight and lifts it over the board, is he 18 feet tall? Or whoever took the flashlight and lifted it over the board?
So what I said.
Is he 18? No, because I said, hey, when we test the globe, it doesn't work out. So that's a test of the globe, and he could see the flashlight, even though he should have had to be 18 feet tall to see the flashlight when they lifted it over the board. But when they don't lift it over the board, they don't see the light because they don't have a line of sight through the fucking holes.
Okay. And the other one that
Think about it for a second.
Is them going to Antarctica.
The holes weren't offset because of the curvature of the Earth. The holes were offset because it would be nearly impossible to fucking line them up plus diffraction, plus the flashlight, plus all that shit. But when they lift it up over the boards, they see the flashlight even though they shouldn't. See, this is what's called narrative spin. They spun an observation that actually falsified the globe into one that falsified flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I get I get the double slit experiment. I get the diffraction from it all. I understand.
I'm not talking about the double slit. I'm talking about power output.
Okay.
How much? So you can measure. So like, if you were like to measure how much you can call it photon flux if you want. How many photons are going to come through the fucking hole if it's lined up perfectly, right? So you got the inverse square law. You got the flashlight. The flashlight has a beam divergence. So say it's 50 degrees. So only a small little circle that 50 degrees is going to hit the first hole. But then that's going to spread out. And all that power, that's going to be spread out. And then you're going to have a small fraction of that power at the next hole. And then it's going to pass through that next hole. And then you're going to have a certain amount of photons at the camera. Well, there's a minimal amount that you would have for it to even be visible, for it to even activate the photon detector. Right? This is assuming it's lined up perfectly. Which would be fucking nearly impossible. But the elephant in the room is they shouldn't have saw the flashlight at all, above the board or not, right?
Yeah, but they did see it when they were higher, so that it's confusing why they did see that from what you're saying.
Well, the reason they saw it is because the holes weren't lined up, and because they weren't under the horizon. So this is what I'm talking about. It's like this is one of those social things where it's something that's been puked out over and over and over again, and by repetition, people think the experimental results showed one thing when they actually showed the opposite.
I understand that this is a 52-second video that doesn't go into much detail, and I get, like I said, I'm just saying, do you think this is like?
Well, I mean, it comes from Netflix. Well, it comes from Netflix, and that part where he says that's interesting. That was actually filmed hours before that. But they put it at the end to make it look like something else.
So he had a reason for it when it happened, and that wasn't.
Yeah, they were trying to set up something that was like even unrelated to them even doing the experiment. And they had just filmed him. They clipped out him saying, that's interesting, and appended it to fucking, they edited it to look that way.
And then
but it wasn't a comment that was done in the course of that experiment. It was done before the experiment ever started.
And then the other one, just out of curiosity, for your opinion on it, is the flat earther going to Antarctica, which I'm sure you know of.
Oh Lord,
what does that mean?
No, just so what is that one? Is that one? What's your opinion on that as well? I'm just curious.
I mean, I have no opinion on that. It was a useless endeavor.
Okay, that itself is an opinion, but go on.
Well, it was useless because can you look at not the thing and prove the thing?
Right. You just think the idea of that basis of like Antarctica?
No, just answer the question. Can I look at something that is not the thing to prove the thing?
No, that's
okay. So they're looking at the sun to prove the Earth. So it just is a matter of logic. It's useless.
But so they go to Antarctica and they see that the sun doesn't set in where they are. Right. So that's the idea. So you don't.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove anything. That's the thing, because they didn't look at the Earth; they looked at the sun.
But both of those things exist within both of those models. Like both of our models have a sun and they have an Earth.
So this is the problem, and they should have did this before they ever went. They should have looked up how the 24-hour sun is actually predicted. Okay. So when you go on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, the model they use to predict whether there's going to be a 24-hour sun or not has nothing to do with a globe. There's no globe in the mathematics.
So in the flat Earth model...
Yeah, that model works on a flat Earth. Yeah, that model works on a flat Earth.
So whereabouts?
Because the model, it doesn't have anything to do with the ground. It only has to do with shit in the sky. It's a self-referential model. So wherever the sun is in relation to the celestial equator tells you how the sun should be at any point in time. It doesn't matter what you're standing on. You could be standing on a freaking lettuce leaf. It doesn't matter. Because the model itself it's called observer-centric. So the origin of coordinates is your fucking eyeballs. And the sun is in a position relative to, you see the celestial equator at a place, and the sun's going to be in a position relative to that.
Simplify that for me a second. I don't quite get it.
But if you look at the math, it isn't. They don't have a dude, the observer, standing on the surface of a ball.
Yeah. So right. So I'm on a flat Earth. Whereabouts?
So it's not.
What is the sun?
It's not a globe prediction
on that Earth?
It's not a globe prediction in the first.
Right, but on the globe model, it makes sense, right? It can we agree on
sense
that?
Doesn't mean anything. Like fucking lots of things make sense.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. I said on a globe model, you being on a certain point of it when it's tilted at a certain degree in a certain time of year, and the sun not setting, that works. What they see, as I said earlier, makes with the stars around you, it makes perfect sense to what they are observing.
Making sense doesn't make it true.
You just like literally.
Right, but I'm just asking you, how does it make sense if the Earth is flat then, and what place do I stand, and how does it make sense that I see this phenomenon where the sun just basically rotates around me quite low in the sky?
Because the sun isn't an object, dude.
Okay, what is
it? It isn't a ball. It isn't a ball of stuff, dude.
What is it?
Fuck if I know.
You don't know. No one knows, dude. Get in line. You want to know? Get in line.
And there's a reason why I say it's not a ball of stuff. Because when we take this model that predicts the 24-hour sun, right? And we say we actually try to use it in a three-dimensional way on a three-dimensional globe. The lines of sight to the sun don't intersect at a common location, and if you use it on a flat Earth, they also don't. And when I say don't intersect at a common location is, let's say I'm in Johannesburg, and I'm in frickin' Brussels, Belgium, and it's a certain time of day, we both decide to look at the sun, right? We see the sun in the sky at the same time, simultaneous time. I measure the azimuth and elevation angle. They measure their azimuth and elevation angle, and then we go, okay, let's map this. Let's model this onto the surface of the globe. Well, if you draw those lines of sight, they don't intersect in 3D space. Okay, so when I say, hey, the sun's not a physical object, physical objects, when more than one observer looks at them, their lines of sight intersect at the object. But the sun doesn't do this. Okay, and people. It doesn't even do it within the heliocentric model itself. This is what I'm talking about. The heliocentric model is a bunch of ad hoc shit. Because there's lots of observations that don't match, and people pretend they don't exist, or they don't know about them.
And I assume that those observations, assuming they do, because I've not seen these observations take place, and human error.
I mean, several people have done it, right? Several people have done this, right?
Human error, right? It can always be a thing here.
Well, no, they use the model. They use the time and date. They use SunCalc. And then they get Blender or AutoCAD.
Using a model
right? And they go,
doesn't eliminate human error. They take measurements themselves.
Well, no one observes the sun like that.
No, but anything where humans are taking measurements. I mean, are you saying that no measurements that have taken place does this model work, or in some does it not work? Because there's a big difference between the two. Because you would expect some measurements not to make sense because human error is always an element in any.
I'm talking about if they take SunCalc or time and date, which is what frickin' the final experiment used to predict whether they'd see a 24-hour sun or not. They use these models. You take them and you model them to the globe. Sun is not in a common location. Meaning, there's a unique sun for each observer that you would map to the surface of a globe.
So if you was to get,
it has a unique position.
Yeah. So if you're on person A there, and let's call the other one person B, and then you get on a plane, and then you fly west to person B, and you go fast enough so that you see that, like, does it not remain the same sun all the way around? Like, it's just very confusing how you almost say.
I don't know.
You can do that. Like,
I don't know if anyone's ever done that shit. Chase the sun.
I mean, I can get on a flight from California to Australia and effectively chase the sun. Like, you can be on the sunlight for the entire of that flight.
I don't know how any of what you just said adjusts what I said.
Because everything that I'm saying works on a globe model, like the 24-hour sun. The fact that you say these measurements don't work. I mean, firstly, like I don't know the sources
Who said
of this.
don't work? Time and date and SunCalc.
Yeah. Okay, so you
those
say
are websites,
two different
and
locations.
you can go on there, and you can take any place on Earth at any time, and it'll give you a value. Azimuth, elevation. Elevation would be how high is it above the horizon. Azimuth is it's the direction to north. So you can take this value and you can put it on a globe, right? A 3D model of a globe. Boom. And then you can take another one, the second observer. Boom. And then you can take that angle. That's the direction the sun is supposed to be from that observer location. And extend the line out forever. And then you can take the other second observers and extend the line out forever. And see if those lines cross each other at some location. They don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't cross at 93 million miles. They don't cross at fucking 125 miles. They don't cross.
How when you do this every single time, like, are they completely off, or are they just by a little bit?
Some have ended up behind the person.
Behind,
yeah,
so like
behind
180
them.
degrees off.
Yeah, so like if you follow the lines, they're actually divergent, right? The viewpoints are divergent. So like when you join the lines converge behind the observer. On the other side of the globe, behind them. So they're looking at the sun, but the sun is triangulating to behind them, which makes no sense.
Yeah, of course it makes no sense. I would be really curious to see anything in more detail.
Okay, so I can give you another example. But a very specific one.
Let me stick on that example. That's really interesting, though.
Well, it's just the same thing, but like you can easily check this yourself. You can go on time and date, 2 locations, Tierra del Fuego in Chile, right? And
check it. There's no sun here.
Well, whatever, when at your convenience or never. Right. So Tierra del Fuego in Chile, Ushuaia, Ushuaia and Tierra del Fuego, Chile or Peru, wherever Argentina, whatever the fuck it is down there. So that location. Now this is gonna be for the equinox, right? And we want another location on the same line of longitude, and because we want a simultaneous sunrise, and we're gonna get the direction of the sunrise. What direction does the sun rise?
East.
From these 2 locations, right? On the equinox. How many degrees? So you do Connaught, Greenland, and Ushuaia, right? And if you look at the values, what direction the sunrise, in Ushuaia, the sun will rise at 91 degrees.
Right.
Okay, that's so 1 degree more than due east. Yeah. In Greenland, it'll rise at 86 degrees. So tell me, how can they both be looking at the sun, but they're looking in different directions?
Wait, so someone in the northern hemisphere is looking 86 degrees. Someone in the southern hemisphere is looking 91 degrees.
Yeah.
How do those? I mean, firstly, I don't know.
Those lines of sight don't converge.
Yeah, because one seems to go slightly north and one seems to go slightly south. Right? That's the
point. Yeah.
But what are those measurements from? You've just given me 2 numbers. I don't know like a source of it.
Well, the values you can go on time and date.
Okay. Can you
TimeAndDate.com.
to this out of interest?
Yeah, I probably even got one, but probably from a couple of years ago. I mean, a link right to the. Okay.
Hello. Robert Utah just randomly messaged me and said, "Can't take down the spherical Earth, buddy. All flat Earths are doing is running up and down in blood pressure."
Running up and down Jacob's ladder? That would be more fitting.
Okay, dude.
Let's try to crack a screenshot, man. Yeah. Okay, and here's another thing on top of it with the sun. And this is going to seem scary, but in 1597.
Right, you're linking me to time and date, but like I said, let's just concentrate on what you said there, where it would be Greenland at 86 degrees and Chile at 91 degrees.
Yeah, just go to the equinox date and look at the angle that the sun rises for each of those locations. I'm not going to do all, like, how fucking spoon-fed do you need to be?
No, that's okay. Now you've said that right. I get what you're saying.
Anyway, so Barents in 1597, his ship was stuck in the Arctic, and it was the equinox, and the sun was supposed to rise, but it had already risen 2 weeks before that. And it rose every day in those 2 weeks before the equinox. And they knew where they were, because they used celestial navigation, so they knew exactly where they were. But the sun rose 2 weeks too early. You have lots of instances like this. Like when they've actually examined and tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions and sunsets, they tested at 3 observatories, and the mean error is 5 minutes. And with some of the values are 14 minutes off. So when people say works perfectly, I have to call bullshit, dude. It don't work perfectly. It works good enough for practical purposes, and that's it.
I can't.
And if the sun doesn't rise, the sun doesn't rise within fucking 15 minutes of when it was supposed to, no one calls the National Guard and says, "Oh my God, call the president. Something's wrong with the sun. It rose 15 minutes too late."
I don't know of any time that's happened though. I mean, I very occasionally.
I told you they studied it. I can find the paper if you really want. Where they actually measured the sunrises, right? So they said, here's the prediction of when the sun's supposed to rise based upon our models. Let's go actually do the observation and see if it matches the model.
Yeah, be interesting.
The mean error, the mean value, the average value of the average precision of the model versus the observation was 5 plus or minus 5 minutes. Now, I'm sure you've heard people say they predict eclipses down to the second. Well, how's that possible when they can't even predict sunrises to the minute? In the largest measured values they had was the sun rose something like 14 minutes too early, which is a large amount. That is a significant amount. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the example. Like, how did we even get here, right? So always got to review. How did we get here? We got here because I said, hey, we went and checked. I don't know about everybody else. I went and checked.
Brock, refraction. That's why, Indio. Come on.
Obviously refraction. When in doubt, refraction's like it's like you know how you got your secondary parachute. When you jump out of an airplane, you got 2 parachutes, the backup chute. Refraction's like the backup chute. Fuck, I'm cooked. Pull the backup chute. My fucking chute wasn't open. Here, I'll try and find that sunrise paper. And if you go to like the U.S. Naval Observatory's website, they have a litigation section because often they're asked, like, for court cases, like they need like sunrise and sunset times for some case, and they want, like, you know, quote unquote authoritative value of what it was. And what it says is, no agency in the United States government observes sunrise and sunset times. The times can be calculated to sufficient precision that are good enough for all practical purposes. That's what they say on their website. So they don't say it's 100% accurate. No one claims that. Only freaking goofball Globers on the internet.
Oh, that's so good. That is a good one. You can imagine so many instances where someone, like you said once, to hear from an authoritative source as evidence.
Yeah, dude, it's like it's not true unless they have a freaking shiny badge or something. It's freaking really weird. I mean, I was just brought up different or something. I was brought up like, it's doesn't matter who says it, it's what they say. That's where the truth is.
True. 2 + 2 is 4. Doesn't matter who says it. Unless it's a flat earther, of course. If they say it, they're wrong.
Yeah, automatically wrong. And not just wrong, we're going to freaking call you names because you're so...
Okay. But while I get that the answers to this seem to come down to atmospheric refraction, which you're saying is ad hoc, even though that's, from what I know, something that's been understood for a while, right? But you're saying that's ad hoc, no?
Actually, it is ad hoc.
Okay. But there is no answer for any of these, both of those phenomenons with the flat Earth model, right?
Well, I can tell you why it's ad hoc, because there's other things you would see with refraction that we don't see, right? So refraction is just not like this one-off phenomenon that just like moves shit up or down. And we know this because we design lenses, right?
But it specifically takes place in the lower atmosphere, but
there's other. Yeah. I know the story, but we should see other visual phenomenon other than things being moved around. It just doesn't displace things in space, right? Make things appear up higher or lower. Yeah, you get distortion. You get something called chromatic aberration.
Yeah,
meaning the colors of it will turn into a rainbow, right? So it'll appear more blue on top and more red on the bottom, because you're actually seeing a double image of the object, and not a double image in the sense of like an inferior or superior mirage. A double image as a blue image. You're seeing a blue image and a red image superimposed on each other, but they're displaced a little bit spatially. Because the blue light takes a different path than the red light. That's what happens when there's refraction. That's how a prism works. So if there's like this crazy extreme refraction, in the case of baryons, it said it's something like 4 degrees, dude, you would literally... So we see it, they compensate for it in astronomy. Just for some reason, there's no compensation terrestrially. Even though it's the same thing. Even though you're looking through... arguably a worse condition. But nobody has dispersion correctors on their frickin', 400 millimeter zoom frickin' cameras, zoom lenses, to take a picture across like some large distance to correct for chromatic aberration. You know what they actually do? They actually do the reverse of this. They use epichromatic lenses, which correct at the lens to make sure the lens doesn't cause any chromatic aberration. But if the lens doesn't, that means whatever is out there in the air will be even more visible.
But the lens is a sharp boundary between those two medians, right?
What do you mean?
So the lens, So it's just But whereas the atmosphere doesn't have that, it's like a gradual density, and the gradient changes slowly.
Doesn't matter. That would make it even worse.
Would it? That's not from my understanding.
Yeah, the longer the optical path, the greater the spatial separation is going to be, because it has more distance to do it in.
No, because an initial sharp change in boundary would result in the largest change, right?
No, it's continuous. It doesn't just stop. It's not just at the boundary where it happens. It happens through the entire medium. Refraction depends on the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation. So blue light and red light will take a different path. In the medium itself, it's just not on entry and exit.
sort of get.
Yeah, but it's not just on exit. It's not like, I know you're thinking of a prism, showing the white light at the prism, and you see, when it leaves the prism, you see the rainbow. But it's actually being separated inside the prism.
Yeah, I mean, firstly,
it's not happening when it leaves, it's happening inside.
No, we're talking about a very minimal change here, for example, as well. Like, we're not talking about the amount of refraction that you see with a prism, because that's a large angle change.
Well, they see it in astronomy. They make something called a dispersion corrector for telescopes.
Yeah. I mean, you would, because when you're talking about something that's that far away, surely you're going to have to make some correction there to get anything that attempts to be accurate. But the sun is, orders of magnitude closer.
What do you mean, dude, that far away? Is it being refracted in space?
No, it's being refracted through the atmosphere. But your accuracy, when you're talking about, multiple orders of magnitude further away, that astronomical other suns and stuff are from our sun. I would imagine that would be the reason why they have some science there to adjust to that.
But when you're looking horizontally across the surface of the Earth, that's where the greatest temperature gradient is, right at the surface.
What Indio's explaining is, for practical reasons, when people shoot long range, and these observations have been recorded, you can find them on YouTube, there are multiple effects, multiple temperatures, multiple temperatures, humidity zones over the distance of the shot, including multiple directions of air movement, which also affect things as the bullet is traveling, and all they can do is make their best estimate. It's dynamic.
And when you say we expect to see some diffraction, we do see some diffraction. Like a sun rising is perfect.
Dispersion, not diffraction, dispersion.
Okay,
we should see. What I'm trying to tell you is, if there is a significant refraction present in the air, you will observe dispersion. Period. It can't be avoided. This isn't like an option.
Right, but when you look at the sun,
it is a direct consequence.
Like you said, you would expect just to stick on this for 1 second. You said you would expect to see some distortion with the light, due to this atmospheric effect.
Dispersion, yes.
Mediums.
Dispersion, yes. We don't see it.
But you do. I mean, that's not a perfect sun. That's distorted. Like
no, I'm not talking about distortion. I'm talking about dispersion, the separation of the colors of the white light.
Yeah, and there's some separation of the colors, but it's minimal between the two. Like it's so minimal because it's over such a small amount of distance. That
you've seen the separation of the colors of the sun. You've seen a blue sun on top and freaking red sun on the bottom.
I said it's minimal. It is red on the bottom and it's white on the top. Like it's a minimal distortion.
Yeah, which demonstrates there's no refraction, dude. You don't understand, dude. The more refraction you claim, the more dispersion there has to be. It has to exist.
Right.
They are intrinsically linked to each other. So the more there's a refractive gradient, right? So there's a gradient of refractive index. The more of this there is, the greater the separation are going to be of the colors. Because each one takes a different path. Dude, in anything, refraction itself depends on the wavelength.
No, but what I'm saying here is it's a very small amount. So in a very small amount of refraction, you have complete separation between the colors, right? That's from my.
Well, a very small amount of refraction. Yeah, it's exactly. If there's a large amount of refraction, less dispersion. If there's a low amount of refraction, you'd have little dispersion. If you have a large amount of refraction, there'd be less dispersion. But all these observations we have where we hear, well, there was extreme refraction in that case, there's no corresponding dispersion to it.
But
that's why it's I'm trying to tell you, to start it with, you asked me, it's ad hoc. You'll say it's ad hoc. I said, yeah. And this is the reason it's ad hoc, because there's no actual evidence for it. Right? It's ad hoc to stop the globe from being falsified. It's like, oh shit, if this observation is geometrically correct, it's falsified. Oh, let's have an ad hoc hypothesis that saves the previous hypothesis from being falsified. But without the evidence, corresponding evidence. It's not like they found refraction evidence first, and then we're like, let's apply it to this globe we measured. It's like, we know it's a globe. This observation would show it's not a globe. How can we explain this away with some phenomenon? We'll just say we know that that's light. Let's say it's refraction bending the light and flattening everything out. That's what makes it ad hoc, because there's no corresponding other evidence.
Okay, so
but we know it. But we know this other corresponding evidence does exist in nature because of astronomically we observe it.
Yeah, I don't quite think the two.
No one's ever taken a picture of a red blue mountain, dude. Sorry, it's just never happened. But they have taken red blue Saturn pictures, red blue star pictures, red blue fucking sun pictures. I don't know about the sun. I don't think the sun has. The sun might wash it out, so it might not be visible.
Okay, so you're saying we see those refractions within other planetary bodies, but we don't within earthly bodies that are here like a mountain, because it goes through such a small amount.
What I'm saying is, for astronomical objects, we do observe this effect, the dispersion effect. Not necessarily the sun. I don't think I've ever seen it with the moon, but I've seen it with Saturn, Jupiter, stars, right? They make something called a dispersion corrector, where you basically turn a mirror and it'll merge the double image. So what it does is the light comes into the telescope. Inside it splits the image into two images, right? And then those images, they have a mirror, and it's reflected onto another lens. But then you can manipulate each mirror to merge the two mirrored images into one image, right? So you can take the blue image that's off a little bit from the red image and overlap them so that you get a single image without this dispersion. This is not necessary with any terrestrial observation. I've never ever seen, but the thing is, what's the point? The point is that they're saying, hey, you made a terrestrial observation. This is caused by extreme refraction. This allows you to do this. But the extreme refraction condition would have other things that we'd observe. When there's extreme refraction to the astronomical bodies, we observe this red-blue frickin' dispersion. We don't see it with terrestrial bodies ever.
Can we share some photos of this red-blue? I can't seem to find this with planetary.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I just Googled it. I Googled dispersion corrector telescope, and it showed them, and the AI's first response explained it exactly as Indio explained it. I go to Google Images, and they show thousands of examples before and after using the corrector.
That's okay. I just want to see it. I'm not
being a dick. I'm just saying, so it's quick and easy for anybody listening to also do this.
I apparently Googled the wrong thing. It took me into redshift and blueshift, which I don't think we're talking about here.
Well, the only reason I'm saying, because red and blue are at the different ends of the spectrum, of the visible spectrum.
I get that, yeah.
So they're going to appear the most separated. So there's this version with Saturn right there, right?
Yeah, I see that.
That's pretty easy to see. That's fucked up. Now, we observe this in regular lenses too, so we have lenses have to be corrected for this. And this is why this is the main reason we don't use refractor telescopes over a certain size, because we have a big thick glass lens, and we'd have to correct, like when it came out of the first thick ass lens, like say you have a fucking, what is it, a 10-inch lens at Mount Wilson or whatever the fuck it is. Okay. When the light comes out of the lens, you're gonna have a double red blue image, and then you're gonna have to recombine the image. But then you get, like, because you're going through a whole bunch of other lenses, the quality of your image starts getting degraded. So we get to like a maximum size, we're going to use what's called a refractor telescope, and then like after that we use mirror telescopes where you don't have this problem because the light's being reflected, not refracted. So we do this, right? A lot of terrestrial observations, they make things called apochromatic telescopes. Dude, what are you doing? So, okay, so they make, so one of the long distance observations from Canada to called bars de crins or something. It's 200 and what is it off the top of my head? I can't remember. It's 253 miles, right? 412 kilometers. They use the apochromatic telescope. That means at the telescope itself, the telescope is corrected so that the telescope, because you could always say, hey, I took this picture, I see this, what do you call it? I see this dispersion. Someone can go, well, that's the camera. That's just a shitty camera. They have crappy chromatic aberration. But this particular picture has an apochromatic telescope, so it's specifically designed so that you won't have any chromatic aberration in your photographs. The photographs taken with this show that they're out there in the world. There is no chromatic aberration of any image of the shot, like 412 kilometer shot. Because often we do these, like I said, these long distance observations, and people go, hey, there's a refraction, extreme refraction, all these things. And like, there's no actual evidence for any of it. That's the point. And the reason I even got alerted to this is because they did this test. They did a laser test. They used 3 lasers across the Hawaiian Islands. And they shot it from one Hawaiian island top to the other. And they were trying to measure turbulence. They shine the laser. They have one telescope. They pick up all 3 lasers in the telescope at the same time. Well, these lasers are all different wavelengths. And then someone did their master's thesis on it, and they modeled it all out, and they said, well, because refraction, this telescope is beyond the diffraction limit, this experiment should have never worked.
Right, so just to summarize.
Because each laser should have been separated by a total of 20 meters. But the telescope itself that they picked the light up in was only 4 meters wide. So how, if the light is separate, if there's refraction and the light's separated by 20 meters, how do they pick it up in the telescope that's only 3 meters wide at the same time and do measurements?
Right, so why do we see full chromatic aberration like to red-blue with planetary objects, but not the sun?
Yeah, well, and in this laser test that I just mentioned, they didn't see it in that either, which was done by the Air Force and the University of Dayton and fucking Boeing and, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like a giant fucking grant for them to do this test. They weren't looking for this. They were doing an experiment on something completely different. But a guy that was part of the experiment, right? So, like, he took place in the experiment because you need the research to get your master's, right? You need something to write your master's about. So he participated in the research, and then after he got the research, now he has his experimental data to write his master's. He writes his master's, and he did the model for refraction, right? Standard refraction. This is what we should see based upon the lasers we use. And this should not have worked based upon the lasers we use.
Oh, let me read that a second.
I'll post it in the chat. It's called the multi-wavelength laser. I'll just get it. Characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149 kilometer propagation path using multi-wavelength lasers and beacons. So that was the experiment, and I'll give you the fucking master's thesis.
I'll be honest. I would love to sit here and read a full study. It's probably just going to be the abstract.
You don't. You don't have to read that. Okay. The only thing you need to know about that is that they did it. The fact that they did it demonstrates there's no refraction. Because this experiment should not have happened. It should never have worked. Dude, if you have a 20-foot fucking pole, can you get it through a 3-fucking-foot door? Without turning it sideways?
Yeah, you can turn it sideways. That's about to say that.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, let me, like, I get you're asking a lot of questions. You've got to like give me a chance to read some of these things. But yeah, fair enough. It's I'm
so there's a graph. There's a graph that shows this is how much distance between rays. Right? These are the distance between the beams that should have been if there was refraction. The telescope is wide, is short, is narrower than this distance, but they measured in. So they took in all these lasers into the telescope at the same time, separated them in fiber optic cables, and measured the speckle pattern at the same time, which they shouldn't have been able to do if refraction exists the way Goldberg to say exists. There's no evidence it does. It's just something. Just something that's just repeated over and over.
Wait, so refraction doesn't exist as globe Earthers say it exists? Is that what you just said?
Exactly. It doesn't exist the way that they think exists.
So how does how does it exist then? How does refraction exist? Because you've given me some examples of refraction.
It's more complex. It's way more complex. It's not deterministic. The fact of the matter is,
it just happens.
The air is not a continuous stricken medium, right? So there's pockets and bubbles and pockets of different changes of temperature, density, motion, you name it, right?
No one denies that. I mean, yeah, there's difference in pressure and temperature across.
Yeah, but it's not just horizontal. It's not just vertical. It's horizontal.
Oh, you think because the atmosphere continues up further than what we understand that goes?
Well, no. What I'm saying is horizontally, it's not one temperature.
Yeah, I get
so
it.
when they do these, when they model it, right? They use a spherically symmetric model where the temperature is the same at a certain elevation, all the way across the line of sight.
I think everyone understands the temperature changes as you go up within altitude, though. I don't get what you're saying there when you say horizontal.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true. Temperature goes up for the first 1 kilometer, and then it starts going down. Yeah, this has been measured by like weather balloons and shit.
Temperature goes down as you go up. Okay, this is
not for the first kilometer.
I mean, I'll just give you an example. I walked.
The only difference is
I walked up Snowdon like 2 weeks ago, and it one definitely got colder the further I went up, and that's about 1,000 meters.
Yeah, but was it windier too?
No, it's I get it's anecdotal, but the general rule from what I've always known is that roughly 100 meters is 1 degree change in temperature in a reduction. Wind difference aside, and it was fortunately not that windy of a day. It was quite good weather.
Well, that's anecdotal. I have it. I can show it to you.
No, my example is anecdotal, but from what I have always been taught and understood within science, like it isn't just quite as simple as temperature goes down as you go up. There are changes of that. From what I know, it then at a certain point starts to go up and then it goes back down again. That's from what I thought I knew, but I'm not gonna quote that as an expert there. But that was my understanding, was that it goes down and then back up again and then down again. But I could be wrong there.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I haven't looked at this in a long time. I haven't even talked about this one. There's a guy who did a bunch of frickin'.
Well, refraction throughout these. I mean,
he did a bunch of balloon flights, and it showed that the temperature actually goes up for the first kilometer, and then it starts going down.
Okay. I mean,
anyway, that's not the important part. The important part is
different topic there. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's not the important. The important part is that say like I have a spot 6 feet off the ground and then a spot a mile away. How the light travels through that is the temperature isn't going to be like it's 50 degrees at me and 51 degrees at them, and then just like this smooth gradient. There's going to be pockets of air, right? There's going to be this pocket could be freaking 10 degrees warmer than the pocket, right? It's almost like the way they describe it are like beer bubbles.
It's imperfect.
Bubbles in beer, right? So there's like bubbles in beer that's like there's pockets of different air temperatures and density between you and any line of sight. And how large they are changes. They could be bubbles that are freaking 0.5 kilometer in size. They could be tiny where they're like 1 meter in size, right? So every time the light passes through one of these pockets, right, it gets moved around, right? Refracted up or refracted down. Goes in, refracted up, comes out, refracted down. Goes in, refracted up, goes out, refracted down. And this will just happen. That's why we see like the scintillation of the stars and shit shimmer around and things
I get where we see stuff shimmer and light to the distance. So, you appear to flicker. Yeah.
So this it's a complex phenomenon. It's not some simplified spherically symmetric model where shit just gets lifted up and down. It's way more complex than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't disagree with when we go back to our original point we were on about way earlier, where
it disagrees with the whole fucking gradient. It disagrees with the whole gradient of shit up crap because there is no gradient.
Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, but
okay. So here's where we get to where we clearly you don't think there's a gradient of the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying? There's no gradient.
Look. There's not a uniform gradient. It's not like that. It's not how it really is.
All right, but I think we've got to the crux of the problem there because the model works with a uniform gradient from what I know.
Yeah, and that's why it's a model. The 1976 U.S. atmosphere model is pretty much what everybody uses. But that's just a model, but that's not how the world really is.
But then we've got to the source problem. So you say there's not a uniform gradient, and that's why it shouldn't make sense.
Yeah, it's not. You could have a gradient for the first 100, say 400 meters away from me, and then the next 400 meters is inverted, and then the next one there is none.
There's some differences. Fair enough. When we say uniform gradient, we're talking in a general term there. So when you look at pressures, when you go up in altitude, those pressures are going to vary. But there's going to be a degree of error within those variations, right?
Yeah, but that's not the claim. The claim is the general rule is shit is being refracted over the horizon because there's a fucking gradient. There's no evidence for that.
You've lost it. There's no evidence for.
There's no evidence for that.
The observations and.
There's no evidence refraction in a fucking spherically symmetric atmosphere is curving shit up and lifting it up over the horizon. There's no evidence for that shit. There isn't even a shred of evidence for it. Well, let me give it to you. Okay. Has anyone ever observed this? You don't even have a model that actually predicts.
I've not done the science myself. But from what I've read, I wouldn't say there's no evidence on it. I mean, I can.
Well, I'd say. Well, from what I've read, I've seen that they admit there's no evidence for it.
I'd say Indio's been doing Hold on, I'd say Indio's been doing a pretty damn good job over the last hour explaining everything he says, backs it up, and posts shit in the chat. And Andy, come on. You are assuming this should be the way, but you haven't really proven anything. Indio has.
No, he's posted some sources, and I'm asking some questions. That's fine.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that you got to think about it that way. Indio has been doing this
I don't deny for 1 second. He's been doing a very good job of discussing this and explaining some things. Yeah.
Why do you think? Let me ask you, Andy. Why do you even think it's the case that this happens? It isn't obviously based upon the academic literature that you've read and your extensive knowledge of it. So why do you believe that isn't meant to be an insult? It's only meant to point out that you have an idea in your head, but there's actually no evidence for the idea.
It's because the observations don't match the idea of us being on a ball.
Yeah, no. I mean, my idea of us being on a ball isn't just from one observation. It's from a multitude of different things that make sense with that model. So it's. Yeah,
the point is the observations don't match us being on a ball of claimed dimensions. That's why these other things must be the case.
But when we get to the things where I don't think that your observations match it, like you just seem to give the answer.
And then you can turn the observation right into proof of the globe because that's how it must be if I live on a globe. It's this continuous fucking circular reasoning.
No, it's like everything that I understand. So it's not. There's multiple points I can go.
That's a statement about you, dude. That's not a statement about reality. That's a statement about your own mind.
We're talking about
my everything
own beliefs. Yeah, but I'm relating to this back to my own beliefs, so it would be about my own mind.
Well, think about what you did, Andy. Like it's almost like you guys have golfers fucking memory. You posted Jaren's fucking whole fucking flashlight experiment in the chat, thinking it was evidence for a globe, but it was evidence against the globe.
No. I posted that really briefly.
Have you actually accepted that in your head yet? That was actually evidence against the globe. Because
I accept under the horizon of what's going on there. I admittedly said when I posted it, I've watched some videos and I don't have much of an understanding of them. At the same time, you told me to post the video, and I was like, I'm sure you guys all know the video, but yeah, I'll post it anyway. And you admittedly know more about it. I don't think from what you said, like, I get the fact that the reflection there. Oh, sorry, no.
You're not getting it, dude. You keep saying you've seen observations that match the globe, but none of your observations match the globe. And when they don't match, you bring up. I'm not making it personal. When I say you, it's the fucking royal you. So, you guys. Okay, all observations match the globe. Okay, here's one that don't. Oh, we have a hog explanation for that. Still matches the globe. Every observation, that's what T-Dub was saying, every observation will match the globe because you have a Band-Aid to make it match the globe. Because you just add something. You're making it unfalsifiable. Like, what can falsify the globe, Andy? Like, tell me, what observation can we do? Where you can't add a Band-Aid, you can't add something at the end and say, well, the globe explains that it has some fucking widget.
You could go into space and you could see
every fucking time, dude. Every single fucking time.
How is that so much of it every time?
Because it's not falsifiable then.
Right, but is the idea of, like, how can you falsify it? Well, you can go high enough up where you can see the whole thing. Oh, well, that's how dare you go there? Like,
it's not falsifiable. Well, that means it's not falsifiable.
Right. But
so was the globe first proven? Like when they first went to? Was the globe first proven when they went to space, or was it proven before that?
It was understood and believed before then. There were other elements.
Okay, so prior to Sputnik, right? Nobody could even falsify the globe. It wasn't even possible. So at least prior to Sputnik, the globe was a pseudoscience. Hold on, dude. So the globe prior to Sputnik. Now Sputnik went to orbit or whatever, right? So prior to Sputnik, the globe was not falsifiable.
Yeah, so we've talked about other methods today, how you could do it, and I get you said there are some inaccuracies within those.
I'm just asking
so looking at planetary bodies and stuff like that would be the way that I would say.
Well, one second.
So
I want to ask you though.
If we saw square planets, would that prove the Earth's not a globe?
It would certainly question our understanding.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude! You're making me want to fucking drink.
It's like it'd be crazy. That'd be nuts, right? But we don't see square planets. So
how are these squares? We must be a square, dude.
Yeah. Would that not just question our whole understanding of physics and the fact that we never, ever see that? Does that not say anything to you? Like,
well, you see it in Star Trek, the Borg cube, man. Maybe it's just a fucking Borg cube.
Exactly.
Hey, do you take over for a second, dude? I got to do.
Well, what about that huge ass piece of whatever it was that they said passed by Earth there a few years ago? What'd they call it? Some Hawaiian name or something? It was like really misshapen and really long and not a sphere, right?
Yeah.
What happened there? What happened with physics there? Why didn't gravity kick in and turn that into a sphere? You know, but I wanted to ask you, right?
Well, let me answer the question. You asked me a question, and then you're moving on to something else. So let me just answer really quick. So what I know of this, I assume you're talking about a meteorite that's not in a perfect spherical sort of form, which
it's not anything. It's just
because of the way that they're formed. So meteorites aren't formed from where you have a massive amount of gas. That we talked about the protoplanet.
Yeah. How do you know that? How do you know that? Can you prove it?
What y'all do? Let me finish my answer. I get that I haven't stood there and watched this phenomenon, but on this model of them doing this, like
what model?
Meteorites.
What model?
Yeah, the protoplanet model we discussed.
You have a working model?
Yes.
How about you put the ball with gas pressure inside the vacuum chamber?
Can I just finish my point, please?
One second.
Of why? So meteorites on that are formed from other things, such as impacts between planetary bodies and stuff like that would form more jagged and distorted rock bodies.
You never saw that. It's a fairy tale story.
I haven't seen that.
But I wanted to ask you, Andy, because you said what would falsify the globe, is this like being able to go to space and see it, right? Is this the standard that you have set for yourself?
I guess.
I would only accept any claim about the nature of the shape of the Earth if I myself could go to space and see it. So that means nobody else's claim first-hand experience of that.
It's me.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that just applicable? What I'm asking is that just applicable to flat Earth, or will you accept somebody else's second-hand?
I would. So yeah.
Right.
So let's say the general consensus within science shifted to the fact that we were wrong all this time. The Earth is absolutely flat. All these models we had were entirely incorrect. New science completely disproves that. Here are many peer-reviewed studies, and the consensus within science shifted.
No, I'm not talking about that. We were putting that aside. It's just the standard that you gave for falsifying, the globe, right? So
okay, I thought you were talking about what would shift my mind.
So because that would be looking at what it falsifies, right? As in. It would be falsifying one thing or another thing or a multitude of things, right? So that's the standard that you've set for yourself. I'm only going to accept, right, claims about the nature of the Earth, which I have first-hand experience of by going to space far enough away from the Earth to see it. Right? So you're not going to accept globe Earth, you're not going to accept flat Earth, you're not going to accept donut Earth or pyramid Earth or any other Earth unless you can get far enough away from it and see it for yourself, right?
No.
No. See, this is the problem.
Right.
That should be, if that's your standard for one thing, it should be a standard for all things. For all claims about the shape of the Earth.
But does everything else not work on this model that we live in today? I get you guys disagree with that model, but let's talk about GPS systems.
Go for it, Miguel.
Satellite communication.
We are not living inside the model. And you talk about satellites. Yeah, what's your problem? We have a guy. He's a flat Earth guy, but the guy was a glober. He went to Antarctica, and now he is working with the satellite companies. One of those companies are working with microsatellites. Yeah, and they are using cameras with flat lenses. No more fisheye lens. So they are pointing down, and you see it's flat. Interesting. Isn't interesting talking about technology?
I don't get your point. Sorry.
And you want to talk about satellites? You want to talk about satellites? We have an ex-NASA technical that did work with satellites, and in his papers he had to account. He was doing programmation. He had to account a flat stationary Earth. Very interesting.
You have so there's one NASA technician who's come out and said the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, he did work with satellites.
He worked
with satellites, yes. Yeah. And in his papers, he's saying that he has to account a flat stationary Earth.
Okay.
So he has to do the programmation according to a flat stationary Earth. Why is that?
So, but essentially, what you're saying is one guy that works in the industry has come out and said within
we have more people that did work to NASA, and they are talking about flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay. Is it many? Because I don't know of any.
It is many. Also aircraft related with NASA.
Like aircraft pilots? Okay. Related with NASA or just because general
NASA?
I mean, commercial aircraft pilots would surely be in on this as well, right?
No, it's NASA Origin.
Can I ask how many is enough? Is it 51%? Is it 50.1%?
If 51% of all these people that work within the industries were saying that the Earth is flat, then hands down I would be like, well, this is really suspicious and questionable for me. Yeah. I would very much be questioning my own beliefs.
Well, hold on. You're broadening his example. His example were designers, creators, not users and people that just work on airplanes and stuff like no. The design.
And by the way, you've never communicated with a satellite in your entire life. You never will. Like,
so when my GPS, Google Maps,
you're not communicating with satellite. You're not communicating
with.
Do you think you're talking to the satellite?
I think talking is an incorrect term there. I think it's sending data.
Communicating. Are you communicating with the satellite?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's bouncing signals off the satellite.
What does your GPS say to it?
No, that's it's not giving individual data to it. It's sending it. It's getting measurement.
Yeah, so it's not communication.
Yeah. Although it's a very base element of communication. So from what I know, it's basically working out where it is using the time it takes to send.
Okay, when your girlfriend is screaming at you, not letting you talk, is that communication?
Dude, I'm on the internet at 9:30 on a Monday. I don't have a girlfriend.
Like, no, I'm just saying, if we just screamed at you and then while you're muted, would you consider
that communication? Technically, yeah, sure. Why not? It's really bad.
No, not really, dude. You wouldn't consider that communication. It's not communicating with anything. It's passive beacon. Passive means you are just passively accepting a signal, and it doesn't use a globe either. So,
but it's two-way though, right? Because even if the basis
not two-way.
Back, no, but it gets back the time that it takes for that communication to get there, and
that's embedded in it.
But that's a two-way. That's a two-way street. Like, it wouldn't know that time if it didn't have a confirmation that came back to it, because otherwise, then how would it know that time?
Do you think your frickin' phone is syncing up to atomic clocks, dude? Like, what?
No, the atomic clock is on the satellite, from what I know. I don't think my phone has an atomic
clock. Yeah, but you need to be synced with it to know the time of flight, right?
No, my phone is synced with the time on Earth. The satellite has the atomic clock, so there's a constant time that's being updated through internet that itself is based.
How did you sync with the satellite? Your clock, dude, on your phone.
I just explained to you. My phone is synced through the internet to.
How did your phone do it?
Through a constant 5G signal, 4G signal, whatever signal it's getting through internet connection. Yeah, so there's an atomic clock on Earth measuring that. That updates many devices around it. Those devices communicate with the satellite. The satellite has the atomic clock. Those two differentials help work out the distance.
Andy, you don't know how it works. You're making shit up on the fly. Your phone
like I said from the top. That's my base understanding of it. But yeah.
Yeah, your phone's using something called network time protocol. And say you have, I don't know what your phone service is. They're using their own freaking network times. It's not synced to anything. They might sync it to somebody, like someone upstream, their clocks. But whether it's synced to an atomic clock, like on a Windows computer, it automatically gets your time. Now, typically, the time will come from Microsoft. But you can actually set it so that it gets it from the atomic clock at the University of Colorado, or you can get the one at Lawrence Livermore Labs. So you can choose what network time protocol server that you access in the first place. Like, you're not syncing to atomic clocks. The time is in the message.
Right, again, but this doesn't differentiate too much from what I said. That okay, so fair enough.
But the funny thing is, it doesn't use a globe either. So that's the funny thing. The coordinate system of GPS isn't in latitude and longitude. It's converted to that. It's actually the actual raw data message is only the time of flight in what's called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates, which is actually a plane called up, down, and easting. Those are the three Cartesian coordinates that it uses.
So how does it work if it's not a satellite? How does it calculate my position?
Because the time of flight uses trilateration.
So it just works from what time of flight from the signal of the.
Yeah, and it has it has something called a pseudo range.
Yeah, it does that as well to a certain amount of accuracy. That's what it calculates my position in from when it can't get satellite.
Well, I doubt your phone ever used GPS. Your phone probably uses network location services.
But network location services are they have a really large degree of uncertainty to them, so it gives quite a vast area. It shows you.
How would you tell the uncertainty, dude? Like, oh my God, my GPS, I'm actually a meter off. You'd never know.
I mean,
if I fire up the GPS in my phone right now, It's going to show them not even inside the building I'm in.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, my GPS does, so I don't know what your GPS is saying.
Yeah.
But
well,
if it's
I'm just
communicating
saying,
with satellites within the building that you're in, then it can show it.
You're not using a satellite, bro. You're using network location servers.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, when you're on a Wi-Fi within a building, and then it has if it can use your location network within that cell phone network.
The cell phone network. The cell phone network. You're using the cell phone.
So explain one thing to me. When you're outside of where there's any cell phone network, you can still use GPS satellites. How does that work?
Well, if you have it turned on, then you'll use GPS.
Yes. So I can download my map, and I do this regularly because I go hiking in the wilderness where there's absolutely no signal. I can download the maps from Google, and I can use my GPS to accurately tell me exactly where I am within those locations. So how does that make sense there?
Yeah, because they have on-the-ground GPS transmitters. They're called differential GPS, or WAS, or there's a whole bunch of other systems too. They broadcast this exact same signal.
So you're saying that the conspiracy goes so far where they're broadcasting signals. Well, okay. So the lie goes so far where there's no actual 4G, 5G signal in the wilderness of the UK. Out in the Lake District, the Snowdonia Mountains, the up in Scotland, where pretty much all of it gets no fucking signal. They're sending out. Think there's a ball in the way. Let me finish my point. But let me finish my point because you're saying that in all those locations where when I go hiking there, I download the map and I track myself very accurately, and I can see this accurate because I have this map downloaded and it's within a meter. It's very impressive of the path that I'm on. So in all of those locations, how is that telling me that I'm right there, right exactly where I am? Is it? Okay. Are the satellites? Are the signals or maps?
Because radio signals, because the GPS signal travels a lot farther than you think, because there's no ball in the way.
Right. So really, my phone is getting signal, but it's telling me I'm not getting signal
from transmitters that are on the ground. Yes, it's getting signals from that.
Yeah. But
not a cell phone tower, because a cell phone tower is a different band. Right.
Okay.
So different bands have different penetration strengths in the air. Also, depending on the antenna, they also use different powers. Typically, things like cell phone telecommunications signals. GPS is 2 point. Can't remember off the top of my head what frequency it is.
It doesn't use the same exact signal as the internet or the calls on your phone.
Yeah, it's a different frequency, man. It's a different chip. It's a different frequency. It's completely separate.
And Andy, he did say it was ground-based. You just didn't listen to him. He repeated himself twice.
No, I got the idea. I get the idea that what you're... Because, of course, from your idea, it has to be ground-based. I'm not denying that you're saying that. The sort of bewilderment that I have is that out in all these places where there's... I can be in a location where I'm just literally just surrounded by large mountain bodies that are blocking out any signal. I have zero phone signal, actually no data. I can't even make emergency calls, which is run off 3G networks. But I can get GPS data. It connects to, and it can, on my drone, it tells me how many.
So look, check this out.
So you're saying that this is taking place on a different.
No, you heard what he said. You heard what he said. It's like I hate when you say something and he's like, so you're saying, yeah, that's what the fuck he's saying. Chop the conversation time down a little further. Second of all, it's I've been listening for a minute, and it's it's like they never actually claim. They just have incredulity, and then they're like, are you making a claim as to how this is working? Are you saying that because you live on a ball, this GPS is working in the way that you're saying it does? Or are you just here to be like, I'm saying I don't know how else this could happen? Because if I got mountains around me, it can't be what you're saying it is, and I'm not necessarily making a claim, but I am saying
no, I'm making quite a claim. Yeah, no,
so make the claim. So make the claim.
Because this claim works everywhere on Earth.
So make the claim. Let me hear it. Make the claim.
You can tell me to make the claim. I'm trying to talk. So the claim is that when I'm in place, when I have absolutely no communication with satellite, with anything other than satellite. So this can be in the middle of the ocean. This can be, when I'm on a plane flying to somewhere. This can be when I'm in the middle of a wilderness, for example, Scotland or any other place. I have a location data on my phone that tells me exactly, very accurately, where I am. And there's no other way it can do that from communicating with satellites.
It's a very vague claim. That's a very vague claim.
No, it's fine. But is that all you're saying?
I mean, that's the basis of the claim.
Well, okay, so there are things above the Earth. So, do you have anything further to that?
Okay, so you're saying there aren't things, or you admit that there are those satellites?
No, I'm asking you, right? Aren't I? Isn't it your claim? I said,
are you done with your claim, sure, we can go into more detail. They orbit the Earth, but yeah, my base claim here, and it's
okay. Orbit is in a circle, or what do you mean exactly?
Orbit would be a circle, yeah.
Around a globe, you mean?
Yep.
So that's the claim. All right. How do you know that?
Well, that's very part of the claim. But we're talking about how they give me information compared to where I am on Earth. I'm not getting into the detail of how the orbital mechanics work.
You made huge leaps of logic. Huge.
Okay.
I go to the woods.
Tell me how.
I downloaded
let's go back to the base claim.
I saw a little crosshair, and I can't make a phone call. Therefore, there's satellites in space orbiting the fucking Earth, and I'm on a ball.
Well, it's not just I'm in the wilderness. It's literally in the middle of the ocean. Nothing else around.
When have you done that?
Presumably.
I've done it on a cruise ship. I've done it on a plane.
And you're assuming. It's a presupposition that there's nothing else could possibly communicate with your little handheld phone. That's what you're relying on. That's why I said it's a vague claim. Because you're not listing any locations.
The devices that are on these bodies that I'm on, the plane or the cruise ship, or maybe there's devices out here in the wilderness that are falsely telling me, or not falsely, sorry, but telling me where I am from other devices, and then masking how they're doing that.
Do you understand how that works though? When you download the map, do you understand how the equipment that you have, let's say your phone? Do you understand that inside of it, like if your GPS part of your phone was broken, it would still use the accelerometer, the gyroscope, the magnetometer, or magnetometer.
Yeah, I get how those are the things, but they're not going to.
But here's the point, though. Here's the point. When you take your phone, okay, and you download the map, and you have a signal, and you're like, okay, and it's using the towers to triangulate your position on the ground, okay, then. Let's say you break the GPS part of it. You're like, okay, now I'm going to be lost. No, as long as you downloaded the map, and you can even lose your internet signal and your cell signal, but it knows if you take 100 steps to the left, it's a mathematical thing in the app, and it's using the phone sensors. And in the map that's on your phone, it will move you. It will know that you went over there. It's not going to be exactly precise because they do say that it's still off a little. But it's not using in this junction. It's not. I'm saying it's not necessarily using the satellite.
Hold on. Just to clarify, this is called inertial navigation.
Right.
I get the inertial navigation.
It calculates how far you move based upon the accelerometers in your.
Yes. Right. Yes. So that has So as you move further, right, that's going to have a knock-on effect of the inaccuracies, because you give one inaccuracy and then that's going to multiply every time with that inaccuracy. So if you want to use that for something like a missile, all right, which goes in a very sort of straight trajectory over time and also takes information from other data, it can be a very effective tool for when the other data is unavailable to it. But if you're going to use that for a phone going through a wilderness where you're not going to get any communication with other devices for a long time, it's going to be a terrible thing, because those little small inaccuracies are going to multiply over time into such a high magnitude where that data is just completely unusable. But that's exactly what we don't see when you use GPS data. I could be in the wilderness for 1-2 days. Let's say I'm doing Mount Sully in Scotland, for example, where you have to basically wild camp to get to it because it's so far away from any road even. Like the GPS data is accurate to like a meter while I'm at the top of that mountain, and even when I get to the bottom of it and I'm in the valley, again, it's accurate to like within a meter. It's so perfectly accurate. So that just doesn't make sense from what you're saying there.
So do you think you'd be able to get that with the ground-based system? Does it have to be
I think if you set up a network of ground-based systems around the globe in every wilderness and everywhere, then you could give someone that system to do that. Absolutely. I think the idea... let me finish my point. I think the idea that will be done to mask the fact that it's getting done from satellites is a ridiculous claim.
It's already done. I already told you. It's called differential GPS, dude. It's already done.
So all these ground masts are set up around the globe. And
you keep saying
they have a system called differential GPS, which is undisputedly ground-based GPS that will appear on your phone as a satellite and will give you your location.
You're saying this is placed
all over the place. They're all over America. I know that.
Right, you're right. But you get the GPS works everywhere. Like it's not. So, for example, let me give you one example.
I think you're making that up, Andy.
I recently went to Morocco and climbed Mount Toubkal.
Once is not a trend.
So I was going to make my point anyway.
Well, it's not. Once is not a trend. I know where I live. GPS is fucked up, dude. Where I live, it don't work very well.
That's fine for you. It's never. I've never had. Sorry, someone's hot micing me. I can hear my voice going through. Much as I love it to a certain extent, it's a bit off-putting.
Hey Andy, why don't you just Google what differential GPS is? And the definitions. Hold on, just shut up. It says transmits correctional signals to GPS navigation equipment on board vessels. So you are of the belief, the assumption, that GPS is the shit when differential GPS corrects it, corrects the navigational equipment.
Here's what I think's happening here. I think there's a system, the GPS that works, and you're being like, no, there's something else, and that's differential GPS. And just because that exists too, it doesn't disprove anything that I've said. Differential GPS isn't going to explain. You can use this as an addition to the GPS system, and you can use it to make readings more accurate, and that's absolutely fine. I have no doubt that it does within that GPS system. But it doesn't disprove anything that I've said. Differential GPS isn't set up worldwide. Okay, there'll be no sense of that. It just doesn't. From the basis of it, that's a crazy.
But you were just making the primary argument that there was stacked tolerances and little discrepancies over another discrepancy makes it inaccurate, where in fact it makes it GPS accurate.
No, you really misunderstand my two arguments there. So if you're working, firstly, the initial argument was like using gyro data of a phone, and that's where I specifically said if you're going to use gyro data that has an inherent inaccuracy over a long period of time, those inherent inaccuracies are going to multiply to such an inaccuracy where there's just no point using that data. So if you're using differential GPS, which has a constant communication with some other source, then that inherent accuracy or that inaccuracy from whatever you get from GPS or differential GPS would just keep to what it wouldn't multiply. It's just its own inaccuracy. So like that's not what I was saying.
Just try to understand one thing. When Indio told you about that the GPS signal that we can have from ground-based towers or transmitters, yeah, it's really that, because it will be easy to understand if you just distinguish between the two signals. The GPS signal and the GSM signal. They are not the same. Yeah, even if they use the same tower, you can have both transmitters and receivers in the same tower, GSM and GPS. You just have to know the GSM, you won't have that data or signal on your mobile phone when you are in a dead zone, because the GSM signal will just cover a short distance, like few kilometers, 5 kilometers for 4G or 3G. So it's just small distances, while GPS is able to cover huge, enormous distances.
Everywhere.
Thousands of miles. by thousands of miles. Yeah,
pretty much everywhere. I'm sure you can go to some. I don't know how GPS works if you get to the Arctic and the Antarctic. I know that satellites around there. There's going to be less due to the orbit of them, but effectively everywhere that I've been, and this, like I said, multiple places. But most recently, around 6 months ago, in Morocco, doing Mount Toubkal, where there is absolutely no phone signal. You're up in the Atlas Mountains there. GPS works perfectly. Absolutely perfectly.
It doesn't need to surprise you because that GPS signal is able to cover hundreds and thousands of miles. So it's so easy to understand that, you can, if you are on a flat plane, let's say you are in the center of the north, the towers are, the nearest one is in Svalbard, the next one is in Alaska, and the other one is in Russia or something like that. Yeah, you can have triangulation with those towers, even if they are hundreds of miles away from you, because you are using not cell phone signal, not GSM signal, but GPS signal, L5 bands that are 1,000 something hertz.
Yeah. Okay. So it's using such a high frequency that it's communicating with places that are all around the globe is essentially what you're saying. That's how that works.
Correct. If you have some questions about ocean,
and when I am in a valley and I have no clear sight, and by the way, let's keep in mind that high frequencies don't transmit well through solid bodies. Low frequencies do because of the high wavelength. You could potentially say, look, it's such a low wavelength that it manages to travel over that body. But GPS still works in valleys and places where you only have sight of the sky. How does that make sense?
Yeah, because GPS and those cell towers, they are not on low elevation. You can find them on low elevation only in ocean on some buoys.
That mathematically doesn't make sense. They would have to be so high that they're in orbit. I mean, I'm talking when I'm in a valley, there are mountains on either side of me climbing up, thousands of meters on the left and the right. I'm in a valley. I can literally, I can just see sky. And if I was to have a direct view to anything there, you're not even talking in orbit. You understand the maths of this, right? These things to my left, to my right, to my front, to my back, climbing up, escalating, at a steep degree. How does that make sense?
It won't make sense.
Well, it has to be in orbit, number one, on a globe, which we know it's measured and practically used as a oriented horizontal plane of reference. And two, your claim also includes rotation of Earth, and then the satellite would, I'm assuming, geostationary, meaning orbiting. No, what I'm saying is this would have to be the case, and we don't have any proof that the Earth is spinning or that it's a globe. No, it is correct that we don't have proof that the Earth is spinning or is a globe. In fact, we have evidence of the contrary. So,
you said that what I inserted would have had geosynchronous, which satellites aren't. GPS satellites, should I say? There are geosynchronous satellites, but most satellites, you have communication with them over a short amount of time, but you're constantly communicating with different satellites. They know their position, they know their exact time. That's how GPS networks work.
Yeah, just like my friend Mimas used to say.
That's not true, I don't think. Sorry.
You think all GPS satellites are geosynchronous?
It's odd that when he's driving through parts of
geostationary, geosynchronous, same thing, but that's
especially going over. Oh, you're definitely because you're. So let me go ahead and do that first, and then let me unimpeded say what I want to say. So just like my friend Meme used to say, he'd be driving through some parts, some places, and we get like no signal. Used to test the GPS and is getting no signal at all. Just communication just drops. And that's what it is. Like, you're trying to say that, well, you're in this area where, You wouldn't have cell data. Then you could use GPS. Well, I believe he had a sat phone in one of his instances, and it still was very shoddy. And so, first of all, we just don't have to believe you because you don't really have anything. Second of all, we're talking about GPS. We're talking about elevation angles, which require a horizontal plane of reference. Earth is not globe. It's not spinning. So, I mean, just hearing him yap, yappity yap all day is annoying, fam.
Yeah. I don't think that the satellites are claimed, I don't think it's claimed that the satellites know where they are. I think it's claimed that we know where they are.
Doesn't matter anyway. GPS is a passive receiver at the end user interface. You don't communicate with it. It just sends out a signal. Now, unless you can validate where that signal is coming from, whether it's ground-based or sky-based to the exclusion of the other, then neither of you have an actual claim you can make. All this Andy needs to satisfy his contentions is a high-altitude source of the signal, which could be a reflection, according to their claims that the ionosphere will reflect signals, et cetera, or a high-altitude balloon. So the fact that they're coming from high altitude doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. So it's a moot point.
Right. So let's just go over the summarization of the points we made against it there. So firstly, Big Daddy has a friend who lost GPS signal for a bit, and it seems unreliable for him. I mean, that's the basis of anecdotal there. In all my experience, for the most part, GPS is always reliable, but of course, with any system, there'll be instances where it isn't. I don't think that's an argument against it. You can absolutely, in circumstances, bounce signals up the atmosphere. That's entirely correct there. But if we're gonna surmise that the whole GPS system and the way it's so accurate works off signals being bounced that way, or potentially balloons, then again that just doesn't make sense to me. I'm really just not hearing any good ideas of to explain this at all.
Dude, the idea that something that's high up in the sky is sending a signal downwards doesn't make sense. I mean, good grief, dude. Okay, so unless you have validated where that signal is directly coming from, 100%, you have nothing to say at all about this point. You're just speculating at best.
So because when I'm in a valley and the point where this signal could be coming from could only be right above me, and I'm communicating with, my phone will tell me how many satellites I'm receiving signals from, and that may be, 8, maybe 10, maybe 12.
Dude, how many satellites are there? How many satellites are there in the GPS network, supposedly?
Do I need to know that off the top of my head to know that GPS works?
No, because you need to be able to tell me that GPS satellite is directly above your head to the exclusion of the off angles, dude, because that's what you just claimed. That's the claim that came out your mouth, dude.
Yeah, of course. But I don't get what your line of questioning is here.
My question is, you're claiming if I'm in a valley and I get signal from the GPS, that means it's directly above me. Okay, prove me.
No, whoa. Not directly to like a perfect 90-degree exactly above.
Okay, then why don't you use actual terms instead of your made-up terms?
Call me on that. When I say above me, I mean in line of sight to the sky. All I can see is sky. Like it's on one of those. It wouldn't make sense. I literally said 8, 10, 12 satellites. I don't think 8, 10, 12 satellites are in the same place to an exact bearing 90-degree up from me. What is that claim? What are you arguing here?
Dude, you're making geometric claims about locations of things relative to each other that could only happen if you had satellites and a globe Earth. So I'm waiting to hear the proof of that. That's what I'm waiting to hear. I'm waiting to hear you substantiate your claim.
Yeah, the proof is exactly what I've been saying from the beginning, how it tells me my exact position. There's no other way they could do that from... Why is that irrelevant?
Yeah, listen, it's perfect. There's no other way it could do that unless the Earth was flat. See how easy that was?
Yeah, for you, sure. It doesn't make any sense, though.
Okay, so then transversely, you're just saying there's no other way it could do it unless the Earth's a globe. Where's your substantiation?
Because these things that are above me, right? So in the flat Earth model, I have no...
I don't care, dude. I don't care. You already screwed up, dude. You already screwed up. You screwed up because I'm in my backyard. In my backyard, it's flat, and I'm holding an object above my backyard. So is it impossible for an object to be above a surface unless it's a globe? Are you kidding me?
I don't think you're going to let me talk here if you're going to say things like that. Like I said, how this would work would there are these objects above me that are communicating to me and telling me what my position.
Cool story. Yeah, cool story. Now tell me why that proves the Earth's a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, because how else would there? Okay, so in the flat Earth model, how else are all these objects up there? Because in the globe Earth model, it makes.
Holy crap! See, don't stop for a second, Andy. I just want to point out to the audience that he made fun of me for saying how else could an object be above a surface that's not a globe? And then he went and did the exact same thing I just showed him that is a stupid thing to do. And he did it live. He said, how else could an object be above a surface unless it's a globe?
It's such a bad faith argument from yourself from the beginning here. So
no, dude, it's you're a Dumbo, bro, because you just made fun of me for characterizing it in that manner, and then you just did the very same thing.
I've literally never made fun of you. I'm trying to discuss with you, but you called me a
Okay, listen, friend, you said to me in laughter that the idea that I'm characterizing it as an object can be above a flat surface or a globe surface is silly and banal. And then you went on to accuse me, you went on to tell me that how could an object be above a surface? For goodness sakes, dude.
No.
Do you not see how dumb that is?
No, like holding something above your head and something being hundreds of miles.
Okay, bro. Yes, hundreds of miles. Okay, cool story. So high altitude. Whoop-de-doo.
Right. So
let me ask this question. No, dude. You're going to answer. No, you're going to answer this question legitimately. Can an object be at high altitudes above a flat surface? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So what I said actually wasn't comical at all, and you shouldn't have laughed at it in the first place.
No, because the idea that I was laughing at was one you were saying, well, I'm holding something above my head. Like, obviously, on a flat Earth model, something can be in high altitude. That's not what my claim is.
Right. So then there's no mutual exclusion. Then there's no mutual exclusion to high altitude transmitters, whether the Earth is a globe or flat. Good grief, dude. What don't you get?
Good grief, dude. What don't I get is that the basis of this idea is that, well, in that case, they're sending all these objects up there with no explanation of how they stay up there in what I only can assume.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Well, how does this whole network work?
I'll give you an explanation right now. Yeah, I'll give you an explanation right now. So, I'll give you an explanation. Very simple. Most high altitude stuff is done by balloons. It's that simple.
So there's all these balloons up there that we can't.
No, just hold on, bro. That's already a fact. It's not even up for debate.
I mean, there's balloons up there. That's not what I'm. What is your?
Okay, so let me get this straight. So balloons exist and they can be in high altitude, but they can't possibly be responsible for GPS because you believe in the globe. I get it now.
Yeah, again, really, really bad faith in discussing here, but like balloons can be observed and you can see them especially through telescopes. They're the big balloons, like they're easy to see.
Really? Are you sure about that? So then why is it? Okay, hold on, Fred. If that's true, then why is it the case that some alleged satellites, which were supposedly spotted in the past, when they crashed and they went to the crash site, they ended up to be balloons? How did that happen? Can you tell me?
Firstly, I don't know the specific instance you're on about. So
yeah, I know the specifics. There were satellites claimed to be satellites, and when they crashed and they examined the wreckage, dude, it was a balloon.
Can you ask me a question and just not interrupt intermediately? Are you able to do that?
Dude, stop picking on me for my disability.
It's all right. It's all right. I just want to get a sentence out sometimes. Yeah, no.
My bad, my fingers slipping. But I just wanted to say, see how it's funny. Nathan Oakley has a unconventional way of doing things, but it's quite crazy because the moment we both have to use the same stuff, they go to the, oh, this is a bad faith argument. Oh, yours is ridiculous. Even though it seems or could sound like the same exact claim they're making. But because the earth is flat, it's ridiculous. No, don't use our fucking stuff, fam. When we're talking about elevation angles to whatever the fuck is in the sky, don't use our shit.
Yeah, let me
See,
break
but
it down to you.
when we have to take it over, that all of a sudden you're bad faith. That shit is whack, bro.
Yeah, so for example, in their worldview, GPS is done by objects which are in an environment to which they're not falling back to the Earth and they're moving around the Earth or stationary above the Earth, right? So an object high above the Earth in a medium where the effect of it is it's not directly falling back to the ground. You know what else can do something like that? A balloon. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. So objects high above the Earth, therefore the Earth can only possibly be a globe. He laughed at me when I said no, objects could be above any surface, and then he conceded that actually that is true, that was his point. So he has to bear a burden that objects can only exist above the surface if the Earth is a globe. So now we have a contention point where the thing in question is the Earth being a globe, and the appropriate answer to that is just to measure the structure of the surface because that's the arbitrational factor, not claims about satellites to which we have no direct knowledge of, except what we're told, and we don't have DoD clearance or any of that other stuff either. Watch the globe claim. Once you get an object high enough above the Earth, it just floats there in free space. Okay, how can that not work if the Earth is flat? Let's just say the Earth's flat, and once you get far enough away from the surface, an object just floats. It doesn't just go back to the Earth if it's more dense in the environment. Well, how can that not be only mutually exclusive to either a globe or flat? Why can't they both have the same property? The answer is that it's perfectly logically tenable that they both have that same property. So then the only differential factor when you divide those out is the curvature of the surface. So it comes back to the surface being demonstrably curved or demonstrably flat, which is the crux of the argument. Also, some of you bros in here need to get citations for your claims about what GPS does or doesn't do. Because a lot of you are flapping off at the gums and it sounds ridiculous. And without the citation, you get called and you don't have it on hand, you're going to get train wrecked.
Yeah, I got my video. They definitely use a flat stationary Earth when they're talking about using the speed of light, and they have a receiver on the ground at a certain elevation angle to figure out where the satellite is at it. And mine comes from a globe, earth, or math professor. So I like those.
Yeah, for example, inertial navigation system in your cell phone. Where's the proof that exists? Now, whether it does or doesn't is irrelevant. But if you don't have a citation that that's what it's doing, or some schematic for a mechanism and how it functions and how it directly communicates to the map system in your phone, then you basically have a baseless claim. I mean, it sounds good in principle, but if you can't back it up with some stats, some metrics, some schematics, some functions, then it could be summarily dismissed. Now, may it work in principle? Maybe. But unless you're demonstrating that it actually is working, then to claim that that's how it functions would be a baseless claim, which could be summarily dismissed. So we got Globers talking about a bunch of stuff they got no citations for. We got Flat Earthers talking about a bunch of stuff they got no citations for. People insinuating that GPS isn't a passive transmitter and the receiver is passive as well. And they have no communication between each other. I mean, come on now. Amateur hour.
Yeah, so when it's quiet like this.
Oh, go ahead.
When it's quiet like this, take that advice and go do that shit. I'm about to go get my video. That way, when somebody comes in and says GPS, blah, 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 you don't have to let them ask you a million questions. You're like, nah, this is how it works. And then they go, blah, blah. No. This is how it works. That makes the conversation that much shorter. Instead of you shooting the shit, them shooting the shit, you shooting the shit, them shooting the shit. Why?
Yeah, so for example, the angle of reception isn't necessarily the angle of transmission. Do you understand that? Like that's really not so hard to understand, right? Like just because you point towards the amplitude of a signal, that doesn't mean that if you trace a ray from the direction of the device and the direction you're pointing it, that it'll intersect the object sending the transmission. That's not necessarily true. Could be true, but it's not necessarily true. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Marconi sent a radio signal 10,000 miles. And Nicobine sent it thousands of miles. Right? So we know signals can go thousands upon thousands of miles and get received somewhere. Dude was like, why do I have to validate the location of the satellite relative to where I am to prove that my claims are true? I'm like, what?
Yeah, man, I can just verify my GPS with my longs on a map. Bada bing, bada boom, it's a globe.
Dude, why are there location repeater beacons in the middle of the ocean? Oh, I guess you forgot about that one.
Yeah. I remember about 15 to 20 years ago, there's a company that won a contract. None of this is classified or anything. The company called itself Skyhook. Skyhook after the satellite canister retrieval program from the Cold War. But this new version of Skyhook, their contract is basically war driving airplanes, where they're picking up emitters from all over the ground, people's Comcast cable Wi-Fi routers, from companies, from hotels, all over the place. And they were geotagging all of the emitters for the purpose of enriching GPS location services.
Oh yeah, dude. Cool. Massachusetts has like I think 24 or 28 ground-based stations that are integrated somehow into the GPS system, and they will send out a repeat signal. I can't remember the name of them, but I do believe they're like an acronym is WAS or something like that. And they have to do with the MACORs and WAS, and then it's so they have magnetic stations. And what they are is they're like one is near mountains, right? So one's on the tallest mountain in Mass, which is Mount Greylock, and it's got it right up there. And it basically is a point where they surveyed to make sure that the magnetic declination was correct.
Whoa!
And so you have all these different key points where those particular points they did some kind of measurement peak to peak to get the declinations right, and you have to like integrate that in order to get sub-meter accuracy. So if it's the case that you need that ground-based system to get that accuracy, then why would a GPS just not get rid of that system altogether? Why would you even need it?
Yeah, at some point, all the overhead platforms are become useless, like the horse and buggy, and the buggy whip.
Yeah, you need Doge to cancel that program.
Fucking right.
So cutting it down, waste of money. We don't need it. We got satellites.
It's kind of like how the big industry push now is to get the public climatized to the idea of balloons, and to think that space is balloons.
Dude, I heard, and I don't know how true this was. It was years ago, whenever they were starting to say 5G, and there's all that scare about the energy levels. But they said because 5G is a close network, the signal saturation becomes so high in a locale that it overblares GPS signal. So essentially, once 5G is like fully online, nobody will be able to get GPS anywhere anymore, and so they won't be they'll be antiqued for common use. Now, supposedly, in extreme locations where there isn't 5G, that wouldn't matter, like in open areas and stuff. But other than that, like cities, towns, all that stuff, GPS would essentially become useless.
Yeah, this is why ham radio operators become familiar with the ITU, International Telecommunications Union. One of the things that they do is coordinate frequency banding to make sure there's no overlap. And yeah, it's getting crowded in a lot of useful places.
Yeah, for those who haven't been paying attention to the news when it comes to space news, there's a band of microparticles and space junk, which is essentially going to make it so dangerous to have anything at a certain height. And so they have to start antiquing satellites and creating lesser altitude systems. Because the sky is basically going to be like a shrapnel field.
Oh yeah, the interference with all that junk. Yep.
So when you add all those claims up, they're basically antiquing all of the satellites that are essentially the globe claim satellites. Like it's all going to become much lower ranges and much more easily explained by high altitude pressure differentials or medium differentials, like balloons and stuff like that, or currents.
Yeah, we saw the mainstreaming of this idea with Google Loon and other projects not too long ago. I think they're going to continue driving that forward in equating space with high-altitude ballooning because it's so cheap and economical. Yeah, because faking space as they've done is probably getting expensive and crowded.
Yeah.
And they want people to make money, so.
That's why they got to antique the ISS. They're going to antique the ISS, too.
Right.
Well, not just antique it, AI. Apparently, they're going to crash it into the ocean. That's the story, at least. It's fucking crazy. It's like, why would you not? Even if it was real, why would you not like pull it down piece by piece or put it in a museum or something? Nope, just crash it into the ocean, destroy the technology. Freaking incredible.
Destroy the evidence.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, who's ever been up to ISS Heights that's not a direct government controlled agency? The answer is nobody.
Thanks.
And if you think Elon Musk did it, you're dumb as a brick.
Facts.
One of my favorite eye-opening moments was looking into CloudSat, and they explain it. They've got a wiki page on it where they talk about all these rockets doing these heavy lifts. It's a multi-satellite constellation for studying meteorological weather data. And what's really funny is buried within some of the slide decks that I got just off of the internet was a series was a depiction of overflights showing a map of America and Europe and Northern Africa, and some CloudSat imagery in a perpendicular orthogonal fashion that's standing upright, kind of like on the surface of the Earth, because this thing takes sideways looking infrared and electro-optical pictures. And also superimposed on this graphic was a bunch of red loops going from Texas all the way to Europe, back to Texas, all the way back to Europe to Texas. And I'm like, what the hell is this? This coincides with balloon tracks. And there's a scientific ballooning facility in Palestine, Texas, where they do meteorological weather balloon launches. What's up with that? And so here they were showing balloon tracks for a platform that they claimed was in this self-orbiting space junk going around a ball. Fancy that. I saved all that. Still got it. Pretty remarkable. It's these inconsistencies that make you scratch your head and wonder what the hell's really going on.
Girl, I know you lying. Why you always lying? Barry White better watch out.
Oh man, yeah, you got the voice, man. So, if you look into the space race, there are similar gray areas where some of these satellites have balloons, some of them don't, and in some cases, the Explorer program, which was in direct response to Sputnik, they claim to have one rocket that would deploy some things that were balloons and other things that were not balloons on the same rocket.
Never trust Team Rocket.
Team Rocket, man, they're dastardly. It's like they couldn't decide. They're like, shit.
I want to know what the makers of that show knew. You know, how did the makers of that show know that, like, the Rocketeers are evil?
I think if you're making cartoons like that, you're probably taking shrooms and acid and other things. What happened to good old Looney Tunes, man? Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote.
Well, I think Bugs Bunny came to life and got elected president of Israel. That's who I see when I see Netanyahu. I see Bugs Bunny.
Holy crap, dude. I'll give you one warning, brother. I'm gonna give you one warning. Stay on topic of the room. Thanks.
All good.
It's like a Donnie Darko bunny.
One's web, that's all.
All right, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I gotta go silent. I'll be listening.
Boy. All right, what's new? What's happening? New globe proof, new flat earth proof, new globe earth argument, new flat earth argument. Anybody turn sides? Pineapple on pizza, abomination, or the greatest thing ever? What do you want to talk about? Oh my goodness. References, hey bros, references are not citations. You guys understand? So a link to an article is not a citation.
There's a guy that did this website, in a page, Flerfy Wiki. How to add a Flerf.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to have a new test for you to be eligible to speak in this room, and that is I'm going to ask you for a citation of something, and if you give me a reference and not a citation, you get banned for a month. Is that a fair game? Anybody willing to play that game?
This is the link. How to add a Flerf. This is the main page.
Oh, my fingers frozen. All right, what you got there, homie? How to add a flare? What the heck?
Yeah. And somebody's putting in some flaps there. Slide is doing a live stream. Let me get the link.
The citation is in the reference, dude. What the heck, bro?
Let's see.
What the heck?
This is a live stream. Yeah, that's a link. And he's putting the guy is putting lies.
All right, here's an example of a citation. On page 23 of this article, the author writes, "This phone system has a redundancy for when it loses all signal to the GPS locator beacons or the cell towers. It reverts to an accelerometric function, which maps out this way and that way and uses these gyros and thing," and close quote. Like, that's a citation, bro. And even then, that would just be a claim, because it'd just be somebody saying that that's what it does, but not actually how it does it. So then you would need to back that up with the actual, like, function of the phone. Like, it has a 3-axis gyro, it takes this reading, that reading, that reading, puts it against the map coordinates that it previously had, adds that up, gets a vector, and then says your location is less than so. Now, for example, like if you're arguing this in an argument, look, it's theoretically possible that a device could do such a thing. But if the device is not doing that thing, and there's a claim on the table that it is, how would you know unless you have some kind of evidence that it's actually happening? And so if a Glover presses you says, okay, I want that citation, and you just give them a website and say the citation is in the reference, that would be a faux pas.
We live chat?
Yup.
And we are not live. I gotta give the last guy some credit. He seemed like he was pretty well diverse, right? Like he was going in a bunch of different topics and not necessarily on just surface level. No pun intended. Shout out to him, I guess. But what was your guys' main issue with him? You think he was too much of a believer, or wasn't a good listener? What do you guys think? He was a capper. Anybody want to react to the last asshole that was in here? Oh, sorry, the last.
Hey.
The
last guy. Okay, that's a little rude there. Little rude.
I'm just joking, dude. Come on, AI. It's just a joke. Just a joke. I was just giving him props. All right, you know, just messing. Don't be a Nancy.
I like the way he put words together into sentences. I thought a lot of them were pretty interesting.
All right.
So what you're trying to say, he was just saying words?
Oh, so he was just Yappuccino. Yeah.
I think he's saying sentences. They just had words in them.
So word salad, basically. He was all right. I guess I'll also give him props. He was remaining calm, which is good. Things like his blood pressure was low and everything, which could be fun. It makes for an exciting show. But he remained nice and calm, so that's good. I think there were some things that I did not like that he said. I was going to chime in on a little bit. He was like, and this is when you were talking to him. Yeah, you said something about that. Huh?
I'm listening. It seems that you are hitting your mic.
Oh, say what? My mic is trash?
No, it's okay.
Oh, now it's good? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, AI, this is when you guys were having a back and forth, and he said something like, you can't give me my model, and you can't tell me how my worldview works. And then he would turn around and go, so on a flat earth model, blah, 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 what happened? I'm like, bro, what the heck? Like, didn't you just say you can't pawn off a worldview on someone else? You're exactly what you're doing that to us. That's actually one of my biggest pet peeves. I hate when people do that. Oh, flat Earth, it has to work like this. It's like, no, it doesn't. I was gonna chime in on that, but you guys, the conversation is just flowing fast.
Yeah, that's the difference between going nowhere fast or going nowhere slow.
Yeah,
that's why I was picking up the pace. And he's like, "Dude, why are you going so fast?" I'm like, "Because we're going nowhere, and I want to get there today, so we can then go somewhere later."
That's funny. That's funny. You witty old dog, you. Does anyone else want to react to the last conversation?
I only really heard bits and pieces of it on YouTube, so I couldn't really probably give a fair assessment, but it seemed to me like he was just repeatedly begging the question about the globe with regards to GPS. So it's basically a classic, well, GPS works, and that assumes a globe, therefore Earth is a globe. Seemed to be the rinse and repeat that I was hearing. There's maybe a bit more to it than that.
Also, a lot of like, how would X, Y, Z work on flat Earth? I just can't fathom it. Can't be possible. Your model doesn't work. Like, who provided you a model, bro? Or do you have your own version in your own head that you have an issue with, that you came up with, that you want us to defend? It happens like that a lot. Like a scary amount that happens.
Do you think what I said about satellites has merit? I don't know who read it, but do you think that they had to invent them because they realized that people would have eventually worked out that you can't transmit waves around a ball, so they had to put things above the ball?
Well, no, because they just got around that by saying ionosphere. It bounces off the ionosphere.
Okay, fair enough. Wasn't very strong logic I was using there, I'll admit.
It would make sense if they hadn't made up the story about the ionosphere, to be fair.
Iona, what?
Ionosphere? Euonosphere.
So I got a question for anybody really involved in these like flat Earth spaces. Is there like a runner-up shape, or like is there a different.
Flat is not a shape. We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a shape.
Or okay. Also, is there like a varying theories on like how it ends?
Yeah. Like no one here is claiming an actual shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Right. We're just saying the surface is observed, measured, and practically used as flat. Therefore, it's not a ball. But that doesn't mean we know that it's a square or a circle or a triangle. We've got no fucking idea.
Okay.
That's not really what we're claiming here, you see?
Yeah, just that it's flat. Doesn't really matter if it's like what shape.
It's not even that it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm sure we'd love to know, but it's not within the realms of possibility. I mean, to define a shape of the surface that we're on, you would have to travel the entire thing and find all of its edges, if any. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's possible on a flat Earth?
Well, it depends on the difference between practically or legally or what, you know? I mean, it's not very practical for the average person, no.
Okay, I just mean like, do you believe in like an ice wall? Does it drop off? Is there some other physical limitation?
Here we go. I don't know if that's like crazy. I don't know a lot of. I don't know. It's not crazy. It's not crazy, right? Because the ice wall is not a flat Earth term. That's an old term given by explorers hundreds of years ago, militaries of the world. When they travel south, they get to what is ostensibly a giant wall of ice, 200 foot off the water surface, right? Just a sheer wall of ice.
Okay.
And you can see images of this, but like how far it extends, if it is a wraparound or a continent of its own, all this kind of stuff, we don't know, because you can't really travel to it independently. You can take little cruises to it, but they're all permitted and pre-designated route and all this kind of stuff. So how far the whole thing extends and what its actual makeup is in totality, we don't know.
Okay, so like personally, do you think it's like an ice wall thing?
I don't know. I've never been.
I'm just curious why there's not been like any photos of it.
Oh no, there's photos. There's photos of the Antarctic shoreline, which is like giant cliffs of ice. I mean, those photos do exist. And if you look on Wikipedia, they'll describe it as like a whatever percentage ice wall.
Yeah, there's also photos of people on top of it, right? Why didn't they just like walk a little further? I don't see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how far they've actually gone is a matter of who do you believe, right? Because you can't really go and verify it yourself. So, I mean, yeah, people have got on top of it. But I mean, that wasn't apparently done until like the 1950s with a modern navy, Operation High Jump. And that's coincidentally when they came up with the Antarctic Treaty and shut it down to public exploration. And invented NASA, basically. So make of that what you will. But
I would ask.
Go on.
I would ask that you reciprocate these questions back to your own worldview. Like if we just assume for a moment that the Earth is a globe and we're in a huge universe and stuff, all the questions you just asked us, you should ask yourself: where's the end of it? And can it be reached? What is the shape of it? You'll start to realize that these questions are not really answerable. So it doesn't matter whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, we have the exact same dilemma. It's a huge fucking place that's not fully explored. The shape is unknown, etc.
Well, when it comes to
you're talking about some weird, hold on. You're talking about some weird flat Earth in space that can, like, you can go jump off an edge or whatever. This happens way too common.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah. Do you understand that we have the same? You understand we have the same. We have the same worldview.
So if the question is how do we find the end, right? So on a globe,
no, that's not the question.
Can you circumnavigate the globe? Wouldn't that be like the question?
No, hold on. Just one more time. One more time. The globe Earth is not it. Even if the Earth is a globe, that's not the entirety of this whole thing.
Oh, you're cutting out
just an object within a huge place.
Well, okay, we're talking about one specific question I asked, right? How do you find the edge? So how do we create a solution to solve that problem? Like, how do we find the edge of the planet? So in a flat Earth theory, you keep crawling on the ice wall?
It's not a planet, though. No,
it's not a problem.
You have some really bad ideas about
say something about retards, Jews, and that kind of thing.
Oh man, go and
hold on, dude.
So the edge thing isn't a problem for us because we're not claiming an edge. We're just talking about.
So it extends out infinitely.
And measurement. No, didn't claim that either.
Well, I don't know. That's a natural conclusion, right? If you can't find the edge, I mean, I don't know.
No, it's not. I'm just asking questions.
Guys, please, I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah, listen.
Just stop talking,
to the answer I'm telling you. Listen to the answer that I'm giving you. Our claim is not about an edge, or a limit, or an extent, or a size, or a shape. It is simply the nature of the surface. Is it curved, or is it flat? For it to be the ball that they've told us that they're teaching all the children and that we've all been brainwashed with, it would have to be curved. If it's not curved, it is not that. Doesn't matter where the edge is or what size it is or what shape it is not a globe if it has no curve. Do you understand that?
Yeah, okay. I do understand that, yeah. I understand you're just talking about
understanding that it's not a globe based on the lack of curvature does not then automatically give you access to what it is in its entirety. Do you understand that?
Okay, and I'm just going to prompt this, and you can explain to me how this logic could be wrong. But if you could, circumnavigate the globe on a ship, on a plane, on a boat, whatever, if you could circumnavigate the globe, wouldn't that kind of answer that question? About,
no, because circumnavigation just means you're traveling in a circle. You can travel in a circle on a globe, you can travel in a circle on a flat surface.
Okay.
So if you walk around your house in a circle, if you walk around your house in a circle, your house is not a sphere.
Okay, so there's no way to measure whether or not we're turning. There's no way to correct our position.
There is no
because you just follow a heading.
And there is no curvature.
Okay.
What you would need to measure is drop over a distance curvature for it to be a globe. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I see what you're saying, I guess.
And that doesn't exist. That's the crazy thing. I mean, you can talk all day about, everything, the edge, gravity, satellites, NASA, all this stuff. But if you've not got drop over a distance conforming to the curvature of the claimed size of globe that they claim we have, then none of that's real. None of that is taking place on a ball.
I got you. So I understand why that would be difficult to circumnavigate the globe, horizontally, using a compass pointing towards the North Pole as your direction.
Well, no, it's just difficult to circumnavigate a globe because there is no globe, because the surface has no curvature, and so it cannot be a ball.
Right, you're saying that, but you don't have evidence to support that theory. What I'm saying is, how do we prove?
Yes, I do.
Evidence to support a theory?
Yes, I do. Okay. So if I'm wrong, who's measured curvature?
Sorry, one more time.
If I'm incorrect on that statement, then tell us who has measured there to be curvature for me to be incorrect about that.
Well, that's sort of what I'm prompting, right? We have ways to measure that. So let's say you circumnavigate. So there's some point on this flat sphere that compasses
think about your circumnavigation a little bit more critically, dude. The boat is flat on the water; it's not climbing up the world. Yeah.
Well, hold on. You just said we have ways of measuring the curvature. Did you?
Here's what I was saying. Okay, so there's some point on this flat Earth that all compasses point to, right? There's some electromagnetic.
So you're not assuming a globe anymore.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we lived on a flat Earth, how do we prove that? With using a compass.
We measure the surface for drop over distance, and if there's no curvature, then it's flat.
We don't have to travel around. It doesn't require traveling. It just requires measuring the surface and its deviation.
Sure, but there's multiple ways you can prove a theory. So let's dig into the specific one I'm talking about. Is there some point on the flat Earth? Is there some point on a flat Earth that a compass points to?
You're missing the point, dude.
Well, I'm just asking.
Compass points north.
Yeah. I understand that you can measure the curvature.
There might be multiple ways to prove a theory, but there's one way to disprove a theory. It's by disproving the theory. So there's just no curvature, dude. It's very simple. I don't know why people have such a hard time accepting this first premise. There's a lot more going on, but this is the real easy.
What I'm trying to get to with this is that if you can
it for you.
All right,
let me contextualize it for you a bit, right? So let's imagine that you're at a lake, right? You're standing at the shore of a lake, and the lake is 10 miles long from one end to another. Okay? Now, in your mind, is that lake curved or not?
You might have to travel around the lake first, Wolfgang.
Hold on, dude. Let him answer.
If I can, sorry, repeat the question one more time. I gotta turn my
volume. So you're standing at the shore of a lake, and the lake is 10 miles long from one end to the other. Is the lake curved or not?
I believe in the globe Earth. I would say it's curved, not to a amount that I can view with the human eye.
Well, what is the amount? Because this is it, right? The devil is in the details, and you want to know how you can know if the Earth is a ball or not. You need to get into the specifics. So, how much curvature does the globe claim over 10 miles? Do you know that?
I don't know the specific number, but I understand that the globe Earth theory presents that it is a very large amount that isn't necessarily perceivable by the human eye, right?
You think it's like a centimeter?
Skating across a lake doesn't disprove globe Earth theory, right? Because the whole point is that you're saying that it's on such a massive scale, you couldn't even tell from ground level.
You need to follow along. You need to be a better student, right? So 10 miles, one end to the other. How much drop over a distance due to curvature is that going to be? Just have a guess since you don't know. Is it a centimeter, a foot, a meter, more, 10 meters? What do you think?
Over 10 miles. Again, I don't know the specific number. Let's say, I don't know, 3, 1,
well, this is your
a couple centimeters?
A couple of centimeters. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, would you be surprised if I told you that they claim that it's over 66 feet?
For 10 miles of space?
From one end to the other, from A to B, 10 miles. At the other end, you're going to have over 60 foot of drop due to the curvature from point A to point B.
Okay.
Okay? So 60 foot of drop from point A to point B. Now, if the globe is real, there will be 60 odd foot of drop from A to B. Yes?
Over 10 miles, you were saying specifically.
Yes,
60 feet
that's over 10 miles. That's over 10 miles. So, if that was measured and there was no 60 foot of drop measured, what would that mean?
If there's no measurable curve over 10 miles
of the lake, yeah.
How do they specifically know there's no curve? How do they measure the flatness? I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying right now. I'm digging into this, but I'm just saying,
no, I'm just trying to see if you understand the principle involved here. What's being said in practice,
Yeah.
So people have done it loads of different ways. Laser tests, long distance observations, mirror flashes, basically just testing line of sight. How far across that 10-mile surface can you see, and is there the obstruction that's predicted by the globe model, the 60-odd foot, right? Like a 6-story building or whatever. So you can test this in a number of ways. Distance to horizon is another one. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can plug in your observer height, say 6 foot, if you're standing on the shore of the lake, and it will tell you the horizon, the curve of the ball, as they're claiming, must be no more than around 2.5, 3 miles away from you. Right? That's
sure, but isn't that how that works, right? When you're out in the ocean, you can't see ships farther than 3 or 4 miles.
When you go test it, because when you go and test it, the horizon isn't seen where it's supposed to be. It's seen orders of magnitude further.
Okay.
So for example, we have examples where there's...
I'd love to read the study done on that.
Okay, can someone post the guy, the Black Swan, and some videos? People will post it in the chat, and someone send in the link to the home server, because we've got a whole load of the tests in there.
It certainly seems to me like there's a level of distance at which things get a certain distance away that you can no longer see them.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely have resolvability issues, but you need to be very specific and say, right, is that due to a claimed curvature of the surface of water, or has that got other factors at play which is causing these effects? And what we find is it's things like perspective, right? Angular resolution limit of the eye. The obstruction is not occurring in line with a geometric globe, as we've been told. So that's
is this video the source that someone just sent? I don't
know. I'm not in the chat. I'm just on my phone, so you'll have to have a look.
So how come we can't see infinitely far when we're out in the ocean and it's incredibly flat? How come you can't really see a ship further than...
Because all optics have a limit. All optics have a limit.
Just due to visual fog occurring, particles blocking light?
Well, that's going to affect it as well, yeah. Like the environment that you're looking through, so air even on a clear day, you've got a limit, right? So I don't know if you've checked your weather app or if your weather app shows it, but a lot of weather apps will show a visibility distance per day, right? So they'll say today you can see 10 miles.
So let me ask you this: what's the explanation for when you get somewhere really high up, when you're at the top of Mount Rainier? Okay, that's probably not a great example. It's really foggy there, but the higher up you go, the more you can see from that level. Yeah. So if it's sort of like an optical blurring effect from particles in the air, that wouldn't really make sense.
No, I mean,
being higher up in the air would change the distance you can view.
Yeah, no, you increase your elevation angle. You increase your angle of elevation, then you can see more over a flat surface. I mean, that's basic, right? That's like if you lie down on a gym hall floor, you can only see a certain amount of the floor, but then if you stand up, you can see more of the floor. Same principle.
But it also affects the angle at which you see things greatly. I mean, the higher up you go, you'll start to see things hidden behind, like, hidden by the ground almost.
Hidden behind what, though? It's not hidden behind a curve.
Well, that's what I'm positing, is that it's hidden behind a curve, right?
Well,
I understand you can say it's not hidden behind a curve, but that's what I'm saying.
So, for you to posit that, then someone would have had to have measured that 66 foot of drop over 10 miles.
So I don't understand the explanation. How can you increase your elevation, and all of a sudden you can view things that were previously hidden by something on ground level, invisible past the horizon? You increase your elevation, all of a sudden this thing that was below the horizon, invisible to you, is now visible. What's the explanation for that?
Like what? What are you talking
If you go to the top of, what's that big-ass building in Dubai?
Yeah, it's called perspective. Yeah. You put your face on the ground, you go up, you can see further away.
Yeah, you're just seeing further. This is why people back in the day built towers, to see further.
You're seeing things past the horizon, though. It's not just that you're seeing further. It's that you're... I think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Things hidden behind that curve that you can't see.
You'd be incorrect. Maybe this is why you're confused.
I got you. So explain to me why I'm incorrect. That's what I'm...
Well, that's not the definition of horizon. Well, look up the definition for horizon.
That's a movie. Okay, definition of horizon: the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet.
Appear to meet. So it's where the surface and the sky appear to meet. It doesn't say the curvature of a ball Earth, does it?
I don't think that would be in the definition of horizon.
Why not? You said that's what it was.
Well, I think was the horizon term even coined before we understood the globe Earth theory?
Yeah, I'm sure they've been saying horizon before.
Yeah, that can be the technical definition of the word when we understood the Earth was flat, but now it can also just mean that point at which...
Well, no, it doesn't look very curved. The apparent line between sea and sky, that's how it's still defined, because that's what it still is. It's an apparent line. It's optical.
Yeah.
It's an optical limit.
This thing that you said is the curvature of the Earth doesn't look very curved to me, at least.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the horizon's just flat. You're basically saying the flat line is curved.
I'm saying that there's got to be some explanation, and I'll posit my question again. There's got to be some explanation for why increasing your elevation allows you to see things that were previously hidden by the ground itself. If the Earth was completely flat, something higher than the ground should always be visible. Allocating that there's no visual particles
that's
in the air.
Where you're not understanding. That's where you have a lack of understanding about perspective and the way our eyes work and the way we see.
I mean, I don't think I'm misunderstanding that at all.
Above the ground, you should be able to see it. You think your eyes can pretty much see infinitely then?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying your eyes can see infinitely. I'm saying
you did just say that though earlier.
There you go. Okay. So what would limit your eyes?
So your whole thing was, what is blocking me from seeing it on ground level?
You don't have infinite vision.
Well, what did you? Well, you just said no. We don't have infinite.
If I don't have infinite vision, why does increasing my elevation then allow me to see those things?
If I don't have
more,
are you claiming you have infinite vision or not?
I'm claiming that I have 20/20 vision, according to my doctor.
Not infinite vision.
Right. So they're not infinite vision. So what is limiting your vision?
What is limiting my vision? The curvature of the Earth. In my theory.
False.
That's the only thing. The only thing that limits your eye is the curvature of the Earth.
We can.
No. We don't have to prove anything in that regard because you just made the positive claim of curvature of the Earth. So that would be on you to prove, for starters, which you can't.
Gotcha. Well, in my example, I'm trying to prove that there are things that you cannot see. That
you saying you can't see things, though. Yeah, but you assuming that the cause of that is curvature is not proving curvature. That's you assuming.
It's just one part of the formula. I mean, you're saying it's not.
I was just wondering, mate. I was just wondering if the horizon is the Earth, curvature of the Earth, like you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that mean it's in a fixed position?
The Earth. So, sorry. Explain that a little better. Explain that a little differently.
The horizon. So you're saying it's the geometry of the surface, right? It's due to the geometry, the nature of the surface, it curving down and away from you, while you can't see, why you can't see any more of the surface, because of the nature of curvature, right?
Okay.
So let me make it more simple.
Yeah.
If you're saying the horizon is curvature, is that something physical or optical?
I guess that would be a physical curvature.
There we go. Now go back to you, Tito. Go ahead.
So that means it would be in a fixed position, right?
The Earth, the horizon.
No, the horizon.
In a fixed position?
Yeah.
How would that mean it's in a fixed position, though?
Well, the Earth it's one size, right? It's not like it's changing in size. The Earth isn't set size. It's an object.
Sure. Yeah.
So if that's the curvature of the Earth, it's a physical thing. It's in a fixed position. Like you could go plant a flag right there. That's the curvature of the Earth, the horizon. Boom. Fixed position. Yeah. Does that make sense?
So this is
I don't understand. If you take a ball and put it up to your face and rotate the ball however you want, the curvature always stays the same. It's an equal amount of
There you go.
On all sides.
There you go.
I don't understand how that disproves what I'm saying.
We're not disproving. We're just trying to set you and make sure you're set.
Have you got Google?
I don't know. That felt like I was going into a gotcha. I just wasn't sure.
All right, have you got Google? Can you hear me?
What's up? Sorry, I didn't hear you. I got to turn you over.
Right. So type into Google distance to horizon calculator.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, just type it in. Click on the calculator. We'll walk through it. We'll walk through this so that you understand what the globe claim is, because you need to understand what the globe claim is before you can test it or understand how it's been tested. Okay, so you got a calculator up. You can just put in an observer height of 6 feet. We'll use that as just an average standard. Imagine you're standing at the beach or the edge of a lake. So you're 6 feet above sea level. Where does it say the horizon should be?
This horizon says about 4.8 kilometers.
Right, so there you go. This is what CB and TW were talking about. There's a geometric position claimed, a tangent line from the observer to that curve of a ball that you can no longer see beyond, that the boats are going over, and all this. Right, so you understand that?
Yeah.
So this is what you can test, right? So if you go down to the beach and you're standing at 6 foot, the globe model is saying that the horizon is maximum at that distance. It might appear shorter if there's fog or if there's atmospheric conditions stopping you seeing that far, but it shouldn't be further than that because that's the physical limit of the sphere. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
So if you go down there one day and you observe and then you see the horizon 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, what does that mean?
If something's 20 miles away from you in the ocean and it's...
No, the horizon.
If the horizon is 20 miles away from you?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to see the horizon at 20 miles away from 6 feet.
Oh, well, hold on to your seat.
So that's the
buckle up right now.
So what if... And, I mean, I said 10, 15, 20, right? So what if you see the horizon 10 miles away?
Apparently at 6 feet, you'd see it at 4.8 kilometers away. So
right. So what if you see it at 10 miles away?
You wouldn't be able to. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have proof that there is, though,
try and entertain the hypothetical. Entertain the hypothetical. What would that mean if you could see it at 10 miles away?
That would mean that the Earth is flat.
Oh, really?
Keep that same energy. Keep
But you gotta have quantifiable proof that
yeah, we do.
Possible,
We got you.
well, I gotta see it though. You guys have to. They gotta see something.
Yeah. We can show you. We can show you examples, but I'll teach you to be a little bit more strict in your thinking. Technically, it would just mean that the claim you heard about a ball with a radius of 3959 resulting in a horizon distance at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, around 3 miles, is incorrect. So either your ball is much bigger, or, like you say, there is no curve and it's just flat.
Yes, yeah, and I would love to see evidence to disprove that theory.
All right.
Okay. Does someone want to go through the batch one with him?
Yeah, I've got the 8-foot observation height, Black Swan, in the side chat there. I'll just be really quick. Yeah, so who are we chatting to?
Oh, it's me. I was talking Medulo.
Oh, Medulo. Hey, man. Yeah. So, can you see my post in the side chat, DJ?
Oh, you DJ? Okay. Yeah.
You'll see a couple of oil platforms, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, this is off the coast of Santa Barbara in California, and this guy is 8 foot off the surface of the water, right? He's just standing on the beach, a couple of feet up the beach. Right, and he's zooming out with a Nikon P900, which is a very, very good quality zoom camera. Right, and we've got a couple of oil platforms, and you'll be able to see the horizon is behind the oil platforms, right?
That's the second thing in that photo, to the right.
Yeah, the second one, they're both oil platforms. The first one's at about 6 miles.
Yeah.
The second one's at about 10 miles from the shore.
Okay.
Right, so from the 8-foot observer height, you should have a horizon at 3.46 miles if the Earth was a globe. But we can see the horizon is beyond the second oil platform.
So the claim is that he's 8 feet off sea level.
Yeah, this is just a clip out of a full-length, high-definition video where he goes through the entire observation. He shows you exactly where he's standing. I can post the whole observation.
I'd like to see that. Visually, in that example you sent, it definitely does not look like he's just 8 feet off the ground. You zoom out and you see this wall he's sort of standing in front of. You see quite a long distance.
It's just like a little. Yeah, it's just like a little fence that's actually sitting on the beach, just a few feet. Look, I'll post the full observation. Yeah. But just take my word for it for the moment, right? Because I'm just grabbing the full video for you now, right? So I just want to explain it a bit better, right? So do you understand that the horizon from an 8-foot observer height would be at 3.5 miles approximately?
Probably
3.46. 3.46.
3 miles, so sure.
Right, so we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was if we didn't have the distance markers, right? So the oil platforms are just there so we can confirm that the horizon that we see is beyond a certain distance.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so I'll just grab you the full video. You can check that out, right? So there's countless amounts of these observations, right? This guy's actually been back to this location, and he's done it from 1 foot. He's done it on a different day from 1.5 foot, and then he did it another day from 30 foot, another day from, I think, about 70 foot, right, from a different vantage point. So it's been repeated over and over again, and in all sorts of different locations. Yeah, so I'm just going to post a video for you.
I'm going to need to see the full video. You can clearly visually tell he is far more than 8 feet off the ground.
How high do you think he is? How high do you think he is?
I couldn't tell you the specific number.
Well, then how do you know he's not 8?
Look at when he zooms out. You see quite a long distance of beach.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's not at 8 foot. Anyway.
So you're saying, let's say this guy is assumingly 6 feet tall. He's 5 foot 10. You're saying he's only 2 feet above the ocean floor? I find that really difficult to believe.
You find it difficult to believe that someone can go and stand at the water's edge? How's that difficult?
If he was standing at the water's edge in that example, I don't think he'd be able to see the second horizon.
But just have a look at the video. Hold on. Here's the video for you. He's just standing a couple of feet up a couple of meters up the beach. Right? It's not a very high incline. And what he does, he actually pulls out his iPhone and he does an altimeter elevation check, right? So it actually tells him exactly how high he is. Right? So he's trying to cover all bases when he's doing this observation by showing you on Google Maps where he is, how far away the oil platforms are. He shows you the elevation height on Google Maps, and then he compares that with his iPhone altimeter readings. Right, so you can see when you have a look at the full video that he is approximately 8 foot, right? But to have a 10-mile horizon, you would have to be 65, 70 foot high.
Gotcha.
Right, so it doesn't matter if he's 8. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's 8 foot or 10 foot.
Well, I see one problem already.
Hold on a sec, dude. Hold on a sec. We can go through the in a minute, but just realize that what we're doing here is we're not presenting you this video and wanting you to say, okay, the Earth is flat. What we're doing is explaining, for starters, the globe claim, so you understand that clearly, and then we're showing you a method in which you can test it yourself, right? You don't have to believe what's in the video, and you can scrutinize the video. We'll go through it with you. But just think about these as thinking about how you could reasonably test this claim yourself. And I've sent to your DMs a link to our home server, which has terabytes of information on it. But a number of the channels go over these kind of tests. Loads of different examples from different locations, different methods, different tools. So when you've got time, you can go in that server and you can scroll down to the additional information sections and you can look through those channels and just get a good idea of what people are doing to test this so that eventually you can go and do it yourself.
Sure, but you gotta understand, it's not a very enticing example when the first piece of evidence you send me, there's clearly flawed methodology in how the guy's doing this. He's measuring it from exactly 8 feet, he says. So in the video, you see standing on this platform, there's a fence in front of him, some sort of fence and wall. He's getting this 8 feet number from Google Maps alone, right? A single Google Maps topographical reading of how high that is off the sea level of that specific.
Well, you can see he's close to the
which
beach.
Also doesn't include the height of the fence, it seems, because there's clearly an extra, you could say probably 4 feet there added.
That's weak, right? Well, even if we gave,
I don't see how that's weak though. You can tell he's filming over the fence, but he's not counting the fence.
Even if we gave you the 4 feet, even if we gave you an extra 4 feet, it wouldn't work on the globe. DJ just explained to you he would need to be 65, 70 feet for that to match, and he's certainly not 65, 70 feet up.
Sure, there's probably a lot more numbers fudged in here, but what I'm saying is the methodology in this video is already clearly flawed. Like,
no, it's not. It's a simple observation of the horizon. It's a simple observation of the horizon. You've, at best, said that he's an extra 4 foot higher, which would still debunk the globe.
I said the most obvious striking example immediately available for me to witness was that it's already not 8 feet. Right? We can already deduce it's a little bit more than 8 feet.
I mean, he is 8 foot because he's got.
What I'm saying is, I haven't had time to analyze this video, watch through the whole thing. I'm just telling you right now, there's clear visual evidence that the methodology.
Well, I've just rebutted your rebuttal, which was that he's 4 foot higher. We can give you that, and it still debunks the globe. So go and watch the rest of it and come up with a better argument.
I just wanted to add something to it as well, right? So you can see when you have a look in the video, he pans the camera around. The little railing that he's standing behind is literally on the beach, right? So have a look where he's standing. It's just a couple of feet above sea level, right? And he doesn't just use Google Maps to check his elevation height. He uses his iPhone, right? He uses his iPhone and he does a second elevation check with the Google Maps, right? But his altimeter on his iPhone, he holds it at the height of the tripod, right? And that says the height that he's at. So it's not just...
Here's the problem. The first thing he does in the video, at the 36-second mark, he shows the platform he's standing on. And on Google Earth, it says, whatever, it says 8 feet. That's the current position he's standing on.
Is he really saying the numbers are fake?
8 feet is the claim for the rest of the video. But, I mean, you can clearly tell that there's a fence that he's filming over. So it's going to be a little bit more than 8 feet. What I'm saying is the numbers are already fudged. Let me skip to the video.
Even if that was the case, your horizon distance is still too far for the globe. So how do you address that?
I don't know, the numbers are fake, guys. Everything's fake. He's the conspiracy theorist now. Aren't you supposed to be like the normie? We're supposed to be the conspiracy guys?
Well, no. I mean, again, guys, I'm just trying to dig into every little piece of evidence you give me, because it would have been much of a debate if I didn't.
We get it.
I'm trying to be
fake, dude. Hold on. We get it.
I'm saying that I'm not even. Here's the thing that I'm not even saying that it's fake. I'm saying that this specific video I find a little bit hard to take fully.
You can't say it's fake because it's just a guy at the beach zooming in.
But I don't know. Maybe he's on a ladder, dude.
I hope you're this critical when NASA present you their stories and their little cartoons where they say, look, this is Venus and we see all this going on, and this is Uranus and we see all this going on. I hope you're this critical and saying, well, hold on, how do I know this is real? But I'm assuming that you don't.
So that's kind of definitely. So, just thinking into that, do you believe? What do you think about the other planets or stars in the sky? Visually,
we're not going to jump off this. I wasn't saying that. Yeah, I wasn't saying that to divert the topic, but I'm just making the point to you. If you're going to start being very critical about video and images that are given to you, I hope you're going to apply the same scrutiny to NASA.
What I'm saying is, though, your whole point is that why I can't believe NASA about Venus and all these things when I can physically go out, I can purchase myself a telescope, I can view the positions of stars in the skies and they'll line up with the data
Don't jump to the sky. Don't jump to the sky and pay attention. What the guy is talking to you. Distance to the horizon. Focus.
He made a point, and I'm just addressing
Medulla,
we can jump
just let me
immediately had to
let me just continue to explain it to you, right? It's good that you're critical about these things, right? You shouldn't just take it at first glance, and it's fine to be critical about the height of the observer, right? But if you go to 2 minutes 50 in the video, he shows you exactly where he's standing, right? If you want us to give you an extra few foot of height, right, we can even put it up to 15 or 20 feet, but you'll be able to see at 2 minutes 50 in the video that it's approximately 8 foot, okay? We can make it 20 feet if you like, and you can do the horizon calculation based off a 20-foot observer height, right? It'll probably make it about 6 miles or something like that, or 5 miles, right? But we can see the horizon far beyond the second oil platform, which is 10.1 miles away.
Yeah, sure. Again, my whole point wasn't that I'm going to be able to give you the specific numbers on this video. The whole thing I'm saying is that clearly the methodology is flawed. It immediately flawed in the first 2 seconds.
Okay, so hold on a second. Just let me defend it quickly, right? He pulls out his iPhone, and it shows his elevation height that he's making the observation from. That's what he's going off. Okay, and you can also use your common sense. If you go to 2 minutes 50 in the video, you'll see that he's approximately 8 foot off the surface of the water. So, it's very, very obvious that he's around that height, right? Or what we could do is we can show you the observation he did from just 1 foot, right? He goes to the surface of the water. He goes down to approximately 1 foot off the surface. It's hard to argue with the height of that one, right? And you can still see the horizon. Yeah, you can still see the horizon behind the oil platforms from the 1 foot observer height. Right, so I'm gonna pop the 1 foot observer height in the platform. In the side chat.
Okay, yeah. From beach level, that's what I like to see. It's just a little bit hard to exactly assume that he's at 8 feet. When
do you understand that?
Of course, it's hard.
The discrepancy of how far away the horizon is. It wouldn't matter if you say it's 20 feet observer height. It still crushes the globe horizon mathematics. But yeah, I'll post this 1 foot one now.
And then when you've seen the 1 foot, we're going to get to the ultimate question here, which is why is observable reality not matching the globe model?
Okay,
that's ultimately the question here.
Yeah, here's the 1 foot one. It's ready, and I'll post also the full video, right? Even the full video for the 1 foot one is more comprehensive than the 8 foot full video, right? He shows you everything in that one as well.
Okay. Okay, so let me dig into this. And again, guys, I'm just addressing the pieces of evidence that you have.
You're all right.
So,
yeah, you're all right. You're good.
First obvious notice, just look for the explanation for this. There's a clear visual height difference between the oil platforms. Like, what's the color one for that? You can tell there's a massive difference in the height between them. So, would that imply that if these were both built on a flat Earth level, why would they build one shorter than the other one? Right, if they were flat and both visible from the same difference.
It's called relative size perspective. Go learn about it.
What I'm saying is,
distances away. They're different distances away. That's why they're distance markers. One's at 9.4 and one's at 6 point something. So there are different distances. So you got angular size that's going to happen. Difference between those two objects out there.
I agree.
Just to add to add to what Plumbob's saying as well, quickly, the second oil platform, it's called Platform Habitat. It's about 77 feet above the surface of the water. It's a much shorter platform than the closer one, which is called Platform Hill House, which is about, I think, 88 foot or 90 foot above the surface of the water, right? It's actually a much taller platform, right? And then, like Plumbob said, you've got 4 miles extra for it to reduce in size due to perspective.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The only explanation for that on a flat Earth theory would be that one of them is built at a different height. Because the visual distortion, like somebody was talking about the ocular angle, the size of the platform is different. Obviously, because it's further away. Let me get my point out, man. Let me get my point out.
Just take your time.
The shape your knee-jerk reactioning to this video, but what you need to do is actually watch the video in full, take your time, form your thoughts. Don't just blurt out the first thing that's come into your mind. Actually watch it, think about it.
No, I mean, I actually disagree with that. I think one of the best ways to learn is just, I'm addressing these questions with you guys, you're explaining these things. Dude, you gotta let me talk.
You need to watch it first.
You gotta let me talk.
You're yapping.
What I'm saying is, if I see the video, I see something to me that visually stands out immediately, I ask you guys about it, you can explain what might be the reason for that. I don't think that's like a bad way to learn, you know?
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, take your time and maybe watch the video and then put them all down and then go through them. But either way, the fact that it's smaller in the distance, yes, because it's further away. This is how perspective works. So that's not a problem. Continue. It's the horizon distance that we're focusing on. We need you to focus on the horizon distance.
The thing that you said was the curvature of the Earth. That's what we're trying to address.
Horizon distance. Yeah, okay. I see. And again, that example was like...
Just listen. Those I want to add this. Those things that you watch, the color, the size, the shape of those oil rigs doesn't matter, even in the argument at all. You can imagine those oil rigs even being wind turbine, for example.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of wind turbine, 2 wind turbines there. But what matters is just the distance to those things. That is the only thing. Their height, what they look like, doesn't matter. They are only distance markers. The thing in contention is the horizon. That line.
I just explained this to him. Necros, I just explained this to him. We need to look at it and then respond to the horizon distance.
Okay, so...
Yeah, remember what you asked us to show you.
So, Platform Hill House.
Bro. It's not about that. Remember what you asked us to show you. You said, well, okay, so we wouldn't be able to see this far, the horizon this far. And you said, okay, well, I'd like to see that. We're showing you the horizon a certain distance. We're not showing you the oil rigs and the height of them. You are distracted. Remember what you asked us for. We're providing you that. Focus.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, there's a clear visual problem when the height of the 2 platforms.
It has nothing to do with the height of the oil platforms.
It's about the horizon. Distance to the horizon. Are you paying attention?
You're losing focus. You're losing focus.
Guys, just let him get his thought out, because he's just going to keep saying the same shit if he doesn't get it out.
Okay, my whole point is that, so I looked this up. Somebody made this claim about the height. So the difference in the height between the 2 platforms is apparently one of them is...
Horizon! Are you nuts? Pay attention! Distance to the horizon!
Necros, dude, chill, man.
That's Miguel. But hold on, let him get it out, guys, and then we'll roast him afterwards, because he's distracted. So just go ahead and just spurg it out, and then we'll correct you later. Because remember, you did ask us show us the distance to the horizon being farther than what you said. That's what we're showing you. But now you're distracted and want to talk about the height of the rigs and all this other stuff. So just get it out.
That's fine. You can say whatever you like about. Yeah, just say whatever you like about the height of the rigs, because we're just going to say, okay, but what about the horizon beyond them? But go on.
So, okay, yeah. For the horizon thing to make sense, you have to assume the observer is at 1 foot height, correct? That's the claim made in this photo?
That's the video. You see it in the video. He's got his camera on the ground.
Oh, okay. I was looking at a photo somebody sent in chat,
and he sent a video, which is why I said watch the video that DJ posted if you're going to talk about it.
Is that the one that we were watching earlier?
DJ, which one? When did you post?
Yeah, the impossible geometric globe horizon.
Yeah, no. Hold on a second. It's 14 minutes after the hour, right? This is the 1 foot observation height, right? You can see he's approximately 1 foot above the surface of the water, right at the shoreline.
I don't think I see the video you're talking about, sorry.
14 minutes after the hour. 14 minutes after the hour. It's a GIF. It's a video.
Oh, okay. I was looking for a YouTube link. My bad.
You're right. Yeah, this is just a clip out of the full video, just like last time.
Okay. That's the GIF, and it is one with Yeah, platform hill house, platform habitat.
Right. So we see the oil rigs and we see the horizon beyond them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, two things I need.
Why is the horizon beyond them when the globe says it should be in front of them?
I definitely want to see the video and see the observer height being confirmed as 1 foot.
Okay.
Like, before
Put yourself on mute.
I just
put yourself on mute and watch the video. Put yourself on mute and watch the video.
All right, somebody send the link. Tell me where the timestamp is. I'm not gonna sit there for 50 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna send the link for you now, right? And I just wanted to also mention that, right? It's approximately 1 foot, right? But you, even if you wanted to make it something that's ridiculously higher than what it obviously is, right? So if you wanted to make it 4 foot or something like that, you can do that if you want, right? Because he would have to be 65 to 70 foot high to have a horizon at 10 miles on a globe. Right, okay. So 1 foot, 2 foot, that's fine. It doesn't really, it's such a huge discrepancy.
Well,
it being exactly 1 foot doesn't matter.
That's also not necessarily true because these oil platforms have a height of their own that factors into that, right? You can clearly tell.
So distracted, dude.
No. That has nothing to do with exactly. Hold on, let me speak. What I'm saying is, it doesn't have to be 90 feet in the air. That doesn't have to be exactly 10 miles away. What I'm saying is, there's probably a decent amount of that oil platform hidden just by the.
They're confused.
Just pause yourself.
That would absolutely factor into a Glober theory. I don't understand what's wrong with that.
The height of the oil rigs.
You can see the Burj Khalifa from like 20 miles away. That doesn't mean
you're confused, dude. Can you hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, sorry.
The height of the oil rigs does not factor into the claimed geometric horizon distance on a globe. When you went to the calculator, did it ask you, well, what height are the oil rigs? No, it asked for your observer height. So put yourself on mute, watch the video, then come back with a sensible critique. This is just emotional.
What's wrong about
so confused so quickly? You don't even remember what you said.
Okay, just to be clear though, something taller is easier to see from a distance.
Not about that. You said the horizon.
Absolutely.
We're talking. Remember, we were.
The horizon is at a certain distance. It can rise above the horizon as long as the height is.
Dude, I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that. Just tell me why the horizon is beyond the rigs.
The horizon is beyond the rigs?
Yes.
Okay, you're talking about the faint little line behind them.
You're talking about the horizon, the line that separates the sea and the sky, as we discussed earlier. The one that's beyond the oil rig. Yeah.
This is hold on.
Have a look at what I just posted. Right, this is just a snapshot from the Zoom that you watched, and it's just had the colors enhanced a bit, so it makes it a bit easier to see where the horizon, like where the water meets the sky.
Okay,
right,
is the video above that the source video? Like where?
Yeah, that is the one. Yep, the one that Yep, someone else posted it. Just so.
Okay. You mind if I skim through it real quick?
Yeah, please do.
Good Lord. So this is the leading the horse to water part. Let's see if
hey, guys, listen. If you're going to try to convince me of anything, I'm going to be incredibly critical of it, okay? Don't take it personally. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question about everything I see that stands out to me.
Okay, you got to pump the brakes. No one's convincing you of anything but you. You're the only person who will convince you of anything.
Yeah, dude, and that sounded a little bit unfair that, like, you're being all critical of this, whereas, like, why were you never critical of any of the information you've been provided that we're challenging? Why is it okay to accept everything you're told unless you're being told by an actual human?
Do you think I haven't been critical of Glober theory? Yeah,
Well, maybe that's what brings you here. It's just the way you categorize the statement I thought was a little bit hypocritical.
Hold on, guys. We can't distract him. We can't distract him. He needs to focus.
I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just like genuinely curious about this stuff.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We appreciate your curiosity. Please watch the video and then respond.
It's like a freaking dog and a squirrel runs by. Squirrel! Like, bro, you focus so quickly, dude.
All right, yeah, I'm not gonna lie on that one. I do get distracted.
Yeah, we can see that.
Hey, that's y'all's problem, not mine.
Not really.
It would specifically be your problem.
Yeah, we're trying to keep
anyway,
you
watch that video.
Squirrel. Holy. This is good stuff, though. Good job, guys. We're cooking.
Oh my god, you guys are gonna think I'm baiting you. I'm getting a call from my girlfriend. This is a good talk. I'm letting y'all go though. I will watch this video. I might join back later.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Swear to God,
No
this is not
simping
a-
allowed. I'm joking.
Good. Have a good night.
Ran.
You need to stop talking to those flat earthers. I can hear you in the other room.
My mom's calling me. Oh, my girlfriend called me.
Well, I mean, dude, where was that sound clip when he's like, "Yes, the horizon's at distance. You would not be able to see past that. Bomb has been planted." I mean,
Hey, you know why he said that, Crit? Because he didn't want to sound like a pleb.
Yeah.
Hey, those aren't mutually exclusive.
What, mom and girlfriend?
Yeah.
That's fucking
sugar
funny.
mama.
I mean, that was a good roasting. God, they always do the whole like, yeah, but that rig looks weird, or it's tall, or the height of them. If it was flat, then this would happen. Dude, didn't you just say the horizon had to be at a certain distance? Now you're talking about something completely different.
He went too far into it. Like he got into the Venus flytrap, and now it's close.
Yeah.
Like now that seed is planted, he knows what we're talking about. He knows it's the horizon distance. So whether he goes on just to spiral for the rest of his life, or he actually goes and researches it, I think we've done.
Yeah, but look in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane.
He shot himself in the foot because he pre-conceded to the argument, right?
He did.
He agreed.
to pre-concede.
That was amazing. I loved that when he did that. It was awesome.
It was like, well, that would mean it's flat.
Yep.
It's not the only black swan. We have that black swan with the wind turbines. What he would say with those wind turbines, he can't see the top of the wind turbines because they are bigger than the picture.
I think he's still just processing the principle, right? Just trying to work out how it works, which is fair enough. The first time you hear it, it can be confusing.
And see, I was waiting to round that off with going back to the pre-concession and saying, see, you already agreed that this would mean that it's not a globe and that it's flat. But, you know, his mum called him, so what can you do?
Perfect timing, isn't it?
I think you can get concessions out of them easier if they think it's just hypothetical.
I think
absolutely.
Two guys we've dealt with this morning, one of them was living in their basement and the other one had to go when their mom called. And both of those things together, you feel like it's going on a lot.
Hey, why is I was always wondering, why is basement living such a bad thing? Just because you're in a basement, does that mean that you're any less than somebody that lives above the basement?
I think it's more the implication that you're still living at home and you're an adult trying to like advance yourself in the world on the internet.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too about that. It's like, what's wrong with that?
I guess it is more of a westernized culture thing to think it's bad. And like Eastern people, they live in big family houses, but they also keep all their money together so they can afford it, and they just do things differently.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like many cultures view that as like the best thing, you know, staying together. I don't know. It's just a Western, like you said, it's a Western thing. People view it as something bad.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Alf, because my wife's Greek, yeah? And very much family sticks together, helps each other out. And I'll give you a good example, actually. Where I used to live, there was a big Indian family that moved to where we were. And these guys all moved into one house together. And what they did was they pooled their money and they bought a service station. They all worked the service station as a family. Then when they paid that off, they made some money. They all bought a towing company together. And then another business, and the businesses were then split up throughout the family. This was probably 30 years ago. The guy that owns the towing company now drives around in a Lamborghini. Yeah, they would never have bought those businesses if they didn't work as a family together. People want to go and get a business partner, yeah? Why the fuck would you want a business partner that you can't trust? You want family, yeah?
Exactly. I think it comes down to family values, but in a weird way, it's like they know how to argue while still being able to resolve stuff at the end. And like when Western families argue, they normally never speak to each other again. You know, one big fight, and you'll see each other in 10 years.
That's what I'm saying, man. Isn't it like in reverse? Like everything. Okay, so I'll give you another example. Some of the wealthiest people on Earth are not. They didn't go through academia. Did you guys know that? And that seems to be like the standard for why somebody like you've heard it in the flat Earth realms. Well, this guy is not educated, so he must not know what he's talking about. Like, why have we set the standard to be something through academia, in which academia has been the standard of indoctrination? Everything's backwards, my friends. We're using something as the basic standard for why we're going to say somebody doesn't know something.
You're right, because the financial system doesn't rely on academia. So academia is there to prepare people for the pigeonhole that's required for the system to run the way it does, for people to go around it.
Yep. I just want
peace out, guys. So I'll catch you in a bit.
Anyway.
Have a good
night. All right, Cyclone. See ya, man. Have a good night, man.
Good to hear you, boys. Have a good one, Miggy.
See ya, man. Yeah, I've been listening for a while, and I've been contemplating. I guess that's why I've been on a different tip lately. All of this is just like we're looking at it through a lens of how people out there like. So when they have debates, they base it off of like certain parameters, right? They have like the debate formed in a specific way, and you get 10 minutes, the other person gets 10 minutes. It's a very standard cookie cutter kind of way to do things. But is that the way really, like, to have an argument or a discussion? I don't know. I just been thinking like, well, if life really is actually the opposite of what people think it is, like basement living, like that's supposed to be some kind of like pleb that doesn't know anything. Like, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had a problem with the rubric of debate, and a common word for it today is like, debate bros and philosophy bros. Because you'll find them anywhere. There's an ideology that's being pandered by a group of people, And for myself, like a lot of things that I do are resultant of that, but it makes it harder to engage because the space has become dominated by this modern kind of thinking, which if you look at the philosophy tree, it's like as far as you can go in the wrong kind of thinking, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, it's more of like you're going to win an argument based on a technicality versus like the construction or the content, right? I think that should be the main. That should be the main point. Like, what is the person bringing in the way of like, the context of the conversation? So what is it that they're saying versus like, well, he made a logical fallacy, therefore the entire. I mean, you could do it that way, right? Technicality can be a way to kind of. Undermine their whole premise, but at the same time, the person speaking doesn't understand, context. So if they don't understand context, how are they going to be wrong in what they're saying as a technicality? Like, you tell them that they're wrong because of a logical fallacy. Do you think they're really going to understand what you said? They're not.
Well, I mean, that's true in most cases, but it's not like having a logical fallacy in your argument means that your argument is wrong, and people just like to assume that. Just means that you're basing the wrong... Yeah, the wrong motives for you to prove what you believe is what you're looking for.
Yeah, but they don't understand. Like, people that we say that to, they're not versed in that. They're not versed in, like, logical fallacy, so you could tell them how they're wrong. They're going to be like, nuh-uh. I mean, I'm just saying, we've heard it time and again, right? They don't even understand why they're wrong.
I never understood logical fallacies 5 years ago, 10, whatever it was. Yeah, I never learnt it at school. We never discussed it, and I actually got onto it the first time I listened to Nathan Oakley, and I was listening to Nathan going, "Nah, that's a logical fallacy. That's affirming the consequent. I've got nothing to," and I'm thinking to myself, man, these Globers are destroying this guy. What the fuck's going on here? He's not answering any of their questions. He's not doing anything. I better go and find out what this logical fallacy thing is he's talking about. Yeah. And I went and searched, and I was like, okay, now I know what's going on, why he's not answering.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
But AJ, did you reflect, like in retrospect, like going back in before that, did you think of occasions where you were thinking about why what the person was saying, like maybe in an argument, was like not making sense, but you couldn't articulate it, and then reflect back once you learnt your logical fallacies and go, oh, that's what I was trying to say. Like, you know, you instinctively knew that something wasn't logical, but you just didn't know how to, like, detail it properly in the sense of, well, how logical are, your understanding now of logical fallacies, right?
I would say sometimes, but sometimes, man, these Globers are good speakers, yeah? And if you don't know the fallacies, it can be difficult, yeah? But sometimes, yes, sometimes no. And I was thinking, man, this Nathan dude, he's not answering nothing. He's not giving them any answers. What the hell is going on here? But it was not something I learned in school. I didn't learn anything about it. Even my brother-in-law, I went and spoke to my brother-in-law and started calling him out on his fallacy, and he's going, what the fuck are you talking about, man? This is bullshit. And I'm like, no, man, go and look it up. And he's like, oh, okay. And you don't realise 90% of people will use logical fallacies all day in everyday conversations and arguments.
And they use also colloquial speech. Colloquial speech is not something that the Glober logical fallacies. Colloquial speech is not something that they're really thinking they're doing. They don't know that. They say things like when they use like natural science or science, or they use the word level. Like they think everything is colloquial to them. They don't see the need to be specific or to understand why words mean things, right?
Well, yeah,
I think what they're saying makes sense, right? And it's illogical.
The reason that you don't encounter it in the education system till you get to kind of the tertiary level is because all of these understandings come from philosophy. Psychology. And psychology is at odds with psychiatry in many places, so it's hard to force it into the curriculum because they use legislation with psychiatry, not with psychology. But psychology will tell you all about people's motivations behind how they think, the reasons that they form the arguments that they do. And if people got this from a young age, they'd come out as profoundly more well-developed adults, even before their brain finished growing.
That's what I've been trying to say, man. Like this whole time, it's like everything's backwards, and the reason why it's set up that people are set up for failure. Let's put it that way, and to be plebs, because to be a pleb, all you got to do is just accept what the normie information that you receive. But this specialized field of knowledge isn't really obtained until later, right? Like you have to be told about it and to search for it, and then you're like, oh shit, man, we've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Exactly. And like this affects everybody, like having this gap in their knowledge. But I think the most dangerous thing that presents itself to everybody is the idea that you'll get manipulated by a narcissist, and you won't understand what's really going on with narcissists until you understand the psychology behind it. And like there's no psychiatric disorder for it because it's just it's being manipulative. It's being predisposed to being manipulative.
Yep. And so
they
what
need
happens?
To teach kids that, really.
What happens is everybody can now, right? And people that have been part of the conversation for Flat Earth, you can actually identify some of the archetypes of people that come through here, right? You can like, okay, that guy right there, this guy's going to be one that spirals out of control because he can't handle the conversation. This guy over here uses logical fallacies all day. That guy over there, like, you can identify those archetypes. So for anybody that's like trying to figure all this out, once you start getting more adept to the conversation, you're able to like sift through all the noise because of the fact that you understand a bit of psychology. That's the reason why.
To the point where you don't even need to listen to the actual information that they're saying. You'll hear in their voice what their entire psychological predisposition is towards this conversation. You'll hear it in their voice, the tone of voice, the cadence in their sentence.
Exactly. That's what I've become really good at doing. That's the reason why I chose the psychology route when it comes to like this conversation. A lot of people take more a technical route. I'm more of the psychology route. I want to know why they're doing what they're doing. And so once I figure out what it is, what's holding them back, I hone in on that and I start to like dig to that very thing. That's really causing.
It's a lot more practical because then you can empower somebody without even saying to them, "Oh, welcome to my self-help lecture." They'll just get the empowerment out of what you say without feeling reduced.
That's the point. But what happens is in here, more often than not, because we're human too, man. Let's just put it that way. We can get in our feelings and demean the other person, and that gets lost in the noise. So you can't get to that juicy part where you're actually empowering them to figure it out, because you're more like trying to say, okay, you're just a dumbass, like I'm guilty of that too, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's difficult to actually try to get to the point where you're just having a constructive conversation versus destructive. Does that make sense?
I mean, you could use the metaphor of like you have to take the stone from my hand, Grasshopper, right? But if Grasshopper's not going to even bother trying to take the stone and just blabber, 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 then you got to slap him with the stone, and say, no, take the stone, or you get another slap, like there's room for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just been identifying a lot of things and the reasons why. Like sometimes we kind of get a bit befuddled when it comes to like, dude, I've been saying the same. Like this thing should have hit this guy. The penny should have dropped. The shoe should have fell. Like what the fuck, dude?
Like the last guy, seemed like a nice guy, but man, it's frustrating to listen to. I think they know what's going on. They just can't. I don't know, cog this, I don't know, they just can't admit it, yeah? They've got to find every reason. Oh, there's a fence there. Oh, there's this, there's that. Oh, he must be 8 feet. Oh,
do you remember what he said before we showed him all that? What was said?
No, I missed that bit. I was chasing goats.
Well, Cyclone proposed to him if you could see a horizon at 10 miles from a short height, right, what would that mean? And he clearly said, well, that didn't mean the Earth's flat. Now, Cyclone corrected him and said, oh, don't jump there yet, right? Because from your standpoint, you could be on a bigger ball, right? Or that the Earth is flat. So, like, don't restrict your options just yet, right? he was just being honest, right? And he was like, okay, right, yeah. But he said, oh, that didn't mean the Earth's flat. So the implications of what we showed him by his own standards means that he has to resort to something else that's going on. And unfortunately, he hasn't looked into it enough to have parroted the big R word yet, but he'll probably get there when he comes back, maybe. I don't know.
Cyclone was onto something when he was proposing those hypotheticals, because hypotheticals give somebody the freedom to say something yes or no without being held accountable to it. So that kind of gives the person you're speaking to like just the freedom to say, yeah, it could be that if I think about it that way, but not really held to it as in like that's what nature is actually showing us. So they don't have to be held accountable and like commit to it.
Yeah, that was a really great point. I think definitely something to incorporate into when we're explaining things like this is to do that previously.
And I'm telling you, it stems all the way back to psychology, because what makes a person feel comfortable in a conversation is that they don't have to be held to what they're saying. It's like they're not in a court of law, like, okay, everything you say can and will be used against you. You know, like that's they want to be free to say, yeah, I mean, shoot, if I think about the world being something other than what I know it to be, it could be this, you know, and they could easily tell you the answers that you want versus be like, no, what is nature really, you know, and then they're going to be kind of held to the reservation, that they're not going to say it. So I don't know. What do you guys think? It's interesting. The conversation, as far as we've been doing this, like it's interesting, but there's always an approach that we could kind of refine and see what works.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think there's so many questions that they ask us that we don't have the answer to, but we we're not trying to provide them the answer, but there's more investigations that we could be carrying out rather than proof dependent things based purely on observation. I'm just saying that there's a lot of potential here that's going under-realized in a sense, but maybe it's just that we don't have enough spaces that are set up specifically for further investigations. It's like coming to the conclusion that we know this much about the Earth. Where do we go from here? What's the next logical step? And I don't think we've found it yet, which is interesting on its own.
Yeah, other thing that, something to be noted that I've noticed kind of recently is that they're not ready for the conversations that I think we're trying to give them, like Black Swan and all these things. Those are great, evidences, right? But when we're starting to engage with them on that level, they're completely lost because their worldview is all globe, so they don't know how to bring that into their worldview. So hypotheticals are a great vehicle, and it just seems a little odd because most of them are trained already. They're trained to think that they can't know anything to be 100%. We don't know these types of underpinnings to their thought process until we actually start digging down, right? Into why they're thinking the thing they're thinking. They're like, oh, so you don't know anything to be true, right? Nah, I don't believe that you can know anything to be true 100%. So then we find that out. We find out the lack of comprehension. They don't know how to piece things together. Stuff like that should be pertinent to them being able to understand what we're saying. So we got to kind of take a few steps back and realize, look at it from a macro sense, right? What do they know? So that we can address them where they're at, meet them where they're at. If we're really, truly wanting to carry forward the truth, right? Instead of it just being like, okay, I'm going to give you the Black Swan, and they're just like, okay. And you're just like, okay, here it is. These are the points. This is where you're supposed to see it at a far distance. They're like, okay. They're not, it's not landing. You know what I mean? I know you guys are and me myself. You get what I'm saying? You're trying to make the point land, so you're giving it to them. But they don't know how to comprehend that, something outside of what they think the Earth is. Anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the way around that, and there's a couple of guys in here that I really like listening to who do that well, and that is just asking them the questions, walking them down the path of their own logic. And, okay, how does that work? Okay, why did that happen? And eventually they back themselves into a corner, and they have to come to some realizations. And I feel like I really enjoy listening to those guys speak over people who just jump in and jump all over them with the fallacies, etc.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with that.
I just don't want us to, as far as we can control it, to just get lost in the kind of we're just gonna ram the truth down their throats and just be, you know what I mean? Because we can all tend to say we're right. Let's just put it that way. We're right in what we're saying. It's in how you administer it, because you can do many different ways, right? You're ultimately the one that's going to be able to dictate how you're going to administer it.
Tell me if you like this metaphor or not, right? We could deal with somebody who's been in an induced hypnotic state, or maybe even better case scenario would be somebody who's sleepwalking. You ever talk to somebody who's sleepwalking? My brother used to do it, and he used to talk all night as well, and I could converse with him on one level.
No, I've never experienced
Nobody else ever done that? All right, so it's a little bit weird, right? But the kind of suggestible open mindset is kind of what heliocentrism does. So if you woke up from a dream, right? Like, forget about the sleepwalking bit for a minute. Just wake up from a regular dream where you're flying out in space because you watched Star Wars last night. For a certain period after you're awake, like about 10 minutes or so, you kind of feel like you're still in the dream, right? So what if you could just extend that mental state perpetually whilst you're awake by compelling people to constantly visualize this stuff which isn't real, but can be real to you in a dream? And getting people to realize the difference between a grounded mindset and one that you're not referencing reality with. We try to walk them through that procedurally, but if you think about how it relies upon this mechanism that we willingly switch off because we know that's how to stay, practical in the day. But if we wanted to, we could pretend like, I'm going to think about this dream all day and hopefully I'll dream it again tonight. And like, that's happened for me. I mean, that works. But do you get what I'm saying? It's the that level of reality that is always there. It's like the other half of reality where everything they say could carry out because it is a construct, a mental construct. But they've tricked people into staying in that like it is reality.
Absolutely, I agree.
So if you think about just taking a young person and telling them about the origin of the universe, it's like getting them hypnotized, and then you can tell them anything, and they'll accept everything you say based on the premise, which activated the mindset of suggestibility. Sorry. Bro.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's kind of like where they fall between, because of the fact that they think they become wise when they're actually thinking in that kind of thought process. So when they're thinking like that, they think they're doing justice to like being creative and understanding nature for what it is. And so like,
well, they got a sticker for it, didn't they?
yeah. And so like,
maybe it's because you are God of your own reality,
Yeah, that's what they do believe. They believe being somebody. When you leave everything up to a possibility or a range of possibility of you could be only certain to a limit, then that gives them the freedom to say, yeah, I know the Earth's a globe because I put it on a probability scale. Now that scale, according to what everybody's telling me, is a lot. There's a lot of information everybody's telling me. There's videos, there's pictures, there's, I got testimony of people telling me that, yeah, I got all that stuff. So that probability raises up to like 80 or 90. Easy with all that stuff, right? Without me thinking about it, without me having to put any thought into it. So now I know, based on a probability scale, because that's what I believe, right? That's people are going to, like, that are indoctrinated with this information, that's what they do. They put it on a probability scale. And because they've been trained to think that the probability scale is the only way to look at life, they're always going to choose that mindset over somebody who says, I know that, 100% this thing is reality. And they're like, nah, you can't think like that, dude. You got to put it on a probability scale. That's what we're dealing with. That's those guys, the mentality of those guys, that's what they do. Because they can't know anything to be true. They've been trained to believe that.
Yeah,
you can test it out if you don't believe it.
I think you might be 100% on that.
Yeah. I see what you did there. But like, people will do, like, they'll go with you with everything you're saying because in their mind they're putting it on a probability scale. Those guys, they're like, okay, what he's saying, I'm gonna give it like 35%, like, correct, because there might be some truth there, but it doesn't reach that bar where I think it needs to. So that's what they're doing. That's all they're doing when you're having a conversation with them. So because they're gonna, and then at the end of it, if you really want to dig down to what they believe, they're gonna be like, well, yeah, I can't know anything to be 100%. Just put it that way. Anyway, yeah, catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Mickey.
I feel like in 15 minutes we just stuck like a shish kebab straight through both poles of that globe and roasted it.
It is possible. Like, to me, the thing, I agree with everything that's been said. I just came to the realization, or changed the position a few years back, that I'm like, if I think that other people could be indoctrinated such that I could show them the truth and they wouldn't see it when it's right in front of them, then I must accept that it's possibly true of me, particularly if they also think that of me.
You have any proof? You have any proof of your ball Earth?
What? Does that relate to the conversation, or are you just starting a new one?
No, you just what's happening at the side chat?
I was agreeing with you and agreeing with the sentiments that Daelf and.
Why did you chat with me and now you are avoiding?
What do you mean now I'm avoiding? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I was agreeing with you in the chat.
Fucking moron. Didn't you understand my question?
Which, do I have proof of the ball Earth? No.
No. Okay, so what's your point? Nothing, right?
My point was just, I was just agreeing with, like, Day and Miggy or Alpha were just talking about the challenge of, like, talking to somebody who's so indoctrinated they can't see sense. And I was just agreeing with all of that, and then adding that the view I came to is that could be me. The problem with an indoctrination is it's invisible to the indoctrinated person. Same as like poor reasoning. Poor reasoning in and of itself is being unaware that one's reasoning poorly. So I could feel like I'm making coldly logical, rational conclusions, and they could be really wacky. Just because I think other people's are isn't actually an indication that I'm right and they're wrong. It's just like, well, that's what bad reasoning would look like, right? So it's a funny self-reflexive. Like that to me is what true critical thinking is.
Well, on the face of some things, like it can appear like to have this logic behind it. Like when they say, well, everything else is round, like these other things, so why would Earth not be round, right? And they don't understand that that's a non sequitur, right?
Yeah.
It's actually illogical.
Yeah, it's like, exactly, yeah, I agree with that, where like, I think there is a very cogent argument to be made for the other planets being round and that increasing the probability we're on a round orbiting planet. But they'll go, well, what about the other planets? And you're like, well, baked right there is a hidden, begging the question assumption that you're on a round planet and that we are one of those things. And that, yeah, is deeply illogical. It's like, if you try and test the idea, you can't already presume it's true and then reason from that point forward. You'll just end up chasing your tail. But that's exactly what Alpha was just saying, right? If it's so deeply ingrained, you hear it when people come in here, when they say, what about the other planets? It's like, well, that's it. It's part of it. So you're doing it right away.
You know, what kind of metaphor I want to make with that one, right? That like seeing things in the sky and going, oh, that must be what I'm on, right? Let's put a mirror in the jungle. You can look these videos up. They're really funny videos of wild animals reacting to mirrors, right? But let's take an animal that's never seen another animal and show it a mirror. So it's going to make a series of assumptions. So that's what other animals are. They all look round, but they're actually flat when you touch them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to have any more data to work off than you've been given for the origin of the universe. But because you've been shown it in a mirror or something, which you seem to recognize certain aspects in yourself, there you go. Now you think that's reality. It's very, very easy to do with a mirror, you know? Like, you can even do this to your brain to the level where you've got phantom limb syndrome, and it was a psychologist that worked out how to cure it, not any kind of medical professional, right? Because it's a brain condition, not a medical condition. So if you set up a series of mirrors where, as you look in the mirror, when you move your missing limb, your eye is seeing your other hand. Do you get what I'm saying? So your brain goes, oh, my hand's back. My hand's back, and I can stop sending the pain signal now. And it's remarkable that it cures it, but it does when you do it long enough to brainwash your brain the same way that it did through the shock of losing your limb initially.
Yeah, I've seen those ones. Yeah, they like sort of have a fleshy-looking rubber glove, and they like stroke your real hand with a brush at exactly the same time they're stroking the rubber hand with a brush. And if they keep doing it,
slightly different. That's slightly different. That's not phantom limb syndrome, but that shows you that the brain creates sensations that are more real to the body than actually having the action which creates the sensation happen to you. And all it has to be is suggested the right way to the brain. But this is why pornography works, because when you watch it, to your body, it feels like it's happening to you, even though your brain knows it's some person who's on, number 2600 for them,
She belongs to the streets.
Okay, I joined back. DJ, I watched that video you sent me.
Okay, now tell us what is the Black Swan argument, please.
Okay, so one of the things that stood out to me that I just didn't know enough. Oh, sorry. There's a video sent in chat proving something about these two oil rigs and how they're.
Yeah, we know, bro. We were there. He's asking you, do you understand the argument? If you do, go ahead and repeat it back, so we know that you understand it.
Yeah, the argument is that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, which would not be possible because the horizon is supposed to drop off at 3-point-something miles because the observation point was 1 foot from the beach.
All right, go ahead.
Well, okay. So just a question. So this is what I was looking into. This is something initially that stood out to me that I didn't know enough about to really bring up. How do you address the issue of light refraction? I'm sure you all have heard it before.
There we go.
I'm sure y'all have heard it before, but I'm just saying.
Let's just remember what you said earlier. Hold on. Remember what you said earlier. That the distance to the horizon would be a fixed location. That's the curve of the Earth, physical thing. So you said it's not an optical phenomena, which would involve variables like refraction and all kinds of other stuff. So you just need to stay on, like you need to stand on what you said earlier, that the horizon is the curve of the Earth at a fixed location.
Okay. Yeah, I think I misunderstood what you meant by that. I was confused.
No, you didn't.
It can visually look different, I guess, but the physical location of the Earth itself would be consistent.
How many horizons are there?
I guess what I'm saying is it can visually appear different because of light refraction. Is that wrong?
How many horizons are there?
Is that wrong? You got to answer my question first.
How many horizons?
Answer my question first.
Well, you already said earlier the horizon is a physical thing, not an optical thing. That actually would be our argument, that it's an optical phenomenon, and it does change. Yeah. And there's lots of variables why it moves and changes around. But sure, you said correctly.
I'll walk that back. I didn't understand the question, so I'll walk it back.
You can't walk it back.
Sure, you can. You learn new things. You address old points. You change and grow.
Listen. This isn't Bring Your Own Globe Day. Okay, you're locked in to the globe as it's claimed, which is that the horizon is the curve of the Earth at a physical set distance. We went over the numbers with you. A certain observer height, the distance would be a certain, the horizon would be at a certain distance. And then you said that can't be, when we said, well, what if it's beyond that? You said, well, it's not possible or it's flat. I was there.
I'm not addressing the physical location of
that's what we're addressing.
Distance. What I'm addressing is the optical appearance of it. So
optical thing. That actually would be our argument, that it's an optical phenomenon, and it does change. Yeah. And there's lots of variables why it moves and changes around. But sure, you said correctly.
I'll walk that back. I didn't understand the question, so I'll walk it back.
You can't walk it back.
Sure, you can. You learn new things. You address old points. Change and grow.
Listen. This isn't Bring Your Own Globe Day. Okay, you're locked in to the globe as it's claimed, which is that the horizon is the curve of the Earth at a physical set distance. We went over the numbers with you. A certain observer height, the distance would be a certain, the horizon would be at a certain distance. And then you said that can't be, when we said, well, what if it's beyond that? You said, well, it's not possible or it's flat.
I'm not addressing the physical location of like
that's what we're addressing.
Distance. What I'm addressing is the optical appearance of it. So explain that to me then.
The optical appearance would be our position. That's our argument, that it's an optical thing, and then it's going to vary. The distance will vary due to all kinds of variables, and refraction is certainly one of those. But the only variable that isn't involved is the curvature of the Earth, which is your position.
Come again?
Well, there's all kinds of optical phenomena happening.
Come again?
Weather.
Yeah, it's not that refraction's not one for God. How long you been here?
Long enough, QE. I remember when refraction was first expected, but I'm just saying that the only variable that isn't involved is curvature of the Earth, which is the thing you would be wanting to stand on or prove.
So it's a bear trap. When you say, what about light refraction? I tell you, welcome to flat Earth.
Okay.
Because
like how?
Yeah. How? Because the argument is about the horizon. And as soon as you appeal to refraction, you disavow the geometry of the ball Earth. That's how.
Interesting. So how does the jump to that happen? I'm just curious.
How does the jump to that happen? Number one,
how does
refraction doesn't exist. Number one, you don't know what refraction is. Number two, it's definitely not happening in that photo.
So I might not understand the exact properties of refraction when it comes to light waves. I work with radio. I decently understand the way radio waves reflect off of, different layers in the atmosphere,
You don't know. I don't care about your radio waves. There is no define refraction.
The refraction of light bouncing off of a surface, different material medium.
I need it with citation. What is refraction?
You want the Google definition of refraction?
Google don't have definitions. Google's a source or a medium, not a source.
Okay, what is your definition of refraction?
Let's start with my definition of refraction. It's the definition of refraction.
My definition of refraction is light bouncing off of a medium.
No, that's incorrect. That's not Snell's law.
Being deflected off of some sort of material, medium.
Not Snell's law. Don't guess at it. You're making it moron out of yourself.
All right, let me look it up then. You want a Wikipedia? Is that good enough?
No.
In physics, refraction is the redirection of a wave as it passes from one medium to another.
And after I said no. But okay.
All right, what source would be good for you then, if you're going to be so picky? If you're going to be picky, go ahead. You have to find it if you're going to be so picky.
Oh, my God.
You want Merriam-Webster. Deflection from a straight path undergone by a light ray or energy wave passing obliquely from one medium, such as air, into another, such as glass.
It was funny because he said no, and he was going to give you one, and you asking him, then you give me one. It's kind of weird.
He's not listening. Those fucking waffling.
He's just got...
No, you're not listening, bro.
What am I not listening to? I gave him the source.
What am I not listening to?
I just told you what you didn't listen to, and you still didn't understand what I just said? You don't understand? I just told you what you not just listened to, and you still don't understand what you didn't listen to. I told you that he said, no, he'll find one for you, and you kept reading.
I'm waiting, then. I'm waiting for it.
Your mouth isn't your biggest.
Because I'll tell you right now, if his definition is different than mine, I'd be amazed. I don't care if he said no or not. If his definition doesn't match up with mine, then I don't see how that matters.
Oh, jeez. He's not asking you for a definition. He's asking for a citation. He's asking. Shut up, dude.
That doesn't matter for citation. I'd love for him.
Oh, my God.
I understand what you're saying.
You shut the fuck up before I mute you, bro. Listen, he's asking you for a citation.
You're staying calm.
He's asking you for a citation, not a definition. Since you don't know what a citation is, he says he's going to find one for you. Now, shut up, sit there, and wait.
At 8 minutes after the hour, Britannica, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances. There's no boundaries or surfaces in the atmo.
So would you also say, you could phrase it as being deflected in passing through the interface between one medium and another medium of varying density?
You could say that.
You could say the interface is the boundary.
You could say that. It doesn't apply to the atmo.
So my definition was correct.
You could say that, but now you're screwed.
So was my definition incorrect?
Shut up!
You will not address anything.
You're not a moderator, Quantum. Why are you yelling like you're a moderator?
What the fuck? I'm trying to. I'll tell you, Master Debater.
Who said that?
You fucking ignorant moron of a dipshit. Keep your nose out of this fucking argument before I jackhammer you, or the mods do. Now listen, medulla, ungablada. You just train wrecked your own fucking argument. There is no interfaces for deflection in the Atmo. There's only one medium. Duh. So, can we move on to the actual Black Swan argument?
There's varying density in the atmosphere.
Yeah, there's varying density. That has nothing to do with the refraction from Snell's law.
Well, the definition of refraction that I had, that you agreed was correct, was being deflected of an interface between one medium and another medium of varying density.
Yes,
the atmosphere is a medium of varying density.
With gases.
There's no interfaces with gases?
Yes.
Yeah, what's your two medium?
There is no boundary in the stratified atmosphere.
There's, once again, refraction happens when light passes through one medium.
I'll tell you what,
medium of varying density.
You're a retard, dude.
Did you just read that again? Did you understand that? Okay, did you not understand the medulla? Listen. You said one medium and another medium.
Mm-hmm.
You only have one medium in Atmo. One.
What do you think?
Where's your other media?
What does medium mean? What do you think medium means?
Wow.
Your sister. That's what it means. Get the fuck out of here. You're a clown. You've been exposed.
There's varying you admitted already.
You've been exposed.
Listen, I'm just explaining, okay?
You've been exposed. You can't explain shit. There aren't any interfaces. You don't know what Snell's law is. You're a moron.
There's varying density in the atmosphere.
Really? So, are we looking horizontally in the Black Swan? Can you show me horizontal density gradients?
Sure. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you fucking moron.
You can call me a moron.
You're a fucking moron.
We're having a conversation. I mean, if you want to
we're not having a conversation.
I'm giving the claim.
You're just a fucking moron.
I'm giving
you've been fully exposed. Thank you very much.
I'm giving the claim right now that there's varying density in the atmosphere.
You're giving the claim right now.
You have to disprove that. You have to disprove my claim.
I have not. No, I don't.
You have varying density in the atmosphere.
You've got to prove your claim, you fucking idiot.
You're okay. All right.
That's wild that you would say you make a claim that someone else has to disprove it. That's wild that you would say that.
He already admitted to me that there's varying density in the atmosphere. So we're on that.
Interface.
And now he's saying that's not happening.
Interface. With your definition, you have to show an interface. With your definition, where is there interfaces in the Atmo? Show that
between
first.
Warm and cold air.
Warm and cold.
Very well documented phenomenon.
Gases don't have interfaces. You moron.
You don't think air?
I don't think I know.
Do you have okay, can we adjust the volume?
Fuck.
Oh, bro, we're not tone policing, dude. Just relax.
So you fully disagree?
We fully disagree with your fucking horse shit.
You fully? I'm just all right. Okay, I do think this got a little confusing. Let me restate one more time, and then you restate one more time, and we'll just
shut the fuck up.
Previous.
Someone check my screen share. Tell me what this is.
I believe there's varying densities of gases in the atmosphere, hot air, cold air. There is an interface between these two.
There is no interface.
That's the claim?
That's not a claim. You got to support it now.
That's my claim. I'm telling you right now that's my claim. Do you agree that that's
there? You go. Fuck your claim. You're a fucking moron.
I'm just trying to get on the same page.
Shut the fuck up. You don't know. Show a boundary or surface in the Atmo. Right fucking now.
Okay.
And then read it and weep with Snell's law that's in the side chat right now that shows you must have a boundary or surface for refraction to exist, period. You're fucking done. You're done. It's all over.
I'm gonna search around here. I'm gonna try to find a source you like. It's not gonna be Wikipedia.
Shut the fuck up. Just leave.
I don't know. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Like I'm not trying to be a dick or anything.
Too. And light's not a wave either, there, friend.
Light isn't a wave?
That's
all right. This is a whole other argument. Let's not even get into that.
You bet. Yeah, that's a smart move.
Well, it's not just a wave. I'll give you that one.
It's not a fucking wave at all, you moron.
It's both. It acts as both a particle and a wave.
Here we go.
It acts as both a particle and a wave. As proven through the double slit experiment.
Fucking overtalk me.
You guys love your experiments.
Person in here, you're not going to fucking overtalk me. It's not going to happen. You've already been demonstrated to be a moron. You don't know what Snell's law is. You don't know what refraction is, and you don't know what fucking waves are. Simple as that. And it doesn't have anything to do with your argument anyway, because even if I grant you your fairy tale refraction, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the horizon. Only objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon.
That is the argument in question, though, with the oil platform argument. That would directly address that. Yes,
you have no argument.
The whole argument is that light refraction would cause a mismatch between the visible location of the oil platforms. Yes, that was the argument.
Ears, son. Listen closely. Even if I grant you your fuckwit fairy tale refraction, listen closely now.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing whatsoever to do with the horizon. Repeat what I just said.
That's just fucking wrong. 100%. That's just wrong.
That's just 100% wrong.
That's just 100% wrong.
Absolutely incorrect. Yes. If I prove you incorrect with
please, yeah, okay, fine. I'll make my claim back it up. You make your claim back it up. Let's get to it. Come on.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking douchebag, dude.
Jesus Christ.
He's not going to help you.
I'm glad you're staying calm about this, though.
He's not going to help you, son.
I'm surprised you haven't been banned yet, to be honest.
Dude, yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Just say the word.
I'm not trying to be mean.
We'll go through it. I'm not here. You're just here to show yourself to be a dumbass, which you already did, but that's all right. We're going to cure you right now.
Sure. I mean, that's what I'm here for. Like, I want to see the logic behind this. I want to see the sources. I presented my theory. Okay.
There's no logic. You don't have a theory. You don't know what natural science is.
I did have a theory. My theory is that light refraction.
No, that's a colloquial theory. That's not a scientific theory. We don't do that shit here. Now, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Not a scientific
theory. Shut up. We'll get back to that. At 17 minutes after the hour, I'm gonna hold your hand and we're gonna go right through it. Okay?
Sure, man.
You ready?
Go for it.
So, from Alma Mater Wiki, atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. That's the first one. Then we got a cited one in Wiki from the god of your refraction, Andrew Thomas Young. While mirages are the best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways.
Okay.
Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Okay. So, there are 5 effects of refraction in Fairy Tale Baltardia. Mirage, from above. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So in the Black Swan photo that you've seen, is the horizon miraged? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in the Black Swan photo?
In the point you directly just said, you said it could be elevated or lowered?
We're going to get to that. We're going one at a time. We're on Mirage. Focus now. Get the Adderall drip out. Listen to my fucking question.
I'm just directly addressing the point.
Horizon, are we going to have to mute you?
No, I mean, I'm trying to just have a conversation. I was just trying to, just right there, just directly address the point.
So in the Black Swan, is the horizon miraged? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in the Black Swan photo? Yes or no?
Yeah, there certainly could be, because the horizon appears after the oil.
There's more than one horizon in the Black Swan photo.
There could be something that appears to be the horizon.
Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking glue-sniffing moron. You need to get an eye check from the ophthalmologist. Put him on mute.
I don't understand. What?
We'll finish up without him. Thank you. So, 2 and 3, towering and stooping. From above, towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. Remember the objects I was stressing earlier? With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon changing shape, i.e., is the horizon stretched or shortened in the Black Swan photo? Nope. Non sequitur fallacy. You got 2 left. From Humphreys William, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered or may even disappear below the horizon. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Nope, non sequitur. Last one. Looming. From Andrew Thomas Young himself. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Shaking my fucking head. Nope, non sequitur. The friggin' horizon doesn't ever loom, ass clowns. Ever. Baltards wouldn't know what bagak refraction was if it climbed up our arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in jalapeno lace concertina wire. The end. Thank you.
So in simple terms, what you're saying is objects may loom above the horizon, but the horizon can't loom above itself.
In their fairy tale refraction that doesn't exist, in their paradigm, we're deep in what they consider refraction, which it's not. But even with that, it has nothing to do with the horizon. Only objects in relation to the horizon. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah, I've renamed it to AOD, Atmo Optical Distortion. So there's stooping, towering, mirages and stuff like that, not refraction. It's an AOD. Atmo Optical Distortion. I've retitled it for you.
Oh shit, am I unmuted? Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that I got unmuted. Okay.
Did you understand his point though, Majula?
Yeah, so the horizon can, yeah. I think I understand that.
Only objects can appear refracted in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
The horizon itself. Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I mean, I got that wrong. Like, I'm not here to just be a dick.
Stop being one then.
I don't think I'm being a dick. I think I was just kind of talking, to be honest.
Not listening. Yeah, we'll be on.
I wasn't yelling, okay?
I said over talking.
I wasn't calling anybody a dickhead. I wasn't screaming at anyone.
And you're doing it again. You're just over talking and not listening.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Jeddah just tried to tell you this 3 times and you cut him off.
I waited for him to end his sentence. Maybe there's like lag on my end. I don't know. I waited for him to end his sentence. And
there's lag in your ears, bro.
So, question about this: what about a phenomenon that isn't the horizon itself, but appears to be some sort of line, some sort of heat wave refraction or heat wave element, some sort of artificial horizon that appears? Is that a possibility?
Do you have an artifact?
Genuine question.
Genuine question.
What's this proving? What's this proving?
From an abject retard. That's a retarded question. It's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
In the photo, you see a boat. You see what appears to be the horizon far above that. How do we know that's...
What just happened is you were found guilty in court and you said, what if I had some exonerating evidence?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with me addressing... Do you have a problem with me addressing that that I was incorrect about my last point, and then positing a new one to debate. Is there a problem with that?
Moving the goalposts?
No, you're just making up shit and trying to pass it. You're just making up shit that you can't even prove.
Let me be very clear. It's not moving the goalpost when I go, okay, I was wrong about that. I apologize, my bad. Let's move on.
No,
to the next
let me be very clear.
There's no moving.
No, let me be very clear. You're trying to make up new shit that you can't even prove yourself.
I already said. The reason I'm making up new shit is because we're having a debate. The whole point is to further the discussion. Okay.
There isn't no debate. What are you talking about?
What is this server for then? What does the 24/7 flat earth debate mean?
Dude, you're not even making up new shit. You're just really rinsing, repeating, and phrasing it in a different way, yeah? We've just said that refraction has nothing to do with the horizon itself, just objects. You then say, well, maybe there is an optical effect that makes it appear that there's a line like a horizon, but not the horizon. You're just sort of rephrasing the same statement.
No, that's not the same statement.
It's not an object, yeah? Objects.
Yeah, that's not the same statement. I'm not talking about the position of the horizon being different. I admitted the guy explained that to me. I took that to heart. I understand the logic behind that. I have moved on from that point. What I'm saying
is trying to say that there's another line that appears like the horizon, but not the horizon that we could be looking at.
Yeah, that was my question.
And we all laughed.
You're just doubling down and rephrasing it, yeah? The same thing. I don't see it as any different.
What did I say right after that guy finished talking? Do you remember?
Mummy.
Do you remember what I said?
Mummy.
I said, okay, that makes sense. I agree. And then I moved on to my next point. How is that?
Yeah, you didn't say much, dude. Everybody missed it because you were like, oh, yeah, I was wrong. But hold on, what if I was still right?
Got him.
That's how a debate works. You concede.
Not really.
Okay.
No, you don't concede and restate your shit.
Jesus Christ.
You're conceding and then restating your safe shit over again with a different wording. What?
There's a numerous amount of phenomena that could different factors at work that could be causing the height of the two oil platforms to appear different. So we can address them all. We can address them all in order. Disproving one doesn't mean you can't have a different.
We're not talking about the oil platforms, Glue Sniffer. They told you about 25 times. It's not getting through that thick skull of yours. It's the horizon. Say it with me now. Horizon. Say it.
You guys.
Horizon. Say it.
I actually have a visual that will help you here. I have a visual for you. To show you that it doesn't have anything to do with the rigs. Let me post it for you in the chat. Okay. Can you look at the chat real quick?
Sure.
This is an orthographic view from an Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the green line represents the water, the blue arrow represents the observer, the red arrow represents the second oil rig. The issue is, so let's take that red arrow and let's just draw it all the way up to the top of the image and just make it really tall.
Sure.
So the point is actually that the issue here is that we're seeing the horizon behind it. So the height of that second arrow really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. We're seeing the horizon behind it, which you shouldn't due to the curvature of the Earth, which is supposed to be blocking it at a certain distance. So you keep focusing on the oil rig when we're trying to help you focus on the actual problem, which is the horizon, which is behind it.
The horizon is behind the rig. Fully understand. Yeah, I agree.
So you got to stop worrying about the oil rig or the height of it. Oh, well, this one's a little taller. Doesn't matter. The horizon's in a place where it should not be. You have a big problem there, but you're kind of like tap dancing around it. So
no, I'm not tap dancing around it. I'm presenting options for why that could be explained. You guys are fucking flipping out.
Well, it doesn't have to do with the height.
There's a numerous amount of them. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just that even if you want to present other variables, the one variable you're trying to prove is that the Earth is curved. The horizon is at a set distance. That's the one that you should worry about. But instead, we're going into all kinds of other things. The height of this. Well, look at that. Look over there. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. Yeah. Well, what about the horizon? That's the issue here on the table. So you got to focus here.
Yeah. No, I do understand that. I do understand the problem is that the horizon appears behind the oil rig, and that is what. If I'm trying to prove globe Earth, that's what I need to explain. Okay? Mm-hmm. And I have just presented ideas about it to talk about.
No, you just dreamed up some horse shit and then threw it up against the wall. It was dumb.
I don't think that's dreaming up. I think a logical conclusion.
I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Yes.
I don't think it's illogical to think that maybe there could be an optical phenomena causing
maybe
that.
there could be. Maybe Penelope Pitstop was actually Bruce Lee's grandfather.
I mean, maybe. If you don't want to debate, then Jesus, leave.
This isn't a debate. This is rubbing your nose in it.
There's a billion other claims. Let's talk about the claim of
there's a billion.
1 foot off the beach substantiated, like fully.
Yes. Yep. 5 years ago.
Well, just remember, you're supposed to be like the normie. We're supposed to be the conspiracy guys. But when you're in here, like, no, those numbers are fake. You're going into this insta conspiratard mode, which I just find pretty funny.
And you screwed up the arguments before. You had two different arguments. You said it's 1 foot and the horizon should be 3.84 miles. That was the other argument they were talking about. So you're all confused.
Some screen sharing? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'm just talking about
I believe him.
Okay?
I believe him.
I'm just fucking throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, okay?
Don't do that.
That's what I just said.
All right, yeah.
It's not a good idea.
I mean, you got
another problem, by the way.
I'll let somebody else stick in.
You got another problem, by the way. Excuse me. And it's related to the horizon. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
Oh, shit.
How do you have a horizon on a globe?
Yep.
So I understand the definition of horizon is where the ground and sky appear to meet.
Yep.
So I guess that is an optical definition, but a horizon would be where your vision from where you're standing can no longer see past it because the ground is blocking away from you seeing further.
Are you done?
Dude, you do not have to be a dick about it. Like,
are you done? I just asked, are you done?
Sure.
According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ. There's a problem, though, because according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do we go out in reality and see horizons everywhere with a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told we live on a fairy tale fuckwit spinning baltard that has rate of change of slope of non-zero along your feet on a tangent in every direction? Reconcile that.
I don't understand the core issue with being at some point on a sphere, and there is another point at which you can no longer see because the ground blocks that.
You're not arguing my point.
Slope. Yeah, what does the slope-intercept formula have to do with that?
Y equals mx plus b. It proves that horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. I'll tell you again. And that curvature is defined antithetically as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. Get it?
No.
No, then you can't argue this. You might as well. I don't. What's your favorite color?
I don't remember.
Can you?
I don't understand how that disproves that at all, though.
I know, because you're a moron. We already demonstrated that.
So
my god, that's hey Kiwi, just real quick, dude, that was funny as fuck. I'm cooking and I literally went off mute to tell you have me busting up because I can hear how you're just like you're done with the dudes. You're like, what's your favorite color? Like, fuck it, like let's talk about something else. That shit was great.
Insane, Glaze.
I can please without the song.
Yeah, I'm done with this guy. He can't. He's not self-aware. He can't evaluate.
Move into a room.
He can't evaluate simple concepts.
Never leave that room. You'll be safe.
Hello, Ludwig. Thank you. You can't evaluate simple concepts. A fifth grader, maybe not. Maybe they teach it in junior high now. The slope-intercept formula. It's very easy. Easy to understand.
I will.
Right.
Okay.
All set. I think we're all lit and good to go. Let's go. Be back at 4 o'clock. One thing I tell me and Nicole mentioned about, like, if you have any tables.
Creation Bear. What are you at Home Depot?
Checking out that Jaren robe.
Guys, did he just say he's checking out Jaren's proof?
Hey, if anyone interested, I dropped a website that tracks the largest geomagnetic storms. They tend to correlate with eclipses over the North Pole, which tends to correlate over satellite launches to fly over the North Pole to record it. But the North Pole footage is classified.
Satellite? Where's the satellites at?
You can take it or leave it.
Where's the satellites at?
Take it or leave it.
I'm going to leave it because your satellites are in Narnia, so we'll fucking leave it.
You will leave it. I'll screen share for those interested.
Who gives a shit about your screen share? You're posting a second law of thermodynamics violation. You're posting a second law of thermodynamics violation. We're just going to laugh at you. For cause.
Is the thermodynamic law violation the energy needed to orbit? Is it?
No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's entropy.
What about, is that talking about satellites?
Yeah. He's saying that he's saying that they're in outer space, which is a vacuum, while he's breathing at the same time. If he's breathing at the same time and there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum without a barrier in between that gas pressure net, that's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation that can never be reconciled.
But gases are affected by gravity, so there's precedent that they would stick to a planet.
Just shut up.
How is that wrong?
You know less about gravity than you do refraction, for fuck's sake.
How is that wrong?
How is that wrong? How am I wrong? The second law of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics? Okay. So gravity affects gases. We know gases are cold to things.
Gravity doesn't exist.
How would they not
Gravity
coagulate around
doesn't
Earth?
exist, and that wouldn't affect the entropy of gases one iota, even if it did exist.
In a round Earth theory, gravity does exist.
Round
it does
Earth,
affect
there
gases.
is no round
It makes
Earth
perfect
theory.
sense. There is no law.
Round Earth theory. There is no fucking theory. You'd fail fifth grade intro to general science. And
Well, there's clearly a theory because a lot of people believe in it.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You're the dumbest person in there. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm just asking questions. I don't know how I have gained the ability to enrage you so hard by asking questions.
Just shut up. Thanks.
So can forces change, like, the direction of objects?
Forces. There is no force of gravity. Gravity doesn't exist.
Whoa. No, that wasn't my question.
Oh my god.
So can forces change the direction of objects?
Can forces change which force?
Are you really that stumped?
Answer
the question.
Force?
Any force. Can any force?
Name a force.
You pushing on something.
Pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Can it change the direction of something?
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what I'm pushing.
So you don't know what a force is then, because forces induce acceleration.
So
can you change the direction of a mountain if you push it?
Yeah, right. That's what I was trying to get to.
It's not going to change very much, but I mean,
Here's a moron. What does this have to do with gases?
It's not going to change very much. I don't think it'll change one iota.
That's why I asked him. So, what does this have to do with the topic we're discussing?
It was in relation to gas pressure. So if there is a force,
you can exhibit a force on it. Doesn't mean it's going to move.
Which force are you moving gases with?
Gravity.
Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years. Dude.
I don't care about that.
I don't care. You're a clown.
Yeah.
And it doesn't exist anyway.
Really?
Hold on. Can you scientifically validate gravity for everyone in the room here?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, let's go. So, which gravity are you talking about?
Newtonian, so just mass attracting mass.
So, Newtonian mass. Before we get to Newtonian, define mass.
Resistance to acceleration.
That's not mass.
Says
That's
who?
inertia.
You're gonna get a cite.
Yeah, I got you. Yep, I'm going to debunk your dumb ass right now.
All right, sorry. Quantity to resistance to acceleration would be
No, it ain't that
better
either.
form.
It's not that either. That's
Do you want me to cite what I just said?
That's
Do you want me to
inertia.
cite what I? Do you want me to cite what I just said?
Inertia, dude. I'll just.
Do you want me to cite it?
Just debunk the whole fucking thing.
Do you want me to cite it, QE?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, and I'll fucking trump you.
Give me a minute.
Give you a minute. While he's away a minute, I'm going to take him to the woodshed. From Max Born, Nobel laureate. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter, these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here's the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only strongly emphasize, but very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning.
Emoji.
Other than that, given by formula, but we don't really give a shit about that. That's mathematics. In physics, the word mass has no meaning.
It is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity.
Yeah.
Also known as resistance to acceleration. The
That's
quantity.
inertia. I already fucking
Look at my
destroyed
citation.
you right above
Look
you.
at my citation.
Look at mine, douchebag.
I don't care.
It trumps your bullshit.
To be fair, you posted a random piece of text. You gotta send a link or something, you know?
To be fair, shut your fucking mouth. I'm talking.
Oh, you can't say
Yeah, that's not a proper citation.
Yeah, that's just a random block of text with an emoji in it.
Sunshine. Max Born outranks your physics hyper textbook horse shit that's defining inertia and not mass.
Why does it say mass is defined as inversely the quantity of resistance to acceleration? Why does it do that?
Inversely related to what?
Why does it define it as being proportional to like the resistance to acceleration of an like
Because
the quantity of
that's
resistance to
inertia. I just told you 3 fucking times.
The quantity of resistance to acceleration.
Dude, that's fucking inertia!
It's not.
Not mass. Get it?
Because it's quantized. Inertia is just...
It's quantitized. that saves you.
There's a quantity to it.
That saves you. You're a dumbass. You
Yo, QE, what is weight?
We can move on.
Yeah, where's my citation, retard?
We can move on. So, this
He
is
doesn't
in
have a
relation
citation.
to Newtonian mechanics. Don't overtalk me, glue sniffer. So, you said Newton's universal law of gravitation. You got some big fucking problems, dude. Then we're going to get to the scientific evidence right after this. So, at 43 minutes after the hour, from your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded. Like I fucking told you. Is he deafened? Boot him.
Yeah, he muted himself. You don't want to hear it.
Boot him. I looked over there, seen him deafened, kick his ass out.
All right, give me 2 seconds, he'll be gone.
He's got concepts attracting each other.
Bro, what if his mom just like walked in or something?
Scott Mackey.
Oh, we can delete that. You guys don't need to see the Newton.
What? Bro, I was reading those. Why'd you delete the sources?
I'm sorry. Do you want them?
Yeah, I was gonna look through them.
All right, good. Sorry about that.
So good. I'm trying to get learned, man. I'm trying to get learned.
Didn't you mention gravity too? Oh, you're Medulla. I don't know if I want to go with that.
I don't. Why do I enrage you? I don't know what I did.
It's just you're too stupid to understand this stuff.
Well, that's rude.
It's truth.
Yeah, dude, you're too stupid to know the Earth is flat, dumbass.
Bro, then learn me up, bro. Send me a source. I'm just trying to learn.
Citation, please.
Imagine being so stupid you think it's a globe.
Hey, Pop, you got some backfeeding, dude. And stick yourself on mute. No, sorry.
So the glue sniffer that was in there was trying to scientifically validate Newtonian mechanics or the universal law of gravitation. Not only has the universal law of gravitation been debunked for 110 years, all of Newton's laws are also debunked 110 years ago, the whole fucking thing. All of them.
Okay. Pretend I'm like a Make-A-Wish kid, okay? Why do things fall then? Okay, just don't scream.
We don't need
to pretend.
Just explain that then.
Okay, when you drop something, it falls. That's how.
What makes it fall?
Your mom.
Your mom.
Is there a force that makes it fall? Is it just like there's got to be something, right?
What? What if I drop a helium balloon?
Helium balloons are affected by gravity, but they're also affected by the density of the air.
Affected by gravity? What's gravity?
Gravity is a invisible force that pulls on things.
Gravity hasn't been I guess you haven't been keeping up on current events. Gravity hasn't been a force for over 110 years.
Well, forgive me for learning this in college, okay? Be patient with me, because
Where did you go
I
to
learned
college?
that gravity is a force.
I would suggest
You went to a community college.
Tuco Community College mail order degree in Tobago. That's where you went to college.
Okay, you don't understand that like 99% of people believe in gravity, so it's not crazy that I come in here and think it is
why would
real.
they need to believe in it if it's scientifically validated?
I don't even think we understand that there's. I don't know. I guess you can't scientifically prove gravity, but there's certainly a force that acts like gravity. We don't know if it's a particle. We don't know if it's a wave. We don't know what it is.
So you can't scientifically validate gravity, then, right?
I'm just asking you, what do you think that force is, then?
There isn't a force.
So why do things fall?
Why? But I got a helium balloon. I drop it. Does it fall?
No. Helium is less dense than the air around it.
There you go. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with fuckwit gravity. It's going up.
So you think it's density? Density makes things fall.
Not that I think. I don't think shit. I'm just destroying gravity.
That's not destroying gravity. You're not saying.
Yeah, it is.
How does that disprove gravity?
Because it's going up. And
right.
you haven't.
But we do understand that
you don't understand.
Okay, you can't just keep interrupting me, like straight up.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Because you're a moron.
Riveting conversation, man.
You're a moron. This isn't a conversation.
Helium balloons float because they're less dense than the air around them and they're pushed up. That's true. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
Two balloons float.
You're repeating my argument in a funny voice. Riveting conversation, man. Exceptional rebuttal. I'm convinced. Honestly, he's stating my argument back to me in a funny voice. I guess I don't know.
Happen. You're not going to overtalk me. It's not going to fucking work.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, no, more funny voices. Maybe I'll be convinced eventually.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't need a reason or evidence or anything. Don't even bother with an explanation. Just keep saying shut the fuck up. I'm almost there.
Science, the scientific method. You don't have any science acumen. You can't prove gravity. You didn't know what refraction was. You
can't disprove it. You're just saying that's not true. It's not true.
You can't disprove it. I can't disprove
gravity's false.
You can't disprove my horse shit. Why can't you disprove my horse shit? That's an argument from ignorance fallacy, you dumbass.
You're okay. You don't even have an opinion. You don't even know why things fall at all. You don't even have a working theory on why things fall.
You don't even know what a model is. Shut the fuck up.
You didn't even say it was density. I tried to get you to see if it was density. That would honestly be a.
Shut the fuck up, Motormouth.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up.
Just keep saying shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Shut up.
I do like.
We gotta cordon him off. Thank you.
You've got to prove it first.
KC, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Not better.
I was saying, if he's saying that you can't disprove gravity, I want him to prove it first.
Well, yeah. Well, obviously, he said it wasn't scientifically validated. So I'm just spitballing here. I don't think he's going to scientifically validate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what his IV would be.
He doesn't have any. There's nothing there. IV for what? Newton's law?
Yeah, I just want to see what you come out with.
Did he leave?
Hopefully.
Well, dang. Well, I was just going to say it's kind of fascinating when people are proven to be ignorant of the topic and like the subtopics of the topic. When they're proven and demonstrated to be ignorant, how they'll still persevere in their ignorance.
I have a new person that would like to talk to this 11111, so I'm going to take him off mute and we'll see what he's got to say. Hey, 1111, stage is yours. What do you got to say?
Working on that. You also forgot a couple ones, so.
Yeah, I didn't want to get too excited and sound like I was stuttering, though.
You don't need to, never mind.
So you got something for the VC?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Holy, give me like one business day.
One business day. That was a good one.
But you could tell us that you didn't have anything. I got ya.
No, it's in the works.
What's it rattling about? What's your drafted idea so far?
That's confidential. Need to know basis.
So I'm guessing you don't know.
Sorry, we're not taking any questions at the moment.
You know they have pills for that, right?
Hello, flat earthers. How are you doing today?
Oh, for fuck's sake, not this prep.
Like 3 debates in a row.
Yeah, I won 3 debates in a row. Oh, that was awesome, wasn't it?
Epic. I was like, shit. I didn't know it hit me.
Yeah. How's it losing debate today, flat earthers?
Fuck off.
Why so hostile?
Quantum, I have a question.
I was busy doing something. Got.
We don't know who your dad is.
Quantum, are you a moderator?
Nope.
Why you tell the mods to mute me then and they automatically listen to you? You like the hit on show?
Because I'm the paterfamilias.
What? So you're the head honcho?
I have many.
It's because it's part of his officially submitted 504 plan, and we accommodate his disability.
So, Quantum, can you prove you're flat Earth or you?
Yeah, I did twice here while you were sitting here.
But you didn't prove it at all.
I didn't prove it at all.
Yeah, like Master Debater, you gotta maybe like reset. Like when you say it, like when you say it, what is it?
Well,
you didn't prove it.
Flat Earth.
It, like the Earth. What is that?
The Earth is a planet, which, according to your flat Earth theory, it isn't. So
that's it. So that's the Earth is a planet.
Yeah, the Earth is a planet in our solar system. That is a spherical object, which is why we call it a planet.
Okay, and there's going to be consequences for it being a planet. Like it's going to have to be in motion. It's going to have curvature.
Well, it does have curvature. We just can't see it.
Which parts? All parts, or just some parts?
All parts.
Okay, so like a valley, a valley has upward curvature.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, can you prove that?
Can I prove that? Just look at it.
Yeah, you're telling me a hole has a hill in it. That's what you said. You said a hole is also hilled up.
Yeah, it's curvature.
Yeah.
Say you want me to
all
prove
parts of it, like a tree that's standing there. A tree's got curvature.
Yeah, it's curvature.
Yeah. Okay. A piece of wood.
A piece of wood on the ground? Like, what do you mean? Like
when you say earth, all things, is it Earth, all things have curvature in them, or just parts of it?
Well, anything on the Earth is standing on curvature, if that's what you mean.
Okay, so
you can't see it, right? You're sitting on curvature right now as you sit down, right? You're sitting on curvature. We're all sitting on curvature.
There's no point talking to this fucking idiot.
Okay, so you're conceding? You conceded already.
Conceding, there's no point talking to you because you're an idiot. Yeah.
No, you already conceded to the fact that I already won the debate, so I'm gonna add one win.
You won, buddy. Good job.
Thank you. I already knew that.
Go on.
Wanna stick up?
Yeah, I'm actually going to add 315 now. 315 to 0. So, yeah. Are you gonna,
if you can find him.
Okay, are you going to win any debate soon? Or?
No one cares.
Are you really one of those people who thinks just stating a claim is proof of the claim?
No, I didn't state a claim. I stated...
Yeah, you did. You said that there's curvature. You just can't see it. Everything is standing on curvature if it's on the Earth.
Yeah, you're
therefore curvature. So, do you think that that's proof of your claim, or are you going to...
That's not proof. That's a literal fact. Why would I need to prove a fact? That's like me having to prove
not
2
a fact.
plus 2. That's like me having to prove 2 plus 2
Why do you think they're
4.
flat earthers?
Hold on. So you want me to give you proof on why 2 plus 2 equals 4?
What?
What? That's a genuine question.
Conceded that you can't.
Okay, so you can't answer the question. Okay.
You just conceded that you can't see the curvature, but it's there.
Yeah, it is there. How's that me conceding?
So just trust you, bro.
That's not trusting. It's you can look that up and find the facts.
You don't see it, but trust me, bro, it is there.
Because he looked it up. He looked that up, and someone said it is there. You just can't see it. So that's it.
Let me ask this guy a quick question. Hey, buddy, do you believe in Bigfoot? Hold on. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Yes or no?
Me, currently, no. There is not proof of a Bigfoot.
All right. What if I told you Bigfoot is real, but you just can't see him?
Well, that doesn't make any sense. It's a literal.
Yeah, no fucking kidding.
Well, no, hold on. That's a different situation, though, and I can easily explain that. The Bigfoot is a being. You have to see a being for it to exist, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it has to exist. Wait. A being has to exist to be acknowledged as being legal, correct?
Stop talking.
Okay, so you can't answer it. So you're conceding.
I tried to save you. Go on, carry on talking.
Yeah, so you're conceding. Okay.
Without the song, give us the ABCs without the song, please.
Okay, so you're conceding. Okay.
No, No, I'm asking you. This is a litmus test to see if you're dumb.
We can maybe get back to him to maybe get a little bit more.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, U, V, X, Y, and Z. Yeah.
He missed it, yeah.
Those X-Men. They have missed the same letter every time.
Yep.
Enough you.
Medulla, you can have the stage again, okay? So you can readdress Quantum Eraser and correct your mistake.
Actually, basically, I was just going to restate. I don't know. I did kind of realize. I kind of saw his argument. And I kind of realized where he's coming from. So, to put it in my own words, you're a fucking retard, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're actually fucking retarded. Like, genuinely, I don't.
Oh, who's retarded? I'm confused.
Well, he's trying to talk like you got to say glue sniffer and all that stuff.
Fucking glue sniffer. You're fucking retarded. Get the fuck out of here. Mods mute this guy. Mods mute this guy. And that was sort of my response to that.
I'm pretty much like stupid. He just like.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Get you all powered up.
I did have a genuine question though.
Okay.
Well, there was another convo going, but.
Go ahead. We're done with it anyway. It's already won.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier. So. If there's a point on the flat Earth that compasses point to, there's like an electromagnetic north on this flat Earth.
Whoa! What? There's a
well, I don't actually.
There's a magnetic north, not an electromagnetic north.
Or magnetic north. My bad. So but compasses point to some point on the flat Earth, right? That's like generally understood as the premise.
Compasses follow field lines, yeah.
Okay, so some point on the flat Earth that compasses point to. If you were to follow that compass, not circumnavigating like horizontally, but just start heading directly south from that and circumnavigated the globe, would that not disprove the flat Earth?
What is circumnavigation?
Like you have your compass, it points north, you go south until you reach the point that you started at.
Okay. No idea.
That would sort of prove globe Earth, right? Right? I mean...
yeah, off you go then.
So isn't that fully possible? Has that not already partially been done? I mean, I know you can't directly sail through the North Pole, but...
Why are you asking us? Go and get the evidence and show us.
I mean, circumnavigation has happened. That should be enough evidence to disprove flat Earth theory in my mind. We know that we can sail at one point around the globe and reach the point that we started at, just by traveling in one direction, that we can verify.
He's off. Circumnavigation east to west happens all the time. It's no problem, right? It's your claim of north to south and back to north again. You're saying that that's been done all the time. I'd love to see that evidence.
I sort of got it happen. There was a transglobe expedition. Hold on. Well, actually, hold on.
One more orbit.
Yeah, first expedition to make a longitudinal north-south circumnavigation of the Earth using only surface transport. So it's been done. A north to south circumnavigation of the globe has been done. So I feel that's pretty good evidence against a flat Earth. How else would that be explained?
Have a look at the guy that did that, right? So Renoff Fines or something like that's his name, right? He's been taken to court multiple times for faking things, during TV shows, like things like that, right? Faking accidents to get exciting footage. Like he's really sketchy. I can post some articles. If you just type it in, right? Just type in Renoff Fines or whatever his name is, right? Fakery or fakes footage, and it'll come up with all sorts of different articles about him being taken to court and getting sued.
Okay.
So he's kind of sketchy. I mean,
that's fair.
And then you would have to try to validate the path that he said he took. I mean, nobody's ever done like a north-south circumnavigation where they've started in the north, right, and then they've flown down, and then they've gone over Antarctica, and then come back up around the other side of the globe back to where they started. No one's ever done that, right? Countless amounts of people have done it east to west, right, to go in different paths east to west, but nobody's ever done it north to south, right? If you look it up, right, you'll find one of the most recent ones was a flight called One More Orbit. I think it was in 2019 or 2018, something like that, right? And then once you actually look into the path they took, they start in the north, right? And then they go down to Antarctica and they just jackknife, right? They just turn. They take a right-hand turn and come back up again, right? So it's not like they kept going and went all the way around the globe and back up the other side.
So what
right?
about
any No, you're right, man. Go ahead.
What about Pan Am Flight 50? Flown from San Francisco, 54-hour flight, that flew over both the North Pole and South Pole.
Yeah, so have a look at the flight path. See if you can find the flight path and chuck it in the side chat.
Okay. I don't know if y'all know. I don't know anything about it, so I was just wondering if y'all knew anything about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one myself. But yeah, most of these, when you look up the flight path, I mean, and if you read into it, I mean, does that even claim to be a north-south circumnavigation, or did they just touch,
it was claimed to be a north-south
touchdown in the south, touchdown in the north, right? Not actually doing a great circle around the globe over Antarctica and coming back up around the other side. It's kind of like going to the end of your block, touching the street post, and then coming back to your house and then saying you did a circumnavigation. It's not really the same thing.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the direct flight path.
For a plane that flew horizontal the entire way.
Well, yeah, well, the logs must show that they went 24,000 miles, right? Well, 900.
I don't know. So what stops a north west to east circumnavigation? What stops that from disproving flat Earth?
What, west to east?
It's just you go ahead, Jedi.
No, I'm just asking for clarification. Do you just mean west to east?
Or yeah, it could be any direction. It could be east to west.
Yeah, horizontally. Because that's circles around the pole. East and west circles around poles, aren't they? So if you go in the circular direction from east to west, you're going to end up where you started because east and west are circles around poles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just drawing a circle on a flat plane. That makes sense.
Is it still good evidence against it?
I think that a north to south circumnavigation would be much stronger evidence. I don't know how that would be disproved yet. But besides just saying they faked it, they faked the flight, it was bullshit.
No. If you have a look at the One More Orbit flight path, right, they didn't do a proper circumnavigation. They just turned around when they went to Antarctica and came back up again.
I don't know about that one. I was looking at the Pan Am flight.
Yeah. Okay. Try to find us the path. Right, even with the One More Orbit one, right, have a look at the footage that they give you of their trip, right? They said they filmed it, but all of the footage is just inside the plane. They don't even really look out the window or anything like that. Could just be, they might not have even went where they said they went, as far as we know. Yeah, I'll try to help you look it up. What's it called?
It's called Pan Am Flight 50. I'm genuinely looking for the flight fan, but I don't really know. Where do you find that? Stop at London, South Africa. Oh, okay, here's a photo. All right, I have sent it. To me, that looks like a pretty direct, circle around the globe.
Except that the airplane never took into account any curvature of the ground, any globe, to do anything. The airplane is actually designed to work on a stationary, horizontal frame of reference, no globe.
Hold on, so you think touching the corner of South Pole it was
harder? Yeah. Why didn't it cross the ice? Cross the ice, bro. Straight over the top, straight over the middle, around the other side. Come on, bro.
Hey, it looks like it went to the end of the block and back, touched the signpost and said, "I'm here," and then went home again.
I mean, any body of land, though, comes with adverse weather effects. It is easier to fly over oceans.
Stop making excuses for them.
That's not an excuse. That's a possible reason.
100% because of the body of land could be any weather. Dude,
that's possible.
Antarctica has massive.
Okay, so I'm just gonna touch the corner of the tip, not actually travel the entirety of Antarctica, and say I circumnavigated the globe. Get the fuck out of here, bro!
Why don't planes like fly super close over the Himalayas?
It is like what you said, Medulla. It is sure you can say that's a reasonable excuse on why they didn't perform the north to south circumnavigation, but it still stands that it wasn't what you hoped it would be. It wasn't circumnavigation north to south.
I mean, I guess it didn't go directly over Antarctica, but that's still a circumnavigation. I don't think
it touched it and turned around and went back. It didn't go over and come back around. It touched it and came back.
That's like saying I will travel to freaking from United States to London and then turn around and come back to United States. Circumnavigated the earth. Or just go San Francisco, London, Brazil, and back to San Francisco and say I circumnavigated the globe.
I got a good one. It's like somebody proposing that if I go from the front door to the back door, that once I go through the back door, I'll pop up at the front door. But instead, I just went to the front, through the front door, touched the back door, turned back around, went back to the front door. Maybe yours is better.
I see what you're saying, but I mean, just because they didn't fly over Antarctica to a very good reason, likely, weather effects, that doesn't mean they faked it.
No, it's not even saying they faked anything, dude. They just touched the pole, turned around, and came back. They didn't even fake it. It's just that you
deserve a north-south circumpolar navigation award. Not at all. They didn't do it.
Unless they started somewhere in the North Pole that made it, completely go.
No problem, right? But now there's a claim that there's a southern pole that would come back in on itself. They just nobody's saying, like Medulla, understand? Nobody here right now is saying they faked anything. What people are saying is they went to a point, touched it, turned around, and came back. And that was like the furthest anybody ever went, and like a consistent route. But they didn't actually go over the South Pole and then pop up and go north without turning around. They turned around.
They can't.
Right. Remember the whole point. You were meant to. You said east and west, right? Mm-hmm. You could understand that on a flat Earth, but if there's a north to south one, then that would be problematic for the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right? But now you've found out. Yeah, but it would be problematic if they did what you think a circumnavigation is, right? Doing a great circle around the globe, going over Antarctica and coming back up around the other side. But that's not what they did. Now you found out that that's not what they did.
And
yeah, most people aren't very triggered and upset like you are right now. So
I mean, you seem to be
like
the trigger one.
That sounds like your skill issue.
Your default was to call me gay or a virgin when I said imagine.
Yeah, that was me. That wasn't very nice, was it? All right, I'm gonna be nice.
Did you
Listen,
dude?
I'm sorry.
He just makes coffee.
I think all niggers deserve to die.
I didn't put that on him.
You didn't get any poontang. I just said
one of you said.
That's what I said. Did you know that Poontang is actually a coffee brand? That's actually a coffee that he sells. He sells that coffee. So he was actually just trying to sell you on coffee. So it wasn't an insult. It was a marketing technique.
Okay, Agent Nick, are you just going to say the N word under your breath, or are you going to say it a little louder?
Nigger.
Oh damn! Oh wow!
Come on, man.
Come to my house.
Oh, why don't you name him? That's all he's got.
Man.
That's all he's got.
It doesn't take any freaking guts to say that. My God, it's just like
He's so mad. I asked, "Hey, define Earth," and that's what he has to say.
Wait, that wasn't me.
Hey, define Earth. Is horizontal flat? And he's freaking out right now.
He was talking to me. He saw me. He saw me. He saw my freaking. He saw my one.
It's a different you. It's not me.
Who was it then? Who was it?
Oh, good. I'm glad
He got
that
banned.
wasn't
He got banned.
you. Nice.
No, it's you, bro.
Glad you didn't say that, man. If it's not you.
I tried to say it wasn't me, but you kept talking. Like I'm saying, like I don't know.
Sorry, dude.
No, you're good. You're good. Like I told you, like I don't care that you insult me or shit like that. You seem pretty polite, but it was the default, yeah. I mean, I said imagine.
Those other words. That's not you, right?
No,
That's not you, right? The other guy got okay.
He got banned, dude. Peep the.
Well, you recognize like how pathetic that was, representing your side.
Man. We freaking call each other names all the time over here, so.
But we'll relinquish that. I just want you. I just want you to concede that that was not a very good argument for your position, and you relinquish that man as representing any part of your facility, right?
I don't even know if he does represent my facility. Did he say that? I don't know.
Okay. Well, what do you think about horizontal being flat? Do you agree?
What do I think about horizontal being flat? So, like the actual word in its core definition.
No. Do you agree that horizontal is flat?
You know what I'm saying? Like, are they the same or?
No. Is horizontal flat?
Well, if you're talking geometry, yes.
Yes. In the context of geometry, I'm glad you brought it up.
Yes.
Do you agree that horizontal is parallel to the horizon?
No, because horizon is different from geometry.
Ooh. So parallel to the horizon isn't horizontal.
Well, I get that it's confusing that it's called the horizon, but it's not actually perfectly horizontal, yeah? That is confusing to a lot of people.
I'm asking you, is horizontal parallel to the horizon?
Well, I already said no.
You said no.
You might want to look
Okay.
up the definition then, bro.
Yeah, let's try to get to the bottom of this. Can you find me a citation that says that horizontal is not parallel to the horizon? Can you do that?
I don't have it at the ready, but I probably could, yeah.
Well, no, do it right now because it's your claim. Because I say it is.
Yeah, but you're also requiring that I get someone else to quote it for me,
No,
and I can't
if you
logically
think it
reason it
isn't,
myself.
I want you to.
But you said
I want you to honestly reason it with yourself. I want you to give me
you
a
asked for a
citation that
quote
says
now.
it isn't. I can give you Oxford Languages dictionary definition, horizontal parallel to the horizon. I can give you a lot of dictionary definitions that says it is parallel to the horizon. So I'm going to need for you to find me one that says it is specifically not parallel to the horizon. So do that now, because that's your claim. There is nothing else to talk about until you do that. Or you concede that horizontal is parallel to the horizon.
I found it already. Here you go, Wikipedia. Let's go here. Wait, why can't I link?
You are giving me horizontal is specifically not parallel to the horizon. The citation needs to say horizontal is not parallel to the horizon. It needs to say exactly that.
Yo, so
I'm just helping you out. Wikipedia.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just posting to Wikipedia. Wikipedia affirms what I said. So I want you to find me the part that says that horizontal is not parallel to the horizon. That's
Well, I mean,
your
if you
claim.
bothered
So
clicking
you need
what
to.
I sent.
No, I clicked it. It's just
No, you did. You didn't.
there is no highlight of what you said. So just go into that link that you sent, and then take the screenshot, the picture of where it says exactly what I said that you need to have for your citation. That horizontal is not parallel to the horizon. I need for you to have that at the ready. Not send a linky.
What do you mean at the
So
ready?
this
I
is a
sent.
citation. You could put the citation, you could copy and paste like the actual verbiage, right? And put the all I'm requiring for you is to take a picture.
But how long are you going to go
of
for?
exactly
You're just monologuing,
where
dude. Are you this triggered?
it says that.
I've done that.
I'm being specific. No, you sent a linky. There is no specific screenshot of where that text that says that exact citation.
Okay.
For
I
what
don't know.
you
Like
need.
it seems like you want me to screenshot the quote I already posted just because you wanted to be a screenshot.
Screenshot the quote.
Why is that? Are you brain damaged? You okay, dude? You are? Okay.
No, I'm waiting for you to post the screenshot. It says that the horizon or horizontal is not parallel to the horizon. I'm waiting for that citation.
I have provided that.
So your inability to do that is your skill issue. No, this is your skill issue. Post the
I mean,
citation.
this is entertaining. I don't understand it. Like you're deliberately playing retarded,
the horizon,
or is this like
horizontal is not parallel to the horizon.
Is it like a joke
That's
or
what
something?
we're waiting on.
Am I being baited
You
in?
are a joke. Yes, you are a joke.
Nice.
You are a toy. You're a plaything.
Nice. No, this is from the source that I linked teed up. You moron.
Nice for me.
I said
Nice
this like
for you.
8 times.
It's nice all around.
I have linked Wikipedia, and from the link, I have quoted the exact quote that was needed to satisfy the requirement from this guy in the break.
It's someone's just gone into Wikipedia and wrote that and have not offered any supportive material.
We have a new
It's just
contender.
literally someone's just gone in there and wrote that.
Someone's gone in there and wrote that.
Where did they get it from? Where did they get it from?
specifically is
Where did the
not
author get? Who's the
saying-
author? Where did they get it from?
Find me
There are a lot of ways that
citation.
I can approach this.
Just use a dictionary, dude. Fuck.
But
Stop using Wikipedia that anyone can update. Just go look in dictionaries, like online dictionaries. It'd be simple.
You do realize that anybody with admin access can also update the dictionary, yeah?
But like the Oxford, what? Dude.
Yeah, Oxford, like
So who
Oxford's
specifically
own,
wrote it in?
I have an
Who writes the
old dictionary from 1965.
How do you think it's written? By whom? Where? When? What? Right? I mean, you're equally dumbfounded. So don't play this game like
No,
you know where
no,
knowledge
we're not
stems
dumbfounded.
from.
You're dumbfounded because
Yes, you
you
are.
didn't post
Okay,
a
right back at
citation
me,
that
huh?
said horizontal is specifically
Not you, but me.
parallel
Yeah.
to the horizon. You did not do that. That your citation that you gave doesn't say that.
Okay, so if you read it out, what I posted, right? What is it
You
saying?
read it out. You read it out right now. I'm asking for a citation
This is
that
like a
says
funny trend. So I
horizontal
asked you to do something, and it
is
flings
not
back
parallel
at me. Yeah?
to the horizon. Now, you read your
Is it
thing.
just me, or does this sound like Newt?
I'm not nude. I'm not nude.
Another-
I'm friends with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but we disagree on a lot of things. Yeah. Why do people call me nude? I don't like that. He's black, you know.
You're both arrogant. You both act
What's
like
wrong
arrogant.
with being arrogant? Like,
It's not a good trait to have. You should be humble, right?
He's
so you don't come
black,
across like
you
a
know.
I mean, if you're
Well,
arrogant, at least be correct. Like I'm
well,
arrogant
you're like
because
assuming
I'm
that
correct.
arrogance is like a conscious choice that's
Bro,
been
you're
applied.
comparing dictionary definitions to Wikipedia and saying, "Oh, it's equally as good as a dictionary."
No, wait.
Wikipedia.
I didn't say that. I just said we're equally
And the
dumbfounded.
Wikipedia didn't even provide what you were asked for. Like I'm asking
Dude,
for
the citation,
for the
the true
Wikipedia
horizon
just say
surrounds the observer.
horizontal
Okay, I mean,
is not parallel to the horizon, and it does not say that.
Oh, you want those specific words, so not the logic
No, I
behind it,
mean
but like the
something
actual
close.
verbatim
I mean
quote
something
that you
that
made up.
equates to
It has to be
that.
there.
Something to equates to that. Because
Well,
you're
this
going
equates to
against
that.
the definition. So I don't think that what you put there goes against horizontal is parallel to the horizon. I don't think what you put there is against that. Like I think there's some other delusion within it, but
This
it
is going
doesn't
around.
refute your point.
It's going around in circles. Maybe this guy should just provide evidence that the horizon isn't horizontal.
I did do that.
No, that leaves too much ambiguity. He was tasked with a specific thing to do, and he did not do that. So he must concede that he failed. He's a loser.
I mean, the problem with you, yeah, and I'm going to generalize, and I hope that's okay. But the problem with people like you is that you don't really seek knowledge.
Your skill issue is somehow my skill issue. Tell me more.
And seeking affirmation is only going to result in two things.
Information.
No, he's seeking affirmation, right? And anything that goes against that,
affirmation.
You're not know why you're over-talking me. You're over-talking me also. I don't mind it.
Yeah, because you want to talk about the person instead of the content.
Well, you got to understand who you're talking to, yeah? It's not just robots communicating. There are people
So what about
under the hood.
What is it about that? What he said that is incorrect?
Well, he's saying that I failed.
Don't talk about him.
No, okay. So the information that was provided from that point of view was that I didn't adequately, right, post something that was in accordance with my claim made from a reputable source, or from any source, actually. I say I did do that. I, in fact, quoted it 2 places, and I provided the whole citation. So you could read the whole thing, yeah? It says what I say it says, yeah? The logic is true. But it uses other words.
Hey, do you have any supportive corroborative sources?
Like a news source? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, like a second one, that says the same.
Second
one. What is basically saying the same thing, maybe in different words.
Fair enough. I'll look for it. Let me see what I can find. But I mean, it's important to understand this. When you say another source,
I thought you were supposed to be the smart guy.
I never said I'm smart. I said I'm arrogant, and that's the only.
Yeah, you feign arrogance.
Okay, I mean, in fact, I didn't even bring up that I was arrogant. It was said.
No, you feign it. You feign arrogance. You're faking it.
I mean, I don't even.
You aren't arrogant.
Okay.
You're feigning it.
I don't even know how that would make sense. Like, how would that make sense?
See, that's what I said. I thought you were the smart guy.
Yeah, but I'm saying
you said we were retarded. Imagine believing this. Well, dude, you're the one that's been tap dancing. Dude, you've been tap dancing.
I'm just asking the dude, when I provide the source, what is the threshold?
How about you said it says what you said it does? How about you screenshot that? Or do you want to say
you prove the flat Earth? You're not making your point. Threshold is when you prove your globe point.
You're supposed to be the smart guy. Remember?
Yep. No, I never.
Stop referencing flat Earth if you want to prove your globetard.
Okay. I don't even understand what that means. I'm referencing flat Earth.
Yeah, the elevation angle.
I didn't reference that.
Your elevation distance itself. I mean, distance or laterally as well.
Wait, are
do
you
you want to go up a mountain? What do you want to go up a mountain? Cubensis, my friend. Cubensis.
You know what? Instead of asking questions, I'm gonna try something else. I'm just gonna do what you ask. So here is another source. I'm gonna copy and paste it in text. I'm gonna provide the link, and now I'm gonna screenshot it as well.
I did that. Can you read it?
So wait.
Exactly.
So I'm doing all.
Provide the full citation.
Read my citation, please. Do you want I read my citation?
I don't know who you are. Miguel?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm your I'm the guy that. Okay, the horizontal line runs parallel to the horizon and is perpendicular to any vertical line. So you have the citation and the link. So eat it.
Alan.
What? Now you gonna eat this, okay?
Yeah, but wait, you understand? This is from a math site. I started off specifically asking
Even
if the guy was.
better.
No,
Okay?
I don't think
Not
you're
from your
tracking, buddy.
Wikipedia.
No,
Not from your Wikipedia.
Okay, I mean you can yell at me if you want to, but we're not going to make progress.
Don't
yell at him.
Thing as well.
But
okay, but the
you're
problem
not tracking. The
Wait, may I
context
explain
is
why
geometry.
this is an issue?
We aren't talking about your like philosophical notions. Like the context of level here is a horizontal condition. It's geometric.
Okay. I understand.
Imagine tap dancing about that.
But I disagree. So if we
do you want to
if we need to make progress,
do you want to deny this citation?
Okay. I think
If
you need to hear me out. If
yes,
we need to
it's
make
your
progress,
problem.
yeah.
It's your cognitive dissonance. It's your problem, okay? I did post a citation. You cannot make it up.
No, I already did do that.
You can post your garbage. You can post your garbage too. Like you don't have to dismount people. You know, like just
No, I'm not dismounting.
ride
I'm
that
saying
pony.
like he's bringing a source, and I appreciate that. And I'm saying not to be mean, but I did address what he's bringing, right?
Listen, Bell. Listen.
At the
Listen.
initial,
In mathematics, I did learn about
I'm not going to
perpendicular.
let you
Okay.
just over
In
yell at me
mathematics,
again
I
and
did
again.
learn
I heard your
what is
claim, and that's
perpendicular.
fine. Now I'm
Okay.
addressing it, and if you
So
want
eat this.
to address that after, I'm cool with that. I'll wait. I'll hear it. But don't do it while I'm talking.
Didn't you learn on your
That's pretty
mathematics
disrespectful,
classes
Miguel.
about perpendicular?
You're both talking over each other. It's audio chaos at the moment, right?
Exactly.
Can we just let Miguel make his point, and then you just respond, and then he can let you finish?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Yeah, in mathematics, I did learn what is perpendicular. Okay, so this is a good source. Okay, if you don't want this, it's your problem. It's your cognitive dissonance.
May I respond?
Go
ahead. Deny the citation.
No.
Okay, move on. Prove your globe.
So my response is now that when we're talking about the word horizon, it has different meanings depending on the context it's used in. So just like some words have 2, 3, 4 different meanings, same goes for horizon. Now, a lot of people are confused that a word like horizontal or horizon in geometry is used to be perfectly flat, so no angle whatsoever, no bumps even, yeah? And they're confused when that same word is used in a different context, like the real world, for instance, when we talk about at sea, what is the limitation of our eye, right? That's the horizon. Now, I see how that can be a bit confusing to some people. You know, it's the same word, it's kind of similar, so it must mean the same thing. But it does in fact not mean the same thing. So in the real world, I provided, so when we're not in math and we're in non-geometry, but in the real world, I provided a source that lays this out perfectly. Do you deny that, Miguel?
Horizon, horizontal does come from horizon. You know what is horizon? It's reality. What you see, okay?
What do you think geometry means, man?
Yeah, I mean, Miguel, you realize that people thought the Earth was flat.
Can you prove your curve? Where is your curve? How about that?
I thought
you are making bullshit crap talk. Move on.
Okay.
Move on.
I mean, we can make it a shit fest. I don't mind.
Yeah, where is your proof? You have anything?
Do you have anything? I'll do it right back to you.
I'm asking to you. It seems that you are just talking empty words.
Seems like you're just talking empty words, man.
Before that, Miguel,
What a child! What a child!
What a child you are, Miguel. What a child.
No, actually, you're
disappointed,
failing
Miguel.
to actually
Do you have
make
any
an
proofs?
argument.
Wait, you guys are failing to make an argument. Yes, you're failing to make an argument.
Make the argument.
I mean, I can play this game. I think it's kind of fun, actually. I'll just
your position. Is it not?
Guys,
are you not a globetard?
Guys, listen.
Are you a globetard? Yes or no?
Hold on, guys, please. Let's everyone's talking over everyone again. Right, Necros, go ahead.
Thank you. So I didn't want to go far from that horizon, the word horizon that you talked about. No, it was wrong. So the horizon, there is no multiple words that are horizon, and every word has a different meaning. But there is the horizon, which is just one single thing. The horizon, and the other words are derived from that word, which is the horizon. The line where the sky meets the ground. That's the only horizon that can exist.
Do you know what a homonym is?
Sorry?
A homonym. Do you know what a homonym is? It's not a gay thing. It's like a word, and it means something. Do you know what it is, or would you like me to explain?
That so and so is a hominin.
Yeah. So do you know what it is? So, okay, I'll explain it then. So
yeah.
a homonym,
Needle point thread.
A homonym is a word. Yeah, a homonym is a word like bat, right? B-A-T.
Dude.
Now, a bat. Wait. Very
You're
quick.
saying because a word has multiple multiple definitions, it becomes a homonym? You are a confused individual.
No. So a homonym, it's not. Wait. The different appliance does not.
Horizontal with a Z, not an S. You say horizontal. It's horizontal.
Yeah, I understand. So bat, it's like
I'm
bat.
saying.
So bat is like bat, the animal. So the bat that the baseball guy used, it's like bat.
Exactly.
Okay, where is the other homonym of horizon?
Well, I'm not. Wait. First of all.
Yeah.
I haven't gone there yet. I'm just asking for you to acknowledge that a word can mean different things.
You're telling us a vanishing point is a horizon. You're a confused individual.
Bat. So there is bat, which is the tool that you use to play baseball, and there is bat, the animal. Yeah, I completely understand that. So I have the horizon. Do we have any other the horizon?
Wait. So a horizon, right? Wait. If you broaden your horizon, yeah, it's like a.
Oh my god, dude!
You're asking.
Just tell me simple, like I tell you.
Okay,
I tell you that the animal. You will tell me. No, just listen. It's so simple. Just make it simple. I'll tell you bat the animal. You give me the homonym, which is bat the tool that the sportive use. So the horizon, which is where the sky meet the ground. The horizon. Tell me, which is what? Something other than the horizon, which is where the sky meet the ground. The other horizon, which is what? The homonym.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So the other horizon, right, would be like it's a metaphorical thing of like how much you know. So if you broaden your horizon, yeah, you expand your mind, essentially, your knowledge in a field. So say that you've never heard of classical music.
What about the person on the other side of the horizon? So then they're like a new, like that's Mark S.
I don't even care much about this point.
And then there's Mark S.
I don't even care much about this point. I'm just saying that words are ambiguous, right? And they can mean slightly different things depending on how you apply them, and they can mean completely different things.
Let's be more specific with our language then. Let's make sure we know what we're talking about. You don't have to rely on ambiguity of language. You can actually know what you're talking about.
Well, the problem is in the dictionary that I looked at.
No, this is your problem when you jump categories and you don't follow logic. Yeah, when you're not.
I mean, I'm talking like 4 people like you so far.
This is your skill issue,
bro.
Can I?
I'm talking to Old Hoss. I'm talking to Nitros.
You're nice. Just get to your globe proof.
This guy's not serious.
I'm talking to Tito, and I'm calling it into the break. And I appreciate all the attention.
You fail in logic.
I'll address every single one of you, yeah?
You are illogical,
dude.
Guys, your emergent property isn't crystallized enough. You should go into the crystals. Trump is putting you in the crystals.
So I'm just going to try to make a point that I didn't get to make.
Can I
No, you
finish
can't.
that point with him,
No, you can't.
please, guys?
No, you can do it after, because I would very much like to finish what I was saying when I was interrupted. Yeah. And so when I looked at
finish your filibuster. Finish your filibuster of nonsense.
it's not a filibuster because it's completely related to the argument. Like it is not a.
There was a slight bit of wisdom to be gleaned from it. I do feel that you are trying to portray that. I just think that you failed and you're a loser.
Okay, I appreciate your sentiment. Now to the argument. Yeah. I screenshotted it since this is the format that you like so much. And in this definition, yeah, it says nothing about geometry. And so if you're going to make the claim that you can leverage geometry,
so you do want to jump from category? You're conceding that yes.
No. I'm saying like your argument.
Category
right?
of logic. And
do you even have like a sound argument? Because you're like 4 people, so I'm not even sure you're all like agreeing on the same argument.
Category. No, you don't have a sound argument. You don't have a sound argument. That's your problem.
What does not sound about the argument that I made?
My God,
you haven't even made an argument.
Wait, can you even steelman my argument?
You haven't made one.
You're a toy.
So nothing.
Okay,
yes.
So
yes, your argument is that you can jump categories. Ambiguity of language exists, and you don't think that logic exists. So you relinquish logic as a framework. Like you have
my argument,
no logical consistency in your worldview.
My argument is almost
in your entire worldview. You don't understand foundational geometry because you think you can jump categories, and this is
Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean jump categories? Can you explain that?
It's an affront to logic itself.
Can you explain that?
Fallacy to identity violence.
No, we don't need a fifth person, please.
What category do you think that you're in when we're talking about geometry? You think there's some other category other than geometry when we're talking about geometry?
No, I even said in geometry. I'm completely fine. That's the first thing I said. I said if that's what you mean geometry,
so
then
this
I
is what I'm
agree with it
trying
completely.
to teach you.
But then
that's the category that we're in. We are having the conversation within that category of geometry, not some other category where you could go sort of introduce ambiguity of language because you didn't know what category we're in. We are in the category of talking about the dimensionality, geometry.
The problem,
you fool. So we're not talking about escapism from geometry into conceptualization. We're not talking about that.
Yes, that's exactly.
We never did. We're never jumping categories.
I mean, I don't know how many beers deep you are. You know, it is the
context of
but
level.
That specifically is what we were talking about.
Maintaining consistency.
Again,
we are having consistency. You want to talk about other things. The consistency is maintained in the geometry, the context.
Yeah, we were never
there is no
about
change
geometry.
in context. There's no change in context.
Wait, okay. If you want to like spurg out about this, we can go down this dialogue. But it's going to take it's going to take like 20 minutes.
Were we in? So what context were we in if we weren't talking about shape and form, aka geometry?
We started with geometry, and then I was asked by.
And we're still there. So when did we leave that context?
Well, you asked me about the conception or like the concept of the horizon, right? Which is a noun that's not used in geometry. It's something that's used in a real life where the apparent sea meets the sky. Yeah. There's no sea or sky.
Read it out for everyone that missed it. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. I don't have a problem with that. Show him the black swan and tell him to fuck off.
Wait, okay.
No, carry on with that because that's exactly what he's talking about, and this is what I'm talking about. So I'm trying to find out when does the context change?
Geometry.
When is it not geometry?
Bro.
There's no sky or sea.
It's going in circles, man, arguing about this definition. It's painful to listen to.
Yeah, because this is what you wanted to talk about. I was more keen.
I wanted to talk about, dude. Right. All right. Look, we just moved the conversation forward. Right. Okay. So you're saying that the horizon is curved, right? That's what you're getting at, right? So maybe we can start providing evidence, right, that it is actually curved.
There you go.
Well, I mean, what evidence would suffice? What would meet your criteria?
Measure drop over distance. That'd be awesome.
What about images from space?
Nope.
So you want images of a place that you can't prove exists in the first place? Awesome.
No. I'm asking what are the routes?
No. Yes. You want to provide us with
Why are you
images
spurting out? I'm asking how I can reply.
Because you're responding and you didn't hear what he said.
You want to provide us with images from something you cannot verify. I'll give you an example, my friend. Let's say I've got a purple tree in my backyard. And people go, that's bullshit. I take a photo of it. That's bullshit. Okay, come around to my fucking house. Therefore, verified. So, your images from space are bullshit. How do you verify them?
Thank you. I hope this time I can respond without you interrupting.
He's never thought about it before. He's never thought about it.
So the answer is no to the images from space.
Okay, thank you. That's all I asked. And the next thing, what about a logical argument? Would that suffice?
No.
Okay,
I have a logical argument, and you agreed to it. Remember?
Okay. So my final.
You agreed to my logical syllogism.
The final question, I'm trying here, yeah, is that if I can't show
to believe TV, this is great.
If I can't show space imagery, and I can't make a logical argument,
Nick.
but I can make an argument with drop over distance. Is there any other way than drop over distance that I can win you over? Is there any other way?
Considering the nature of what we're talking about, you're talking about Earth. So
I'm just asking, yes or no?
Let him finish. Make the argument. Make the argument. We'll know. We'll know when you make the argument.
Well, I don't need an essay. I need a no or yes.
We'll address the argument when you make it.
Make
the argument and we'll address it.
Awesome to measure Earth, considering that's what you're trying to prove.
No, because in my world, most people are cool with space images, space data.
Yeah, just that's your world. Fairyland, awesome.
No, I'm saying you guys are very skeptical.
By simpletons who have been duped by television and picture books.
Can I ask one single thing, very fast, and I will mute myself. Can you, someone, 1v1, have a discussion with the guy? Just one single person. Choose one, or just let me get it myself. Just one person.
I was talking.
I mean, you guys can do rock paper scissors or whatever you want.
We're just taking on and off. We're letting him have the discussion. I was talking to him for 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's
now another person's talking.
Fine.
Do you want to have the next 16 minutes or whatever? Just step in line. Just get in line. He's a doorknob. He's the bicycle.
I can get that with him. I can play the game with him. I understand his method very well, so I can play the game with him if you want.
Got it. I don't know. This is not like a game, dude. I'm just talking. I'm.
Yeah, I understand.
Shooting the shit.
Yeah, you've been playing.
He's already defined Horizon for us.
You guys believe it, right? Fucking dipshit.
I mean, it kind of sounds like you guys.
You're not mean. You're nice.
Have made up your mind, and you're unwilling to have it.
Dude, I used to be the gullible moron that you are. You get that, right?
Put it like this. Put it like this.
I'll have a legit.
What about the edge of the world? Where is it at?
I'll have a legit conversation with you, faithfully, so willfully. So just if the other guys may let me get this solo, I will have the job done. So no, not. We won't start with that. We won't start with the edge or something. So now we have the observation with us in our side, because the thing that I observe every day, that I experience every day, is the same thing that you experience every day. A flat, horizontal horizon, surface of water, and non-moving ground. It does move sometimes during an earthquake. Other than that, no. It doesn't move. So now, if you believe that there is something else, so other than flat, motionless Earth, the thing that we observe every day, if you believe that there is something, yeah, I'll be glad that you show that to me. I want to be able to accept photos and images and videos because I have images and videos of unicorns. If it is your standard of evidence, if you believe photos and videos, we can exchange that material. You show me your photos of and videos of the fantastic thing that you believe in, and I show you mine. Bigfoot, Santa Claus, unicorns. You just choose. I have them all.
So with that in mind, right, it's essentially you saying, because some fake images can't exist, we can't believe any images. And because we can't believe any images, how the hell would I present a case to you with data that goes against your observation? Have you even thought about that? Like,
I didn't say you can't believe images at all.
Well, you kind of made that point, right? You said because that. Yeah, when you said there exist pictures of unicorns and Bigfoot, and I mean, unless you're saying that you believe those exist, I don't know if you do. So I'm just gonna ask you, like, do you believe in unicorns?
No.
Okay, so there is.
Necros, guys, hold on. Agent Nick, you've got 10 seconds to start unblocking people, or I'm kicking you the fuck out of this panel.
Wait, what do you mean? I haven't muted anybody.
You're blocking people.
I have not blocked a single person today. I'll say that.
You're a liar.
No, they've been blocked before.
Bullshit. Start unblocking them because I'm one of them.
Why would I unblock you? I don't want your DMs. I don't want your tags or shit. I can
it's
hear
not
you.
DMs. I'm not sending anyone DMs unless they send me anything.
I'm letting you know, a lot of people are DMing me, and I don't know
Why the fuck would I DM you? You're a moron.
Okay, well, why would I need to unblock you? What does that even mean? Why would I do that?
You're blocking us from posting emojis up in the fucking chat.
What? How am I blocking your emojis?
Because you've blocked half the fucking panel because you're an arrogant little tick turd. Now unblock people or we're gonna bounce you.
I don't understand. Like, so you can't post emojis.
He's gonna persist. Just kick him out. He's already childish. We identified it.
I'm having a conversation with a guy.
Shut up, I'm talking. That's the thing.
Why are you so rude? You sound rude as fuck. I was talking to Necros one-on-one.
Just get him the fuck out of here. He won't shut up through people talking. Just get him out of here.
I won't get him out. I just want him to unblock people. It's unnecessary to block people. Unless you've had some issue outside. Yeah, a little bit.
Painful.
So Sir Edward's got something to say.
Hello, Sir Edwards.
What's up, everyone? Good evening.
What's your take on the nature of the shape of Earth?
I've never seen it move. Never seen anything curved out in the ocean, so it seems pretty flat and motionless to me.
Interesting. So what's your best flat Earth proof?
My best flat Earth proof?
Yeah, man. Everyone's got one.
I don't know if I would call it a proof, but I like the thing about celestial navigation. I don't know it well enough to go into depth, but I like how, I don't know if it's called trigonometry or whatever, but you know, that only works with a triangle. That one kind of blew my mind when I heard it, because I never realized essentially that whole field of math requires straight lines, right? You can't make an angle with a curve. But the way we get indoctrinated is like it's big and it's big enough and round enough that it is straight lines. That one that was kind of a wild one. I don't know which proof you would call that, but that's the one that was an aha moment to me. But no, I don't know, man. Once you see it, it's like, oh, the sun moves across the sky. And I've been here before. I like the 3 questions that were asked initially. That kind of helped wake me up because I realized everything I believed in or thought I knew I'd never been shown any evidence of it. And then I went to look for evidence.
Yeah, excellent. So you've done it yourself. No, that's cool, man. That's what we want people to do. Just check shit out for themselves. You don't realise how much you've been brainwashed until you remove yourself from the equation and go, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go and look stuff up. And then when you find out that it's just all stories. There's nothing solid to back any of it. It's just stories covering stories, protecting stories based on assumptions. It's crazy shit.
Yeah, I do like to check in here every once in a while too. Like, has anyone found any evidence that, there's drop over distance or that the Earth is moving? Or is it still the same old, like, nothing has actually been proven there other than, we have satellites, they say, that obviously show it moving, that kind of stuff.
I find it interesting with the satellites. There's supposed to be like 20,000 of the things or some crazy number like that zipping around, having a great old time. But yet when the ISS is cruising around above all of them, you don't see any.
Never.
Like, surely you'd see at least one. Like, just one? A little sparkle here or a glimmer there? Nothing. Crickets. It's crazy shit, man.
I wonder how many they say there are. Soon.
Supposed to be thousands of things.
Yeah.
It's not a proof. You have just to believe that it is the case. It's just a video. You can't verify that. You can't go there, sit next to that satellite and use your camera and record the thing and witness the thing by using your eyes. No, you just have to believe that video, that it is the case. And if you believe that video, so if you believe the thing based on video, so it means that videos and images are your standard of evidence. So you can't say no for any video and image that show anything that you can't believe. For example, unicorn or Santa Claus. You can't verify that Santa Claus is real from the picture, but you will have to believe that it is, because it is your standard of evidence. You are a guy who believes videos and pictures.
Remember, I like that y'all at least let them know, like, hey, man, I used to be like you, whoever the guy was before Nick, I think. But that's the crazy thing. It's hard to break through that cog dis of like, man, I get it. I remember what you full on think you know something like that. Just like up is up and down is down, right? From the time we were born, they taught us all that. And
he didn't even hear that.
I know. I hate it because no one ever really grasps that. They're so caught up and obviously at that point so defensive. But it really is like, I understand. I mean, the first time I came here was over a year ago. I don't remember, but it was like Quantum Eraser essentially walking through the scientific method with me. Because even at 35 or whatever, it was like, yeah, I know what the scientific method is. He's like, okay, tell me. I'm like, oh, wait, give me a minute. And that's like baby steps. Like, let's just walk through what you actually know. That's what I've liked about Flat Earth the most, is we kind of walk around thinking we're these jack of all trades, and essentially it's like not really at all until we sit down and realize what we do or don't know.
What were the 3 questions that you were referring to?
Essentially asking, okay, so for the 3 things for a globe to be true, it's, all right, what evidence do you have to prove that the Earth moves? Actual evidence or scientific study.
Hey, Edward, do you want me to help you out? Have a listen to this, mate.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Does it spin? Prove that it spins, prove that it's curved or drop over distance, and prove that space can exist. Vacuum can exist next to a pressurized.
We've never heard those before, have we?
Well, it was so nice to have them because it really broke it all down easily, even if someone's searching for it, and then being able to go out to other people and just like, hey, if you have any of this, I would love to see it.
So for you, it wasn't your gateway in. What had nothing to do with space being fake and astronauts and such. It was more of proof of the globe, the non-existent proof of the globe, huh?
Yeah. Before that, I was a total, like a lot of young men, especially, I think, loved the idea of rocketry and space and sci-fi, all of that.
How do you think I feel? Have a listen to my accent, and I can sit here and honestly say I've been to Kennedy Space Center. Like, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
sad. I look at that now and go, oh man, wake up.
I love space games and sci-fi movies now more than when I was a Glober. So now I love the imagination. I see that it's not based on something that it's just based on 100% imagination. Interstellar.
A flat earther watching space movies? How dare you? That's how my friends are. You can't watch space movies. You're a flat earther.
I love that.
Oh man, I still love Star Wars too. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I see the imagination. Look at that kind of imagination. People where they went with their imagination. They created universes, worlds. Yeah, different species of like humans, people, things, and aliens. Yeah, that's fascinating. Interstellar and the black hole things and time dilation. Yeah, people now they play with time. So yeah, that's so cool to watch.
I remember being amazed, even like something like the Expanse series, where when people lived out in the belt or whatever, they lived inside these huge comets, or I guess huge asteroids that they would spin up, and that's how they recreated gravity. I don't know. There was a lot that never. It was took a while, like to actually get over it. But I agree with you. You can enjoy it like the Lord of the Rings or something more, because it isn't. There's no point of it being real or feeling like you're missing out on anything necessarily.
Yeah, it's entertainment. But fantasy is like entertaining fantasy from the real world. For example, the stars that you see have been dead for over 10,000 years, and the light is just now reaching your eyes.
Now I can say that fantasy is a bad thing. No, fantasy it helps to explore the limits of humans' imagination.
Mm-hmm. We got to be careful though, because there's an objective reality. So I mean, those types of things can't be made into something you want them to be.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. For the audience, if there is one.
One of my favorite responses, how when I discuss this in public and with random people out there in the real world, it's always, I swear to God, everyone has a nephew or a daughter's boyfriend or something who's some sort of astronomy major or aerospace engineer. They're like, oh, I'm going to check with them. I'll get you an answer. And then you just never hear back from this make-believe astronomer.
Who is it? Jay Tolan, JW?
Just know it's like happened to the day of Bible study.
That dude.
Are we doing Speculation Sundays today?
Listen, I just thought about it. Yes, it is. Totally Sunday. So, guess what happened? I had an idea for a cartoon skit.
Oh, hell.
Okay, an accident happens in the road. A guy runs over, says, "Is everybody all right?" And while the people are saying yeah, he just strikes them. Sticks a tube right in them. Soup. And they're like, what the? Then a Capri Sun comes and he stabs a Capri Sun onto it. And he takes off. He's like, "I helped you guys out. The ambulance is on the way." And they're like, "What the hell? No, man." Cartoon skit, not real life. Nobody's really hurt. I don't know.
It's a whole lot of extra.
It's funny, though.
Yeah, it's like spherical excess.
Oh, it's like the conservation of momentum with a ball.
According to the globe model, could you like theoretically shoot a gun on the moon and it hit you in the back?
According to the globe model, can you shoot a gun on the moon? Right.
Damn right you can. You sure can. All you gotta do is think about it. Work some math. Bam. Done. It's just that easy.
I just don't know which sound effect to play for that. I've got nothing.
I'm channeling Speculation Sundays, alright? Just allow it.
Actually, I found one for you.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Go full retard now.
Try another question, mate.
I think that's a good question, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm stoned.
What you do in your spare time is your issue, man, not ours.
What, shoot guns on the moon? Yeah.
If you want to go and howl at the moon, that's all good for you, man. I'm easy with that. Well, if you're concerned about shooting guns at the moon, have a listen to this chat.
Refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head from with a good enough telescope.
Who said that? What the fuck?
That never gets old.
What the fuck is that from?
That's what one of the numbers said in this very room.
You can see the back of your head with a telescope.
Yup.
Imagine how much your golf game would improve on the moon.
Here's another one. Mars' atmosphere.
Yeah, we've heard that.
They probably get an escape velocity on those golf club hits.
I swear Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. That's like why it's like a dead, barren world.
I'm a believer.
That really is like a major psyop, the idea of like space Mars colonization, because what the fuck is the point? We fully have the best planet. We have the best one. There is no reason to leave. We are perfectly suited for this place. Like the idea that we could just go to Mars and it would be a good thing. Everyone there would hate it. It's like hell world.
I hate it here on Mars.
Imagine growing up on Mars and every film you watch is set on Earth and every book you read is about Earth, and they're like, yeah, Earth's this amazing place where you can go surfing, you can drink a beer, but you're not there, you're on Mars, and you can't even go back to Earth because the gravity has fucked you up or whatever. Like, I would just kill myself. I would that would be the worst thing
Did
ever.
you ever see the the old Mars bar ad. We used to have an ad on TV for Mars bars, and it was Earth, what you'd eat if you're on Mars.
Huh.
What is up with the space to chocolate pipeline as well? We got Milky Way and galaxy here. So they're kind of like hinting that it's for children.
They're trying to aim it at children to make sure the indoctrination sticks.
This is for children. Yeah, it's literally like the beginning of Brave New World.
Yeah, I was gonna say when I was a kid, I used to think like, oh, we destroyed Mars's resources. That's why it's so barren. And then we had to like come over to Earth, and now we're gonna destroy Earth's resources. That sounds just like a liberal.
It's just like any venture out into space would be like, oh, let's hope we find somewhere like Earth, because Earth is the best planet, easily. Like, you know, even according to like the globe science model, like every planet they find is essentially just dead, just like a dead mass of elements. It's like, what the fuck is the point? There is no reason to go anywhere else.
Yeah, and then you watch like animes like Dragon Ball Z. You see them flying to different planets and blah blah blah. Yeah, I can see it.
That could be the next PSYOP. After the Mars missions, they say that they've found like statues on Mars from an ancient alien civilization.
I think the next PSYOP is there's an approaching asteroid. I'm pretty sure this is for real.
Oh, that's real. That's real.
No, I'm sorry. The PSYOP, the news of the how the asteroids approach us, right? But this one's supposed to do something, be like the moon, bigger than the moon, and dwarf the moon and stay our moon for a little while. It's grandiose.
I mean, that would be world ending if it was as big as the fucking moon.
If there were an actual rock in the sky 250,000 miles away in altitude, so to speak, do you think it would look like the moon in the illumination aspect?
What, like, would it reflect light?
Do you think that's what a rock in the sky as big as the moon would look like?
I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head what they say the moon's made of. Because they say, like, moon rock is, you know. I don't know what element they say it is.
For me, I'll erase the entire board as far as the Celeste. Start with, I don't know jack shite about any of that. What we do know is Earth and the particles on Earth are earthbound. And just to assume that those things that we see in the sky, like the wandering stars, are made of this same stuff is a leap. That's a huge leap. But then the assumptions that come off of that, are farther leaps.
That's like I was gonna say, like to say like, oh, something hit us the size of the moon. Well, first of all, you don't know what the moon is. What if the moon was like a rainbow? Like, is a rainbow gonna destroy Earth if it hit it? If it fell down on you? Like, you don't know what it truly is. It's just a paradigm, a story you believe in to what you're saying the moon even is to begin with. Like, it could be protected and will never hit the Earth if it's in the firmament, trapped and not able to get to us. Like, you can't say those things with the certainty, because we truly don't know. And we don't know truly how the size of the Earth truly is either. We can't explore all of it, and it could be like a pebble hitting a tank if the moon was to hit the Earth. We don't know how big the Earth is and how strong it is compared to if that was something physical. So it's just all speculation. Good thing it's speculation.
APOC, is it still Sunday?
Yeah, Speculation Sunday.
Hey, get this earlier. I don't know if you're here, man, but Into the Break led us into a fascinating realization, right? What does the first line of Genesis say?
In the beginning?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, in the beginning, there was light and darkness.
Isn't it God created the heaven and the earth?
Yeah, some translations like that. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and then it says, and the earth was with void, and then the Spirit hovers over it.
Oh, all right, okay, that's fine. All right, God created the heaven and the earth. What are the constituent parts of a horizon?
The heaven and earth.
Yeah. How's that?
So in the beginning, God created the horizon. Get wrecked. That's funny. Yeah, that's good. That's why the other day, that's what I was asking. I think was it Rob Noxious? I was like, dude, like, how can you stand by the heliocentric paradigm if the Earth was before the sun, and you're saying that the Earth goes around the sun, but the sun was made after and like 4 days later it was made. That doesn't make sense. He's like, well, it never says what kind of light. I'm like, no, but we specifically have this paradigm that the sun is what gives life to the plants, but the plants were made on the first day, like right there, like they were, or was it the second day? The plants were made though before the sun was made. So it's totally opposite of what man has taught us in school. And it's like, okay, you either believe in God or you believe in man's word or God's word. You make your choice, but you can't, as they say, like you can't have one foot in each. You can't serve two masters.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. They're forced to have to like not redefine but reinterpret like certain verses, certain scriptures as being Jesus, boy. But sorry, I gotta shut up. This birds are
That's all right. I'll just listen to them fighting back there.
You can serve two. It just depends on what they want. Like if two want you to be good and shut up, and then that's it. They just want you to shut up, and you're like, okay, I'm going to shut up and not say nothing. Then you just serve two masters. But if they want something different for a different thing or like a different outcome or that outcome that they want, like, collides with the other ones, then you can't serve two.
Yeah, so like, okay.
Well, okay, I didn't. My lady did.
So like, in the sense of the way we were taught in school, the way we understand, quote unquote, the way everything works in our biology class, and the different tentacles of it, if you will, of science that we learn throughout, through the curriculum, up to until you get obviously to get higher education, because then like they pretty much tell you, okay, everything you learn just throw it out because that's not what's true, and then you really learn like the truth and a lot of stuff. But even still, they're just calling it the truth, but it's counter.
Everything is fuel, and they don't tell you. Because it's all energy. They tell you that, but then they don't give you the breakdown that it's all usable energy by every human in the fucking world, from the earth and the air. We're like what, and it's never going to stop. And you're not ever going to be able to stop it. You'll never be able to stop the power of the wind, the ocean, kinetic, like just anything, just potential buildup of movement, anything that happens or what you can't. It's not going to.
Yeah, so and this energy that you speak of, it definitely is everywhere and everything. And it seems like that's just like the, I guess when they
It's
say,
every
well,
fruit. Everything can be fermented into an alcohol, which is a fuel. Every cold thing, every hot thing, every liquid, it's all fuel. It's all unlimited
one
fuel
way or
for
another,
all
it
of it.
can be, and not only in the aspect of it, how you're using it, or in the context of that, but also like for living things, it's fuel, it's energy for you. Like you ingest it, and it gives you that energy that's produced from it, like a byproduct of it. It's pretty interesting, right? Like everything is energy. That's pretty cool. One way or another, it can be used, or it just is. Yeah, pretty interesting. It'd just be interesting to ask like a teacher that says, "Oh, I'm a believer in the scriptures," and then say, "Okay, so then sun creates plants, but God made the plants for the sun, so contradiction." Just to see like what's their answer. Like, well, God's almighty and powerful. Like
Why?
they have to just like knock their own
Well,
head off so they can't break.
I'd ask for plants without sun.
Well, especially the trees that are mentioned. It says every bush and tree, so you can't just be like, well, let me just get the ones that don't require sun. No, no, no. It says that all vegetation was created, and that was before the sun. And then it says that then each gave seed of their own kind, and then that's how they just reproduced themselves. You either believe it or you don't at this point, I guess.
Well, it's what's the sunlight? When I go to sleep and I dream about seeing a sun or don't, um, what's the sunlight? It matches it. Looks like it.
You mean the brightness?
No, the sun in your dream. If you have a dream, you're standing on at the
Yeah,
sunset.
that's what I
It's
mean.
gonna be the
The
sun.
brightness in your dream,
No, no,
like
no,
when
no,
you
no, no,
see a
no, no,
day.
no, 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 no. Hold on. The sun itself. If you're in the dream and you're looking at the fucking sun in your dream, where
Oh,
does that sun come from? The brightness will be included, 100%. But I'm
yeah.
saying the sun itself, the brightness follows. Where does it all
Right.
come from?
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting too, because you think about it, your eyes are closed, and you could be like in a dark, dark room, but you can still have a dream, a vivid dream that's during the day. So it's almost like whatever makes dreams, what gives you that visual, you know, representation. I mean, you can do it right now. You can close your eyes and you can imagine you doing anything, flying, swinging at a baseball, catching a football. Like you could just do anything, right? Your imagination can run wild. But it is interesting. Like, where does that come from? I mean, maybe it's the energy inside of you that creates that image, like a projector. Then it's not really. Then at that point, it's not brightness, quote unquote, but it's just an image of brightness. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, it's Sunday. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
No, it's Sunday. That's when you say weird stuff like we're talking about. This is the day to talk about weird off script.
What's the etymology of the word image?
Question. Looks like Imago.
Is that mage?
Image, C1200, piece of statutory artificial representation. Looks like a person or thing. From Old French image, or image. Likeness, figure, drawing, portrait, reflection, statue. Earlier, imagine, 11c, from Latin imaginum, nominative imago. Copy, imitation, likeness, statue, picture. Also, phantom, ghost, apparition. Figuratively, idea, appearance. From stem of imatari, to copy, to imitate. From pi root aim, to copy. The meaning, reflection in a mirror, early 14c. The mental sense was in Latin and appears in English late 14c. The sense of public impression is attested to isolated cases from 1908, but not common in use until its rise in the jargon of advertising and public relations, c. 1958.
Freaking excellent, man.
No, I didn't memorize that. I was actually looking something else up. There's a ETM online I use, and I already had it up, and it's like, good, I can just punch that straight in. So yeah, that was the very first one that came up. Very handy, actually. I'll put it up for you. So just copy that.
Yes, it came from Imago, and then it later turned to Image or Imatari, and then Image. But it's interesting. It says that it referred both to physical, like a statue or a portrait, and also a mental representation or idea. And said over time, the meaning expanded to include any visual representation, such as pictures or symbols.
So imagine in that context.
Basically.
I heard people arguing over that word, saying that an image is not a picture, but in this context, it says that it can't be used as a picture. It sounds like it's synonymous.
Yeah, that's what it just said. Like, over time, the meaning expanded to include anything that's visual, such as pictures or symbols. So yeah, they're synonymous now.
But have you heard that there were... What's up, homie? Did you... Yeah. Did you hear like how they're trying to make it sound like there's a distinction between pictures and images? I heard of that being like an argument before. Like when we're talking about like pictures from space. What do you mean pictures? We have images. There's a small little debate about it.
It makes sense because they can't accept that, what they are, like what they're trying to correlate it to, they're making it seem like only things that are real can be pictures or images. So because it says image, like they're like, oh, look, see, it's real. Like, no. An image could also be like something you drew with a crayon. It's not real, but it's just an image. So they have to do that.
A picture is something that's direct. It has not been modified. An image is something that's been modified. For example, the black swan is an image. It's been lightened so you can see the horizon. That's how I keep it pretty simple.
Yeah. You can roll with that. Picture of a picture.
Yeah. But the good thing
I never really saw...
we've got the video footage to back it up, so yeah.
Like pictures from space, like that sort of thing. Like when they say there's pictures from space, usually they're images because they're altered. They have to be.
Yeah.
So,
that makes sense because they're putting it to the world, so they're not going to put like a bad blurry picture. You know what I mean? Like, think about like how many selfies a chick takes to sew a guy. You think like this magazine isn't going to try to like clear up and clean up anything they take? It's just weird.
Yeah, there was the 1972 real photo of the Earth, the blue marble. You guys see that one?
Yeah.
That's an image. But they said it's a picture.
Right. Well, they have to, because they look at it as if like if I say, "Oh, I took a picture of my house," oh, so then that's real, right? That the word picture comes with the weight of like true, like it's not fake. When you say picture, it means more like something that's real, something that's tangible. So that's probably why they use it like that. They need it to be real. So if you say it's an image, like right away you're like, oh, computer generated. Okay, so now I get it. That's why they don't like that word, or us like reminding them that that's just an image. That's not a picture. It's not like someone like took it with a camera.
Anyone speculating today?
I just joined in, to be honest, just a little bit ago. I caught the tail end of the sun and God creating the light and stuff. Roto was talking about something when I first jumped in.
I had an atheist last night tell me how he believes that the Earth is a globe. He has faith in it.
You're like, well, go pray to your globe gods.
Yeah, it was funny. He doesn't have faith in the creator, but he has faith in the globe, so.
That's crazy, bro. I was just kind of saying something like that. I was just saying, like, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve the man's science word compared to God's word. You got to serve one or the other, because they do contradict each other very much.
And I made it kind of like apparent to him, because when he wanted to find out about his globe lore, the faith in it, he went into like Wikipedia or the internet, started looking up articles of like the old philosophers that said like he couldn't pronounce the names, but like all of them that he was talking about, he's like basically saying that they're saying that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, that's funny that they might think that the Earth is a globe in some way. They figured it out, but you don't know how they did it, so you have faith in what they've done.
Right.
So it's, yeah.
And what's crazy is like, think about, okay, so if they could just wrap their head around like, okay, the guys that said that, they're all demonic and possessed. I'm just for comical story time purposes. Now they're demonically possessed. They come up with this thing that takes away from the creator, because now science is creating things, and this all this nonsense about the Big Bang and all this evolution, all that stuff. So then you believe someone that was just demonic and just lying. Okay, so then is that where you stand? And they're gonna say, yeah, that I believe that. Okay, well then at least you accept. That it's a lie that you believe in. A demonic, how do you say it? It's a demonic, not scripture. Damn. When you have a way doctrine, it's a demonic doctrine. That's my opinion. The doctrine of demons, the globe.
Turns out atheists are faith-based believers.
Yeah, they're not atheists at all by definition.
Well, that's what I was actually talking to him about it. And I was like, dude, I'm making it very apparent that your position as an atheist sounds like you do have a faith-based belief system, and your holy book is not like the holy book that other people have, but it's still you're referring to it for your belief system.
Yeah.
You appeal to these old guys in the book. That sounds familiar.
Dude, I know, right? Like you have the stories of the old, they're like old scriptures for you. correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's a video clip of I think it's Neil Tyson. I can never say it right. Like Neil Till whatever. Tyson, and he says like he has like
Neil smoking the grass, Tyson.
yes, there you go, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he holds like a science book, and he says this is our Bible. Like correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember seeing one of those knuckleheads that have been outside. You know, they're in they're the face of science, if you will, to all the masses. And he holds up a book about science. And he goes, "This is our Bible." And I'm like, I remember seeing that years ago. I'm like, what? Like, bro, these guys are demonic, bro. Let me look for it. I'm gonna try to find it.
Which way do you increase in elevation? Up.
Hey, what's that question that was put to me yesterday? I don't know if you guys were listening. They were saying that it was proving that it's density is not scalar and vector. I think it was proposed that way.
That was that noise.
Is that your grandma?
Yeah, and vector, that's
Joe.
horizontal
He goes by many
to
names.
the horizon.
No, I think the guy was saying that, vector is a weight or what was it? No, density, is it weight or vector?
Yeah,
No,
is it weight or vector? Is that what it's
Scalar.
Scalar. I think it's scalar, right?
Scalar value.
I don't remember his name, but yeah, he was a Egypt guy. I think Jay was maybe his name.
Well, and the reason I brought it up is because it was he brought a citation. What was it? Citation? Google's like top search. The AI says something about it, so it was saying that it's only scalar and not vector. But it's interesting though because you think about a density tower, right? And the way density versus buoyancy, like the way it stratifies, right, itself. So nature kind of organizes itself. So if, like in a density tower, you could see the different ways that like a particular type of object will be buoyant in a certain liquid and then not in another one. So you know what I mean? Like so.
Correct. So we need a density plumb. And we need a density tower for a glober to go that way. Horizontally.
I don't know. I guess I was seeing that there's a reason to think that you could have a vector with density, because the denser things are going to organize themselves or displace within the medium.
You do. You have like a set down. Yeah. A positional down. Yeah. Just like a plumb or something like that because it's going to go to that. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll organize. Can't speak right now. It's gonna organize itself that way, which is kind of like I didn't know why AI or even the answers that it's not vector. Do you guys get what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that threw me off. So I don't know why they would say that's not the case, and unless they have a different definition for like mass or whatever, then that would be kind of weird. But
yeah, it's a challenge to the reason why things go down. Because some flat earthers say that density is the reason why things go down or up, right?
Yeah, because like you take it
like it's a force, yeah.
Well, you take the object and the medium relationship, and then you have like the object gonna organize itself in between the medium that it's in. And I mean, of course, what makes it organize itself, nobody knows. But what we can see is that the relationship between the two will be such that density will be, or that denser thing will organize itself with the vector of down. Like, it's just going to happen that way. That's the way it organizes itself.
You're coping. That was cope.
I wonder if voltage has anything to do with it.
Yeah, but I mean, we could talk about like all that stuff, but what I'm saying is that's what happens within what we see the interaction. So we could do that with like the medium changing. So like with the egg and the water, like you put the egg in the water, it'll sink to the bottom because it's more dense than the medium it's in. But you change the medium to be more dense, and then of course the egg becomes displaced, and then it rises because the medium is more dense than the egg.
Or you also affected the electrical property too. But yeah, you also density, yeah.
So the quantification of the thing we see can be explained.
So what you're saying is density alone can't account for what we observe, therefore gravity.
No. Gravity is the theory of gravity is only an attempt at an explanation as to what is the cause of the effect. It's not an actual scientific proven theory. You get it? So people can have their best guess as to what. Yeah, people can have their best guess as to what they think it is, but nobody knows what it is.
We know what it is.
No, we don't know what it is.
It's a force.
If that was the case,
based on the inverse, inverse square law of mass.
Dumbass.
No,
if that was true, then the theory of gravity would have been proven. It's not.
It is.
You fucking idiot.
It's been proven in physics, basic physics.
Show a rock drop horizontally then.
So you're trying to talk about time and space being warped and distorted? How the fuck did they prove that?
I'm not talking about relativity or Einsteinian or anything.
I am, you dumbass, because that's what the current scientific rhetoric is. You're a fucking idiot. That's what we're talking about. The cause for an effect, not the effect itself. The effect can be quantified. You can do things to change the object and medium relationship, obviously. But you don't know what's giving things a shut the fuck up. You don't know what's giving things the propensity to move in the thing that, like, the direction that it moves to.
Yeah,
what's giving it the propensity to move in the direction?
Gravity.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
That's why it goes down.
Yeah, you don't know. Dude, Twanger, I swear to God, dude, you're the biggest idiot that I've ever spoken to.
No,
you are.
No, dude, your bullshit doesn't work on me. That's why you get aggravated.
You say things with such confidence.
I know, I am confident.
There's a word for it. There's a word for it. It's called invincible ignorance.
No, I'm the opposite of ignorant. I'm very enlightened, actually.
Enlightened? You don't know what causes things to go down, do you?
You got gravity.
I swear to God, dude, that is so stupid. Everybody knows how dumb you are when you say that.
Crazy.
Fucking gravity is a cause and effect relationship. It's not one word answer. You utter fucking moron.
Speculation Sunday. Can I speculate on Twanger for 1 second?
Oh my God.
Okay, my speculation on Twanger is there's no father figure in the house.
There's no horizontal down. So how the fuck is gravity a thing?
Hey, retard, stop projecting, okay? Do it again and I'm going to mute your ass.
You're going to do what?
No, you're going to get fucking banned. If you mute somebody here, you'll get banned.
I hit a nerve.
No, you ever talk about my family again, dude? Actually, I'm going to mute you just for that. Fuck you, asshole.
We didn't say anything about
fuck you, asshole. You can get the fuck out of here.
Calm down.
Triggered. Dude, you
Everybody
don't
respects each other's families. We're all good.
Shut your bitch ass up. You probably deserve whatever was said to you. I didn't get to hear what he said, but you fucking probably deserve that shit.
It was just about his spectacular sister's tits.
All I said was that it doesn't seem like there's a father figure.
Anybody talking about puppies
house.
or chihuahuas or anything.
That might be true.
But There is no vector, Victor, of left and right for stuff to go that away and that away on its own without fucking energy or fuel or somebody shooting or tossing or pushing or pulling it or. So where's gravity? Yeah, we need that left and right down for gravity, not fucking down, vertical down.
The important thing is though, like people that come in here and dude, I swear, invincible ignorance is like the worst kind. When they're so confident that their one word answers are like the answer and they just don't want to like actually parse out the thing that's being said. That's so annoying. Like if you've ever spoken to somebody like that, like you can't reason with somebody that's that way because they don't understand. They think they're right with that one word answer. It's like
Professor Dave syndrome, I call it.
he might be like that. I don't know if he's like that or not.
Twonga knows more than astrophysicists who say, I don't know. Next question. So they're so confident. Like, they're so, like, oh, man. But anyway, like, so I would say that, like, a change in density, or, you know, like, is, can demonstrate, you know, an up and down vector. Up or down.
Yeah, there was I think to DMOC's point, there was I think there was a test or something that was done to put electricity through things. There was like I want to say it was like in the early 1900s. I saw something one time where this guy was trying to put electricity through. I think there was like certain amounts of electricity to a book, and then the book changed its density because of that. Like it was changing the properties. Like it didn't, not enough to burn it. You know what I mean? Like to cause any burns on the paper or anything, but just enough to like, I don't know, it was weird. And by doing that, like it changed the values of like its weight. Very strange. But there's a lot to it though. I mean, to think about it, like we were speculating and stuff, like what causes the vector change in something. But we could see it like if you change the density of something and it just gets displaced, but what gives it that property to be that way? There was a specific type of element, you know, that there's like a foam, like a spongy foam that's supposed to be lighter than air. So how is it possible when it still like doesn't float away? Like it's still it falls to the medium of air, but yet they say it's lighter than air. I forgot what it was called. It's a material. It's real light. And there's definitely a lot of questions that I think people want answered about that. Maybe you should talk to one of the true earthers. They'll give you the answer.
I'm a true flat earther.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's define what Earth is before we go defining what an earther happens to be.
You're a true earther? Yeah? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm a true flat earther.
Oh,
no.
True Earth is flat Earth. Conceptually, in a model, you could call it a globe, like a whole, like little, like a red pill that you put in your pocket, save it for a rainy day.
Yeah, you think the ether is also something that's proven?
No. Don't. We're not. No. I'm not that guy.
Well, that's what I thought. It sounded like you were walking towards that. So.
Yikes! Not even close.
Everybody had their weapons ready. Stand down. He's not. He's not. He's not one of those guys.
Okay, all right. Yeah, just as well.
At ease.
So globe earthers say Earth is a globe, and flat earthers say that the Earth is flat. True earthers say that the Earth is true.
Which is synonymous with flat. And just.
No, but it's kind of like like you're at the you're at the finish line and you were cheering for the for some other guy and now you're cheering for the one that's in the lead. It's like, right? It's like you just switch teams. Yeah.
The globe
That sounds
is
like
a
what Into the
flat Earth model. Yeah, it's
That's what the fuck. Oh hell no! See, that's what happens. Into the Break's been hanging out with those guys for a while, so a lot of that stuff's kind of like
no, it's
residual.
kind of tongue in cheek.
It's residual. It's like still clinging on. Like, oh wait, did I just say that?
Yeah.
So Eyeless didn't come in here and want to like wrap the pitch data over a globe cartoon today. Mez, the whole globe gangsters crew didn't come in with their repertoire of tricks.
Who's Smoke Demon?
Yeah, that smoke monster, like from the movie Lost. It's like when you consider the Man in Black from this show Lost, like that's the smoke monster. Point is there's Desmond in the hatch, and should we allow Desmond to like escape the hatch? Like, should he be pressing the button every like 24 minutes, 0.24 seconds
Into the break
of every day?
Into the break. What the fuck, man?
I'm just doing like a little bit of Hollywood, bringing some Hollywood like sort of predictions into it, just for
I don't know
fun.
if that's what you're doing,
My bad.
dude.
My bad. All right, my bad.
You're having
I
a
thought
conversation with yourself, and I think we're left out of that convo. We don't know where you started from.
Yeah, Lost was a hit like mid 2000s show. My bad.
I get that, but you're already in the middle of a conversation with yourself, and we're just like, okay.
Yeah, I thought Desmond had a trolley in the marketplace. Molly was a singer in a band.
Can TW enable
I'll see you in life, brother. Penny.
And Desmond said to Molly, "Girl, I like your face." And Molly said this as she takes him by the hand. Got to be old to know those lyrics.
It's easy, right? On Speculation Sunday, just ask Flatsy what her speculations are.
Oh, let's go. What's your speculation?
Soup sandwiches on the menu.
Oh, we're talking like, subjective, sandwich toppings.
Subjective. That's not what it means to me.
No, look, because it's got to be subjective because QE says you don't put lettuce on egg salad sandwiches. And I say you gotta.
And tomato.
It's a debate. It's definitely a freaking debate.
Pickle?
Yeah, a debate in which there is no winner. Fucking everybody's gonna go to the toilet after all this eating of those sandwiches.
Well, China Express is authentic Chinese food.
Fucking hell, into the break.
It's delicious.
I'm telling you, if you haven't tried it, you got to at least try it, right? I know you Americans are big on egg salad. If you like egg salad sandwiches, you got to put some shredded lettuce on it. Bit of salt and pepper. Beautiful. It's like a staple.
This is a debate. This is a topic of debate.
No, you might want to talk to Joe. He might have something to say.
Joe. Oh, not. Where's Joe? Oh, Joe.
He's in here right now.
No. Oh no, that's not. Is it?
Is that Joe?
I don't know. It might be. 5 mutual service. Oh, maybe not. No, I don't. Or maybe not. I don't know. Hello, Joe. Can you give us a voice check?
The old cold shoulder routine, huh? Yeah, I get it.
I didn't want to know what he believed because I already knew what he believed to begin with. I want to know what he knows.
I'm sure he'll tell you in due time.
There's a Captain Picard profile picture.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing that they say in that show, right? Where no man has gone before, right? Like they're talking about space, the final frontier, where no man has gone, right? That's an interesting statement to make, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I have my head out. Work and all that shit. Catch you guys later.
Bummer, man. All right. Cheers, mate.
Later, brother.
Later.
Later, man. I'm gonna fall asleep too. Getting tired. Let's put myself on mute.
So, have you seen the UUR, the self-help book from the character in Severance, where it somehow gets inside and the innies sort of have this most ridiculous self-help, and it starts this revolution with their severed beings. Oh, you see it? It says some ridiculous things like the UUR.
As in the I am. I am. That's funny.
Yeah, that show is sort of funny because it's like there's this parallel that they have. And it's like some is some sort of arbitrary value of like here you're not supposed to cross this line. Maybe you can cross it, and you crossed it, maybe going over the speed limit. But when you did that crossing of the line, then you're in this whole other room, and they're raising goats. And so it's like a really fun, like, it's a whole joke, and that's what I love about that show is that it's comedians that are doing a drama. So you notice the actor